Chapter 1, Breaking Off the Engagement? I snatched it away. My sister-in-law is actually a top-notch genius. The atmosphere in the banquet hall of Jianghai Mingda Senior High School was extremely solemn. Mingda High School is usually only open to the children of the powerful in Jianghai City. A graduation banquet that should have been lively was being held at the moment, but the atmosphere in a corner was unusually solemn. Brother Tianming, this matter is not because I, Lu Qinghai, do not remember our old friendship. In a corner of the banquet hall, Lu Qinghai, the head of the Lu family, sat steadily. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of everyone in the Gu family. He had a formulaic look of regret on his face, but deep in his eyes was an unconcealable contempt and sneer. However, Mai Ruyan is now a rare genius in Jianghai City. She is destined to soar to the sky and become a phoenix among men in the future. And your son? He paused, his gaze lightly falling on a young man sitting at the Gu family seat, his eyes full of naked contempt, as if he was examining a piece of waste that was about to be discarded. Not worthy. 2 words, understated, yet full of extreme humiliation. The entire hall was dead silent, even the sound of breathing became harsh. Gu Chen, the young man who was locked in the gaze, was staring blankly at the scene in front of him. He felt waves of tearing pain in his brain, and countless unfamiliar memories flooded in, almost bursting his consciousness. The world of high martial arts. Yanxia Country. Jianghai City. The second son of the Gu family. And also, this broken engagement at the graduation banquet could be described as a public execution. I traveled through time? Gu Chen's heart suddenly sank. He looked to his side and saw his father Gu Tianming's face turn purple. His fists were clenched tightly under the table, his knuckles turning white from excessive force, but he was suppressing his anger tightly. Looking across, beside Lu Qinghai, a girl in a luxurious ice blue dress stood proudly. She has a graceful figure, skin as smooth as jade, and narrow, long eyes with slightly raised corners, revealing her innate arrogance and coldness. She never glanced at Gu Chen, and even avoided everyone in the Gu family, showing only her side profile, as if looking at him any more would tarnish her dignity. Lu Ruyan. His fiancée. No, it's my ex-fiancée. The memory recalls clearly that this favored daughter of heaven has despised the original owner for being a playboy and incompetent since she was a child. Now that she has awakened her superb talent, the Lu family can't wait to tear up the engagement and want to climb up to a higher branch. This situation is simply the beginning of hell. At the scene of social death, the future is bleak. If they are not careful, the Gu family will become the laughingstock of the entire Jianghai city because of this humiliation. Just when Gu Chen felt that he was being swallowed by the feeling of social death and his head was spinning. Ding! The host's soul strength has been detected to be up to standard, and the environment meets the activation conditions. The fertility and prosperity system is being activated. Activation successful. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. A cold and grand mechanical sound exploded directly in the depths of his soul. Gu Chen's body shook violently. System? His heart was pounding, and an electric current shot through his spine and into the crown of his head, sending numbness and ecstasy sweeping through his body in an instant. Newbie gift pack received, Eye of Miracle, activated. Buzz. Along with the prompt sound, the world in front of Gu Chen suddenly changed, and a new dimension directly covered the original reality. In the air, thin specks of light invisible to the naked eye flowed, and everyone in the hall emitted a halo of light that was either bright or dim. The servants had a dim white light, the guards had a slightly brighter yellow light, and my father Gu Tianming was covered in a thick green light. The head of the Lu family, Lu Qinghai, was a ball of deep blue light. The most dazzling one must be Lu Ruyan, who was proud and dressed in gorgeous clothes. She was surrounded by a brilliant purple halo, dazzling and brilliant, clearly proclaiming her extraordinary identity and brilliant future. Target, Lu Ruyan. Talent, Supreme Ice Phoenix Bloodline Awakened. Luck value, 850. Potential value, 920. Compatibility with host, 15 discussed. A series of information streams passed before Gu Chen's eyes. It turns out that this is her confidence. With superb talent, one does have the capital to be proud of. Gu Chen understood in his heart, but his eyes subconsciously scanned the crowd. Suddenly, Gu Chen's gaze froze. In the most inconspicuous corner behind Lu Ruyan, stood another girl who was even more beautiful. She was wearing a light pink silk dress, and her figure was petite and frail, which made people feel pity for her. She lowered her head, her brows slightly furrowed, her clear almond-shaped eyes filled with timidity and helplessness, her long eyelashes drooped, casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. Her facial features were extremely delicate, but her weakness and inferiority that made her look dull next to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyu. Lu Ruyan's younger sister, who was completely ignored by her family due to her mediocre talent and could even be abandoned at any time. However, what Gu Chen saw with his eyes of miracles was what happened to the girl and completely overturned his cognition. There was no aura about her, not even a trace. Instead, there was a dazzling golden sun that burned his eyes. The golden light was condensed and did not disperse. It was extremely bright and contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world, but it was bound tightly by invisible shackles inside the body, and only revealed such a mind-shaking vision. Target: Lu Ruyu. Talent: sealed, supreme talent not awakened. Luck value: sealed. Potential value: sealed. Compatibility with host: 95, extremely compatible. Boom! Billions of thunders suddenly exploded in Gu Chen's mind. Unparalleled talent. It is not the best quality that has been realized like Lu Ruyan, but a best quality of a higher level, or even more than one level. Moreover, it's still unawakened. Its compatibility with the host is 95. An uncontrollable ecstasy surged through Gu Chen's body. He tried hard to suppress the curve at the corner of his mouth that was almost about to crack. His heart was beating violently, as if it was about to burst through his chest. This isn't the start of hell. This guy gave himself a royal bomb right at the start. Gu Tianming, my Lu family has made up its mind. Do you have any objection? Lu Qinghai's patience ran out, and his voice suddenly turned cold. A unique pressure from a superior surged towards the Gu family's seat like a tide. Gu Tianming groaned, his face livid, but his spine remained straight, and he spoke in a resounding voice, "My Gu family is definitely not a soft persimmon to be bullied by others." The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point and became tense. At this critical moment, a light laugh suddenly sounded. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. Everyone looked in astonishment and saw that Gu Chen, the second son of the Gu family who had been silent, had stood up without them knowing when. The timidity and confusion of a playboy on his face were swept away, replaced by a heart-pounding calmness and composure. His eyes were deep and sharp, able to see through everything, and the corners of his mouth were raised in a playful and somewhat evil arc. He adjusted his collar with an elegant and deliberate movement. That detached demeanor made the tense scene of the broken engagement seem a bit like the leisurely backyard of one's own home. Uncle Lu. Gu Chen looked past the crowd and looked directly at Lu Qinghai, his tone neither hurried nor slow. Both families are prominent in Zhanghai City. We see each other every day. Why should we damage our relationship over such a small matter? When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Just a small matter? This is a broken engagement. It's a slap in the face of the Gu family in public. Lu Qinghai frowned and snorted coldly, "Gu Chen, you have no right to speak here." No, this is exactly my place to speak." Gu Chen shook his finger, his smile becoming more playful. He ignored Lu Qinghai's cold eyes and turned his gaze to the arrogant Lu Ruyan, with a hint of obvious understanding in his tone. Since Sister Ruyan is gifted and has a bright future, I, Gu Chen, naturally cannot become a stumbling block to her. It's okay to cancel this marriage. Wow! There was an uproar in the hall. Everyone in the Gu family looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Tianming was so angry that his lips and tongue trembled. "Chener, you." The Lu family was filled with joy. Lu Qinghai's expression softened a bit, and when he looked at Gu Chen, it was clear that he was looking at a fool who knew the current situation. However, Gu Chen's next words made the air in the entire hall freeze instantly. His gaze shifted away from Lu Ruyan and fell precisely on the timid girl shrinking behind her. His eyes instantly became hot and aggressive. He laughed heartily at Lu Qinghai, who was sitting at the top of the table, and said, "Since the Gu and Lu families are getting married, it doesn't have to be Ruyan. Ruyan has a bright future, and I, Gu Chen, can't possibly be her match. Then why can't I marry Lu Ruyu?" Chapter 2 today. I'm sorry. Then why can't I marry Lu Ruyu? These words were like a heavy hammer, striking the center of the silent banquet hall. Time froze for a moment. The next moment, a roaring noise rose to the sky, almost blowing the roof of the entire hall off. Everyone's eyes shot towards Gu Chen like sharp arrows, their eyes filled with absurdity, shock, and disbelief. The blood color drained from Lu Ruyan's proud and cold face. She froze in place, her body beneath her ice blue dress slightly stiffened by the piercing shame and anger. What does "it's not necessary to have her" mean? What does "I marry Lu Ruyu" mean? That sister who was not even as good as dust in her eyes, that useless girl who had to follow her around and pick up things she didn't want since she was a child. Gu Chen, the playboy whom she despised and scorned, actually announced in front of all the powerful people in Jianhai City that he would marry that loser instead of her? This would be 100 times more humiliating to her than directly refusing to cancel the engagement. This is not a choice, it is a trampling. It is to step on her pride and crush it hard. She felt as if the gazes of the entire audience had turned into poisoned steel needles, piercing her body to pieces and tearing the halo brought by her superb talent into pieces. A sneer froze on the face of Lu Qinghai, the head of the Lu family. He looked at Gu Chun in astonishment, having never expected that things would go in such an outrageous direction. But after just a few seconds, the astonishment in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a deep ecstasy. Marry Lu Ruyu? Okay. This is such a blessing from heaven. Not only did he preserve the marriage with the Gu family, but he also helped his gifted daughter Lu Ruyan escape from the quagmire, and he was also able to get rid of his mediocre and worthless younger daughter. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Nonsense. With an angry shout, Gu Tianming, the head of the Gu family, slammed the table and stood up, causing the cups and plates on the table to shake violently. His face flushed red, not out of shame, but out of anger. He was furious at feeling that the Gu family's reputation had been torn apart in public. He pointed at Gu Chen's arm, which was stretched straight with veins bulging. Are you crazy? Lu Ruyu has mediocre talent and is known to everyone as an ordinary person. Are you marrying her to make my Gu family lose face today? Gu Shanhe, the elder of the Gu family, was so angry that his beard trembled and he shook his head repeatedly. What misfortune for our family! What misfortune for our family! The girl in the light pink silk dress, Lu Ruyu, who was the center of everyone's discussion, had a blank mind at this moment. She huddled in the corner of the banquet hall, her whole body seemed to have been pulled out of her bones, and she could only helplessly grasp the hem of her skirt. She couldn't understand why. Why would the rumored domineering second son of the Gu family, a man she didn't even have the qualifications to look up to, suddenly push her to the center of the storm? Her thoughts were in a tangle. Just when everyone in the Gu family was about to explode completely, Gu Tianming suddenly noticed his son's eyes. That's not the look a dandy boy should have. It was calm and profound, like an ancient pool with no bottom in sight, hiding confidence and plans that he could not understand at all. Gu Tianming's heartstrings suddenly tightened, and all his curses were stuck in his throat. He looked at his son in front of him and suddenly felt extremely unfamiliar. Ha ha, brother Tianming, why are you so angry? Lu Qinghai immediately laughed and stood up to smooth things over, fearing that the Gu family would go back on their word. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Since the children are so in love, we, as the elders, should support them. I think Shunner and our Ruyu are a perfect match. Gu Tianming's face turned pale, but he was speechless. Finally, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out the word, okay. The matter had been decided, and to avoid any further complications, the two families set the wedding date as quickly as possible. 10 days later. The Gu family decorated their house with lights and was crowded with guests. A hasty yet luxurious classical Chinese wedding caused a sensation in the entire Jianhai city. However, behind this wedding, ridicule and rumors surged like a tide. Everyone thought that the second son of the Gu family was so angry that he made such a self-humiliating decision. At the wedding banquet, Gu Chen was holding the hand of Lu Ruyu, who was wearing a bright red wedding dress, and was accepting the blessings of the guests. Lu Ruyu is breathtakingly beautiful today. The exquisite phoenix coronet and bridal robe made her beautiful and elegant face even more charming. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, and her usually dull eyes sparkled in the candlelight. Although she is slender, she bears great fruits. At this moment, the loose wedding dress made her look even smaller than a hand. Her slightly exposed snow-white neck had a graceful curve that aroused people's imagination. An uninvited guest interrupted this moment of tranquility. Lu Ruyan appeared in front of the two of them wearing an ice blue long dress, with an undisguised sarcasm on her beautiful face. Sister, congratulations. Her voice was cold and her words were poisonous. You've learned to pick up my unwanted things so quickly. Lu Ruyu's body trembled, her face turned pale, and she instinctively wanted to hide behind Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen pulled her into his arms and let her lean against him closely. He didn't even look at Lu Ruyan, but just lowered his head and gently helped Lu Ruyu tidy up the loose hair on her forehead, with a doting smile on his lips. My wife is so beautiful today. Seeing that she was being ignored, Lu Ruyan clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Her voice rose a few notches. Gu Chen, don't be so proud. Marrying a loser will only make the Gu family an even bigger laughingstock. Gu Chen then lazily raised his eyelids and swept his gaze over Lu Ruyan. It was as if he was looking at an unreasonable clown. Waste? He sneered. In my eyes, my Ruyu is gentle and lovely, considerate and kind. She is a unique treasure in this world. He paused, his eyes sharpening, the mockery in his tone almost tangible. And you, Tue, can't afford it. You. Lu Ruyan was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and her pretty face turned red. Gu Chen's words hit the spot where it hurt the most. Gu Chen ignored her, hugged his wife's slender waist in his arms, and said softly, "Wife, let's ignore her. It's getting late. We should go back to the room." After saying this, he embraced Lu Ruyu and walked straight towards their wedding room under Lu Ruyan's fierce gaze. In the bridal chamber, red candles with dragon and phoenix patterns burned quietly, and the air was filled with a light and elegant fragrance. Lu Ruyu sat upright on the edge of the bed, her body tense like a fully drawn bow. Even her breathing was extremely light, not daring to look at Gu Chen who was so close to her. The delicate body beneath the wedding dress has exquisite curves, and even through the fabric one can feel its amazing softness and elasticity. Gu Chen walked up to her and looked at her long eyelashes trembling slightly due to nervousness, and his heart softened. This is his wife. That treasure with extraordinary talent, yet ignored by the whole world. He gently lifted her chin and made her look at him. Don't be afraid. His voice was soft, yet soothing. Lu Ruyu raised her head and met his deep eyes. There was no frivolity as rumored in his eyes, only calmness and gentleness. Her heart inexplicably calmed down. The red candles flickered and the gauze curtains hung lightly. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The moment the two of them truly became one, a loud voice suddenly exploded in Gu Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the wedding and achieved life harmony with his Taoist partner Lu Ruyu. The system of having many children and many blessings has been officially activated. Chapter 3 My Taoist companion is so sweet, who knows me when I sing and dance every night. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the wedding and achieved life harmony with his Taoist partner Lu Ruyu. The system of having many children and many blessings has been officially activated. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Taoist partner with the supremely gifted sealed. The rewards have been greatly increased. Reward 1, Chaos Dao Body Beginner has been issued. The host's physical body has been reshaped, and the cultivation aptitude has been greatly improved. All methods are invulnerable and all Daos can be integrated. Boom! An indescribable and terrifying heat suddenly exploded from Gu Chen's dantian, instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. It was as if there were billions of small hammers, madly hammering every inch of his bones, every meridian, and every drop of his blood. Gu Chen groaned in pain but clenched his teeth tightly. He could feel that his body was undergoing a radical transformation. Reward 2, the first seal of Lu Ruyu's supreme talent, Xianin Divine Body, has been lifted. The host gains talent sharing and gains some of the characteristics of the Xianin Divine Body. At the same time, Lu Ruyu in his arms also let out a soft moan. A circle of pale golden light, almost invisible to the naked eye, emanated from her body and enveloped the two of them. The invisible shackles that bound the golden sun in her body made a crisp shattering sound. A warm current surged through her body, washing away the impurities that had accumulated over the years due to her inability to practice. An unprecedented sense of lightness and transparency made her so comfortable that she almost moaned. System panel has been generated. The severe pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented powerful feeling. Gu Chen could clearly hear his heart beating as powerfully as a war drum, and could feel the thin spiritual energy in the air rushing towards him with joy. As soon as he thought about it, a virtual blue light screen appeared clearly before his eyes. Host, Gu Chen. Cultivation, Body Tempering Realm 3rd Level Breakthrough from Mortal Realm. Constitution, Chaos Dao Body Basic, Xianin Divine Body Basic Shared. Kung Fu, none. Martial Arts, none. Taoist Companion, Lu Ruyu Peerless Xianin Divine Body Seal. Offspring, none. Family Reputation, insignificant. System Ability, Eye of Miracle, Resource Exchange not opened. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the character card of the Daughter of Destiny Lu Ruyu. Taoist Companion, Lu Ruyu. Rating, Purple Epic. Talent, Supreme Great Xianin Divine Body First Seal removed. Features, Talent Superposition can perfectly superimpose its cultivation talents on the host. Compatibility, 95% devoted. Gu Chen stretched slightly. His bones made a crackling sound, as if they were undergoing a complete transformation. The muscles, meridians, and internal organs all become tough and full of vitality under the baptism of this power. At this moment, the body has become extremely solid and full of explosive power. Guchen clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body, and a terrifying gleam flashed in his eyes. But what shocked him even more was the information on Lu Ruyu's character card. Purple Epic. Talent Superposition. This means that he can also possess Lu Ruyu's top-level cultivation talent. This is simply against the will of heaven. Guchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and his gaze fell on his wife in his arms again. At this moment, Lu Ruyu, because of the spring sleep of the begonia, had a dazed look in her eyes and a soft body, and she leaned in his arms. Guchen had an idea and put her down again. The red candles are swaying, and the spring scenery is boundless. It requires enough intimacy to unlock more of Lu Ruyu's divine bodies, so he can only work harder. A beautiful night. When the first ray of morning light shone into the room through the window lattice, Guchen suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of fatigue in his eyes, instead, they were full of light and energy to the extreme. The effect of Chaos Tao body is so terrifying. He looked down and saw that the beauty in his arms was still sleeping soundly. There was even a trace of crystal tears on her long eyelashes. She was like a frightened kitten seeking shelter, so adorable. Guchen did not disturb her. He quietly stood up and sat cross-legged on the other side of the bed. He wanted to verify the effect of the talent superposition immediately. With a thought, Guchen began to practice the Gu family's basic mental method qi gathering technique. In the past, when the original owner practiced this set of skills and guided the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, it was like a trickle, slow and sluggish. But now, boom! Guchen only felt that his body seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool in an instant. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several miles seemed to be attracted by some fatal attraction and rushed towards his body frantically. The spiritual energy rushed and roared like a river bursting its banks, flowing along his meridians into his dantian. He hardly needed to refine it deliberately, and it was transformed into his own cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed is more than 10 or 100 times faster. It's like swallowing a whale. In just a stick of incense, the spiritual energy in his body was filled to a critical point. Break it for me. Guchen groaned in his heart. Boom! The fourth level of the body tempering realm. The fifth level of the body tempering realm. The sixth level of the body tempering realm. Under the impact of this powerful spiritual energy, the barriers of cultivation became as fragile as paper and were pierced through one after another. It was not until his aura stabilized at the peak of the sixth level of the body tempering realm that the crazy momentum slowly subsided. Guchen slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and the air arrow was like frost, drawing a clear white mark in the air. He opened his eyes and felt the power in his body, which was several times stronger than before. His eyes were full of shock and fanaticism. Is this the speed of cultivation of a supreme talent? He simply added Lu Ruyu's talent and it had such a terrifying effect. What if Lu Ruyu gave birth to a child for him? The system of having many children and bringing more blessings, the higher the talent of the offspring, the more luck points he will get and the richer the rewards. How bad could the talent of a child born to a mother with extraordinary talent be? Thinking of this, Guchen's breathing became a little rapid. The look he gave Lu Ruyu instantly became extremely hot. This is not a wife at all, this is clearly a walking supreme treasure house that can continuously produce incredible rewards. From that day on, Guchen changed. He no longer paid attention to the disturbances in the outside world, and was even too lazy to ask about family affairs. He stayed in the newlywed courtyard all day, inseparable from Lu Ruyu. To outsiders, the new son-in-law of the Gu family is addicted to the pleasures of life, enchanted by beauty, and has no ambition to make progress. Even Gu Tianming sent people to hint at him several times, suggesting that he should not neglect his cultivation. When Lu Ruyan heard these rumors, she sneered at them, and the jealousy in her heart dissipated a lot. Trash is trash after all. Even if two trash are added together, they are still trash. However, only Lu Ruyu, who was in the courtyard, knew how hard-working her husband was. Thanks to the Chaos Dao body, Guchen possesses energy and physical strength that ordinary people can hardly imagine. For half a month in a row, he partied every night and seemed tireless. And Lu Ruyu, from being shy at first, to becoming addicted to it, and now to wanting to escape but unable to. Under Gu Chen's nourishment, her Xianyin divine body was completely stimulated, the seals were released layer by layer, her complexion became more and more rosy and lustrous, and the whole person seemed to be reborn, exuding amazing charm. Chapter 4 Husband, I really can't take it anymore. The early morning light penetrates the mist, casting a warm golden hue on the courtyard. Lu Ruyu supported her sore waist, took light steps, and slowly sat down on the stone bench in the yard. Her two slender, straight legs were still trembling slightly uncontrollably. She patted her lower back gently, and her beautiful little face was 3 parts shy, 3 parts helpless, and the remaining 4 parts were full of sweetness that was about to overflow. During this half-month, she finally understood deeply what it meant to the spring night is short and the sun rises high, and from then on the king no longer holds court early in the morning. Her husband, Gu Chen, is simply a tireless dragon beast. At first, she thought that her husband really cared for her and loved her, so he was so diligent, treating her like the apple of his eye and taking care of her day and night. But later, this diligence seems a bit excessive. So much so that every time she wakes up now, she feels as if her bones have been drained out, her whole body is soft and weak, and walking feels like walking on clouds. Her legs are also out of control all year round. Husband. I really can't do it today. Lu Ruyu blushed and muttered softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Although she was ignorant, she could clearly sense that earth-shaking changes were taking place in her body. That once weak mortal body that couldn't gather a single trace of spiritual energy no matter how hard it breathed. Now, it is completely permeated by a warm and powerful energy. Her skin became so smooth that it was almost as soft as a baby's, and in the morning light it shone with a lustrous luster like fine jade. Her almond-shaped eyes became clearer and more shimmering, and there was a hint of natural charm in her glance. The most incredible thing was that she could see those colorful spots of light in the air actively and gently penetrate into her limbs and bones. It seems like she can practice now? Moreover, this feeling of becoming stronger and stronger becomes clearer day by day. Just as Lu Ruyu was daydreaming, the door creaked open. Gu Chen, dressed in white, walked out yawning. He looked refreshed and vigorous, which was in stark contrast to the laziness of his young wife in the yard. He immediately saw Lu Ruyu massaging her waist on the stone bench, and a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Wife, don't you want to sleep a little longer? He took 3 or 2 steps forward and naturally took Lu Ruyu into his arms, and his warm big hands naturally rested on her slender waist, which was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Husband, don't. Lu Ruyu's body instantly softened into a pool of spring water, and she quickly begged for mercy. What else? Gu Chen lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead, then frowned and spoke righteously. You silly girl, your husband is not just seeking pleasure. This is the union of yin and yang, the supreme path of dual cultivation. He said seriously, look at you. Don't you feel like you've been reborn these past few days? This is all thanks to your husband. I am helping you to shave your hair and cleanse your marrow, stimulating the essence of your divine body. Do you understand? Lu Ruyu was stunned by his fallacies and heresies. She blinked her big watery eyes and nodded as if she understood. Really, really? Of course. Gu Chen patted his chest and promised solemnly. Be good, wait till tonight, and I will give you 2 more cycles of treatment. I guarantee that it won't be long before you can achieve enlightenment and ascend to heaven, looking down upon the 9 heavens. Lu Ruyu's face turned red all the way to her ears. She knew clearly that her husband was talking nonsense, but the feeling of being in ecstasy and ascending to heaven when he tormented her seemed so real. At the same time, rumors about Gu Chen were already spreading in the Gu family compound and even in the entire Jianghai city. Have you heard? That second-generation heir of the Gu family hasn't left the house for half a month since he married that loser from the Lu family. Oh, what else can I do? I've completely given up. I was a playboy to begin with, and now I've married a burden, so I'm just throwing in the towel. The Gu family's reputation has really been rubbed into the ground by him this time. Did Gu Chen get kicked in the head by a donkey? Even if a proud girl like Lu Ruyan doesn't like him, she wouldn't pick up a piece of trash and treat it as a treasure. This is the biggest joke of the year. Rumors are like knives, and every one of them cuts the Gu family's reputation. Gu family, meeting hall. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Gu Shanhe, the elder of the Gu family, was so angry that his hair and beard stood up. He slammed his palm heavily on the rosewood table, and the teacup jumped 3 feet high. Half a month. A whole half a month of staying indoors, hanging out with that loser. Is he trying to destroy the century-old reputation of my Gu family in one fell swoop? Head of the family. We can't tolerate this any longer. Another elder's face was filled with grief. This child has fallen into depravity and has become a disgrace to the family. If he is not severely punished, what will become of the Gu family's reputation? Sitting in the main seat, Gu Tianming's face was as gloomy as water and he said nothing. How could he not know the rumors outside? However, he always felt that his son had become a different person since he withdrew from the wedding banquet. His calmness and confidence did not seem fake. But the absurdity of the past half-month eventually turned the last bit of hope in his heart into disappointment. Walk! Gu Shanha stood up suddenly, his eyes burning with anger. Today, as the chief elder, I will personally enforce the family rules. I want to see how long that little bastard will sink into depravity. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out of the hall with big strides, and several elders behind him were also filled with righteous indignation and followed closely behind him. The group of people were filled with murderous intent and headed straight for the courtyard where Gu Chen lived. The servants and guards along the way all retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this tremendous rage. Soon, the quiet courtyard appeared before everyone. Knock on the door. Gu Shanha stood in front of the door, his voice like a bell, filled with uncontrollable anger. Boom! 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 The dull knock on the door was particularly harsh in the quiet early morning. The door to the courtyard was opened from the inside with a creaky sound. Gu Shanha was full of curses and scolding on the tip of his tongue, but the moment he saw who opened the door, all the words were strangled in his throat as if by an invisible big hand. The one who opened the door was not Gu Chen. It's Lu Ruyu. The girl in front of me was wearing a simple goose yellow long dress, her long black hair was like a waterfall, and it was only loosely tied with a wooden hairpin. She stood behind the door so charmingly, the morning light casting a holy glow on her. The skin is no longer sickly pale, but transparent as jade, as if it contains divine aura. The little face that had always been timid and inferior now glowed with radiance, and the pair of bright eyes were like black gems immersed in a spring of heaven, clear, lively, and bottomless. The air of inferiority and weakness in her was long gone. Instead, there is a kind of transcendence and self-confidence that comes from the depths of her soul, making her look like a snow lotus quietly blooming on the top of a mountain, pure and elegant, and independent of the world. This astonishing transformation has shocked the elders. And the next moment, something happened that made them scared to death. They clearly felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual power from Lu Ruyu. Although it is faint, it really exists. How is this possible? Everyone in Shanghai City knows that Lu Ruyu's talent is ordinary and she is destined to have no chance of practicing in this life. How could a mortal draw qi into his body? However, the most outrageous thing is not this. Several elders are veterans who have practiced for dozens or even hundreds of years, and their spiritual awareness is extremely sharp. They could feel that the spiritual power in Lu Ruyu's body, although weak, was so pure that it was simply terrifying. If the spiritual power they cultivated throughout their lives was muddy water mixed with impurities, then the spiritual power in the other party's body was the pure and sweet rain falling from the sky. The two are not on the same level at all. Not only that. Deep within that extremely pure spiritual energy, they also faintly sensed a kind of pressure that made their souls tremble. Right. It's pressure. It's like an ant looking up at the ancient dragon that spans the universe. It was an absolute crushing that came from the essence of life and the source of blood. Let them have an instinctive and irresistible urge. I want to kneel down. Want to surrender. I want to worship you. Chapter 5 A single thought suppressed the whole audience, who knelt down and sang Conquer. Gulp. Gu Shanha, who was standing at the front, had his Adam's apple rolling violently and uncontrollably. He stared at the girl behind the door, his eyes as big as copper bells, filled with incomprehensible horror and confusion. Is this the useless guy from the Lu family who was regarded as a joke by the entire Shanghai city? The Lu Ruyu who couldn't even reach the threshold of the body-tempering realm and was disliked by the Gu family as a tool for marriage? This is absolutely a lie. The girl in front of him no longer had any of her past inferiority and cowardice. She was wearing a plain goose yellow dress. It was made of ordinary fabric, but when she wore it, it exuded an innate sense of nobility. That figure seemed even more slender than half a month ago. Her slender waist is so thin that it can be held in one hand, but the curve of her chest is becoming fuller, outlining a breathtaking arc. The two completely opposite temperaments of purity and charm are perfectly blended in her. A beautiful little face, white with a rosy complexion, so tender that it seems like water can be squeezed out of it. In the morning light, her skin even glowed with a faint glow. What made his heart beat wildly were those eyes. The pair of almond-shaped eyes that were always evasive and timid at first were now like two bottomless pools of cold autumn water, clear and bright, with a spirituality that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as the waves flowed. She just stood there quietly. It forms a landscape in itself, like a solitary orchid in a valley, blooming on the top of a mountain, so beautiful that people dare not look directly at it. How can this be called a mortal? This is clearly a fairy who was banished from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Evil, evil magic. Beside Gu Shanha, an elder's lips trembled as he finally squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Right. It must be witchcraft. A flash of sudden enlightenment flashed across the eyes of all the elders. I don't know where that little beast Gu Chen learned this evil way of taking in to replenish yang. He used it on this poor woman, squeezing out her life essence, which is why she underwent such a strange change. As for Gu Chen himself, he must have been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, becoming just an empty shell. This explanation is extremely reasonable. The doubt and shock in Gu Shanha's heart were instantly dispelled by this thought and turned into raging rage. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. His old face turned purple with extreme anger, and his beard was trembling slightly. Gu Chen! You little bastard! Get out here! Gu Shanha was so angry that he let out a deafening roar towards the courtyard. What misfortune for our family! He's addicted to women, not doing his job properly, and now he even dares to practice such unorthodox methods and harm his wife. His voice was infused with powerful spiritual energy, echoing loudly throughout the Gu family compound, filled with the rage and heartache of being disappointed in someone. Are you going to disgrace my Gu family to the entire Yanxia nation? Today, I will clean up the mess for the head of the family. I will take you to the ancestral hall, abolish your cultivation, and make you face the wall to reflect on your mistakes. As soon as the words fell, a yawning figure slowly walked out of the house. Gu Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking lazy and boneless. He was still wearing a loose robe, revealing a chest that was firm and well-defined, full of power. He didn't even look at Gu Shanha outside the door, who was so angry that he was about to explode. Instead, he walked straight to Lu Ruyu, stretched out his hand very naturally, and hugged his young wife in his arms. Then, under everyone's murderous gazes, he gave her a big kiss on her red cheek. Wife, whose dog is barking outside so early in the morning? Did it disturb your sleep? Puff. Lu Ruyu laughed out loud at his unruly and unconcerned look. But when she saw the elders outside the door with eyes that were almost spitting fire, she quickly lowered her head, buried her little face deeply in Gu Chen's arms, and her shaking shoulders revealed how hard it was for her to hold back her laughter. This scene was like a bucket of boiling oil, pouring heavily on Gu Shanha's anger. You. He pointed at Gu Chen, shaking with anger, unable to utter a complete sentence. Ridiculous. Shameless. Brutal to the family. Do you still have eyes for me, the great elder? Do you still have eyes for the Gu family's rules? Gu Chen then lazily raised his eyelids, picked his ears, and asked casually. Great elder, you have a very loud voice. You didn't sleep well last night, why are you so angry? He paused, then suggested sincerely, would you like me to teach you a method? I guarantee you'll be refreshed and energetic every day. What method? Gu Shanha asked subconsciously. Gu Chen grinned, revealing a row of dazzling white teeth. His smile was evil and playful. Marry a few young concubines to cool down. You evil creature. Gu Shanha almost vomited blood on the spot. He could no longer endure it, and with a sudden wave of his bony hand, he shouted, Come here. Capture this unworthy descendant. Several elders and guards behind him heard the sound and were about to step forward. Gu Shanha himself was even more furious and took action himself. He took a step forward, and a skinny hand, but one that contained the tremendous power of the late Qi-gathering realm, grabbed Gu Chen's shoulder like an eagle's claw. He had to subdue this outspoken little beast first, and then interrogate him about what kind of magic he had used. But just as his hand was about to touch Gu Chen, who had been lazy all the time, suddenly fixed his eyes. All the emotions in those peach blossom eyes that originally held a hint of playfulness instantly faded away, leaving only the coldness and indifference that was like staring into the abyss. Noisy. He opened his thin lips slightly and uttered 2 words indifferently. Next second. A terrifying aura that shouldn't belong to his age, or even to this realm, suddenly burst out from his body. Boom. That's not just spiritual pressure. It was a vast gust of air that seemed to have swept in from the ancient times, mixed with a hint of chaos and vastness. Overbearing. Tyrannical. No doubt about it. The peak of chi gathering realm. Moreover, he is at the peak of the chi gathering realm with an incredibly strong foundation. The airwave was like a strong wind, hitting Gu Shanha and others hard on the chest. Puff. Several elders with weaker cultivation didn't even have time to react before they spat out blood on the spot, their faces turning as pale as paper in an instant. Gu Shanha, who was the first to be hit, was so shocked by this unmatched force that he retreated 7 or 8 steps. Every step he took left a clear, deep footprint on the hard bluestone slab. Finally, he could no longer keep his balance and fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. The entire courtyard entrance. Deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, with ghostly expressions on their faces. Gu Shanha slumped on the ground, looking up blankly at the young man who was still hugging his wife, looking calm and composed. His mind was blank, with only a buzzing sound remaining. Gather, the peak of the chi gathering realm? How is that possible? How the fuck is this possible? Half a month ago, at the Liu family's engagement breakup banquet, this brat was clearly still a rookie at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. No. The 3rd level of the body tempering realm is an exaggeration for him. That little bit of cultivation is no different from that of an ordinary person. Half a month. Just 15 days. From a lowly body tempering realm, he soared to the peak of the chi gathering realm? Is this a ladder to heaven? Or was it possessed by some immortal? Even the top monsters in the imperial capital of Yensha Kingdom, who were born with divine pills in their mouths and grew up soaking in holy medicines, could never have such an outrageous and terrifying cultivation speed. Hallucination. This must be an illusion. This little beast must have used some secret treasure to create the illusion of coercion. Playing tricks. At this moment, a young and energetic descendant of a collateral branch suddenly rushed out from the crowd. This man's name is Gu Feng, and he is also a well-known genius among the younger generation of the Gu family. In his early 20s, he has already reached the early stage of the chi gathering realm. He usually looks down on Gu Chen, the notorious playboy. At this moment, his face was flushed, half with jealousy and half with anger. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. How could a useless person like him possibly reach the peak of the chi condensation realm in just half a month? This is definitely an illusion. Before he finished speaking, he rushed up with a roar. A flash of light appeared on the fist, and with the sound of breaking wind, it flew straight towards Gu Chen's face. Show me your true form, you piece of shit. Faced with this powerful punch, Gu Chen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. His left hand was still around Lu Ruyu's slender waist, but he casually raised his right hand and threw a light punch. No inspiration. No momentum. It was just an ordinary punch, like a child's punch. However, when the two fists, one big and one small, one hard and one soft, come into contact. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was clearly heard by everyone in the dead silence. Immediately following, the hideous smile on the face of the arrogant Gu Feng froze instantly, replaced by extreme pain and unbelievable fear. His entire right arm was bent backwards at a strange angle. The white bones even pierced the skin and were exposed to the air with blood. The next moment, an overwhelming and unstoppable force came from Gu Chen's seemingly powerless fist. Gu Feng's body was like a broken sack hit by a huge hammer and was blown away directly. He drew a miserable parabola in the air, and with a loud bang, he slammed heavily into the courtyard wall more than 10 meters away. He actually knocked a spider-web-like dent into the thick brick and stone wall. Gu Feng slid down the wall weakly, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The whole audience was silent. The only sound was gasps. Chapter 6 As soon as my wife breaks through, I take off right away. The whole audience was silent. All that was left was gasps and the uncontrollable beating of the drum. Gu Feng, who is quite famous among the younger generation of the Gu family. At this moment, he was hanging limply on the wall, with his limbs hanging in a twisted posture. The white bones of his right arm were particularly eye-catching in the morning light. He had completely fainted. One punch. Just one punch. A genius in the early stage of chi gathering realm was ruined just like that. He was easily defeated with a single punch by the legendary dandy second son who was addicted to beauty and self-degrading. This horrifying scene caused everyone's brain to shut down. Gu Shanha slumped on the ground, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the lazy young man at the gate of the yard. My throat felt like a large ball of cotton was stuffed in it. It was dry and blocked, and I couldn't utter a single word. Like all other aristocratic families, the Gu family is not a monolithic entity. The elders faction represented by Gu Shanhe and the patriarch faction represented by Gu Tianming have always been at odds with each other. This time, he planned to use Gu Chen's affairs to suppress Gu Tianming's reputation. Gu Shanhe had thought that Gu Chen would resist. But he never dreamed that it would be such a crushing and unreasonable resistance. In fact, Gu Shanhe chose the wrong time. If this group of aggressive elders could have come even a day earlier, Gu Chen might have to put in some effort, or even go all out, to resolve the crisis. But their arrival was really unfortunate. Just this morning, when it was still dawn, Gu Chen woke up in a strange energy fluctuation. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he did was to look at his wife who was still sleeping in his arms. Then, the sight he saw through the Eye of Miracles made him feel refreshed. The golden sun that was originally entrenched in Lu Ruyu's body and bound by heavy shackles has now disappeared. Instead, there was a soft, pure, light golden halo flowing like a galaxy, slowly flowing through her limbs and bones, emitting a mysterious and sacred aura. Gu Chen immediately called up the system panel. Taoist Companion, Lu Ruyu. Rating, Purple Epic. Talent, Supreme Grade Shanin Divine Body Second Seal removed. Status, Awakened partially. Features, Talent Superposition can perfectly superimpose its cultivation talents on the host. Compatibility, 98% lifelong. The second seal has been broken. And the status changed from unawakened to awakened. Gu Chen's heart was pounding. After half a month of hard work day and night, he finally reaped a great harvest. Lu Ruyu in his arms let out a moan and slowly opened her watery almond eyes. She blinked a little confusedly, and then a look of confusion appeared on her little face. Husband, I seem to be a little different. She muttered softly, feeling the unprecedented energy in her body, so abundant that she wanted to roll around. Why is it different? Gu Chen lowered his head, pecked her smooth forehead, and asked with a smile. Lu Ruyu tilted her little head, felt it very carefully, and then spoke in a soft and slightly excited tone. It's just. I feel full of strength and warmth, as if I could kill a cow with one punch. After saying that, she waved her snow-white and tender little fist. Gu Chen was amused by her cute and naive look. It's more than just killing a cow. My wife can kill an elephant with one punch now. Really? Lu Ruyu's eyes sparkled. Of course it's true. Gu Chen nodded seriously. However, these are secondary. The most important thing is that you can now truly practice. When Lu Ruyu heard this, she was stunned. Practice? These two words are so far away from her. They are a luxury that she has never dared to think about since she was a child. Because she was judged to have an ordinary talent since childhood and was unable to draw qi into her body, all the martial arts knowledge she came into contact with in the Lu family was pitifully little. She had no idea what the earth-shaking changes taking place in her body meant. Come, wife, sit cross-legged and I'll teach you. Gu Chen put away his joking expression and began to guide her patiently. Close your eyes and feel the warmth in your body. Yes, that's it. Now, try to guide it, following the route I told you to, and let it flow slowly. In the next half day, Gu Chen witnessed what such horror meant. Lu Ruyu was like a sponge that had been dry for billions of years. Once it came into contact with the sweet rain called cultivation, it began to absorb it crazily at an incredible speed. First level of body tempering realm. The 5th level of the body tempering realm. The peak of the 10th level of the body tempering realm. In just 1 hour, she completed a journey that would take ordinary people several years of hard training. This is not over yet. Under Gu Chen's shocked gaze, the spiritual power in her body did not stagnate at all, and broke through the barrier of the qi-gathering realm like a hot knife through butter. Boom! An aura far more powerful than before spread out from Lu Ruyu's petite body. Qi-gathering realm. She succeeded. Lu Ruyu opened her eyes, feeling the newly opened sea of qi in her dantian, feeling the pure true qi flowing in her body, and was so excited that she spoke incoherently. And at the moment she broke through, the system prompt sound rang wildly in Gu Chen's mind. Ding! A breakthrough in the cultivation level of the Taoist companion Lu Ruyu has been detected, and the talent stacking effect has been enhanced. The host gains a massive amount of cultivation in return. A torrent of energy, purer and more powerful than any previous one, appeared out of thin air in Gu Chen's body. His cultivation level had originally reached the middle stage of the qi-gathering realm, and driven by this energy, it began to skyrocket. Late stage of qi-gathering realm. The peak of qi-gathering realm. Gu Chen immediately closed his eyes and concentrated on stabilizing his rapidly increasing cultivation level. Gu Shanha and his group were caught in the crossfire at this point in time. What they were facing was a powerful person at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm who had just completed the ultimate evolution and was a little grumpy because his good thing was interrupted. The result is naturally self-evident. At the entrance of the courtyard, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. You. Gu Shanha stood up tremblingly with the help of two elders. His old face was as pale as paper. He stretched out his hand, which was shaking like Parkinson's disease, and pointed at Gu Chen. His mind was still a mess, and all his common sense and cognition were crushed to pieces in just a quarter of an hour. He could only use all his strength to squeeze out that pale and weak question from his throat. Why were you able to break through to the peak of the Qi condensation realm within half a month? What kind of evil magic did you use? What did you do to her? With his last remaining sanity, he attributed everything to some forbidden evil magic. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain everything that was happening before his eyes, and that completely overturned his worldview. Gu Chen looked up and down at the eldest elder of the Gu family with a look as if he were an idiot. Evil method? He sneered. Great elder, your vision, like your cultivation, is a little lacking. Gu Chen put his arm around Lu Ruyu's slender waist, let her lean on him, and then spoke slowly in a doting and somewhat boastful tone. What kind of evil method is this? I just married a good wife. Chapter 7 Great Elder, I think you have kidney deficiency. What good wife? This is clearly an evil method. What nonsense! What absolute nonsense! Gu Shanha was completely crazy. He pointed at Gu Chen and then at Lu Ruyu in his arms. His cloudy old eyes were full of bloodshot. You've all been deceived. This little bastard must have practiced some kind of forbidden evil technique that can devour a woman's vital essence. That's why his cultivation level skyrocketed, and that's why this woman underwent such a strange transformation. He roared hysterically, his voice changing pitch. This is simply a demonic path. It's a demonic path that will bring catastrophic disaster to our entire Gu family. When this big hat was put on, the faces of everyone present changed. Practicing evil methods. This is a heinous crime that will implicate the entire family in the entire world. Once confirmed, not only Gu Chen, but the entire Gu family will be wiped out from Zhanghai City. Quick! Go and inform the head of the family. Let the patriarch make the decision himself. This child must not be allowed to stay. Gu Shanha looked like a madman, roaring at a relatively calm guard behind him. At the same time, in the Gu family's meeting hall, Gu Tianming sat upright in the main seat, his face calm, but his fingers tapped the armrest from time to time, showing his inner restlessness. He had long known that Gu Shanha had brought a group of elders to cause trouble for Gu Chen. As the head of the family, he cannot be too partial to his son. What that kid has done in the past half-month is really absurd. He stayed indoors all day long, hanging out with the little daughter of the Lu family. The news spread like wildfire outside, and even he, the head of the family, was almost embarrassed. He wanted to wait for Gu Shanha to give the boy a lesson and make him behave himself, which would also be an explanation to the family. The patriarch. A bodyguard rushed into the hall, panic in his voice. Master! This is bad. The great elders said that the second young master is practicing evil techniques, and we need to eliminate the whole family. What? Gu Tianming stood up suddenly, and a terrifying pressure from a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm instantly enveloped the entire conference hall. The teacup on the table turned into powder silently. He couldn't sit still any longer. The figure flashed, and the whole person turned into an afterimage and disappeared in the hall. When Gu Tianming rushed to the outside of Gu Chen's courtyard, what he saw was a scene that made his eyelids twitch. The great elder Gu Shanha was supported by two elders. His clothes were disheveled, blood was hanging from the corners of his mouth, his old face was pale, and he looked as if he had suffered a serious injury. There were several wailing guards lying on the ground. The most conspicuous one is Gu Feng, the genius from the side branch who was punched into the wall and is still unconscious. The instigator, his eldest son Gu Chen, was hugging his newlywed wife, and even had a lazy smile on his face, which was out of tune with the tragic atmosphere at the scene. Gu Tianming only felt his temples throbbing. He suppressed the mixed feeling of shock, absurdity, and a hint of ecstasy that he himself was not even aware of, and frowned. Gu Chen! A deep shout, intimidating without even being angry. What are you doing? You're attacking the great elder. Do you have any respect for seniority? On the surface, he was scolding Gu Chen, but his sharp eyes had already scanned Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu from head to toe. This sight caused even more turmoil in his heart. Gu Chen, the peak of Qi-gathering realm. His foundation was so strong and his aura was so long-lasting that it was more terrifying than any warrior of the same level he had ever seen. And Lu Ruyu in his arms. Gu Tianming's pupils suddenly contracted. As a master in the spiritual transformation realm, his spiritual awareness is extremely powerful. He could clearly sense the nascent spiritual power in Lu Ruyu's body. Although its realm was not high, only at the early stage of Qi gathering, its purity was simply appalling. That energy is bright, vast, majestic, and sacred. It contained a supreme charm that made even a master of the spiritual transformation realm like him feel palpitations. Is this fucking evil? If practicing evil methods could produce this kind of divine aura, then all the famous families in the world would just collectively turn to the evil way. This is definitely some kind of unprecedented top-level talent, or a miraculous encounter. Gu Tianming's heart began to beat wildly. Master! You're here just in time. When Gu Shanha saw Gu Tianming, he saw his savior. He broke free from his support, crawled over, pointed at Gu Chen, and cried. Master, look at him. Look at this evil creature. He must have used some evil magic, otherwise how could he? Enough! Gu Tianming interrupted him coldly. Gu Shanha was stunned. He saw that although Gu Tianming had a stern face, there was no anger in his eyes as he had expected. A terrible thought exploded in Gu Shanha's mind. Cover! The head of the family wants to protect this little beast who practices evil magic. Okay. Okay. Gu Shanha laughed bitterly, his eyes becoming resentful and crazy. Gu Tianming. You're doing so well. For the sake of your own son, you've even disregarded the safety of your family. He suddenly turned around and shouted to the elders behind him who were also in shock and confusion. Everyone! We can't wait any longer. The patriarch has been deceived, so we have no choice but to take action ourselves. This boy's evil methods are monstrous, he must not be allowed to stay. All elders in the Qi condensation realm, join me in taking down this beast. Take him to the Public Security Bureau, otherwise, my Gu family will be in danger. As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining 4 elders looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. At this point, they have no way out. Or, prove that Gu Chen is the devil and they are the heroes. Otherwise, they will be completely liquidated by this powerful and rising second young master today. Boom! 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 4 auras belonging to powerful people in the Qi gathering realm merged with Gu Shanha's aura. 5 figures formed a V shape and surrounded Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu in the center. A family feud is about to turn into a bloody fight. Facing the siege of 5 Qi gathering realm masters, Gu Chen's expression did not show any ripples. He even stopped Gu Tianming with his eyes. His left hand was still firmly around Lu Ruyu's slender waist, which could be held in one hand, and his right hand was casually raised, revealing a doting smile to the young wife in his arms. Wife, don't be afraid. It's just right. Today I'll give you a live lesson. Let me show you how these chickens and dogs fight. Lu Ruyu blinked her big watery eyes, nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and nestled obediently in her husband's arms, her little face full of trust and admiration. Superior! Gu Shanha shouted loudly, and the 5 people moved at the same time. Blade flash. Sword shadow. Fist wind. Palm power. 5 different attacks, from 5 different angles, blocked all of Gu Chen's escape routes, interweaving into a deadly net that covered his head. Gu Chen didn't even frown. He walked with a mysterious and strange footwork, his body swaying like a willow in the wind, strolling leisurely in the midst of the 5 people's impenetrable attack. Look, wife. He dodged a sharp sword energy by leaning sideways, while still making comments. This third elder's swordplay is flashy but lacks substance, and is riddled with flaws. He's a typical show-off. He slapped the palm of his backhand against the palm wind from another elder. The elder groaned and took 3 steps back. And this 5th elder, he's quite strong, but unfortunately his brain isn't very good and he only knows how to use brute force. As for the great elder, Gu Chen's figure appeared like a ghost beside Gu Shanha, and pointed a finger at his ribs. Ah! Gu Shanha screamed, half of his body went numb, and he almost fell to his knees on the spot. At your age, you're still so hot-tempered. This is typical kidney deficiency. Gu Chen's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue. The relaxed attitude and the sharp and precise comments made the entire siege scene extremely funny. How can this be a life and death fight? This is clearly an inhumane one-sided bullying. Gu Chen hugged his wife tightly in his arms and chuckled in her ear. His warm breath made her ears turn red. Wife, instead of wasting time with this bunch of losers, why don't we go back and continue training so that we can get you pregnant with our baby soon? Chapter 8 Everyone was shocked. My wife has a divine body. That's too much. Gu Shanhe was so angry that he was furious. He roared and risked his life to mobilize all the spiritual power in his body, and used his best skill mountain-splitting palm to hit Gu Chen's chest hard. The other four also launched the most violent attack at the same time. They just don't believe that 5 people joining forces can't take down this young boy. It's not over yet, is it? The smile on Gu Chen's face finally disappeared completely. His eyes turned cold, and the tenderness he showed in doting on his wife disappeared in an instant, replaced by an icy indifference to the world. The left hand that was hugging Lu Ruyu remained motionless. He just casually raised his right hand and threw a punch at the 5 people in front of him in an ordinary manner. There was nothing fancy about this punch. It's that simple and direct. However, the moment the punch was thrown, there seemed to be a slight sound of glass breaking in the air. An indescribable terrifying force, as if it could suppress the heaven and earth and crush the stars, erupted with Gu Chen's fist as the center. Bang! It was not a loud bang, but a dull drum sound that seemed to be able to shatter the soul. The attack net set up by the 5 elders, with the flashes of swords and sabers, the power of palms and fists, was as fragile as window paper in front of that seemingly ordinary fist. Along with the air in front of them, it was torn and crushed in an instant. An overwhelming and unstoppable force slammed heavily into the chests of the 5 men. Puff! Gu Shanhe and another elder who was slightly weaker spat out large mouthfuls of blood on the spot. Their internal organs seemed to be shattered into pieces. Their bodies flew backwards more than 10 meters like kites with broken strings, hit the wall and bounced to the ground, unconscious. The remaining 3 people were like being hit head-on by a battering ram. They rolled on the ground in a panic, struggled for a few times, and finally collapsed to the ground powerlessly. They looked at Gu Chen with horror on their faces, with only pure fear in their eyes. One punch. Suppress 5 Qi Gathering Realm Elders. In front of the entire courtyard, you could hear a pin drop. Gu Tianming stood there, his mouth slightly open, his whole body petrified. There was only one last thought left in his mind. My Gu family, is a real dragon about to appear? Gu Shanhe fell to the ground, his finger trembling as he pointed at Gu Chen. If this isn't evil magic, what is it? How is it possible that the 5 of us can't take you down? This is clearly a quick-fix magic trick. Looking at their stupid expressions that refused to believe it even if they were beaten to death, Gu Chen completely lost his patience. He lowered his head and spoke softly in Lu Ruyu's ear. Wife, don't be afraid. Since these old, dim-sighted people don't believe it, you should open their eyes. Let them see what a true genius is. Lu Ruyu raised her head. Although there was still some nervousness in her clear almond-shaped eyes, there was more complete trust in Gu Chen. She nodded heavily. Encouraged by her husband, she took a deep breath, walked out of Gu Chen's arms, and took a small step forward. She stood at the gate of the courtyard, facing the disheveled elders and her father-in-law Gu Tianming. Her frail figure now had an indescribable uprightness and tenacity. She closed her eyes and, following her husband's instructions that morning, tried to slowly release the warmth in her body. The next moment. Buzz! A sacred aura that cannot be described in words swept across the entire venue, with Lu Ruyu as the center. There is no violent spiritual power, no terrifying pressure. What we have is only endless purity and peace. A soft, pale golden halo spread out from her body, covering the entire courtyard entrance. The dust in the courtyard settled instantly, and the air was filled with a fresh fragrance of grass and trees, as if even the stone bricks on the ground had been washed and become smooth. In the air, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that is invisible to the naked eye is completely boiling at this moment. They cheered and rushed towards Lu Ruyu like rivers flowing into the sea, forming visible vortexes of spiritual energy around her. What is even more shocking is, everyone in the Gu family present, whether it was Gu Tianming, the elders, collateral relatives, or bodyguards, they all clearly felt that the spiritual power in their bodies, which they had cultivated with great effort, was now trembling and surrendering uncontrollably. It is a throbbing that comes from the origin of life. It was as if a minister met the emperor, or a pawn met a god. I want to surrender, I want to kneel down. Plop! Plop! Several guards with lower cultivation levels were the first to be unable to withstand the absolute crushing force that came from their blood and souls. Their legs went weak and they fell to their knees. Next came the descendants of the collateral branches. Their faces flushed red and they fought desperately, but they still couldn't stop the instinct to bend their knees. In the end, even Gushanha's elders who were in the chi-gathering realm were shaken violently, their old faces turned purple, and their legs swayed uncontrollably, as if they would kneel down at any time. In the entire venue, apart from Gu Chen, who was hugging Lu Ruyu and acting calmly, only Gu Tianming, whose realm was far higher than theirs, stood firmly. No one else could stand firm under this sacred aura. Gu Shanha looked at the girl shrouded in a pale golden halo in horror. Looking at the almost miraculous vision around her, an idea that made his soul tremble rushed into his mind frantically. This is not witchcraft. This is definitely not witchcraft. This is the legendary awakening of the divine body. The second daughter of the Lu family, who was treated as waste and a joke by them. He was actually a peerless genius with god-level talent? Thinking of this, Gu Shanha's eyes went dark and the blood in his body instantly ran cold to the soles of his feet. He knew he was finished. His influence in the Gu family was also completely gone. Lu Ruyu seemed to have reached her limit, her face turned pale, and she took her breath away. That divine pressure suddenly dissipated. When Gu Shanha came to his senses, he found himself drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath as if exhausted. He looked at Gu Chen again, and there was only endless regret and fear in his eyes. Gu Chen slowly stroked Lu Ruyu's soft long hair and helped her straighten her messy temples with extremely gentle movements. After doing all this, he raised his head, and his deep eyes swept across the entire audience lightly. Finally, his gaze fell on Gu Shanha, whose face looked as pale as death. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a playful arc. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Grand Elder. Now, do you still think that I practiced evil methods? Gu Shanha lost his mind and opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Wrong. At this moment, the fifth elder Gu Wufeng, who was lying on the side, suddenly roared at the top of his lungs. His heart was pounding, he knew that the game was over. If Gu Shanha falls, their lineage will be completely finished. The reckoning is at hand. No. This can't end like this. His eyes darted around, grabbing a logical loophole that he thought was a lifeline, and he desperately shouted. Lu Ruyu is Lu Ruyu. Even if she has awakened her divine body, that is her power. How could she allow your strength to increase so much in such a short period of time? You still practice evil methods. You took away the power of her divine body. As soon as these words were spoken, the already desperate crowd seemed to have found a new outlet, and immediately all looked at Gu Chen. Faced with this final struggle, Gu Chen was not angry, but smiled instead. It was a cold and mocking laugh that saw through all the tricks of the clown. Oh? He raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. You mean, it's not enough for my wife to be a top-notch genius, I have to become one too, so it won't be considered evil? Chapter 9 Dad, don't delay me from taking my wife back to practice dual cultivation. Facing Gu Chen's joking questioning. Gu Wufeng's face instantly turned purple. He thought he had grasped the last straw, but Gu Chen's light words made his chest feel stuffy and he almost vomited blood. He knew that the direction of his questioning was wrong. A divine body gifted with divine power could not be easily destroyed by any evil power. But if we don't say that, how can we explain Gu Chen's rocket-like rise in cultivation? That's enough. Shut up. The patriarch Gu Tianming, who had remained silent the entire time, finally let out a thunderous roar. His gaze was like a knife, cutting through Gu Shanha, Gu Wufeng, and other elders. A bunch of idiots. Evil magic? Demonic power? Have you cultivated so much that it's become a dog's stomach? You can't even distinguish between the divine and demonic auras? He pointed at Lu Ruyu and Gu Chen and spoke sternly. Open your eyes wide and take a look. What kind of evil method can cultivate such a bright and magnificent, even soul-cleansing, righteous spirit? Ha! Several elders were scolded so harshly that they hung their heads and remained silent. Gu Chen lazily interrupted his father's lecture. He rubbed the head of his young wife in his arms, as if comforting a frightened kitten. Then, he spoke to Gu Shanha and others in a calm tone that was almost like a verdict. Grand Elder, and everyone else. I know you're old, your eyesight is blurry, and your brain is slow. It's not your fault. As a human being, there will always be a day when you have to give up your position and let others take over. Gu Chen paused, the curve of his lips cold and playful. I think you've toiled for the family for half your lives, and it's time for you to enjoy your retirement. You're just sitting there doing nothing, treating the divine jade like a piece of stone. This is very detrimental to the future of our Gu family. This is no longer a hint. It's a naked attempt to force the emperor to abdicate. He wants all the elders of Gu Shanha's lineage to get out. Gu Shanha and others' faces changed drastically, from pale to ashen, and then from ashen to deathly gray. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, and his whole body was trembling. This is too much. This is simply too much. But they couldn't even utter a word of rebuttal. The victor is the king, the loser is the bandit. They lost miserably and completely. The victor is making his reckoning. Looking at their frustrated expressions that seemed like they were about to explode, Gu Chen shook his head. Forget it. No matter how much I say to you, a bunch of frogs in a well, it's like talking to a cow. He let go of Lu Ruyu and took a step forward. Since you insist on an explanation, then I'll let you die with a clear conscience. The moment the words fell, Gu Chen's entire aura suddenly changed. Boom! A devouring force that was even more terrifying, more primitive, and more domineering than when Lu Ruyu awakened suddenly erupted from his body. If Lu Ruyu is like all rivers flowing into the sea, she attracts spiritual energy to come to her. Then at this moment, Gu Chen is the singularity of the universe's collapse and the black hole that swallows everything. He does not consult with heaven and earth. He's giving orders. In plunder. Devouring. Within a radius of several miles, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was drained away in an instant, turning into a vacuum. Countless spiritual energy spots were torn and crushed by an irresistible force, forming torrents that penetrated the heaven and earth and poured madly into Gu Chen's body, swallowing the world. Everyone present saw it clearly. The spiritual energy that was absorbed did not contain any evil or mixed substances. They were instantly refined by an incomprehensible supreme law, transformed into the most original energy, and integrated into Gu Chen's limbs and bones. The breath of that energy is chaotic, vast, ancient, and vast. It is the first trace of Tao at the beginning of the creation of the world. In the face of this aura, the cultivation that Gu Shanha and others were proud of was like the difference between a stream and the ocean, and the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Small. Ridiculous. Vulnerable. Chaos, Tao, body. Gu Tianming's lips trembled violently, and he squeezed out these 4 words from between his teeth. In his eyes, besides the uncontrollable shock, there was also an almost insane ecstasy and hope. The most powerful divine body in the eternal legend. Accommodate all paths, refine all methods, have no bottleneck in practice, and be invincible at the same level. His son. His son, who had once disappointed him terribly, turned out to be the legendary Chaos Dao body. My Gu family is about to give birth to a real dragon. Gu Shanha and others were completely stunned at this moment. They stared blankly at the young man bathed in the torrent of spiritual energy, their minds blank. Chaos Dao body. They actually saw with their own eyes this name that only existed in the most ancient myths. It turns out, Gu Chen wasn't wrong. The ones who are wrong are these blind idiots who mistake the Taoist body for the devil. And you come here aggressively to clean up the mess? How ridiculous. How ridiculous. Puff. Gu Shanha could no longer hold on, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell straight back. Grand Elder. There was a sudden commotion around. Gu Chen slowly restrained his breath, and the spiritual energy storm between heaven and earth subsided. He looked at the mess in front of him, curled his lips, and looked disgusted. Okay, stop pretending to be dead in front of my house. It's bad luck. Gu Tianming took several deep breaths before he could barely suppress the huge waves in his heart. He waved his hand and gave orders in a deep voice to the group of frantic guard elders. Take them all away. Anyone who dares to reveal a single word about what happened today will be killed without mercy. Yes. Patriarch. The group of people, as if they had been pardoned, crawled and carried the unconscious Gu Shanha, and fled in a panic from this Shura field that they would never forget. Soon, only Gu Tianming and his son Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu, who always stood obediently by their side, were left in the yard. Gu Tianming looked at his son, who had been reborn, with an extremely complicated look in his eyes. He has too many questions. About the Chaos Tao body. About Lu Ruyu. What earth-shaking changes have taken place in just half a month? He cleared his throat and tried to speak in a commanding yet steady tone. Shen'er, you, come to my study, let's talk. However, Gu Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. He walked straight to Lu Ruyu and picked up his young wife by the waist. His movements were so skillful that it seemed as if he had practiced them thousands of times. Ah! Lu Ruyu exclaimed, her little face turned red instantly, and she instinctively hooked her arms around his neck. Gu Chen then turned around and grinned at Gu Tianming, who was petrified on the spot. No time. What? Gu Tianming suspected that he had heard it wrong. I said, I'm busy. Gu Chen hugged Lu Ruyu with confidence. Dad, didn't you see? My wife has just awakened her divine body, her foundation is unstable, and her breath is weak. As her husband, I must take her back to her room immediately and use our unique skills to help her strengthen her foundation. He looked sincere, as if he was talking about something earth-shattering. This is a matter of great importance to the future of our Gu family's powerful divine bodies. As a father, you can't delay the family's century-long plan just for the sake of chatting, right? Gu Tianming. He looked at his son's shameless look of "I'm thinking about the family," and then looked at his daughter-in-law in his arms, who was so embarrassed that she was about to dive into his arms. There was a mouthful of old wine stuck in my throat, neither going up nor down. This little bastard, his wings are really fucking hard. In the end, Gu Tianming could only squeeze out one word from between his teeth. Roll. Okay. Gu Chen responded happily, holding the warm and soft beauty in his arms, turned around and left. His back was so elegant that it made Gu Tianming jealous. He looked at his son's back and shook his head helplessly, but a proud arc rose uncontrollably at the corner of his mouth. Whatever. You should pamper your own child. As long as he can make the Gu family truly rise, let alone delaying it for a moment, even if it makes a hole in the sky, he, as a father, must find a way to fill it. Chapter 10 The rumors are getting more and more outrageous. They say my wife has a foxy body? Husband, they've all left, you can let me down now. The courtyard returned to silence. Not until the last person's back disappeared at the door did Lu Ruyu dare to lift her hot little face from Gu Chen's solid chest. Her eyes, as clear as water, were staring at Gu Chen without blinking. Shocked. Worship. And there is that unbreakable tenderness that is almost overflowing. Husband. Her voice was barely audible, trembling with the slightest tremor of someone who had survived a disaster. You are actually a Chaos Dao body? Until this moment, Lu Ruyu still felt like she was in a dream, everything seemed so unreal. The dandy boy of the Gu family who was considered mediocre and even somewhat unbearable in the eyes of outsiders. The person who made her sister Lu Ruyan break off the engagement at all costs. In the blink of an eye, he developed the legendary strongest physique that was unparalleled in the history. Could it be? All those things my husband said before about dual cultivation were actually true? Wasn't it just an excuse for him to get closer to me? How? Gu Chen lowered his head and looked at his little wife in his arms, whose face was full of wild thoughts. He couldn't help laughing and rubbed her forehead affectionately with his chin. Only now do I realize that I, as your husband, am barely worthy of you? No. Lu Ruyu was teased by him and felt anxious and embarrassed. She unconsciously tightened her arms around his neck, fearing that he would misunderstand her. She tilted her head back, her eyes serious. I think, husband, you are so amazing. After she finished speaking, she thought of the tense situation just now, and a hint of grievance and self-blame appeared in her voice. But, you have offended so many family elders for me. Will it be very troublesome in the future? Looking at her adorable expression of admiration and worry, the teasing in Gu Chen's eyes turned into tenderness. Silly girl. It's only natural for me to protect my daughter-in-law. He held her in his arms and walked towards the bedroom step by step, his voice gentle but with unquestionable dominance. I wanted to play with them for a while longer. But since they've set their sights on you, we can only use the most direct and brutal method to completely scare them once and for all. Only in this way will no one dare to say anything bad about us in the future. Lu Ruyu's heart felt like it was soaked in a winter hot spring. Warm and sweet. Her pair of watery almond-shaped eyes were surprisingly bright, reflecting only the figure of her husband. Everything that happened today was more shocking and subversive than everything in her life over the past decade or so combined. Her husband was like a god from a myth. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed all the invading enemies and created an absolutely safe space for her. She buried her cheek deeper into his chest and hummed softly, her heart filled with unprecedented happiness and peace. Gu Chen held the warm and soft jade in his arms, looked down at her eyes which were still a little shy and uneasy, and suddenly said seriously, Wife, what I just said to Dad was not all a joke. Ah! Lu Ruyu was stunned. Your divine body has just awakened, and the power is surging within you, so your foundation is not yet stable. Gu Chen explained patiently. It's like a newly built treasure house. Although there are countless rare treasures, the door is not locked. A gust of wind could cause it to collapse, and a big problem could happen at any time. And my primordial chaos Tao body can refine all things, and its aura is the most neutral and peaceful. It is the best elixir to help you straighten your meridians and consolidate your Tao foundation. He stretched out his finger and scratched the tip of her small nose lovingly, with a wicked smile on his lips. So, my lady, we should continue practicing. My husband, Lu Ruyu was about to speak when Gu Chen lowered his head. A domineering yet gentle kiss silenced all her words. After a long time, their lips parted. Gu Chen looked at her tender and slightly swollen lips, and his breathing became heavier. Let's go, wife. Ignore those annoying flies. Our cultivation cannot be delayed. Before he finished speaking, he hugged Lu Ruyu and strode towards the bridal chamber. Lu Ruyu felt embarrassed and frightened by his impatience. Her two slender legs kicked weakly in his arms, and the sound was as thin as a cat's meow. Husband, today I really can't do it anymore. Gu Chen paused, lowered his head, and looked down at her with an extremely dangerous look. If I say you can do it, you can do it. No, it's impossible. The night deepens. Lu Ruyu felt like she had turned into a pool of spring water, even her bones had gone soft. She felt like she couldn't walk anymore and could only walk with her arms around others. The earth-shaking turmoil in the Gu family compound was suppressed by the head of the family, Gu Tianming, with thundering means. But paper cannot cover fire after all. Just overnight. All kinds of rumors, each one more outrageous than the last, were difficult to tell true from false and spread like wildfire throughout the upper-class circles of Jianhai City. In the south of the city, in the top-level box of the glamorous Phantom Club, a well-informed wealthy businessman lowered his voice and acted mysterious in front of his table full of drinking buddies. Have you heard? Something big happened to the Gu family. Yesterday morning, that good-for-nothing second-generation heir of the Gu family went crazy and broke the leg of their eldest elder, Gu Shanha. I heard he was almost half dead. Holy crap? Is this true? That Gu Chen? Does he have that ability? A muscular warrior at the next table put down his wineglass heavily upon hearing this, with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" on his face. Courage? What is that? Another young man who had just returned from near Gu's house came over immediately with a look of superiority that said, "You are all too naive. I'll tell you the most exciting thing. That Gu Chen is now at the peak of the Qi condensation realm." The peak! With one punch, he knocked Gu Feng, the top talent of the younger generation of the Gu family, into the wall. I heard it hasn't been removed yet. Hiss. In the box, there was a sudden gasp of gasps. The peak of Qi gathering realm? The dandy who had become the laughingstock of the whole city half a month ago because of the broken engagement by the Lu family, had suddenly become a master at the peak of the Qi gathering realm? This story is too fantastical. The rumors snowballed and became more and more bizarre, with the versions becoming more and more outlandish. Some people say that Gu Chen inherited the legacy of an ancient powerful being and ascended to heaven in one step. Some people say that he was possessed by an old monster that had lived for hundreds of years, which is why his temperament changed drastically and his strength increased dramatically. There is also a most widely circulated and most talked about version. It was said that the Lu family's good-for-nothing Lu Ruyu he married was actually the reincarnation of some charming fox with the magical power of taking young to replenish yin, and she forcibly fed Gu Chen's cultivation level. For a time, the entire Jianhai city regarded the Gu family as a huge joke. Chapter 11 Ex-fiancée's contempt, trash, always trash. Jianhai City, another top family, the Li family. In the antique-style reception room, green smoke rises from the incense burner on the rosewood table, which is the priceless tranquilizing sandalwood. The head of the family, Li Changfeng, held the purple clay teacup, blew away the foam, and gave a playful smile to Wang Tang, the head of the Wang family, who was sitting at the head seat. Brother Wang, have you heard about the rumors about the Gu family? It's a mythological drama that's getting more and more interesting. Wang Tang was a big man, and upon hearing that, he slammed his teacup down on the table, spilling the tea. His face was full of irritability and undisguised contempt. Humph, what a clumsy farce. That old fox Gu Tianming has run out of tricks. Wang Tang's voice was rough and echoed in the hall. At the wedding cancellation banquet, the Gu family's reputation was tarnished by the Lu family, and now they want to redeem themselves by making up some fake news? That's ridiculous. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking arc. Does he really think that everyone in Zhanghai City is as stupid as his good-for-nothing son? What kind of person is Gu Chen? You and I don't know yet. That kind of trash, let alone reaching the peak of the qi condensation realm, even if he's given another 100 years, he won't even be able to touch the door of the qi condensation realm. Li Changfeng smiled and nodded to show his agreement, but there was no such absoluteness in his deep eyes as in Wang Tang's. His fingers tapped lightly on the warm wall of the teacup. One time. Again. As if he was calculating something. That being said, Brother Wang, the Gu family's recent movements are indeed abnormal. Li Changfeng's calm tone made Wang Tong frown. The people I placed outside the Gu family reported that the Gu family's security level has been raised to the highest level. Now not even a fly can fly in. This doesn't feel like acting. In addition, the power of Gu Shanha's elders was completely uprooted by Gu Tianming overnight. The current Gu family is ruled by Gu Tianming alone. And the most crucial point. Li Changfeng paused, put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. Gu Tianming personally stepped forward, frantically purchasing high-level spiritual materials and elixirs from various chambers of commerce and the black market, regardless of cost. He acted as if he was going to empty out the family fortune he had accumulated over decades. Wang Tang's frown completely relaxed when he heard the last point. A look of mocking realization crossed his face. Ha ha ha, I understand. I understand everything. He slapped his thigh, and the sound made the dust on the beams fall down. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. My guess is that loser Gu Chen must have been driven mad by the broken engagement. He was desperate and resorted to some forbidden technique like the burning blood magic, overdrawing his life force. This temporarily boosted his cultivation and caught Gu Shanha off guard. Gu Tianming is making such a big move now, acquiring rare materials and treasures. This is not to train him, but to keep him alive. Wang Tang became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen through the whole truth. Just wait and see. This evil technique has endless consequences. It won't last more than a few days. In less than half a month, this drama will be ruined. By then, we won't have to do anything, that useless Gu Chen will turn himself into a corpse. At the same time, the Lu family. Inside the mansion hall, the atmosphere was gloomy, as if it had solidified into substance. The head of the family, Lu Qinghai, paced back and forth in the middle of the hall, his face changing from gloomy to bright, his usual composure gone. The precious carpet under his feet seemed to be lowered by his steps. Dad, could you please stop shaking? I'm upset. A cold female voice came from the futon in the corner. Lu Ruyan sat cross-legged, her white dress whiter than snow, her whole body emanating coldness, forming a thin layer of frost on the ground beneath her. This was a sign that she was still unable to perfectly control her aura after her Supreme Ice Phoenix bloodline had awakened. But her talent has already made her an absolute leader among the younger generation in Zhanghai City. Regarding the rumors about Gu Chen outside, her beautiful face showed only disdain and deep disgust. It was like listening to a joke about ants. Bluster and grandstanding. That idiot, this is all he has left. She opened her eyes, her ice-blue pupils showing no emotion, only biting sarcasm and arrogance. Gu Tianming must have gotten some shady elixir and forcibly raised his aura, or he simply hired some shills to stage a plot, hoping to disgust our Lu family in this way and avenge the humiliation of breaking off the engagement. Yenner, don't be careless. Lu Qinghai stopped and looked at his favored daughter, his expression still solemn. The rumors outside are so detailed, even including details like Gu Shanha's broken leg and Gu Feng being hammered into the wall. What if Gu Chen really? Nothing can happen. Lu Ruyan interrupted him coldly, her tone resolute. She stood up from the mat, cold air flowing through her, and her figure seemed even more lonely and majestic in the white mist. Father, you think too highly of him and underestimate my vision. Garbage is always garbage. Even if you coat the outside with a layer of gold, it can't change the rottenness within. The things I, Lu Ruyan, threw away could only be the trash I despised. Only someone like Lu Ruyu would treat Gu Chen as a lifeline. When the name Lu Ruyu was mentioned, a strong disgust flashed in her ice-blue eyes. That was not her sister, but a stain that brought shame upon her. Lu Ruyu, this useless guy who only knows how to follow me around and pick up things. What can she achieve? From childhood to adulthood, everything I used and didn't want, she treated as a treasure. Now, she even picked up the man I didn't want. What a pair of rubbish made in heaven. She changed the subject and her voice became even colder. My only worry now is whether that lunatic Gu Chen will get angry and use some evil magic to drain Lu Ruyu dry. If that happens, our Lu family's reputation will be completely disgraced by these two losers. Her words were like a basin of ice water. It instantly woke up the anxious Lu Qinghai. Yes. How could I be scared by such nonsense? What kind of person is Gu Chen? Doesn't he know it? Yenner is right. If you care too much, you will cause chaos. Thinking of this, he calmed down again and a look of approval appeared on his face. Yenner, you are so insightful. I'm worried too much, father. Just then, an assistant knocked on the door and walked in. He came to Lu Qinghai's side, lowered his head and reported something at the fastest speed. Lu Qinghai's originally imposing expression froze instantly after he heard it clearly. What's wrong? Lu Ruyan's beautiful face was full of confusion. Lu Qinghai shook his head and slowly said, someone from the Gu family bought 3 spirit concentrating grasses and a barrier-breaking pill from Wanbao Tower? Also, it was Gu Chen who sent someone to buy it, not Gu Tianming. He can mobilize the Gu family's huge funds. What? Impossible. Lu Ruyan's original aloof and arrogant expression shattered in an instant. Chapter 12 Gu Chen, Die of Laughter. Was I sucked dry by the fox's charming body? Barrier-breaking pill. These 3 words, like an invisible hammer, hit Lu Ruyan's heart hard. That is the holy medicine that martial artists at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm dream of. It can increase the chance of breakthrough by 30% out of thin air and is priceless. There is also the soul concentrating grass, a treasure that can help you break through the condensation stage and stabilize your soul. Either of these 2 things is enough to cause serious damage to a family like the Lu family. Gu Chen spent a huge amount of money to buy it. Does he really want to break through to the nascent soul realm? Impossible. A sharp denial tore through the dullness of the hall. Lu Ruyan stood up without warning, and the uncontrolled cold air gushed out from her body, and a thick layer of frost instantly condensed on the precious carpet under her feet. For the first time, her face, which always had pride on it, was filled with shock and absurdity. Deep in her heart, a panic that she herself was unwilling to admit was quietly growing. Why should he? Is Gu Tianming crazy? How dare he hand over the Gu family's financial power to that loser? Her voice became louder and louder as she questioned her father. It was more like she was trying desperately to convince herself than questioning her father. The world she built with her talent and pride was shattered at this moment with an unignorable crack. She doesn't believe it. How could she believe it? How could the man who was regarded as a disgrace by her and abandoned by her own hands possess such terrifying power in just half a month? This must be Gu Tianming's trick. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists, her sharp nails digging deep into her palms. The piercing pain made her confused thoughts slightly focused. He just wants to use this method to take revenge on our Lu family. Let everyone in Jianghai City laugh at me, Lu Ruyan. Yes. That must be it. She seemed to have grabbed the last straw. Just wait and see, a piece of trash. Even if you pile mountains of gold and silver in front of him, he will still be nothing but a piece of useless mud. Lu Qinghai looked at his daughter who was somewhat out of control, and the uneasiness in his heart surged like a tide. He waved his hand to let his assistant leave and paced back and forth in the hall, each step heavy. Yenner, I have already dispatched all the available personnel. He stopped and his face was more solemn than ever. But, I couldn't find anything. The Gu family now is like an airtight iron barrel. What's circulating in the market are all ridiculous rumors. There's not a single word of truth. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. The unknown is the root of fear. The Gu family's actions, which were completely unconventional, were completely beyond his understanding. Now, he even began to regret it a little. The early morning light shines through the lush branches and leaves in the courtyard, casting mottled light and shadows. Idiot, sink your qi into your dantian and focus your mind on your lingtai. I've told you so many times, don't use brute force to disrupt your meridians. Gu Chen leaned back on the recliner, shaking a flexible willow branch in his hand, and hit the girl who was doing a high horse stance in front of him in the air with a light blow. A strong wind blew past, and Lu Ruyu's body trembled, and her 2 straight and slender legs shook uncontrollably. She was wearing a tight-fitting training suit, which outlined the girl's youthful but already breathtaking curves. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her tense little face was full of seriousness. Being scared by her husband like this, she immediately lost her temper and pouted her lips in grievance. "It's all your fault, my husband." Her voice was as small as a mosquito's hum. Last night's training was too intense. I feel weak all over today." Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and raised the willow branch in his hand again. Lu Ruyu was so scared that she immediately shut her mouth, her little face flushed red. She readjusted her posture and carefully guided the nascent spiritual power in her body to flow slowly through her meridians. The early stage of Qi gathering realm. In just a few days, she completed a journey that would take others decades of hard work. This fantastic speed makes her live in an unreal sense of happiness every day. Of course, the price she paid was, her husband had to drag her through several hours of dual cultivation consolidation every night. The pretext was to help her consolidate her foundation. But now she felt that she didn't know whether her foundation was stable or not, and her waist was about to break. At this moment, a cousin from a branch of the Gu family hurried into the courtyard with a strange expression on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. "Second brother. Explain." Gu Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. "Outside, it's all going crazy outside now." The Qi condensation realm cultivator lowered his head, shrugged his shoulders, and tried to suppress his laughter, while reporting at the fastest speed. "The most popular version in Jianghai City right now says that my sister-in-law is the reincarnation of a once-in-a-millennium celestial fox, possessing supreme magical powers. And second brother, your yang qi has been drained away, and now you're relying on elixirs to stay alive. I'm afraid you don't have much time left." Puff. The sip of fragrant tea that Gu Chen had just taken in his mouth turned into mist and sprayed out into the sky. He turned his head, his eyes wide open. "What the hell? A foxy body? And she sucked me dry?" He was stunned for 3 full seconds, then burst into earth-shaking laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Talented. These guys are damn talented. It's a waste of their talents if they don't write novels." He laughed so hard that tears came out. The imagination of this generation of Jianghai citizens is really outrageous. Lu Ruyu, who was doing horse stance, heard the words "female fox with charming body," and her pretty face suddenly turned red enough to bleed. When she heard the following sentence "sucked away the yang energy, time is running out," she was even more angry and ashamed, and she felt like she was about to be steamed to death. "I'll beat you to death, you bad guy." She no longer cared about practicing. She cried out in a tender voice and pounced on Gu Chen with her teeth and claws bared like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. A pair of pink fists rained down on Gu Chen's strong chest, but they were soft and without any strength, more like a coquettish gesture. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I let you bully me every day. Now, people outside treat me like a nobody." Gu Chen let her beat him without fading the smile on his face. He stretched out his big hand and easily picked up the little wild cat with its fur standing on end into his arms, holding it tightly with his arms. He lowered his head, looking down at his struggling little wife in his arms with an extremely dangerous look, and a wicked arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that my husband is not working hard enough." His voice was a little hoarse, and his warm breath blew on Lu Ruyu's sensitive earlobe. "They actually let them think that I would be sucked dry by a mere foxy body? You really underestimated me." Lu Ruyu's body softened instantly, her cheeks turned red enough to cook an egg, and even her strength to struggle disappeared without a trace. She could clearly feel that her husband's arms were getting tighter and tighter around her. "Husband. No, don't. Want." Gu Chen held her in his arms and strode towards the bedroom with confidence. "Consolidating our foundation is urgent. Today, let them see what true dual cultivation is." Just when Gu Chen was about to continue his cultivation career, this cousin was also very perceptive and left the courtyard immediately. Just then, boom! A terrifying roar loud enough to shake the entire Jianghai city came from the end of the city's skyline. Gu Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked up and looked in the direction where the sound came from. That is the location of Jianghai City Airport. Although airplanes have existed in this world for a long time, they have never become popular and are only a means of transportation for the powerful and wealthy. Because there are also various dangers above the sky. Only when the powerful and wealthy travel will there be experts on board the plane to ensure safety. Although Jianghai City has an airport, it is rarely used once a year. Is this some big shot coming to Jianghai? Chapter 13, Twin Imperial Daughters. 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Body. True Dragon Imperial Bloodline. Jianghai City Airport. The atmosphere was depressing and the air was filled with solemnity. Soldiers in dark green uniforms have sealed off the area, with a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, and the alert is at its highest level. A private jet covered in gold, its fuselage branded with the red dragon totem of the Yensha royal family, slowly landed on the main runway like a giant beast descending from the sky. The strong wind stirred up by the engine made the clothes of the bigwigs on the tarmac, who usually looked arrogant, flutter and they could hardly stand. The chief executive of Jianghai City was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Beside him, the highest-ranking general of the Jianghai City Military Department, although dressed in a neat military uniform, his eyes were filled with unconcealable awe. Gu Tianming, Lu Qinghai, Li Changfeng, Wang Teng, the heads of all the top families in Jianghai City were like the most obedient servants at this moment, standing solemnly with their heads bowed, and even deliberately slowing down their breathing. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for that hatch to open. A piece of news, like a Force 12 storm, swept through every corner of Jianghai City in an instant. The imperial family of the imperial capital, Xinjing, the eldest Princess Xia Qingyue and the second Princess Xia Ningxuan, arrived together. For a time, public opinion in the whole city was completely ignited. The Gu family's scandal that was the biggest joke in the city just 2 days ago, with all the talk about the foxy body and the young replenishing yin, instantly became insignificant in the face of the arrival of the 2 princesses, and no one mentioned it anymore. Everyone's eyes were focused on this sudden royal visit. Night falls. The top floor of Jianghai City's top-notch sky hotel is brightly lit, as bright as day, like a palace hanging in the night sky. A banquet hosted by the 2 princesses themselves was held here. The Gu family also received the gold-embossed invitation personally delivered by the royal guards. When Gu Tianming brought Gu Chan and Lu Ruyu into the banquet hall, the music playing in the hall paused for a moment. Countless gazes, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, mockery, and disdain, shot towards him like sharp swords. Is that the loser from the Gu family? He doesn't look particularly capable. Keep your voice down. I heard he's at the peak of the qi condensation realm. He punched Gu Feng into the wall. Who would believe that? Look at the one next to him, isn't that the legendary fox spirit? TSK, what a seductive troublemaker. The unbridled discussions buzzed in their ears. Lu Ruyu's face instantly lost its color, and her knuckles were pinched white as she clutched Gu Chen's sleeve. She wasn't used to the feeling of being the center of attention. Gu Chen seemed not to hear. He simply stretched out his hand and wrapped Lu Ruyu's cold little hand in his warm palm, with unquestionable strength. Then, he raised his eyes and slowly swept his indifferent gaze across the entire audience. There was no anger or emotion in those eyes, only a coldness and calmness that could see through ants. Everyone who looked at him, regardless of their status, felt as if their heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, a chill ran down their spine, and they looked away in embarrassment. In the corner, Lu Ruyan was holding a glass of red wine, her cold eyes fixed on the scene. Around her, a group of Jianghai City's top young talents surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. But her eyes were fixed on the figure protected by Gu Chen behind him. Lu Ruyu. The sister who once had to live in her shadow and didn't even dare to raise her head. At this moment, she was standing in the center of a banquet of this level, holding the arm of the man she had discarded like a worn-out shoe. This caused her to feel an uncontrollable irritation and disgust in her heart. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance of the hall. The music suddenly stopped. All conversations in the audience were interrupted instantly. Everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on the only entrance. 2 stunningly beautiful figures walked in side by side, escorted by 2 teams of royal guards wearing red dragon armor and possessing a profound and majestic aura. The moment they appeared, all the crystal lights in the banquet hall seemed to lose their color. They were 2 girls with identical features, wearing well-cut golden palace dresses with intricate cloud patterns and phoenixes bathing in fire embroidered on the hems. The girl on the left had a cold expression, and her phoenix eyes were like 10,000 years of black ice, with an innate majesty and alienation, making people dare not look directly at her sharpness. The girl on the right has a faint smile on her lips, and her eyes move around, as if she can see through the deepest secrets of people's hearts. Her wisdom is so admirable. The eldest princess, Xia Qingyue. The second princess, Xia Ningxuan. This legendary pair of phoenixes in the imperial capital are actually twins. Their beauty has transcended the mundane realm. It is a kind of dignity and strength that comes from deep within their blood. In the hall, countless young talents who claimed to be romantic were so dazzled by the scene that they even forgot to breathe. Even Lu Ruyan's face, which was always filled with pride, showed a look of surprise and disbelief. Her little bit of beauty instantly seemed mean and petty in front of this couple who were truly the pride of heaven. In the entire audience, there were only two people who were not overwhelmed by this aura. One is Lu Ruyu, whose temperament is as ethereal as a snow lotus after awakening her divine body. She just stands there quietly, forming a scene in herself, untainted by the dust. The other one is Gu Chen. When everyone was stunned by the breathtaking beauty, Gu Chen's reaction was completely different. His breathing stopped for a moment. What followed was an almost crazy throbbing in greed that came from the depths of the soul. Buzz. The Eye of Miracle has already been opened. In his eyes, the two princesses were not stunningly beautiful girls at all. Those were two human-shaped suns that were burning fiercely, releasing infinite light and heat. The golden halo was so strong that it almost became tangible, and it was several times more dazzling than the one that Lu Ruyu had not awakened at the time. Two lines of data streams that made his blood boil were refreshing frantically in front of his eyes. Target, Xia Qingyue. Talent, Holy Item 9 Heaven's Divine Phoenix Body Incomplete. Luck Value, 9,800. Potential Value, 9,900. Compatibility with Host, 85 Highly Compatible. Target, Xia Ningxuan. Talent, Holy Item True Dragon Emperor Vein Incomplete. Luck Value, 9,750. Potential Value, 9,950. Compatibility with Host, 88 Extremely Compatible. Boom! It was as if a star exploded in Gu Chen's mind. Holy product! They are actually two living holy talents. It is a whole level higher than Lu Ruyu's exquisite product. How can these be two princesses? These are clearly two walking super treasure houses that can produce god-level rewards. Gu Chen suppressed the corners of his mouth tightly, and his heart began to beat wildly. He felt his breath become hot. His undisguised, aggressive gaze seemed so out of place amidst the admiring and awe-inspiring eyes in the room. It was as if he had noticed this unusual gaze. The cold-looking eldest princess, Xia Qingyue, slightly frowned, and her icy gaze swept accurately in the direction of Gu Chen from a long distance. Chapter 14 shocking the whole audience. The second-generation rich challenged the royal family. Xia Qingyue was born with the divine phoenix body, and her perception of the outside world far exceeds that of ordinary people. The gazes of all the men present were filled with awe, flattery, and greed hidden in their bones. She had long been accustomed to it, even tired of it. But Gu Chen's gaze was of the fourth kind. That gaze was direct, burning, and filled with undisguised aggression. But that's not how a man looks at a woman. It was more like an ancient ferocious beast that had been hungry for 3 days, examining 2 pieces of top-grade divine meat that could allow it to break through the shackles of its bloodline. It's like a crazy alchemist who discovered 2 philosopher's stones that could enlighten the entire world. It is scrutiny. It's an assessment. It is a look that completely dismantles them and calculates their value. This feeling made Xia Qingyue instinctively feel a bit of a chill. As the eldest princess of Yanxia and the owner of the 9 Heavens divine phoenix body, how could she have ever been looked at like this? It was as if she was not a person, but a rare treasure with a clear price tag, waiting to be conquered. Her cold phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp gaze pierced through the noisy crowd. "Sister, what's wrong?" Xia Ningxuan, who was beside her, keenly sensed the fluctuations in her sister's aura. She followed Xia Qingyue's gaze. At first glance, she didn't see Gu Chen with that presumptuous look. Instead, he noticed the slender girl with an ethereal temperament beside him. "Ha!" There was a hint of surprise in Xia Ningxuan's wise eyes. "I never thought that this small Jianghai city could hide such a rare and charming person." The chief executive of Jianghai City, who was accompanying him, immediately seized the opportunity and came forward with a big smile on his face. "Your Highness has good eyesight. That person is the recent celebrity, Lu Ruyu, the second daughter of the Lu family, and the one beside her." He paused and continued in a gossipy and mysterious tone. "And the one next to her is the second young master of the Gu family, Gu Chen. Speaking of which, the recent story between these two is even more exciting than the opera." He exaggerated and described in vivid detail how the Lu family broke off the engagement, how Gu Chen married his sister-in-law, and the legendary fox body that was later spread. At the end, he did not forget to summarize. "People out there are saying that Gu Chen had his yang energy sucked dry by Lu Ruyu, and now he's relying on elixirs to stay alive, which is why his temperament has changed so drastically and his strength has skyrocketed. It's all fake. Fake." He thought this funny story would make the two princesses laugh. He didn't finish his words. "Nonsense." A cold voice interrupted him directly. Xia Qingyue withdrew her gaze, and there was no more ripple on her beautiful face. To a possessor of a holy talent like her, the rumors spread by ordinary people are foolish and ridiculous. True top talents will only attract each other, nourish each other, and achieve a higher level of resonance. The official was choked so much that his face turned red and cold sweat broke out. He stood there awkwardly, not daring to say another word. Xianingshuang looked at Gu Chun again with interest. She always felt that there was an indescribable sense of incongruity about the young man. The eyes of a person who is truly drained by alcohol and sex will not be so bright. It was a kind of absolute confidence that allowed him to play with the whole world at his fingertips. The next day. Zhanghai City Hall, a circular conference room of the highest standards. The atmosphere is as heavy as iron. All the leading figures in Zhanghai City were present, sitting upright with solemn expressions. Because the opportunity is rare, the heirs of each family also sit behind the head of the family. Gu Tianming sat in his seat, his eyes on his nose on his heart, as still as a mountain. Behind him was the bored Gu Chen. And sitting side by side on the main seat were the two princesses Xia Qingyue and Xianingshuang. The royal guards behind them had a heavy aura, bringing a mountain of pressure to all the local officials present. Xia Qingyue tapped the tabletop lightly with her jade fingers. The crisp sound struck everyone's heart in the deadly silent conference room. She looked around the room, her cold eyes sweeping over everyone. Everyone. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. I have summoned you all today for one purpose. The Black Mist Abyss secret realm, 300 miles east of Zhanghai City, will enter a once-in-a-century period of decline in 7 days. The Abyss of Black Mist. These 4 words made all the family heads present hold their breath. That is the largest and most dangerous dimensional secret realm around Zhanghai City. Normally, space storms rage, and even powerful people in the Xian realm are in danger of death if they enter. Now that the period of decline is approaching, the countless natural treasures, rare birds and beasts, and exotic heritage will be within easy reach. Every time the Black Mist Abyss is opened, the power structure of the entire Zhanghai City will change. This is an amazing opportunity. It is also an extremely dangerous journey. Amidst everyone's wary gazes, Xia Qingyue continued speaking. My royal family wants 10 spots. Her tone was calm, yet firm. The conference room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to the highest commander of the Zhanghai City military, as well as the heads of several top families such as Gu, Lu, Li, and Wang. Their attitude will determine the direction of this negotiation. Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, had a gleam in his eyes and was about to speak. Xia Qingyue didn't give them any chance to bargain and directly threw out her chips. In exchange, the royal family is willing to provide 3 recommended admissions quotas to Peking University and Tsinghua University in Xinjiang. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap from the sky, exploding deep in everyone's soul. Peking University and Tsinghua University in Beijing. The most top martial arts holy land in the entire Yanxia country. All the students who can graduate from there will be the future pillars of the country. Its value even far exceeds the place in the secret realm. Exploring secret places is a life-threatening journey. Admission to Peking University and Tsinghua University is a real road to success. Even Lu Qinghai's breathing became rapid. If we can get a place for Ruyan, then the Lu family will be able to rest easy for the next 100 years. Greed and fanaticism were written all over everyone's face. Xianingshuang took in everyone's expressions and a wise smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She knew that this matter was done. At this moment, the whole audience was speechless. A slightly lazy, yet extremely clear voice suddenly rang out. 3 places, and you want to exchange them for 10 places in the Black Mist Abyss? Your Highness, your calculations are a bit too cunning, aren't they? Swish. Everyone in the audience looked towards the source of the sound. The moment you see clearly who is speaking, everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Gu Qin. It turned out to be the 2nd-generation ancestor of the Gu family who was sitting behind Gu Tianming and looked like he was dozing off from beginning to end. Is he crazy? How dare you question the royal family's decision in public? Gu Tianming's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to scold. Gu Chen had already stood up. He ignored the ghostly looks from the entire audience and looked directly at Xia Qingyue, who was sitting in the main seat, a playful smile on his face. A place at Peking University or Tsinghua University is indeed very attractive. But the Black Mist Abyss, a once-in-a-century opportunity, is worth even more. You want us to give up our place willingly? Gu Chen's smile became brighter. You have to pay more. Chapter 15 Your Highness, you have miscalculated this account. You have to pay more. These 3 words exploded in the deadly silent conference room. It was like a bolt from the blue, catching me off guard. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The air became heavy and stagnant. In the conference room, there were more than 100 top figures in Shanghai City, from high-ranking officials to heads of aristocratic families. They all froze. There was the same expression on their faces: absurdity, shock, and disbelief at the madman. Crazy. The second young master of the Gu family has gone completely crazy. Does he know who he is talking to at this moment? That's the royal family. A supreme being who controls the life and death of billions of people in Yanxia country and can decide the rise and fall of a city with just one word. What kind of bullshit is he saying? I have to pay extra money? Did he think the royal family were just street vendors who could bargain at will? It's over. Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, suddenly froze, the playful smile on his face. Wang Teng, the head of the Wang family, was even more stunned and could not close his jaw for a long time. A moment ago, they were waiting to see the Gu family make a fool of themselves. Waiting for Gu Tianming to be dragged into the quagmire by this outspoken son. Who could have expected that this joke would escalate to such a level that it would shock the entire Shanghai city? Lu Qinghai's pupils shrank sharply. The greed brought about by the places in Peking University and Tsinghua University was instantly extinguished by a basin of ice water. Only endless gratitude welled up in my heart. Fortunately, the engagement was cancelled. Otherwise, it would be his Lu family that would be dragged into trouble by this madman today. Lu Ruyan sat behind her father, and for the first time, an expression of unconcealable astonishment appeared on her cold and beautiful face. She stared at the tall young man in the center of the venue. The smile on his face was calm and natural. It was as if what he had just said was not some earth-shattering crazy talk. Just a very ordinary greeting. This bastard. Does he even know how to write the word death? However, the most shocked person at the scene was Gu Tianming. The moment Gu Chen stood up and spoke, his heart began to twitch violently. When he heard the words, "You have to pay extra," he felt the blood rushing to his head. My vision went dark and I almost fainted on the spot. Rebellious son! Gu Tianming roared in his heart. He wished he could rush forward and cover Gu Chen's mouth immediately. But he couldn't move. Under the majesty of the royal family, under the cold gaze of the 2 princesses, he couldn't move even a finger. He could only watch his son push the entire Gu family into an abyss from which there might be no escape. There was dead silence in the conference room. A terrifying murderous intent that was invisible to the naked eye erupted from the 2 rows of red dragon armored guards behind the main seat. The mahogany chairs of the closest family heads made a slight creaking sound. Under the impact of murderous intent, cracks appeared silently. Their faces were pale. Cold sweat dripped down my spine and a chill ran down my spine. It was as if he was locked onto by a dozen ancient ferocious beasts and would be torn into pieces in the next moment. In the main seat, the wise smile on the second Princess Xia Ningxuan's face also quietly disappeared. She stared at Gu Chen, and for the first time, genuine curiosity and confusion appeared in her eyes that could see through people's hearts. The eldest Princess Xia Qingyue's flawless and beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost. She didn't get angry. The provocation of an ant was not worth her anger. She just looked at Gu Chen calmly, as if she was looking at a dead person. It was a kind of coldness that disregarded life and belonged to the superior. You know, what are you talking about? Her voice was soft and calm, and no emotion could be detected. It was this kind of dullness that made everyone's heart beat wildly and their backs chill. Everyone knew that Her Royal Highness the Princess was really angry. The Gu family is finished. However, facing this pressure, it is enough to make a strong person in the spirit transformation realm feel terrified. Gu Chen didn't notice at all. He even raised an even brighter, somewhat frivolous smile towards Xia Qingyue. Of course I do. He took 2 steps forward. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he walked straight to the conference table. The 2 princesses were only a few meters away. This distance itself is a great offense. Your Highness, let's not mince words. Gu Chen placed his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. His gaze was deep as he looked directly into Xia Qingyue's icy phoenix eyes. His attitude was not that of an inferior looking up to a king. More like an equal opponent, engaging in a fair negotiation. 3 places at Peking University and Tsinghua University do sound tempting. But at the end of the day, it just gives 3 people a chance to rise to the top. If we gain a spot in the Black Mist Abyss, the entire class of Jianhai City will benefit. There are tens of thousands of our people behind us. One is one's personal future. One is the rise and fall of the family. Gu Chen's voice was neither hurried nor slow, clear and logical, echoing in the silent conference room. Trade 10 opportunities that could make the family rise, for 3 places that can only benefit one person. Your Highness. He paused. The corners of his mouth raised with a more playful look. No matter how you look at it, we're losing a lot of money. You said so, right? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room changed subtly. Those heads of the aristocratic families who were originally waiting to see Gu Chen being crushed to ashes were all stunned. The shock and ridicule on their faces were gradually replaced by a hint of doubt and contemplation. Yes. What this kid Gu Chen said seems to make sense. Getting a place in Peking University or Tsinghua University is undoubtedly the road to success. But in the final analysis, a family can only send 1 or 2 top talents. Compared with the rise of the entire family, this is indeed a bit light. The abyss of Black Mist is a veritable treasure trove of resources. Inside there is a magical medicine, a strange stone, and even an incomplete martial arts technique. All of these may cause a family's strength to undergo a qualitative change in a short period of time. Everyone's breathing became heavier involuntarily. The weed called greed in my heart began to grow wildly after being watered by Gu Chen's words. The way they looked at Gu Chen also changed from looking at a madman to looking at a warrior who dared to stand up for them. Gu Tianming was also stunned. He looked at his son's tall and straight back, and saw how he could still speak calmly in the face of the royal majesty. The blank in my mind caused by panic was filled with an even more absurd and incredible emotion. This kid. He's not crazy. He is striving for greater benefits for the aristocratic families of the entire Jianhai city. Where does he get the courage? Where does he get the confidence from? In the main seat. Xia Qingyue's brows finally furrowed. For the first time, a hint of genuine surprise flashed in her cold eyes. She didn't expect it. This seemingly frivolous and presumptuous boy could actually say such words. What made her even more uncomfortable was she found that the other party's logic was impeccable. She couldn't even find any point to refute. The atmosphere became tense. Puff. A soft laugh, crisp and pleasant. It broke the heaviness that filled the room. It's the second princess, Xia Ningxuan. She stared at Gu Chen, and for the first time, the scrutiny and alienation in her wise eyes faded away. Show a look of genuine interest. Interesting, really interesting. She raised her delicate hand slightly, signaling the guards behind her to restrain their murderous intent. You're right. It's true that our royal family took advantage of this account. She paused and leaned forward. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Gu Chen without blinking, as if to see him clearly from inside out. Then, Mr. Gu. In your opinion, what kind of bargaining chips should our royal family offer in exchange for these 10 spots? Chapter 16 Shocking Statement. The royal princess's fatal hidden illness. All the eyes in the room turned into sharp arrows, fixed on Gu Chen. There is greed, expectation, fear, and also bloating waiting to see the show. Everyone wanted to know what kind of earth-shattering bargaining chips this madman who dared to challenge the royal family in public wanted to pry from Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, Gu Chen's next words made everyone's brain stop working again. He held up a finger and shook it gently, an almost casual smile on his face. Chips? No, Your Highness, you're mistaken. I have no interest in your royal family's bottles and jars, school places, martial arts secrets, and natural treasures. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Don't want resources? So what does he want? Will he be crushed to ashes by the royal family on the spot and his soul destroyed? Even Xia Ningxuan, who had always been curious about him, had a flash of deep confusion in her wise eyes. Gu Chen ignored the overwhelming chatter around him. From beginning to end, his gaze was fixed on the 2 stunning princesses sitting in the main seat. The curve of his mouth became more playful and bolder. Why don't we try something more exciting? How about I make a bet with the 2 princesses? Bet? Gu Tianming felt his eyes go dark, all his strength was instantly drained, and he almost slipped off the chair. It's over. This rebellious son really doesn't plan to live today. On the main seat, the frozen face of Princess Xia Qingyue finally showed a change. That was the extreme anger a god would feel when he was offended by a mortal. Bat? She opened her red lips slightly, and the words she uttered made the temperature in the conference room drop by more than 10 degrees. Are you worthy? The moment the sound fell, the 2 rows of red dragon armored guards behind her, with their deep and majestic auras, no longer restrained their murderous intent at all, and turned into a tangible blood-red torrent, sweeping towards Gu Chen. The terrifying pressure made the air as thick as mercury. The heads of several noble families who were nearby had pale faces, difficulty breathing, and felt that their bones were groaning under the heavy burden. However, Gu Chen, who was at the center of the storm, did not even move the corner of his clothes. The smile on his face didn't even change. It seemed as if the terrifying murderous intent that was enough to crush a warrior in the chi-gathering realm was nothing more than a breeze blowing across his face. He spoke slowly, clearly conveying the crazy bet to everyone. Let's bet on this exploration of the Black Mist Abyss. If the total value of what I, or my Gu family, have gained exceeds the 10-member elite team sent by your royal family. He paused, and spoke each word clearly. Then please, your highnesses, please agree to one condition of mine that is not excessive. Madman. This is a complete and hopeless lunatic. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Why does he do that? Where does he get the courage from? Which of the elites sent by the royal family is not a chosen one from among billions of people? Which one is not a pillar of the country built with massive resources? You, a dandy second-generation rich kid from a small border town, actually dare to make such outrageous statements that you want to challenge the entire royal family's group of geniuses by yourself? This is not a bet. This is a humiliation. It was naked, the dignity of the royal family was pressed to the ground and rubbed wildly. Murderous intent was already boiling in Xia Qingyue's phoenix eyes. She was really angry. She was even considering whether to immediately order this ignorant guy and the Gu family behind him to be completely wiped out from Jianhai City. Arrogant. Her voice was cold, without a trace of human emotion. Why do you do that? Because of your ridiculous narrow-minded view of the world, or your foolish and unfounded self-confidence? Facing the murderous intent of Her Royal Highness the Princess that was almost turning into reality. The smile on Gu Chen's face finally faded a little. Instead, there is an elusive mystery. He didn't say anything else. He just looked at Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan quietly with a meaningful look. In the eyes of others in the meeting room, Gu Chen was frightened and scared by the princess's aura. Li Chanfeng, Wang Tong and others had already curled up their lips in a sarcastic arc. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, the disdain in her eyes was so strong that it could not be dispelled. Trash is trash after all. If you keep pretending, you will be exposed one day. However, in this dead silent confrontation. At the same time, a young voice with a hint of teasing rang out in the ears of the 2 princesses, a voice that only they could hear. I alone can cure the hidden ailments of the 2 princesses. Buzz. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang's delicate bodies shook violently at the same time. If they were just angry just now. At this moment, what was stirred up in their hearts was a storm that was enough to subvert their cognition. Hidden illness? How could he know? How is this possible? Before they could recover from the shock, Gu Chen's playful voice rang in their ears again, like the whisper of a devil. Her Royal Highness the Princess. Although your 9 heavens divine phoenix body is unrivaled and unrivaled among your peers, on every full moon night, do you feel a burning pain in your dantian qi? That burning pain, like a maggot in your tarsal bone, penetrates deep into your soul, as if it wants to burn your entire body from the inside out into a handful of ashes? Boom! Xia Qingyue's pair of icy phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed. Her delicate hands hidden under the table clenched tightly uncontrollably, and her delicate nails dug deeply into her palms due to excessive force. This secret. This is the biggest secret that even her father is helpless to deal with and can only be suppressed by relying on endless natural treasures. It concerns her future path. Apart from the 2 sisters and their father, there is absolutely no way that a 4th person could know the secret. How did he know? Gu Chen's gaze slowly turned to the 2nd princess beside her, who had always remained elegant and calm. Her Royal Highness the 2nd Princess. Your true dragon imperial bloodline is invaluable, and the power of your bloodline is as vast as the ocean. But every time you push your power to its limit, do you feel a piercing chill rushing up from your dantian? That chill was like the 9 netherworld's mysterious ice. Wherever it passed, the meridian stagnated, the chi and blood froze, and the hands and feet were as cold as iron. Even the flowing blood seemed to be completely frozen. Bang! The wise and calm smile on Xiaoning Shuang's face completely froze and shattered. The teacup in front of her was shaken by her uncontrolled breath and turned into powder silently. For the first time in her life, her eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything were filled with pure, unconcealable shock and horror. What he said. Exactly the same. These two completely opposite yet equally deadly pains, like two poisonous snakes, have entangled them for more than 10 years. It is the deepest and most powerless despair beneath the dazzling halo of being the proud daughters of heaven. It is a deadlock that the royal family cannot solve no matter how hard they try. But now, this young man from a small border town was no different from an ant in their eyes. He actually used a nonchalant tone to reveal the darkest and most fragile scars hidden deep in his heart, bloodily. This moment. An extremely strange scene occurred in the conference room. In the eyes of everyone, the arrogant second young master of the Gu family just stared silently at the two princesses. But the two princesses' beautiful faces that captivated everyone were completely drained of blood, filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only Gu Chen's lips curled up again with a malicious smile that showed he was in control of the situation. He knows. This bet. It's stable. Chapter 17 Chaos Divine Needle. You can't refuse this young master's offer. The air in the conference room was heavy as lead. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two stunning figures sitting in the main seat. An indescribable expression appeared on the faces of the two princesses. It was horror, anger, disbelief, and even a hint of fear that was forcibly suppressed but still leaked out. This kind of expression, appearing on the face of a royal princess who treats ordinary people like ants, is itself the most outrageous sight in the world. The whole audience was silent. Those heads of aristocratic families who usually control the situation with unpredictable power now find it extremely difficult to even adjust their breathing. They had no idea that in that brief eye contact just now, a confrontation that only took place at the soul level had already set off such a terrifying wave. Gu Tianming's heart had already sunk into the bottomless abyss. He looked at his son who was still standing straight, with a faint smile on his lips. My mind is blank. It's over. This time, things really went wrong. However, at this tense moment, everyone thought that blood would be splattered in the next second. Gu Chen moved again. He stretched, and his joints made a crisp crackling sound. That leisurely and contented posture formed an extremely absurd conflict with the solemnity of the scene. He looked around the audience with a slight, regretful tone. It seems that all talk without action is just empty talk. Your Highnesses, the two princesses don't seem to believe my sincerity. He shrugged, his expression innocent yet arrogant. In that case, there's no point in saying more. His gaze shifted and fell once again on the two princesses whose delicate bodies were trembling slightly and whose pretty faces were pale, and he smiled harmlessly. How about I prove my sincerity to the two princes on the spot? Of course, there are so many people here, it's not very convenient to perform. How about we go to a quiet place and have a deeper conversation? To other people, these words were like adding fuel to the fire. The others did not hear what Gu Chen said, but they had some guesses. It must be a secret involving the royal family. Now, Gu Chen continued to talk nonsense. It's a provocation that he thinks his death is not fast enough and he is speeding up like crazy on the road to the underworld. In-depth communication? How the hell do you plan to have a deep conversation with Her Royal Highness the Princess? Li Changfeng and Wang Tang have already started to signal with their eyes, planning how to pounce on and divide the Gu family as soon as the Gu family is liquidated. Lu Ruyan was so angry that her body trembled slightly. This trash. This madman. Not only is he courting death himself, he's also trampling the entire Gu family's reputation into the mud. It may even implicate all the families in Zhanghai City. But it was beyond everyone's expectations. On the main seat, the two princesses who should have been furious had completely different reactions. For the first time, a hint of intense struggle flashed across the wise eyes of the second princess, Xiaoning Shuang. She and her sister Xia Qingyue exchanged a quick glance. With just a glance, they completed a communication that mortals could not understand. Hope? Or a trap? Bet? Or not to gamble? Finally, Xia Qingyue's pair of icy phoenix eyes slowly closed, and when she opened them again, all her emotions had vanished. She stood up. A sense of majesty belonging to a superior instantly dominated the entire scene. Today's meeting is temporarily adjourned. Her voice was cold and emotionless, yet full of irresistible commands. Zhanghai City Hall, prepare a top-level quiet room for me. I have something important to discuss with the young master of the Gu family. After saying this, she didn't even look at anyone else, but walked lightly out of the meeting room. Xia Ningxuang followed closely behind. When passing by Gu Chen, she looked at him deeply, and her eyes were extremely complicated. Gu Chen grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He took a step forward and followed in a cool manner under the gaze of everyone in the audience. The entire conference room was in an uproar. Shanghai City Hall, top floor. A secret room made entirely of a Xian-mo heavy gold that isolates spiritual consciousness. This is the safest and most private place in Shanghai City. At this moment, the heavy metal door slowly closed. Isolated from all outside prying eyes. 2 rows of red dragon armored guards, like 2 rows of silent statues of killing gods, stood guard outside the door. Their aura turned the area within 100 meters into a restricted zone for life. Inside the secret room, only Gu Chen and the sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang were left. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Xia Qingyue's body was filled with chill, and her icy phoenix eyes were fixed on Gu Chen, her murderous intent almost solidifying into reality. Now, you can speak. What exactly are you relying on? Gu Chen was not in a hurry to answer. He looked around the secret room and curled his lips. TSK, the place is private enough, but the taste is a bit poor. How dare you? Xia Qingyue could no longer maintain her outward coolness and shouted harshly. Elder sister. Xia Ningxuang reached out and gently pressed her sister's arm, signaling her to be patient. She looked at Gu Chen, her wise eyes now sharp enough to see through people's hearts. Gu Chen. You don't have much time. If you just want to attract attention in this way, then, I promise, your end will be 10,000 times more miserable than you can imagine. Faced with the pressure from the 2 princesses that was almost tangible, Gu Chen finally put away his cynical look. He stretched out his right hand. Then, under the extremely puzzled gaze of the 2 princesses, a wisp of gray, chaotic air, as if coming from the beginning of the world, when nothing was born, slowly overflowed from his fingertips. This aura is not strong. It can even be said that it is a little weak. But the moment it appeared, Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang's expressions suddenly changed drastically. The incomparably noble, 9 heavens divine phoenix body, and true dragon imperial vein, within their bodies actually began to tremble violently and uncontrollably at this moment. That's not fear. It is a desire that comes from the origin of blood. It was a divine beast that had been hungry for billions of years and finally saw the most perfect blood food. It is the earth that has been dry for an entire era that has smelled the breath of the sweet rain of creation. In their eyes that were shocked beyond words, the gray chaotic energy swirled, coiled, and condensed deftly around Gu Chen's fingertips. Finally, it turned into a long needle as thin as an ox hair, with an ancient grayish color all over, but exuding the charm of simplicity. This needle does not have any spiritual power fluctuations. But it made the 2 princesses feel like their souls were trembling. What kind of method is this? What kind of power is this? It is neither the manifestation of spiritual power nor the condensation of the soul. This was a manifestation of the law that they had never seen before, and not even a single word about it was recorded in the oldest royal texts. It was an unheard of manifestation of the law. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang looked at each other again. This time, there was no more doubt in their eyes, only an overwhelming shock and a wisp of a flame called hope that was firmly suppressed. Could it be? This seemingly absurd boy can really. How? Gu Chen weighed the chaos needle in his hand, and the corner of his mouth curled up again with that evil smile. Now, your highnesses, do you still think I'm kidding you? Xia Ningxuang bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Her brain, which had always been full of wisdom and could manipulate people's hearts, was now in complete chaos. Reason told her that everything before her was too unbelievable and might be a huge trap. But her body's instinct and the desire of her blood were screaming madly, urging her to grab the only life-saving straw in front of her at all costs. Struggled for a long time. Xia Ningxuang finally made a decision. She and her sister looked at each other and saw the same struggle and determination in each other's eyes. She took a deep breath, straightened her exquisite body, and faced Gu Chen. Good. I'll let you try. Her voice trembled slightly. But more than that, it is a determination to burn your boats. If you dare to cheat. She spoke each word with great emphasis, her wise eyes flashing with an extremely dangerous light. You'd better think about the consequences. Chapter 18 Divine Needle breaks the chi. The princess's illness, I'll take care of it. Good. I'll let you try. Xia Ningxuang's powerful words, with a determination to burn her boats, echoed in the secret room. Her wise eyes, which could see through people's hearts, were now flashing with an extremely dangerous luster. If you dare to cheat. She spoke each word with an emphasis, each one carrying a chilling chill to the bone. You'd better think about the consequences. The temperature in the secret room suddenly dropped to freezing point. The air was filled with murderous intent. Gu Chen grinned, revealing a row of dazzlingly white teeth, and there was a bit of nonchalant evil in that smile. As a result of? He weighed the gray chaos needle in his hand, his tone overly relaxed. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm an honest and reliable young man. Before he finished speaking, he moved. He took a step forward, neither hurried nor slow, and walked slowly towards the stunningly beautiful second princess who was sitting in the main seat. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. His footsteps were light, but each one clearly stepped on the heartbeats of the 2 sisters, Xia Ningxuan and Xia Qingyue. Xia Ningxuan held her breath unconsciously. She looked at the young man who was approaching, at the calm expression on his face, and at his peach blossom eyes that always held a hint of playfulness, but now were as deep as the bottomless starry sky. Nervous. An unprecedented sense of tension gripped her heart. Her delicate body was tense, and the knuckles of her hands, hidden under her palace dress, were clenched until they turned white. A feeling of powerlessness she had never experienced before, of having her fate controlled by others, made her feel extremely unfamiliar and humiliated. But she had no way out. Beside him, Xia Qingyue's pretty face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, was now even colder than ice. She narrowed her eyes slightly, locking onto Gu Chen's every move. She pushed the perception of the divine phoenix body to the extreme. As long as Gu Chen made the slightest movement, she would act without hesitation and instantly blast this madman who dared to offend the royal majesty into pieces. Finally, Gu Chen stopped in front of Xia Ningxuang. The two were only half an arm's length apart. He could even smell the cool, snow lotus-like fragrance emanating from Her Royal Highness the Princess. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Gu Chen chuckled. Then, he raised his hand, and the chaos divine needle, as thin as an ox hair, slowly pierced towards Xia Ningxuang's wrist, which was as white as jade and extremely slender. Buzz! Just when the magic needle was about to touch her skin, a dazzling golden aura visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from Xia Ningxuang's body. True dragon energy. The magical body-protecting skill automatically generated by the power of the true Dragon Emperor's bloodline is extremely domineering and invulnerable. Although this is invisible, its defensive power is enough to make the attack of any powerful person in the spiritual transformation realm ineffective. Xia Qingyue's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. The test begins. If Gu Chen can't even break this most basic protective chi, then all his previous words and deeds will be a complete joke. And his end can be summed up in just one word. Die. However, what happened next completely overturned the 2 princesses' decades of understanding of martial arts. That chaos divine needle that looked ordinary, even a little gray. The moment it came into contact with the golden energy, there was no sound of collision, nor was there any energy ripple. It did so easily, like a hot knife cutting butter, and simply ignored the existence of the true dragon's energy. Passed through. Right. Just go through it. It was as if the protective energy that could resist landslides and tsunamis was actually a layer of empty air. How is this possible? Xia Qingyue cried out in frustration, her frozen face torn apart by pure shock for the first time. Xia Ningxuang's pupils shrank sharply, and she looked at the magic needle in disbelief as it easily and accurately pierced the Shunmen acupoint on her fair wrist. It doesn't hurt. I didn't even feel like I was being pricked by a needle. There is only one kind of indescribable throbbing that comes from the depths of the soul. Before she could recover from the shock, Gu Chen moved. He lightly twisted his fingertips, and a wisp of extremely pure, gray chaotic energy slowly flowed along the magic needle and into Xia Ningxuang's body. Boom! The moment that wisp of chaotic energy entered Xia Ningxuang's meridians, it was like a king inspecting his territory and arriving in a country full of rebellion and chaos. The extremely overbearing true dragon chill that had been lurking deep within her meridians and tormenting her for more than a decade, leaving her in excruciating pain. The moment of contact with the chaotic energy. It was like a poisonous snake that had encountered its natural enemy, and it let out a silent, fearful hiss that came from its origin. They retreated and fled frantically, trying to avoid this supreme power that made them tremble to the core. But everything is in vain. That wisp of chaotic energy did not stop for a moment. It moved with an unquestionable, crushing attitude. Wherever it passed, the extremely stubborn coldness of the real dragon was like winter ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. Dissolve quickly. Being swallowed. Purified. Ah. An unprecedented, refreshing and comfortable feeling suddenly rushed from the dantian qi straight to the top of the head. Xia Ningxuan's delicate body trembled violently and uncontrollably. She only felt that her meridians, which had been frozen by 10,000 years of black ice for years, were completely wrapped and soaked by a warm and thick current at this moment. Warm. Unprecedented warmth. The meridians are completely unblocked, the spiritual power is no longer blocked, and it feels extremely comfortable as if rivers flow into the sea. It made her so comfortable that she almost moaned. Her pretty face, which had become slightly pale due to years of suffering, now displayed a healthy and touching blush at a speed visible to the naked eye. A stubborn disease that has troubled her for 16 years. The nightmare that tormented her and kept her awake every night. That deadlock that even my father could not solve even if he emptied the entire national treasury. It turns out. Surprisingly, with this incredible injection, there was a substantial and immediate improvement. This feeling. So wonderful. It was so beautiful that she almost cried. Aside. Xia Qingyue opened her red lips slightly and stared blankly at her sister. She could clearly sense that the breath in her sister's body, which had been cold and stagnant for many years, was rapidly becoming round, smooth, and full of the breath of life. Her pretty face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, could no longer maintain its usual coldness and majesty. Completely moved. The look she gave Gu Chen had changed from the initial scrutiny and murderous intent to an incomprehensible, incredible mixture of shock and ecstasy. This young man. Who is he? What exactly is this mysterious and unpredictable method of his? Just when the two princesses were shocked and could hardly control themselves. Gu Chen, stop it. He twitched his fingertips, and the Chaos Divine Needle was quietly and silently pulled out from Xia Ningxuan's wrist, turning into a wisp of chaotic energy and dissipating at his fingertips. He took 2 steps back, put some distance between them, and put on his signature smile again, which was a bit playful and malicious. How is it, second princess? His words broke the silence in the secret room. My unique technique, is it powerful enough? First time experience, how do you feel? Would you like to give it a 5-star rating? Chapter 19 Everyone in the audience was mad with jealousy. Why should he be given such overwhelming wealth? First time experience, how do you feel? Would you like to give it a 5-star rating? These words are too frivolous. Under normal circumstances, he would be crushed to ashes 1,000 times. But now, no one cares. Xia Qingyue opened her red lips slightly and stared blankly at her sister. She could clearly sense that the aura in her sister's body, which had been cold and stagnant for years, was rapidly becoming round, smooth, and full of vigorous vitality. Her pretty face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, could no longer maintain its usual coldness and majesty. Completely moved. The look she gave Gu Chen had changed from the initial scrutiny and murderous intent to an incomprehensible, incredible mixture of shock and ecstasy. This young man. Who is he? What exactly is this mysterious and unpredictable method of his? Xia Ningxuan slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which always sparkled with wisdom, were now filled with moisture, and there was even a crystal teardrop hanging from the corner of her eye that she had not had time to wipe away. She stood up. Her delicate and graceful body trembled slightly with excitement. She looked at the boy in front of her with an insincere smile on his face. Then, under the extremely shocked gaze of her elder sister Xia Qingyue, she bowed slightly to Gu Chen solemnly. A courtesy between peers. Thank you for your help, brother Gu. Her voice, trembling slightly from having survived a disaster, was filled with unprecedented sincerity. Xia Ningxuan, I'll remember this favor. Brother Gu? Xia Qingyue's heart skipped a beat again. How could this sister, who was so arrogant that even the prince looked down upon her, take the initiative to call an outsider big brother? Gu Chen waved his hand, looking nonchalant as if it was a small matter. Very well, very well. It's just a small favor. Your Highness, don't worry about it. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the turbulent waves in her heart. She took a step forward, her cold phoenix eyes fixed on Gu Chen. All her emotions were suppressed deep in her heart, leaving only the majesty and decisiveness of the eldest princess. Bet. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice still cold. I've received it. The atmosphere in the secret room became tense again. However, I have to add one condition. Xia Qingyue's eyes were as sharp as a knife. If you lose, you and all your secrets will become the property of my royal family. This is no longer a bet. It was a naked declaration to completely swallow up Gu Chen, including skin and bones, from soul to body. Faced with such a domineering declaration, Gu Chen was not angry, but smiled instead. It was the kind of calm smile that came from someone who had seen through all the hunter's traps, yet was still willing to play along and have some fun. Sure. He agreed readily. However, Your Highness, this is a bit unreasonable. He spread his hands, looking innocent. Only if I win can I make a condition. You haven't even started gambling yet, and you're already arranging my funeral? That's not fair. Xia Qingyue was choked by his twisted logic and didn't know how to refute it. Xia Ningxuang had calmed down at this moment. She walked forward, pulled her sister's sleeve, and then gave Gu Chen a complicated smile. Then, according to Brother Gu, if you win, what do you want? Finally got to the point. Gu Chen cleared his throat and put on a mysterious smile. If I win, my conditions, to be honest, they're a bit special. His eyes swept back and forth across the two princesses' beautiful faces, and that look made the two darlings of heaven feel a little uncomfortable. Your Highnesses really can't afford what I want right now. What? Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang frowned at the same time. They are the most noble princesses of the Yanxia royal family, extremely wealthy and powerful. Is there anything in this world that they can't give? Once we enter the secret realm, we'll talk slowly. Gu Chen didn't give them a chance to ask further questions and waved his hand casually. Now, let's go out first. Those people outside probably have long necks. After saying this, he actually turned around and walked straight towards the door of the secret room, leaving behind the two princesses who were looking at each other in bewilderment, their hearts filled with turmoil. Conference room. The atmosphere was so oppressive that water seemed to drip out of it. Everyone was like a duck with its neck strangled, not daring to breathe. Gu Tianming was completely desperate. He slumped in his chair with lifeless eyes and began to think about what kind of feng shui location he should choose after the Gu family was held accountable. The corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth curled up into an icy arc. Trash is trash after all. If you act pretentiously, you will eventually be exposed by reality. She could already imagine the tragic scene of Gu Chen being dragged out and blood splattered on the spot. Just then. Squeak! The heavy metal door that separated everyone's hopes and fears slowly opened. Everyone in the audience's heart instantly rose to their throat. Everyone's eyes looked over there in unison. Just see. Gu Chen, still looking nonchalant, even yawned, and was the first to come out. Behind him followed two princesses. Princess Xia Qingyue's face was as cold as frost, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. And the second princess Xia Ningxuang. Everyone was surprised to find that her pretty face, which always looked a little pale, now had a touching healthy blush, and her whole body was full of energy, as if she had been reborn. What is going on? What on earth happened in the secret room? Before everyone could recover from the huge contrast, Xia Ningxuang moved. She moved lightly with lotus steps, and under the gazes of hundreds of people in the audience, she walked straight in front of Gu Chen. Then, she took off the purple jade pendant from her waist. It was warm all over and engraved with a red dragon totem. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary jade pendant. She stretched out her delicate hand and handed the token that was enough to detonate the entire upper-class circle of Yanxia country to Gu Chen. This is my personal belonging. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and it reached everyone's ears clearly in the silent conference room. With this token, you can mobilize any royal property within the territory of Yanxia. Seeing this order is like seeing me in person. Boom! The whole audience was completely blown away. All the children from the noble families, regardless of gender, had tears in their eyes the moment they saw the token. What is that? That is the second princess' personal token. It's a talisman. It's the imperial sword. It is also the supreme symbol of establishing a personal relationship with the royal family. It is a great honor. Gu Tianming suddenly jumped up from his chair, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it, and he looked completely dumbfounded. The expressions on the faces of Li Changfeng, Wang Tong and others were as ugly as if they had swallowed 10,000 flies, and the flames of jealousy were almost bursting out of their eyes. In the corner, the blood color drained from Lu Ruyan's face, which was always etched with pride. She stared at the purple jade pendant, at the young man who took it casually in his hand and even tossed it. Her world completely collapsed at this moment. The man whom she regarded as a disgrace and discarded like a worn-out shoe. In the blink of an eye, he had become someone that even the royal princess had to actively court and win over? An indescribable regret and jealousy, like the most powerful poison, madly eroded her heart. Why? Why? Why does that loser get all this? Gu Chen felt the jealous gazes of the audience that almost wanted to eat him alive, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He turned the warm jade pendant around his fingertips and grinned at Xia Ningxuang. Then I won't be polite. He turned his head, his gaze passed over the stunned faces, and finally, landed precisely on his ex-fiancée in the corner, whose delicate body was trembling violently and her face was pale. Their eyes met. Gu Chen's eyes were calm and indifferent. But there was a kind of silent mockery, a victor looking down at the loser. Chapter 20 Strategies for the Future Mother of the Child. The moment the warm purple jade pendant fell into Gu Chen's palm. In his mind, the familiar, cold and grand mechanical sound arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has established a preliminary bond with the saintly talented Xia Ningxuang. Target character card basic activated. Planning the best attack route for the host. Route 1, maintain a doctor-patient relationship. Regularly comb the patient's meridians to gain a small amount of Chaos Dao body experience points and royal luck. Route 2, develop into a confidant. Increase your favorability to receive moderate rewards and a chance to unlock some of the target's talent traits. Route 3, marry the target. After the target becomes your Taoist partner or gives birth to a child, you will receive generous God-level rewards. Rewards include but are not limited to sacred techniques, God-level martial arts, massive cultivation initiation, and the return of your child's talents. On the system panel, 3 options exuded an alluring glow, especially the third one, which was so golden that it almost blinded Gu Chen's eyes. The smile on his lips grew deeper. Do I still need to choose? Only children make choices, he wants them all. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the saintly talented person Xia Ningxuang for completing their first bond. Reward, a trace of Imperial Dragon Qi. Boom! A warm current suddenly burst out from Gu Chen's dantian. It was an extremely pure and domineering strange energy that seemed to be able to command the world. This energy quickly merged into his limbs and bones, blending perfectly with the chaotic energy in his body. Gu Chen could clearly feel that his Chaos Dao body had become more condensed and more unfathomable under the nourishment of this strand of Imperial Dragon energy. What was even more bizarre was that he developed a subtle sense of oppression towards the 2 princesses in front of him, which came from the level of life. It was as if the divine dragon was looking down at 2 dragons of impure blood. With just a thought from him, the royal blood in their bodies would instantly submit. Treatment? No, this is about conquering the mother of the future child. The meeting is over. When everyone left the city hall, a storm swept across the entire city at a speed far beyond anyone's imagination. Gu Chen bets with the royal family. Gu Chen obtained the token from Her Royal Highness the Second Princess. Any one of these 2 pieces of news is enough to cause a magnitude 10 earthquake in Zhanghai City, and now, they come together. Gu Tianming was still standing there in a daze, like a petrified sculpture. It wasn't until Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, that he was the first to react. The constipated expression on his face instantly turned into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Gu Tianming. Brother Tianming. Oh, Brother Tianming. He enthusiastically held Gu Tianming's hand and shook it vigorously. His attitude was so affectionate that it gave goosebumps to everyone around him. You really gave birth to a good son. My dear nephew Gu Chun, you are truly a dragon among men, a rare unicorn in Zhanghai City. I was blind before and offended you so much. My dear nephew, please don't take it to heart. Wang Teng, the head of the Wang family, was not willing to be left behind. His rough face was now smiling in an extremely flattering manner. Right. Nephew Gu Chen's demeanor and courage are unique, not only in Zhanghai City, but also in the entire Yanxia country. Brother Tianming, someday I will definitely prepare generous gifts and come to visit you in person. Our 2 families must become closer and closer. And me. And my Zhang family. The Zhao family wishes to be forever united with the Gu family. For a moment, Gu Tianming was surrounded by a group of family heads who usually look down on others. The corny flattery and fawning smiles made him feel like he was living in a dream. He subconsciously looked at his son. Gu Chun was surrounded by a group of young people from aristocratic families. Those peers who had looked down on him in the past had now become his most fanatical fans. Brother Chen. Brother Chen, you are my idol. Brother Chen is awesome. My legs went weak after what happened just now. How dare you bargain with Her Royal Highness the Princess? Brother Chen, from now on you are my real brother. If anyone dares to say anything against you, I will be the first to chop him up. The way they looked at Gu Chun was full of awe, flattery, and fanatical worship. There was no more contempt and ridicule. Gu Tianming looked at this absurd scene and suddenly understood. From today on. No, from that moment on. The Gu family's status in Jianghai City has completely changed. Indistinctly, it already has the aura of being the number one family in Jianghai City. And the one who brought all this upon himself was not the head of the family who had painstakingly built the family for half his life. But it was his older son who had once disappointed him so much. The periphery of the crowd. Lu Qinghai stood there, his face ashen, then red and white, changing constantly. He looked at the Gu family father and son who were like stars in the crowd, and felt a burning pain on his cheeks. It felt like someone was slapping me dozens of times in the face with the soles of shoes. He wanted to go up to her, get close to her, and say a few soft words. But the resolute look on his face at the wedding banquet is still vivid in my mind. He can't bring himself to do this. But just leave like that? He was unwilling to give up. Today's Gu Chen is no longer someone that his Lu family can afford to offend. It's not a good idea to leave, nor is it a good idea to stay. The head of the Lu family, who was a powerful figure in Jianghai City, was on pins and needles at the moment. He was so embarrassed that he could even dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes in his shoes. Beside him, Lu Ruyan's beautiful face, which was always etched with arrogance and coldness, was now completely pale, without a trace of blood. She stared at the purple jade pendant that Gu Chen was casually throwing at his fingertips. Every rise and fall of the jade pendant seemed to hit her fragile heart. Her world was shattered at this moment. The man who was regarded as a shame by her and abandoned by her own hands, and even 2 days ago, she asserted that trash will always be trash. In the blink of an eye, he became a person that even the royal princesses had to actively show their goodwill and try to win over. He became the focus of the whole audience, respected and admired by everyone. Why? Why? An indescribable regret and jealousy, like the most potent poison, madly corroded her internal organs, making her feel so painful that she almost suffocated. What is her source of pride? It is a top-notch talent that she is proud of. But this talent is nothing compared to the royal princess's holy talent. And Gu Chen, the waste in her eyes, can make the princess with holy talent look at him differently, and even give him tokens to win him over. What does this indicate? This shows that when Lu Ruyan was still feeling proud of her best quality, Gu Chen has already stood in a higher dimension that she is not even qualified to look up to. She was wrong. So wrong. Ridiculously wrong. She felt that the vague gazes around her were full of ridicule and pity. It's like watching a man who pushed away all the wealth with his own hands and treated the dragon as a bug, the biggest fool in the world. Chapter 21 Chapter 21 If you don't eat at home, I'll eat you. Outside the city hall, the lights are coming on. The crowd was like the receding tide, dispersing noisily, but gathering into whirlpools of whispers not far away. The center of all vortices points to the same name. Gu Chen. Lu Ruyan stood in the shadow of a cold pillar, her body as stiff as a heartless sculpture. Her nails had already dug deep into her palms, piercing her flesh, but she didn't feel any pain at all. Because, there is a sharper and more excruciating pain that is spreading madly from her heart to every part of her body. Her gaze pierced through the gaps in the crowd and was fixed on the figure that was the center of attention. The Gu family father and son were surrounded by a group of family heads who usually looked down on others. Those important figures whom she once had to look up to, and whom even her father had to be careful with, now all had smiles on their faces that were almost flattering, which she had never seen before. He called him good nephew and son of Qilin all the time. It's corny and harsh. And all this was just because of that man. The man she once regarded as a stain on her life and wanted to get rid of at all costs. But what made her breathless was not these. It was the figure beside Gu Chen, smiling sweetly and quietly leaning against him. Lu Ruyu. The sister who had to live in the shadow of her halo since she was a child. That loser who always keeps his head down and doesn't even dare to look people in the eye. At this moment, she changed. She wore a simple and elegant long dress, but she looked ethereal and independent. Her skin glowed with a lustrous luster under the light, and her whole body was radiant, like a snow lotus watered by divine dew, pure, holy, and so beautiful that it made people's heart tremble. Her temperament actually overshadowed all the socialites and noble ladies present. Even the Ice Phoenix bloodline that Lu Ruyan was so proud of seemed a bit harsh and artificial in the face of that pure and ethereal air. Why? How could she have such a change? Jealousy, like a poisonous snake, entangled Lu Ruyan's heart and injected venom madly. She looked at her sister, that loser, being gently held in the arms of that man. Look at the intimacy between them as if they were oblivious to the others. Looking at the genuine, unconcealed happiness and admiration on Lu Ruyu's face. She felt that her pride and everything she had built up over the past decade were crushed into the humblest dust at this moment. Regret is a more powerful poison than jealousy. Yenner, let's go. Lu Qinghai's voice rang in his ears, carrying with it a sense of fatigue and desolation that he himself had not yet noticed. He didn't dare stay any longer. Every second you stay, the vague gazes of sympathy and mockery from around you increase. Like countless fine needles, it pricked his old face so hard that he had nowhere to put it. Lu Ruyan did not respond. She just stared at the place not far away, watching Gu Chen holding Lu Ruyu's hand and walking towards the parking lot. Their car was also parked in that direction. We will always meet on a narrow road. Husband, what are we going to eat when we get home? Lu Ruyu tilted her little face up, and tiny stars twinkled in her clear eyes. Her little hand was completely wrapped in Gu Chen's broad and warm big hand. The sense of security made her feel that all the storms in the world had nothing to do with her. Go home? Gu Chen scratched the tip of her small nose and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't eat when I get home. Then, what should we eat? Lu Ruyu asked blankly. Gu Chen lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and blew hot air into her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Eat you. Lu Ruyu's cheeks suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. She punched Gu Chen in shame and anger, but the force was soft, more like she was acting coquettishly. Gu Chen laughed heartily, feeling extremely cheerful. He put his arm around his young wife's slender waist and walked forward without looking around. It seemed as if everything in the world had become a blurry background in his eyes. The only thing that was clear was the cute person in his arms who would blush, get shy, and be at a loss for what to do because of a joke he made. He walked past Lu Ruyan and Lu Qinghai, father and daughter. There was no pause in the steps. His eyes didn't shift at all. Even the corner of his eye was not spared. He was like a king passing by two inconspicuous stones. Ignore. Complete, utter, undisguised disregard. This feeling was 10,000 times more painful to Lu Ruyan than any vicious ridicule or harsh humiliation. She felt that all the blood in her body rushed to her head at this moment. The string of reason snapped. Gu Chen. A sharp, almost hysterical female voice tore through the delicate atmosphere in front of the parking lot. Everyone stopped walking. Li Changfeng, Wang Teng and others who had just been showing great courtesy to Gu Tianming turned their heads in unison, with amused expressions on their faces as if they were watching a good show. Just see. Lu Ruyan rushed forward like a mad female leopard, opened her arms and blocked Gu Chen's way. Her pretty face, which used to be cold and proud, was now twisted into a hideous shape due to extreme anger and jealousy. She stared at Gu Chen intently, her voice piercingly sharp. Don't be so proud. You're just lucky. Who do you think you are? You will always be the piece of trash abandoned by me, Lu Ruyan. She roared uncontrollably, trying to use this method to protect her pitiful self-esteem which had already been shattered to the ground. Gu Chen's footsteps finally stopped. He glanced at Lu Ruyan slowly and lazily. That look, calm and indifferent. It was like finally noticing a noisy, mad dog on the side of the road. Then he smiled. Luck? He repeated the two words playfully and nodded, as if thinking seriously. Maybe. The smile on his face grew brighter and more cruel. After all, not everyone has the courage to throw diamonds away as trash. Diamond? Rubbish? These words, like an invisible hammer, hit Lu Ruyan's head hard. She was completely stunned. The blood color on his face disappeared instantly. Am I the idiot who threw away diamonds as if they were garbage? No. Impossible. How dare he say that to me? Just when Lu Ruyan's mind went blank and was about to explode again. Behind her, the sister whom she had always regarded as waste moved. Lu Ruyu broke free from Gu Chen's arms. She summoned up the greatest courage she had ever had in her life. She took a small step forward and used her frail body to block Gu Chen. She raised her head. With those clear eyes without a speck of dust, she looked directly at her sister, the one who once frightened her like a tiger. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried an unprecedented firmness. Elder sister. My husband, he is not lucky. She paused, and every word she spoke clearly and powerfully struck Lu Ruyan's heart, which was about to collapse. He's always been nice, but you never got a clear look at him. Chapter 22 Lu Ruyan becomes a joke. He's always been nice, but you never saw him clearly. Lu Ruyu's voice was soft and sweet, without any aggressiveness. But every word was like a loud slap in Lu Ruyan's face. There was deathly silence all around. Everyone stopped and looked at the absurd scene in front of the parking lot. A heroine who broke off her engagement and had her genius talent awakened. At this moment, she was like a shrew, blocking her ex-fiancé's way. But the sister who was despised by her and regarded as waste by her family stood up and said the most heartbreaking words in the calmest tone. Lu Ruyan's brain buzzed and went blank. She looked at Lu Ruyu in front of her. The sister in front of me still has that slender figure and that beautiful face. But she no longer had any trace of her past cowardice and inferiority. She stood there quietly, her back straight, and her whole body was like a plum blossom quietly blooming in the ice and snow, cold, tough, and with an innate character. That calmness, that indifference. It made his hideous and disgraceful appearance seem even more ridiculous and ugly. Defeat. An unprecedented, shameful feeling of defeat instantly overwhelmed Lu Ruyan. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt like a large ball of hot iron was stuffed in it, and she couldn't utter a word. At this moment, her talent and appearance, which she was proud of, were dimmed and vulgar by Lu Ruyu's transcendent temperament. Just when Lu Ruyan was losing her mind and on the verge of complete collapse, a warm big hand wrapped around Lu Ruyu's slender waist, which was so thin that it could be held in one hand, and brought her back into his arms. Gu Chen lowered his head and gently kissed Lu Ruyu on her smooth forehead. The movements were gentle, yet full of unquestionable possession. Then he raised his head and looked at Lu Ruyan, whose face was as pale as paper. There was no longer any trace of joking in those eyes, only a kind of indifference like a verdict. Did you see that? His voice was very soft, but it was like an invisible hammer, smashing the last bit of Lu Ruyan's dignity. This is why I chose her. Vision, character. You don't have any of them. Boom. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Ruyan's whole body trembled violently. She seemed to hear the sound of something in her own world completely collapsing and shattering. You have neither vision nor character. You don't have any. None of them. These words turned into the most vicious curse in the world, echoing wildly in her mind. She always thought that she was the one who abandoned Gu Chen. It's because I have high standards and look down on this loser like him. But it was not until this moment that she sadly discovered that from the beginning to the end, it was she who was chosen, judged, and even eliminated. She thought she was throwing away garbage. But now everyone tells her that what she threw away was a piece of peerless jade that could illuminate the entire era. And she is the biggest fool in the world who is blind and treats the dragon as a bug. Wow. A fishy and sweet liquid suddenly surged up from the throat. Lu Ruyan could no longer hold back and spurted out a stream of blood. The bright red blood bloomed into a sad and dazzling red flower on the luxurious ice blue dress on her chest. Her body went limp and she fell straight back. Yenner. Lu Qinghai's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward and supported his staggering daughter in time. He looked at his daughter's pale face, the blood at the corner of her mouth, then raised his head to look at the beautiful couple not far away, and the Gu family father and son who were surrounded by countless people. An indescribable regret, like the most turbulent tide, instantly overwhelmed him. He knows. What did his Lu family lose? It was not a marriage. That was a unique opportunity that was enough for the Lu family to reach the top of the rivers and seas and overlook all the other families. But this opportunity was ruthlessly pushed away by him and his good daughter. Gu Chen didn't look at them again. He held Lu Ruyu's hand and got into his car under everyone's complex gaze of awe, envy, and jealousy. The engine let out a low roar. The black car, like an elegant cheetah, drove smoothly away from this troubled place. From beginning to end, he never looked back. It seemed as if the farce behind him was just a bit of insignificant dust kicked up by the roadside. The people around watched the Gu family's car disappear into the night, and then looked at Lu Ruyan, who was supported by Lu Qinghai, staggering and distraught. A sigh. TSK, it really is a changing world. Think back to when the Lu family broke off the engagement at Mingda High School, how arrogant and cool they were. Now, this regret feels so embarrassing. Li Changfeng shook his head and sighed to Wang Tang beside him. Wang Tang snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. You deserve it. They can't recognize a piece of gold and jade. That's exactly what the Lu family is talking about. You'd rather support a self-righteous idiot than a true dragon like my nephew Gu Chun. You deserve it. I think the Lu family is almost at the end of its rope. Their voices were not loud, but every word they spoke reached Lu Qinghai's ears. Lu Qinghai's old face turned purple. He held his unconscious daughter in his arms and almost fled amidst a crowd of pointing and talking eyes. The Gu family's motorcade, like a black sword, split the noisy night of Jianghai City and drove straight back to the mansion. As soon as the car stopped, the butler came up with a group of bodyguards and attendants, their faces full of excitement. Master, second young master, Master Li, Master Wang, Master Zhao. They have all sent invitations and valuable gifts, saying they want to see you too. Please. The butler hadn't finished speaking yet. Gu Chen had already taken Lu Ruyu's hand and got out of the car. Without even looking at the piles of gift boxes, he just waved his hand. Not see. Not a single one. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable command. Close the door. From now on, the Gu family will not accept visitors. Anyone who comes can tell them that I'm not here. The housekeeper was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at the head of the family, Gu Tianming. Gu Tianming only came back to his senses from the dreamlike scene at this moment. Looking at his son's calm and composed appearance, he felt an indescribable sense of pride in his heart. He waved his hand and spoke in a loud voice. Listen to Chinner. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what the second young master said? Close the door. If anyone dares to let a fly in again, I'll break their legs and throw them out. Yes. The bodyguards and attendants responded as if they had been pardoned and agreed without hesitation. Under the ghostly gaze of countless spies from aristocratic families, the two heavy vermilion-painted doors of the Gu family were completely closed with a boom. Cut off all the prying eyes and noise from the outside world. In the courtyard, Gu Tianming walked quickly to Gu Chen. He wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know where to start. He reached out and patted Gu Chen's shoulder heavily. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. He didn't say anything, but his tiger eyes were already surging with shock, relief, pride, and more importantly, a burning flame called hope. This son, whom he once thought was going to be ruined, gave him so many surprises in just half a month. No, that wasn't a surprise. That is a shocking change that is enough to overturn the entire Gu family and the entire Jianghai city. Looking at his son in front of him, he suddenly felt that all his hard work for half a lifetime, all his cunning and calculations, seemed so childish and ridiculous in the face of his son's unpredictable methods. In the end, thousands of words were summed up in just one sentence. A promise filled with all the trust and support of a father. Shan'er. Just do it. He looked straight into Gu Chen's eyes, his voice low but every word sonorous. The sky won't fall. Even if it really collapses. I'll hold you up. After saying this, he turned around and strode away without asking another question. His tall and straight back showed an unprecedented sense of ease and relief. Chapter 23 Companion Status. The probability of conception is greatly increased. Gu Chen looked at his father's departing back, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He knew that from this moment on, there would be no one in the Gu family who could restrain him. He lowered his head and looked at the young wife in his arms who had been obedient and silent from beginning to end. Come on, wife, let's go home too. He held Lu Ruyu's hand, ignored all the servants' greetings, walked through the courtyards, and returned to their own little world. The room was brightly lit. Gu Chen casually threw the warm purple jade pendant on the table, making a crisp sound. This token that could drive all the powerful people in Jianghai City crazy was, in his eyes, far less real than the system reward that he was about to receive. He thought about it and called up the system panel. The first thing that caught my eye was Xiaoning Shuang's character card, which had been initially unlocked. On Lu Ruyu's character card, Gu Chen's breathing suddenly stopped. At the bottom of the character card, there was a line of golden words that almost blinded his eyes and were flashing wildly. Companion status. The chance of conception is greatly increased. Explanation. The Xianyin divine body and the primal chaos Tao body have been perfectly harmonized through the union of yin and yang, forming a chaos breeding ground that is most suitable for nurturing offspring. It is extremely easy to give birth to a divine bloodline heir. Boom! It was as if there were 100,000 volcanoes in Gu Chen's mind, erupting at the same time. Very easy to conceive. God-level offspring. His heart began to beat wildly, and the blood in his body was boiling at this moment. What is the most important thing in the system of having many children and good fortune? Of course, it's offspring. The higher the talent of his offspring, the greater the benefits he will get as a father. How bad could the talent of a child born to a mother with extraordinary talent be? Now, the system directly told him that his wife was now in the most suitable physical condition for pregnancy, and the baby she would give birth to would most likely be of divine bloodline. How the hell is this a wife? This is a walking super money printing machine that can independently produce God-level rewards. No! We must hurry. Lu Ruyu must be pregnant before entering the abyss of black fog. Gu Chen's breathing became a little rapid, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Ruyu suddenly became extremely hot and full of undisguised aggression. Lu Ruyu's face turned red when she saw his ferocious look. She subconsciously took a half step back, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Husband, why are you looking at me like that? Hey. Gu Chen rubbed his hands and smiled like a big bad wolf ready to kidnap Little Red Riding Hood. Wife, I suddenly feel that our previous training was not hard enough. He stepped forward and forced Lu Ruyu into a corner. Tonight, we must redouble our efforts to achieve the fruits of revolution as soon as possible. After saying that, he was about to pounce on her. But then he suddenly stopped. Wrong. I almost forgot about the important matter. With Lu Ruyu's current cultivation level at the early stage of the Qi-gathering realm, even if she became pregnant, it would be difficult for her to withstand the terrifying energy of a god-level offspring. She must become stronger. At the very least, one must break through to the condensation realm before entering the secret realm. Thinking of this, Gu Chen no longer hesitated. He flipped his hand, and the barrier breaking pill, that caused a great uproar, as well as the 3 lush green, mind-concentrating grasses, that exuded a strange fragrance, appeared in his palm. The rich aroma of medicine instantly filled the entire room. Lu Ruyu only took a whiff and felt that her newly opened qi became more active. When she saw clearly what was in Gu Chen's hand, her clear almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. Break barrier pill? There's also the spirit concentrating grass? Although she didn't know much about elixirs, these 2 things were extremely famous in Zhanghai City. That is the treasure that every warrior in the Qi-gathering realm dreams of getting. Any one of them is enough to bankrupt a second-rate family. Now, my husband actually took them all out? Husband, you. Before she could finish her words, she saw Gu Chen handing these priceless treasures to her all at once. Lu Ruyu shook her head like a rattle and backed away repeatedly. No. Husband, this is too expensive. I can't have it. She was so anxious that her face turned red and she waved her hands desperately. These treasures should be used by you. Your cultivation is higher than mine. If you use them, you will definitely be able to break through to the condensation realm in one fell swoop. Gu Chen felt soft in his heart when he saw her cute face that was truly caring about him. But the expression on his face suddenly became ferocious. He grabbed Lu Ruyu's wrist, pulled her back to the corner, and pressed her against it with his body, preventing her from moving. Then, he pinched Lu Ruyu's small and delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head and look at him. His tone was domineering and unquestionable. Silly girl. I'll say it again, what's mine is yours. Do you understand? He paused, and his voice softened a bit, but still retained that unreasonable energy. It's more important for you to become stronger than for me to become stronger. After saying this, he didn't wait for Lu Ruyu to react. He directly and roughly stuffed the round barrier-breaking pill into her open, dazed mouth. Lu Ruyu was caught off guard by this sudden action. The pill melted in her mouth, and a terrifying medicinal power so powerful that it made her soul tremble exploded in her body. Ah! She cried out in pain, feeling as if her meridians were about to be torn apart piece by this violent energy. The little face turned pale in an instant. Don't be afraid. Just when she was about to burst from the power of the medicine, a pair of warm hands wrapped around her slender waist. A solid chest pressed tightly against her back. Gu Chen's voice, with soothing power, rang in her ears. Bao Yuan Shou-yi, I'll help you. He activated his own chaotic body, and a moderate and peaceful, yet extremely domineering chaotic energy flowed into Lu Ruyu's body along their tightly pressed skin. The violent power of the medicine was surging through her body, as if it was going to destroy the world. The moment it came into contact with the chaotic energy, it was like a wild horse meeting its master, and instantly became extremely docile. Being guided, combed, and integrated into her limbs and bones bit by bit, Lu Ruyu's tense body slowly relaxed. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout the body. She could clearly feel that her cultivation was skyrocketing at an incredible speed. The middle stage of Qi gathering realm. Late stage of Qi gathering realm. The peak of Qi gathering realm. In just a stick of incense, she crossed a chasm that countless people could never reach in their entire lives. However, this is not the end. The power of the medicine is still powerful and vast. In her Dantian Qi, a huge wave was set off, madly impacting the barrier leading to a higher realm. Daughter-in-law. Gu Chen's voice was filled with a hint of hoarseness and panting. Next, it might be a little exciting. We are about to start our true dual cultivation. Before he finished speaking, he picked up the beauty in his arms, who was already weak all over and had a blushing face, and strode towards the wedding bed covered with auspicious patterns of dragons and phoenixes. Chapter 24 Dual Cultivation Breakthrough. Chaos Hotbed. On the wedding bed, the brocade quilt with the auspicious pattern of dragon and phoenix had long been pushed away by an invisible gust of air. Lu Ruyu's whole body was weak, her pretty face flushed, and she looked like she had just been pulled out of the water, sweating profusely. She felt like a small boat drifting in the raging waves, which could be completely torn apart and capsized by the powerful medicinal power at any time. And Gu Chen is her only captain and her only harbor. His solid chest pressed tightly against her back, his warm hands wrapped around her slender waist, and streams of moderate and peaceful, yet unreasonably overbearing chaotic energy continuously flowed into her body from their tightly pressed skin. The power of the barrier-breaking pill that was rampaging in her body, trying to burst her, became obedient in an instant, like a mouse seeing a cat, when it encountered Gu Chen's chaotic energy. Lu Ruyu let out a soft moan of comfort that was almost like a moan. The pain of being torn apart disappeared, replaced by an indescribable comfort, as if every inch of the meridian and every cell were being nourished and cleansed by warm spring water. She could clearly feel that the Qi in her Dantian was expanding and solidifying at an incredible speed. The barrier at the peak of the Qi gathering realm was crumbling under the dual impact of the medicinal power and the chaotic energy. Husband. I seem to be. Lu Ruyu's voice trembled slightly, showing both nervousness and uncontrollable excitement. Don't be distracted. Gu Chen's voice sounded in her ears, a little hoarse, but full of soothing power. Hold your primordial essence and keep your mind focused. Calm your spirit and let your husband lead you forward. Damn it, the power of this barrier-breaking pill is too strong. Gu Chen cursed in his heart. If he didn't have the Chaos Dao body, which could forcibly suppress and organize this power, any warrior at the peak of the Qi gathering realm would probably be blown to pieces by this thing. However, the stronger the medicine is, the greater the benefits it will bring to Lu Ruyu. The stronger the foundation, the higher you can reach in the future. What he needs to do now is to use this powerful medicinal power to push Lu Ruyu's cultivation directly to the nascent soul realm in one go. Wife, get ready. Gu Chen let out a low roar, and the chaotic Taoist body in his body began to operate at full power. Boom! A more refined and domineering chaotic energy, like a flood, poured into Lu Ruyu's body without reservation. Ah! Lu Ruyu cried out in pain again. This time, it was not the pain of having the meridians torn, but an ultimate experience of being filled with extreme energy, as if about to ascend to heaven. She felt that the Qi in her Dantian had completely transformed into a violent sea of thunder. The medicinal power guided by the chaotic energy gathered into a devastating wave, and slammed into the invisible barrier that separated the Qi gathering realm and the Yuan condensing realm. Boom! A dull thud sounded, as if it did not originate from Lu Ruyu's body, but exploded simultaneously in the depths of both of their souls. Lu Ruyu's delicate body trembled violently, and her little face turned pale in an instant. That barrier is stronger than one could imagine. Just the first impact made her feel like her soul was about to be shattered. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gu Chen hugged his wife tightly in his arms, and pressed his other hand heavily on her flat belly. What's mine is yours. He carried his soul and thoughts along with the chaotic energy into Lu Ruyu's sea of consciousness. At that moment, Lu Ruyu felt that her consciousness, which was about to collapse, seemed to have found its backbone and instantly recondensed. In her perception, she was no longer alone. Behind her stood a towering god. That god is Gu Chen. Come again. Gu Chen's voice rang out in her sea of consciousness like a huge bell. Boom! The second wave of impact followed. more violent and fierce than the first time. The indestructible barrier finally made a crackling sound as it could no longer bear the weight, and a tiny crack appeared. It works! Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He could feel that Lu Ruyu's Xianyin divine body was being further stimulated under this pressure. The energy in her body and her own chaotic energy are blending and sublimating in a perfect manner. This is no longer a simple dual cultivation. This is the resonance of the Tao body. It is the union of the divine body. Wife, you are my lucky star. Gu Chen couldn't help but kiss Lu Ruyu's crystal clear earlobe, and the heat in his heart grew stronger. He discovered that in the process of helping Lu Ruyu practice, his own chaotic Taoist body was actually becoming more condensed at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so great. It's even more enjoyable than practicing on your own. Husband. Lu Ruyu's voice was as thin as a mosquito and filled with tears. I can't hold on any longer. The 2 consecutive attacks had exhausted all her energy. Hold on. Gu Chen's tone was domineering and unquestionable. If I say you can do it, you can do it. Isn't it just a broken barrier? Let me help you crush it. He no longer had any reservations, and his soul and body were in perfect sync with Lu Ruyu at this moment. Yin and Yang combine, chaos opens the sky. Break it for me. Rumble. The third attack, also the most violent one, was launched brazenly. The energy torrent that gathered all the remaining medicinal power of the barrier-breaking pill in Gu Chen's pure chaotic energy turned into a divine axe that could create the world, and slammed down hard on the barrier full of cracks. Crack. Crack. Boom. It sounded like the sound of glass breaking, and also like the roar of the opening of the universe. The indestructible barrier that had troubled countless warriors at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm throughout their lives was finally completely shattered by the joint attack of Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu. A new energy that was far purer and more powerful than before surged out from behind the broken barrier, instantly washing over Lu Ruyu's limbs and bones. Condensation state. Done. Lu Ruyu's delicate body suddenly arched, and then fell limply into Gu Chen's arms. She seemed to have lost all her bones, leaving only a pool of spring water. Her tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and her clear almond-shaped eyes were blurred and shimmering. However, at the moment she broke through, a sudden change occurs. Buzz. An aura that cannot be described in words, extremely feminine and gentle, yet extremely noble and sacred, swept out with the room where the two were as the center. This aura penetrated the walls and the courtyard, and instantly enveloped the entire Gu family mansion in an unstoppable manner. Under the cover of night, inside the Gu family compound, all the clan members who were practicing, whether they were patrolling bodyguards or elders in seclusion, all suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Chapter 25 Vision of the Divine Body. The Lunar Divine Moon. What is this aura? Wow, such a comfortable energy. I feel like my bottlenecks are loosening. Heaven. Look up at the sky. A cry of surprise made everyone raise their heads subconsciously. I saw that right above the Gu family mansion, the night sky covered by dark clouds had been torn open by an invisible force at some point, with a huge hole in it. A bright, huge, heart-throbbingly beautiful silver-white divine moon shadow is hanging there quietly. That's not the real moon. It is 10 times bigger and 100 times brighter than the bright moon in the sky. The soft silver-white moonlight poured down like mercury on the ground, cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire Gu family compound in a dreamlike holy glow. In the air, the thin spiritual essence of heaven and earth, under the illumination of the moonlight, instantly became extremely active and rich. At this moment, the Gu family's mansion seemed to have turned into a paradise. God, a miracle. This is a miracle. A young man from the Gu family could no longer control his inner excitement and shock. His knees softened and he fell to the ground, worshipping the divine moon in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of plop and plop came one after another. More and more members of the Gu family were impressed by this almost miraculous scene and knelt down and worshipped from the bottom of their hearts. They could feel that bathing in the moonlight, the speed of the spiritual energy in their bodies increased by several times. Some warriors who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time even felt the opportunity to break through on the spot. In the study, Gu Tianming was handling family affairs. The moment the sacred aura swept over him, the brush in his hand was crushed into powder with a snap sound. This aura. He stood up suddenly, and in a flash, he appeared in the courtyard outside the study. When he looked up and saw the bright shadow of the divine moon in the sky, even he, a powerful cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm who had seen many storms, couldn't help but gasp. His pupils contracted violently. Taiyin divine moon. Xianin divine body. Gu Tianming's voice became a little hoarse due to extreme shock. This legend, which only existed in the oldest texts of the Gu family, the peerless Xianin divine body, although not as good as the Chaos Dao body, was also one of the strongest divine bodies, and it actually existed. Moreover, it was at his Gu family. In his son's room. He turned his head suddenly, his eyes like lightning, penetrating the heavy walls and fixed on the small world where Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu were. The center of that divine moon, where the moonlight is the most intense, is right there. Good, good. What a great chunner. Gu Tianming was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and his eyes were even a little moist. He always thought that his son married Lu Ruyu on impulse and out of self-degradation. But now he understood what impulse was. What is depravity? This is fucking vision. This is a godlike vision that is enough to make all the ancestors of the Gu family crawl out of their graves and kowtow. His daughter-in-law, who was regarded as a joke by the whole world, turned out to be a future Valkyrie with an unparalleled divine body. And his son, who had once disappointed him so much, actually activated this Valkyrie without making any noise. Gu Tianming's heart was pounding wildly, and an indescribable sense of pride rushed straight to the top of his head. He knows. From tonight on, the world of his Gu family will change. The sky of the entire Jianghai city is about to change. He immediately issued the most severe order to the butler who came after hearing the news. Pass on my order. From now on, the Gu family mansion is completely sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Activate the highest level of clan protection formation. Not even a fly is allowed to fly in. Also, strict orders have been issued. Anyone who dares to reveal even a single word about what happened tonight will be killed without mercy. Yes. Patriarch. A housekeeper was also extremely shocked by this miraculous scene. When he heard the murderous order from the head of the family, he shuddered and immediately obeyed and left. Soon, a layer of light curtain invisible to the naked eye enveloped the entire Gu family mansion, blocking out all outside prying eyes. The mysterious moon in the sky lasted for a whole incense stick before slowly becoming illusory and eventually vanishing into thin air. Night returns to silence. But the entire Gu family could no longer remain peaceful. Everyone knows that a storm that could overturn everything is quietly brewing. In the room, Gu Chen held the beautiful woman in his arms, who had already become limp and unable to move even a finger. He felt the new, extremely pure power of the condensation realm in her body and nodded with satisfaction. Husband, I have made a breakthrough? Lu Ruyu's voice still had a somewhat unreal and dreamy feeling. She could feel that her body had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the Dantian, the newly born Sea of Qi has transformed into a vaster ocean of elemental force. Every gesture he made was filled with a power far greater than before. This feeling is so wonderful. Yeah, a breakthrough. Gu Chen lowered his head and kissed her smooth and plump forehead deeply. My wife is now also a master in the condensation realm. His heart was also in turmoil. The Xianin divine body is indeed so terrifying. Just breaking through a major realm and causing strange phenomena are enough to make the entire Gu family excited. What will happen if she grows up completely? More importantly, a big smile appeared on Gu Chen's lips. Because, at the moment when Lu Ruyu broke through, the cold mechanical voice in his mind rang wildly again. Ding! Detected that the Taoist companion Lu Ruyu has broken through to the condensation realm. Companion status is improved, and the talent stacking effect is greatly enhanced. Congratulations to the host. You have received a massive amount of cultivation rewards. Initiating the host. Boom! A torrent of energy that was purer, more powerful, and more vast than any previous one suddenly exploded from Gu Chen's Dantian Qi. This energy can no longer be described as a torrent. It was simply a galaxy pouring into his body. It not only contains the pure energy generated by Lu Ruyu's breakthrough, but also contains traces of the supreme power of the divine body origin from the phantom of the lunar divine moon. Oh my god! Gu Chen cursed in his heart and felt so happy that he almost flew up. He had originally reached the peak of the Qi gathering realm and was only one step away from the Yuan condensation realm. However, under the impact of this terrifying energy, the solid bottleneck could not hold out for even a second. It was like paper and was shattered in an instant. Boom! An even more powerful aura burst out from Gu Chen's body. The early stage of condensation realm. And that's not all. That torrent of energy was still vast and boundless, as if it was endless. After pushing him into the early stage of the condensation realm, instead of stopping, he continued to push his cultivation forward with an even more ferocious attitude, causing it to skyrocket wildly. Chapter 26 Tao Companion Breakthrough. Should we consolidate it? The peak of the early stage of Ningyuan realm. The middle stage of condensation realm. In just a few breaths, his cultivation level had once again reached a new level. Finally, the energy slowly subsided and completely merged into his limbs, bones, dantian and qi. Guchen slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying light flashed across his eyes. He could feel that the energy in his dantian was several times stronger than that of Lu Ruyu, who had just broken through. Moreover, his Yuanli perfectly combines the tyranny of the Chaos Dao body and the sacredness of the Xianyin divine body. The quality is so high that it is simply horrifying. The solidity of his foundation far exceeds that of warriors of the same level. This is the horror of talent stacking. Lu Ruyu worked hard, relying on elixirs and his help, and finally broke through the Ningyuan realm after escaping death. As a husband, he did nothing but lay on the bed and took off on the spot. Not only did he break through, but his cultivation level also soared directly to the middle stage of the condensation realm. His foundation is more solid than his wife's. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? The fertility and prosperity system is awesome. Guchen gave the system 10,000 likes in his heart. This golden finger is tailor-made for a time traveler like him who is lazy but wants to become stronger. Husband, you also broke through? Lu Ruyu in his arms also felt the surging aura from Guchen. Her watery almond eyes widened instantly, and her little mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. Her little head is no longer enough. It is already a miracle for me to break through on my own. How come my husband also made a breakthrough? Moreover, this aura seems to be much stronger than mine. Hey. Guchen looked at his little wife's adorable and silly face and couldn't help but peck her rosy little mouth again. I've already said that we are practicing the supreme path of dual cultivation. He said matter-of-factly, if you become stronger, I will naturally become stronger too. This is called the harmony of yin and yang, the unity of the Great Way. Do you understand? Lu Ruyu nodded, not quite understanding. Although she didn't understand, she knew that everything her husband did was for her own good. She looked at Guchen's handsome face, feeling the powerful aura from him that made her feel extremely at ease, and her heart was completely filled with an emotion called happiness. She suddenly felt that she was the luckiest woman in the world. Being able to marry her husband was the best decision she had ever made in her life. She took the initiative to stretch out her snow-white arms, hooked them around Guchen's neck, and buried her little face deeply in his solid chest. Thank you, my husband. Her voice, with a strong nasal tone, was full of gratitude and attachment. Guchen felt the warmth and softness of the girl in his arms, and his heart softened. He patted her back gently and said softly, "Silly girl, why are you being so polite to me? You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" The two of them just hugged each other quietly, enjoying the tranquility and warmth after the storm. A long time. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Guchen's mouth again. He lowered his head, blew hot air into Lu Ruyu's ear, and spoke in an extremely dangerous voice. Wife. We are both masters of the condensation realm now. The strength of this body and the resilience of the meridians are no longer the same as before. Lu Ruyu's body stiffened instantly. She suddenly raised her head, and a bad premonition flashed in her clear almond-shaped eyes. Husband, what do you want to do? She hadn't finished her words yet. She saw Guchen's face showing the same smile that she was very familiar with, the smile that the big bad wolf had when he saw Little Red Riding Hood. Guchen looked at the pair of big watery eyes in his arms that were filled with "not good" and "please spare me," and the smile on his face became brighter. He stretched out his finger and gently scratched the tip of Lu Ruyu's small, upturned nose, and said seriously, "Wife, don't look at me like that. Your husband is not the kind of person who only cares about pleasure. Lu Ruyu. I don't believe you. For more than half a month, haven't you been tormenting me in different ways every night? Now you still say that you are not greedy for pleasure?" My husband's face is getting thicker and thicker. She buried her head deeper in shame, not daring to look into Guchen's eyes again. Guchen cleared his throat and continued to talk nonsense seriously using his theory of dual cultivation. Look, we both just broke through. Our realm has improved, but our foundation is still unstable. Our energy is weak. It's like building a house but not laying a solid foundation. It could collapse at any time. He paused, and his tone became extremely heavy, as if he was talking about something important concerning his life and property. At this time, the most important thing to do is to consolidate the foundation of Taoism. And our unique dual cultivation technique is the supreme method to consolidate our Tao foundation and condense our Yuan power. Think about it, we're both at the condensation stage now. The energy intensity our bodies can withstand is more than 10 times stronger than before. If we were to practice deep dual cultivation again, the effect would be. When Guchen finished speaking, he couldn't help smacking his lips, his face full of aftertaste. When Lu Ruyu heard this, her face turned red and her heart was in turmoil. She knew clearly that her husband was making excuses, but she had no way to refute it. Because she could clearly feel that after each cultivation with her husband, the power in her body would indeed become more solid and more harmonious. The wonderful feeling of the fusion of mind and spirit, and the unity of body and soul, made her addicted and unable to stop. Could it be that, what my husband said is true? Is this really a powerful practice method? Seeing his young wife's cute look of being stunned by his trick and falling into self-doubt, Guchen was delighted. He knew it was almost cooked. So, daughter-in-law. Guchen's voice was full of temptation. For our future, for our long-term togetherness, tonight, we must persevere and solidify our foundation. After saying this, he didn't wait for Lu Ruyu to react. He simply turned over and pressed the little lamb, which had given up resistance, under him again. Husband, no. Don't. Lu Ruyu made a final, soft, and unintimidating protest. Want. Guchen's answer was domineering and confident. Consolidating the foundation of the Tao is urgent. This time's consolidation is more intense and lasting than any previous time. Both of them are now at the condensation realm, and the Yuan power in their bodies is endless. Every collision between the Chaos Tao body and the Xianin divine body can spark even more brilliant sparks. Lu Ruyu only knew that when everything was calm. She didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. The whole person is like a pool of honey melted by the sun, sweet, soft, and exuding an alluring fragrance. Chapter 27 Condensing Essence Overnight. The Gu family is about to change. The next morning. When the first ray of morning light came through the window lattice and sprinkled on the wedding bed decorated with auspicious patterns of dragon and phoenix, Guchen opened his eyes refreshed. He glanced down. The little wife in my arms was sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes were like two small fans, casting a faint shadow under her eyelids. There was a satisfied and sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. After a night of consolidation, Lu Ruyu's aura has been completely stabilized at the early stage of the Ningyuan realm. The sacred aura originating from the Xianin divine body also became more restrained, no longer as ostentatious as it was last night. But Guchen knew that this was just an appearance. At this moment, Lu Ruyu is like a peerless divine weapon hidden in his scabbard. It looks simple and unpretentious, but once it is unsheathed, it will reveal its sharp edge and stun the world. And he himself gained even more. Not only did his cultivation stabilize at the middle stage of the condensation realm, but his Chaos Tao body also became even more unfathomable due to its deep integration with the Xianin divine body. He even felt that he could kill 10 of his yesterday's selves with one punch. These days of dual cultivation are so plain and boring. Guchen sighed happily in his heart, carefully withdrew his arm, and stood up quietly. Instead of practicing anymore, he walked into the yard and began to practice a set of the Gu family's most basic boxing techniques. The tiger is full of energy and the fist breaks the air. Now, when he performs this ordinary boxing technique, it has a completely different artistic conception. Every punch and every kick implicitly conforms to some ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Although seemingly simple, they contain the charm of simplicity of the Great Way. Just when he was getting excited about fighting, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Who is it? Guchen retracted his fist and asked casually. Second young master, it's me. From outside the door came the butler's voice, which was a little excited and a little odd. The patriarch. The patriarch wants you and the young madam to go to the meeting hall. Nu. Guchen responded and turned back to the room. He knew that with such a big commotion last night, his cheap father would definitely be unable to sit still. Half an hour later. When Guchen appeared in the Gu family's meeting hall holding Lu Ruyu's hand, the entire hall fell into deathly silence in an instant. In the main seat, Gu Tianming sat upright, his face showing no emotion. But sitting next to him were all the core elders of the Gu family. These old guys who usually look down on others and even dare to contradict Gu Tianming in person, are now like quails, with their heads down, their eyes on their noses on their hearts, not even daring to breathe. When their eyes inadvertently swept over Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu, their eyes were filled with unconcealable shock and horror. Overnight, they both entered the nascent soul realm. What is the concept? This is a myth. It's a legend. They have lived for decades, and have never seen or even heard of such an outrageous thing. Especially Lu Ruyu. In their eyes, the second daughter of the Lu family was regarded as a waste and a burden who was trying to cling to the Gu family. At this moment, she was wearing a simple long dress, standing quietly beside Gu Chun, with an ethereal temperament and radiant face. Although she had deliberately restrained her aura, the subtle pressure that came from deep within her blood still made every elder present feel palpitations. How could this be considered garbage? This is clearly a future Valkyrie walking among the human world. And these blind idiots rushed over to clean up the house yesterday? Thinking of this, the elders headed by Gu Shanha felt their legs go weak, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It's over. This time it's really over. Ahem. Gu Tianming cleared his throat, breaking the suffocating silence. He looked at his son, who still had a calm expression, and his daughter-in-law, who was hiding obediently behind his son, and felt mixed emotions. Shock, ecstasy, pride, and a hint of helplessness at having his father's authority challenged. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound steady and authoritative. Chen'er, like jade. What happened last night? Although he already had a guess in his mind, he still needed a definite answer. Gu Chen grinned when he heard this. He took a step forward, protecting Lu Ruyu behind him, and said in a matter-of-fact tone. Oh, nothing serious. My wife is so gifted that she accidentally broke through to the condensation realm. As for the moon in the sky, it might have been an accidental special effect created when her divine body awakened. The scene was a bit too big, and it frightened the uncles and elders. He said this lightly. But the elders present heard their eyelids twitching wildly and almost vomiting blood. What does it mean to break through accidentally? What are special effects created accidentally? You call that divine moon vision that nearly made the entire Gu family kneel down and sing Conquer a special effect? Are you showing off or are you insulting us old guys? Gu Tianming was so choked by his son's Versailles-style remarks that he was speechless for a long time. He rubbed his swollen temples and decided to skip the topic. What about you? His eyes were fixed on Gu Chen intently. Your cultivation, what's going on? This is what he cares most about. Lu Ruyu is a divine body, so it is understandable that her breakthrough can lead to strange phenomena. But how come you, little brat, soared from the peak of the Qi-gathering realm to the middle stage of the condensation realm overnight? This is unscientific. This is not martial arts. Facing his father's inquiring and doubtful gaze, Gu Chen remained calm and once again used his universal shield. He pointed to his nose and smiled innocently. Of course I rely on my wife. Dad, don't you know? The technique we practiced is a very powerful one that requires two people to practice together. Gu Chen deliberately emphasized the word together. Once my wife breaks through, the yin and yang will be in harmony, and the great Tao will resonate. As her husband, I will naturally rise with her. He spread his hands, his expression as sincere as possible. So, marrying a good wife is more important than anything else. Look, doesn't this save me several years of hard training? Puff. Finally, an elderly elder couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of tea, which made his face turn red and he coughed continuously. In the hall, the faces of all the elders turned purple. They all looked at Gu Chun with a look of surprise. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. You make the claim of living off someone so refreshing and self-righteous, and even brag about it in front of all the core elders of the family? Do you still have any shame? Gu Tianming was so angry that his head hurt. He discovered that since his son cancelled the wedding banquet, not only had his strength become unfathomable, but his thickness of face had also reached a whole new level. What else can he say? He couldn't say anything. You can't ask the couple about the specific details of their kung fu in front of so many people, right? Chapter 28. The whole city was shocked. Lu Qinghai was shocked. Never mind. Gu Tianming waved his hands weakly, feeling very tired. Since this is your opportunity, I won't ask any more questions. He changed the subject and his expression became serious again. However, the commotion last night was too loud. Although I immediately blocked the news and activated the clan protection formation, the other families in Zhanghai City must have noticed it. From today on, the two of you are not allowed to step out of the mansion without my permission. Especially you, Ruyu. Gu Tianming's gaze fell on Lu Ruyu, and his eyes became softer and more serious than ever before. You are now the greatest treasure and the biggest secret of our Gu family. You must not be exposed to anyone until you have enough power to protect yourself. Yes, father. Lu Ruyu nodded obediently. She knew that her father-in-law was protecting her. This care from the elders is a warmth that she has never experienced in the Lu family. Seeing that Lu Ruyu was so sensible, Gu Tianming nodded with satisfaction. Then, his gaze, like a knife, swept across the group of elders below who were silent as a mouse. As for you. His voice instantly turned cold. I can let bygones be bygones for what happened yesterday. However, from today on, if anyone dares to be disrespectful to Chun'er and Ruyu, or leaks even a single word that shouldn't be said. He didn't say anything else. But the icy murderous intent from the powerful spirit transformation realm cultivator had made Gu Shanha and the others tremble all over as if they had fallen into an icy cave. We obey your command. Gu Shanha was the first to take the lead, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The other elders followed suit, burying their heads tightly, not even having the courage to look at Gu Tianming. They knew that things were really going to change in the Gu family. If they don't want to be crushed into powder by the coming huge wave, their only choice is to surrender. Complete and unconditional surrender. Just as Gu Tianming expected. The earth-shaking spiritual energy riot at the Gu family last night and the strange phenomenon of the lunar moon that hung in the air for about half an hour could not be hidden from the eyes of the top forces in Zhanghai City. Overnight, the entire upper-class circle of Zhanghai City was in an uproar. Have you heard? A treasure was born in the Gu family last night. What precious treasure? I heard from my spies stationed outside the Gu family that the movement was the awakening of the divine body. The concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Gu family compound has skyrocketed by more than 10 times. It's more than just a divine body awakening. A classmate of the son of a distant cousin of mine, who was a guard for the Gu family, secretly reported that a moon bigger than a house appeared in the sky. When that light hit him, he instantly broke through from the 3rd level of the body-tempering realm to the 4th level. You all guessed wrong. I have insider information. The useless second miss of the Lu family is not actually without talent. It's that her talent is so good that it suppressed her bloodline. It was activated by the second young Master Gu, and it turned out to be a top-notch talent, even stronger than Lu Ruyan. Holy crap! Is this true? So mysterious? Exquisite talent? The moon? Could it be the Xianyin divine body? All kinds of news that are difficult to distinguish between true and false are flying around. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Gu family compound, which had been completely closed since last night, and not even a bird could fly in. The Li family, the Wang family, the Zhao family. All the noble families that were in competition with the Gu family sent out their most elite spies to guard around the Gu family mansion day and night, trying to find any clues. But nothing was found. The Gu family's protective formation keeps out all prying eyes. This unknown mystery made everyone feel a huge pressure. At this moment, the most restless and upset were none other than the Lu family. Lu family mansion, hall. Bang! A valuable blue and white porcelain teacup was thrown to the ground by Lu Qinghai and shattered into pieces. Trash! A bunch of trash! He pointed at the trembling spies in front of him and cursed. I've raised you for so many years, but you can't even find out what happened to the Gu family. What use do I have for you? His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He had been feeling uneasy since last night, always feeling that something beyond his control was happening. He also sensed the spiritual energy riot in the Gu family. That vast and sacred aura made even this warrior at the peak of the spiritual transformation realm feel palpitations. His intuition told him that this matter was definitely of great importance. Moreover, among all the incredible news, it was actually that Lu Ruyu awakened the Xianyin divine body. If that's true, it can be said that their Lu family let go of the golden phoenix that allowed the family to leap forward. Dad, what are you angry about? A cold female voice came from outside the hall. Lu Ruyan, wearing an ice blue long dress, walked in slowly. She had just finished her retreat, and the aura of her top-grade ice phoenix bloodline had become increasingly condensed. Her entire person exuded a cold and arrogant aura that kept strangers away. After all, she had awakened a supreme talent. She stabilized her Tao heart and stopped having wild thoughts. She soon got rid of the unstable state of her Tao foundation. She scoffed at the rumors from outside. Isn't it just that the Gu family made a little noise? What's the big deal? She walked to the main seat and sat down, her tone full of disdain. In my opinion, it must be Gu Chen, trying to be mysterious again. Perhaps Gu Tianming found a one-time magical weapon that can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and deliberately created such a big scene. Even if I was wrong about Gu Chen, he is still a burden if he marries my useless sister. What Xianin divine body? How is this possible? My useless sister? She paused, a hint of cold sarcasm appearing at the corner of her mouth. Trash is trash after all. No matter how fancy it is, it can't change the fact that it's trash. Just wait and see. When this furor passes, Gu Chen will still be the man who married a loser and is the laughingstock of the entire Jianhai city. She was full of confidence in her decision to break off the engagement. Although Gu Chen concealed his talent, he was not an insignificant second-generation rich kid. However, in order to break off the engagement, he actually married her good-for-nothing sister. It is conceivable that Gu Chen's vision is limited to this. She firmly believed that what she threw away was just an insignificant piece of garbage. However, at this moment, an assistant in charge of intelligence came running in hurriedly with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He came to Lu Qinghai and whispered a few words in his ear. Lu Qinghai's expression changed drastically in an instant. What did you say? He screamed, stood up suddenly from his chair, and looked at the assistant in disbelief. The eldest princess sent a gift to congratulate the daughter-in-law of the Gu family for awakening her supreme talent, the Xianin divine body? Chapter 29, Lu Ruyan's Jealousy. The Origin of the Divine Seed. The eldest princess sent a gift to congratulate the daughter-in-law of the Gu family for awakening her supreme talent, the Xianin divine body? Boom! These words were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking Lu Ruyan's head fiercely. Her pretty face, which was always etched with arrogance and coldness, lost all its color at this moment and turned completely pale. No, impossible. A sharp, almost hysterical denial came out of Lu Ruyan's mouth. She stood up suddenly, and the chill of her supreme ice phoenix bloodline went completely out of control due to her violent emotional fluctuations, instantly freezing the mahogany chair beneath her into an ice sculpture. That's absolutely impossible. She stared intently at the assistant who came to report, and for the first time, her ice-blue eyes were filled with pure shock and incomprehensible absurdity. Xianin divine body? Just relying on that loser Lu Ruyu? Wait. Gu family's daughter-in-law? It doesn't necessarily have to be Lu Ruyu. Gu Chen has a brother. Is she the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family? Lu Ruyan roared uncontrollably, her voice so sharp that it was almost piercing. She used her talent and pride to build an indestructible castle of ice and snow for herself. She stood at the highest point of the castle, overlooking all living beings. Whether it is Gu Chen or Lu Ruyu, they were originally the most humble and dirty garbage she had thrown away outside the castle. But now, these two pieces of garbage not only did not rot and stink, but instead flew into the sky and turned into a dragon soaring in the sky, flying higher than her castle. How could she accept this? This would cause her 10,000 times more pain than just killing her. Yenner. Calm down. Lu Qinghai shouted in a deep voice, forcibly waking up his daughter who was on the verge of madness. His expression was also extremely ugly. But he is much more rational than Lu Ruyan. No matter what, Lu Ruyu is also his daughter. Although, because of her talent, he did not pay attention to his little daughter since childhood. But, they are also blood relatives. As long as he is willing to sacrifice his pride, he can find a way to repair the relationship. Deep down in his heart, he is extremely regretful. Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu really underwent earth-shaking changes in less than a month. This realization, like an invisible hammer, shattered all his hopes. Remorse. Endless regret, like the most turbulent tide, instantly drowned him. He knew what his Lu family had missed. That's not a son-in-law. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that was enough to allow the Lu family to reach the top of the rivers and seas, and even challenge the entire province. And this opportunity was ruthlessly pushed away by him, his self-righteous daughter. He looked at Lu Ruyan's face, which was twisted with jealousy and unwillingness, and for the first time, a trace of disgust arose in his heart. Success is due to talent, failure is also due to talent. It was this supreme talent that gave her supreme pride, but also gave her blind arrogance. Gu Chen knew nothing about the ups and downs in the outside world and was too lazy to care. After sending away his father and a group of elders, he took Lu Ruyu back to their own little world. Husband, I'll go make you some tea. Lu Ruyu's little face still had a blush on it. Just now in the meeting hall, her husband's bold words about being a gigolo made her feel shy and sweet, and her heart is still pounding. What kind of tea should I make? Guchen pulled her into his arms and let her sit on his lap. His warm big hands naturally wrapped around her slender waist, which was so thin that it could be held in one hand. I'm thirsty, and drinking from you is enough. He lowered his head and kissed her tender and tempting red lips deeply. Lu Ruyu let out a cry of awe and her body instantly went limp. She could only lean weakly on her husband's solid chest, letting him do whatever he wanted. After a long time, their lips parted. Guchen looked at the little goblin in his arms, who was looking seductive and panting, and smiled with satisfaction. He discovered that as the Xianyin divine body was continuously unsealed, Lu Ruyu's cultivation and temperament, as well as her charm in that aspect, were also improving at an astonishing rate. Now, her every frown and smile carries a natural charm. She is simply a bewitching beauty. No, my concentration is still not enough. Guchen silently sounded the alarm for himself in his heart. I almost forgot about the important matter again. With a thought, he called up the system panel that he had not seen for a long time. The first thing that catches your eye is still the 2 unlocked character cards of Lu Ruyu and Xiaoning Shuang. Xiaoning Shuang's character card is still at the initial stage, with no changes. But Lu Ruyu's character card has undergone earth-shaking changes. Taoist Companion, Lu Ruyu. Rating, Purple Epic. Talent, Supreme Grade Xianyin Divine Body 3rd Seal removed. Status, Awakened Early Condensation Stage. Features, Talent Superposition can perfectly superimpose its cultivation talents on the host. Compatibility, 99% life and death. Companion status, Chaos Hotbed Conception probability greatly increased. Extremely easy to give birth to a god-level bloodline offspring. Looking at the seal that had been unlocked to the 3rd level and the compatibility of up to 99%, Guchen nodded with satisfaction. The hard work of more than half a month has indeed paid off. However, when his eyes fell to the bottom of the character card, a new line of task prompts emitting brilliant golden light was flashing wildly, almost blinding his eyes again. Ding! Core mission released. Mission name, Origin of the Divine Seed. Quest level, God level only. Quest requirements, before entering the Black Mist Abyss 6 days remaining, successfully help your Taoist companion Lu Ruyu conceive your first child. Quest reward? Depends on your offspring's talent, guaranteed God-level reward. Failure penalty, none. Boom! It was as if a volcano erupted in Guchen's mind. Here we come. It's finally here. The most core and critical task of the many children, many blessings system has finally been released. The origin of the divine species. Just by hearing the name, you know how awesome this mission is. Moreover, the system clearly reminds you that as long as you complete it, you will be guaranteed to receive God-level rewards. If by some chance Lu Ruyu were to become pregnant with a child of divine bloodline, then the reward. Guchen simply didn't dare to think further. His heart began to beat wildly, and the blood in his body was boiling at this moment. No! Must be done. It must be completed at any cost. Although the opportunity in the Black Mist Abyss is important, it is nothing compared to this Origin of the Divine Seed mission. Guchen's breathing suddenly became extremely rapid. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Ruyu in his arms. His eyes instantly became extremely hot, full of unprecedented and undisguised aggression. That look was more ferocious than any time before. Chapter 30 Before the Secret Realm. Must get pregnant. Lu Ruyu's heart trembled when she saw Guchen's look as if he wanted to eat her alive. Her little face turned red all the way to her ears. Husband, husband. She twisted her body subconsciously, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with a hint of pleading. No. No more, today, I really can't do it today. She was really scared. Although last night's consolidation allowed her to experience unprecedented extreme pleasure. But my husband is like a tireless dragon, he is really too troublesome. She now felt that her bones were still soft. If this happened again, she had no doubt that she would not be able to get out of bed today. However, this time, Guchen's reaction was beyond her expectations. He didn't rush forward as usual. Instead, he took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the primitive impulse in his heart that was about to explode. He knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. If you want to successfully sow seeds, you can't rely on passion and brute force alone, you must pay attention to the right time, place, and people. The system has given us the chaos hotbed state, which greatly increases the chance of conception. They also have the advantage of location. This is their own little world, absolutely safe and undisturbed. Now, all that's missing is harmony among people. You must make sure that your wife, both physically and mentally, reaches the most relaxed, happy, and most suitable state for conception. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's eyes looking at Lu Ruyu instantly changed from a hungry wolf to the most gentle and considerate warm man. He gently picked up the beautiful girl in his arms and let her sit down again. Then he squatted down, held her delicate and small feet, and began to gently massage her sore calves. Wife, thank you for your hard work over the past half-month. Gu Chen's voice was full of magnetism and so gentle that it could drip water. I know that you have endured a lot of hardship to help me practice. From today on, you don't have to do anything. Just rest well and take care of your body. Tell me whatever you want to eat and whatever you want to play, and I will satisfy you. Lu Ruyu was caught off guard by his sudden tenderness and was completely stunned. She felt the comfortable force of warm energy coming from her husband's palm, and felt the soreness in her calves slowly dissipate. An unprecedented warmth surged into my heart. Her eyes instantly turned red. Although this man is sometimes domineering and unreasonable, and bad enough to make people feel ashamed and angry, but his kindness to himself comes from the heart and is without any impurities. Husband. She choked and didn't know what to say. Silly girl, why are you crying? Gu Chen raised his head and gave her a bright smile. My Gu Chen's wife deserves to be held in the palm of my hand and pampered. After saying that, he stood up and picked up Lu Ruyu by the waist again. Ah! Lu Ruyu exclaimed, thinking that she was going to start cultivation again, and instinctively closed her eyes. But after waiting for a long time, the expected storm did not come. She cautiously opened her eyes a little, but found that her husband just held her in his arms, walked to the lounge chair in the yard, and then gently placed her on it. The afternoon sun is warm. In the courtyard, birds are singing and flowers are blooming. Gu Chen just held her quietly, letting her rest her head on his legs, and gently rubbed her temples. Wife, take a nap if you are tired. His voice seemed to have magic, completely relaxing Lu Ruyu's tense nerves. She rubbed her husband's strong thighs, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep with a happy smile on her face. Looking at the peaceful and quiet sleeping face of his little wife in his arms, Gu Chen raised the corner of his mouth gently. He knew that his harmony plan was halfway successful. Next, we need to prepare the geographical location. While gently massaging Lu Ruyu, he began to think about his next plan in his mind. The abyss of black mist will open in 7 days. In other words, he still has 6 days to complete the origin of the Divine Seed mission. Time is neither long nor short. It has to be planned well. First of all, we must get information about the black mist abyss. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Even though he made a bet with the royal princess, it didn't mean he was going to rush in alone foolishly. The power of the Gu family must be utilized. Secondly, during these 6 days, we must create the most perfect conception environment for Lu Ruyu. When eating, eat the best spiritual food. Use the most precious spiritual materials. If you want to live, you should live in a place with the richest spiritual energy. In short, she needs to use money to bring her physical condition to an unprecedented peak. As for where the money comes from, Gu Chen's gaze fell on the purple jade pendant of the second Princess Xiaoning Shuang, which he had casually thrown on the table. Seeing this order is like seeing the princess herself. Any royal property can be mobilized within the territory of Yanxia. This thing is much more useful than the financial power of his Gu family. It seems that I have to find time to visit the royal family's property in Zhanghai City. Gu Chen said in his heart. The last and most important point. It's his own state. If Lu Ruyu wants to give birth to a god-level offspring, she cannot do it alone. As a father, he must also be full of energy and spirit, reaching the peak state of vigor and vitality. Therefore, in the past few days, in addition to the necessary preparations, he also needs to recuperate and recharge his energy. I can't do it like before, just caring about my own pleasure and making my young wife suffer a lot. Be gentle, be persistent, and be skillful. Make every sowing full of ritual. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's face once again showed that confident smile of everything is under control. He could already sense it. 6 days later. A baby with divine blood, belonging to him and Lu Ruyu, is about to sprout quietly in his wife's belly. In the next few days, Gu Chen completely transformed himself into a good husband. He found different ways to prepare delicious food for Lu Ruyu every day. What about soup made from 1,000-year-old snow lotus, porridge made from 100-year-old red fruit, or dishes made from deep-sea dragon tendons? In short, be as extravagant and nourishing as possible. Any one of these things is enough to make an ordinary condensation realm warrior fight for it and get beaten to a bloody pulp. But to Gu Chen, it was like free cabbage, flowing into Lu Ruyu's mouth like water. He even used the purple jade pendant that Xiaoningshuang gave him and directly transferred a large number of top-grade treasures from the royal family's secret treasury in Jianhai City, which were specially used to nourish the qi and blood and essence of female warriors. When the manager of the royal treasury saw the jade pendant, the expression on his face was as if he had seen his biological father. Not to mention just mobilizing some spiritual materials, even if Gu Chen asked him to empty the entire treasure house, he would have to nod and do it. Lu Ruyu felt embarrassed at first and thought it was such a waste. But under the bombardment of Gu Chen's sugar-coated slogan "Everything is for our future baby," he quickly surrendered. There are only 3 things left in her daily life: eat, sleep, and be trained by my husband in various ways so gentle that they can squeeze water out of me. Chapter 31 for the Son of God. I have done my best as a husband. With the nourishment of massive top-level resources, Lu Ruyu's body became more and more lustrous and full of the breath of life at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her skin, which was already as delicate as a baby's, was now even whiter and more rosy, as if it contained divine energy and emitted a faint fragrance. The whole person is like a peerless fairy flower watered by divine dew, so beautiful that it is beyond words. Gu Chen also strictly implemented his recuperation plan. He is no longer like before, partying every night without restraint. Instead, every sowing is regarded as a sacred ceremony full of ritual. Bathing, burning incense, flirting. Every step has been taken to perfection. He would use the most gentle actions and the most affectionate words to push Lu Ruyu's body and mind to the peak of greatest pleasure and relaxation. Then, in the most fitting and perfect posture, he merged with her and injected all of his life essence containing the origin of the chaotic body into the chaos hotbed that was most suitable for nurturing offspring. Lu Ruyu was completely immersed in the gentle paradise her husband had created for her. She felt like she was living in the clouds every day, floating in the air. She even began to look forward to her cultivation every night. Because, only at that time could she truly feel her husband's love and obsession for her that went deep into his bones. But outside the Gu family's courtyard, the scene was quite different. Open your mouth. A cousin from a side branch had a look of despair on his face when another cousin forced a thick old ginseng into his mouth. Whoa, brother, I really can't eat anymore. I'm going to have a nosebleed if I eat anymore. Eat. This is a reward from second brother. He said we've worked hard guarding the gate, so he brought it from the royal treasury to nourish us. If you don't eat it, you're not giving second brother any respect. But, this is the 7th one. What nonsense! Second brother said, men can't say no. Eat quickly. Similar scenes were played out one after another in every corner of the Gu family compound. Ever since Gu Chen started to tonic Lu Ruyu, all those leftovers have been given to the servants and guards of the Gu family. In just a few days, the cultivation levels of the servants and guards of the entire Gu family soared like a rocket. Everyone had a rosy complexion after eating, and they looked vigorous and energetic, walking with a breeze. The way they looked at Gu Chen now was no longer one of awe. That's fanaticism. That's worship. In their hearts, Gu Chen is God. He can take them to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, like a living god. Time passed quickly in this warm yet absurd atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the Black Mist Abyss opened. That night, Gu Chen prepared the most grand sowing ceremony for Lu Ruyu. He fumigated the entire room with the top-grade 9-ben concentrating incense, which could calm the mind. In the bathtub where the two were about to bathe together, they sprinkled it with Millennium Warm Jade Powder, which can promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis and nourish the soul. When Lu Ruyu was taken out of the bathtub and placed on the wedding bed covered with bright red rose petals, her whole body has turned into a pool of spring water, her eyes are charming and her pretty face is flushed. Husband. Her voice is so sweet that it's sickening, and so soft that it can melt a person's bones. Bring it on. Gu Chen looked at the beautiful painting in front of him, and felt that his rationality was burned to ashes in an instant. He took a deep breath, suppressed the fire in his heart that was about to explode, and slowly covered it with an almost pious attitude. Daughter-in-law. His voice was hoarse but full of magnetism. For our future son of God. As a husband, I have to give it my all. A crazy night. The next day, Gu Chen got up from the bed refreshed. The first thing he did was to open the system panel to check Lu Ruyu's status. However, on the character card, the column 4, companion status, still showed Chaos Cradle, and the 3 words, conceived, that he expected did not appear. Failed? Gu Chen frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. We have the right time, place, and people. The chance of conception is greatly increased, and it is also a breeding ground for chaos. This old gun of mine has been through hundreds of battles and never misses its target. How could it fail? Could it be that the time is too short and the system can't detect it? That's right, things like this won't have results so quickly. Gu Chen comforted himself and stopped worrying about it. Anyway, we are going to enter the Black Mist Abyss today. By the time we come out of the secret realm, there should be some results. He lowered his head, glanced at Lu Ruyu who was still sleeping, kissed her gently on the forehead, then quietly got up and began to put on his clothes. Today, I have to get down to business. He hasn't forgotten the bet he made with the royal princess. Zhanghai City, outside the East City Gate. The place was bustling with people and traffic. The elite children from the major families in Zhanghai City, as well as masters from the military and city hall, all gathered here. They have only one goal. That is the century-old secret realm located 300 miles outside the city, which is about to be opened, the Abyss of Black Mist. This is a feast for the entire Zhanghai City. It was also a fight full of blood and danger. In the crowd, the teams of top families such as the Lu family, the Li family, and the Wang family were clearly separated and each occupied an area. The Lu family's team was led by Lu Qinghai himself. Beside him stood Lu Ruyan, who was wearing an ice blue dress and had a cold and proud temperament. After a few days of adjustment, Lu Ruyan seemed to have recovered from the blow brought by Gu Chen. Her beautiful face was once again covered with the icy expression that kept people at a distance. But if you look closely, you can see that deep in her eyes, there is a trace of jealousy and resentment that can never be dispelled. You're just being mysterious. She looked at the Gu family mansion in the distance, whose door was still closed, and snorted coldly. Today is the day when the Black Mist Abyss opens. If Gu Chen doesn't come out, he will become the biggest joke in Zhanghai City. She doesn't believe it. She didn't believe from the bottom of her heart that Gu Chen really dared not to come. That loser, who had finally managed to improve his cultivation through unorthodox means, how could he possibly let go of such an opportunity to show off? To protect Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. He must have wanted to wait until the last moment to make a splashy appearance to satisfy his pathetic vanity. Lu Qinghai stood aside without saying a word, but his gloomy eyes were fixed in the direction of the Gu family. His mood was extremely complicated. Since he hoped that Gu Chen would not come, this way, his Lu family would still have a chance to save face. He also hoped that Gu Chen could come, because he wanted to see with his own eyes how terrifying his son-in-law, whom he once regarded as a waste, had grown to. Just when everyone was talking and wondering whether the Gu family was going to back down at the last minute. Boom! A dull roar came from a distance. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. The 2 vermilion lacquered doors of the Gu family, which had been closed for several days, slowly opened under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 32 The whole city is assembled. Why hasn't he come yet? Zhanghai City, outside the East City Gate. The city gate area, which used to be wide and unobstructed, has now been completely blocked by heavily armed forces. A temporary restricted area constructed of heavy alloy and high-strength explosion-proof glass rose from the ground, isolating all outsiders. The atmosphere in the restricted area was tense yet filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Vehicles, some ferocious in appearance and some luxurious, were parked in their respective areas. There are armored off-road vehicles with bodies covered with sharp blades, like steel behemoths, and there are also floating commercial vehicles with smooth lines and shining metallic luster. Next to each car stood a group of warriors with sturdy aura and sharp eyes. They are the elite children from the major families in Zhanghai City, as well as masters selected by the military and the city hall. Today, they will step into the dangerous place that opens once every 100 years, the Abyss of Black Mist. Brother Gu, you're finally here. As soon as the Gu family's convoy came to a stop, Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, and Wang Tong, the head of the Wang family, surrounded them with smiles on their faces, like cats smelling blood. Oh, Brother Gu, look at yourself, you are becoming more and more energetic. Wang Tang lowered his posture very low, and the smile forced on his fat face was uglier than crying. Yes, Li Changfeng quickly agreed. Under the leadership of Brother Gu, the Gu family will surely prosper in the future and become the leader of Jianghai City, no, the entire province. Gu Tianming was flattered by these two people on his left and right. Although his face remained expressionless, he felt comfortable in his heart. Thinking back to the past, both of these old guys were arrogant in front of him, but now they are wagging their tails like pugs. All this is because of his good son. Well, you're too polite. Gu Tianming nodded reservedly, glanced around the room, and asked, "Is Her Royal Highness the Princess not here yet?" "It's almost here, the royal procession is already in place." Li Changfeng pointed to a group of guards in red dragon armor in the distance, then asked cautiously, Brother Gu, where's Gu Chen? With such a big event today, why, isn't he here yet? This question was also on the minds of everyone present. Ever since the city hall meeting that day, Gu Chen's name has become the hottest topic in the upper-class circles of Jianghai City. The Gu family also rose in status and became the object of everyone's flattery. But unfortunately, the Gu family has kept its doors closed these days and refused all visitors, which cast a veil of mystery over Gu Chen. Upon hearing this, the corners of Gu Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. How did he know where that brat was? Ever since he said that day, "If the sky falls, I will hold it up for you," the boy has really become a hands-off boss, spending the whole day with Lu Ruyu in his yard, tinkering with something unknown. He sent people to ask several times, but the boy always retorted with the excuse that they are expanding the Gu family and practicing sacred cultivation, and no outsiders are allowed to enter. Chen has his own arrangements. Gu Tianming could only respond vaguely. Not far away, in the Lu family's team, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Lu Ruyan wore a tailor-made ice blue tight combat uniform that perfectly outlined her curvy and perfect figure. She crossed her arms, her pretty face cold, listening to the people around her undisguised flattery and compliments of the Gu family. The irritation and jealousy in her heart grew like weeds. Mystifying. In her opinion, Gu Chen was clearly trying to put on airs and deliberately waited until the last moment to appear so that he could enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. What a vain and pathetic man. She just didn't believe that a piece of trash who climbed up by crooked means and a bit of luck could really compete with the royal elite. The abyss of black fog will make him face reality. Yenner, calm down. Lu Qinghai stood beside her and reminded her in a hoarse voice. His expression was even uglier than Lu Ruyan's. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the direction of the Gu family mansion with an extremely complicated look. His heart was being torn between two extreme emotions and he was suffering. He hoped that Gu Chen would not come. In this way, Gu Chen's bet with the royal family became a joke. He did not dare to accept the challenge and retreated at the last minute. In this way, the Lu family might be able to save a bit of face and prove that the cancellation of the engagement was not entirely the Lu family's fault, but that Gu Chen was simply a madman who was seeking popularity and was incapable of taking on important tasks. But he was also extremely afraid that Gu Chen really wouldn't come. If Gu Chen doesn't come, wouldn't that confirm the even more unpleasant rumors from the outside world? What do you mean that Gu Chen himself is actually a waste and relies entirely on his wife who has awakened her divine body? What Lu Ruyu has been sucked dry? Gu Chen is simply a gigolo who looks good but is useless. If this is true, then the girl his Lu family married off was not a useless daughter, but a future supreme power with a divine body. Then his Lu family would really become the biggest fool in the world. This contradictory feeling almost drove him crazy. At this moment, a huge engine roar, accompanied by strong air pressure, came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads involuntarily. A dark green military helicopter, painted with the Yanxia Royal Red Dragon totem, appeared above everyone's heads like a hovering eagle. The huge propeller whipped up a strong wind that made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Some disciples with weaker cultivation were even blown back repeatedly, looking miserable. Her Royal Highness the Princess has arrived. Someone shouted, and the whole place fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the helicopter door opened and two ropes were thrown down. Immediately afterwards, two heroic figures descended from the sky along the ropes in an extremely professional and agile posture. It was none other than the two princesses Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan. They took off their luxurious palace dresses and put on a well-tailored golden close-fitting combat uniform. It was less elegant and luxurious, but more heroic and fierce, which made people's heart tremble. Behind them, 8 elite royal guards, their auras as heavy as mountains, also descended one after another through ropes. Each of them had sharp eyes and was well equipped. The subtle fluctuations of their energy made all the family heads present feel a sense of palpitation. Ningyuan realm. They are all in the Ningyuan realm. Li Changfeng cried out in a low voice, his voice full of horror. Boom! The whole audience was in an uproar. Among the teams from various aristocratic families present, the strongest leader is only at the early stage of condensation realm, and most of the team members are still lingering at the peak of Chweki realm. And the team sent by the royal family was actually composed of people in the nascent soul realm. What a terrifying power this is! This is a completely overwhelming force. These so-called top families in Zhanghai City are just like a bunch of chickens and dogs in front of the real royal background, and are vulnerable. Xia Ningxuan landed steadily, with a faint smile on her beautiful face. Her eyes swept across the scene and finally landed on Gu Tianming. Master Gu. Her voice was clear and crisp, with just the right amount of intimacy, yet it made Gu Tianming feel a huge pressure. The agreed time is almost here. Where's Gu Chen? Is he afraid and doesn't dare to come? Chapter 33 One person, one car. Are you here to die? Xia Ningxuan's voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves in the crowd. Everyone's eyes were suddenly focused on Gu Tianming. There was curiosity, inquiry, schadenfreude, and undisguised mockery in that look. Yes, everyone is here, even the royal princess has come in person, but where is that arrogant second young master of your Gu family? What about Gu Chen, who dared to challenge the royal family and boasted that he would challenge the royal elite team alone? How come I can't even see a shadow of it now? A gloating sneer instantly appeared at the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth. She has been waiting for this moment. Wait and see how Gu Chen and the Gu family make a fool of themselves in front of the royal family. This. Gu Tianming's old face turned red, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What can he say? He said he didn't know where that brat had gone? That he might really still be sleeping with his wife? If these words were spoken, the Gu family would never be able to hold their heads up high today. Your Highness, you're joking. Gu Tianming forced a smile that was uglier than crying and explained with a stiff upper lip. Chener, he's making final preparations. He'll be here soon. Even he himself felt that this explanation was pale and powerless. Xia Qingyue sneered, just don't waste everyone's time. After all, the black mist abyss can't be conquered with just words. Her words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Lu Ruyan felt so happy when she heard this that she even wanted to clap her hands and cheer. Well said. Your Highness. He should be slapped in the face like this. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Lu Ruyan cleared her throat and snorted in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for everyone around them to hear. Some people may only dare to act arrogantly at home, but when the real fight comes, they become cowards. After all, the ability to live off others won't carry you into the secret realm. As soon as these words came out, suppressed laughter suddenly sounded around. The looks Li Changfeng, Wang Tong and others gave Gu Tianming also became subtle. They began to wonder if their flattery and fawning over the past few days were a little too early. Is this Gu Chen really just a silver-plated spearhead? Gu Tianming's face had turned from red to blue, and from blue to purple. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles were cracking. He has never felt so aggrieved in his life. Just when this awkward and tense atmosphere was about to reach its climax. Buzz boom. An extremely harsh and flashy engine roar came from far away, tearing through the air. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. I saw a convertible sports car with exaggerated shape and bright red color, like a red lightning, drawing an arrogant arc on the road. Then, a crazy drift. Squeak. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp and piercing scream. The sports car swung sideways with a posture comparable to the skills of a top driver, and finally stopped steadily at the entrance of the controlled area. Not more, not less, just enough to block the door. The entire audience fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone stared in amazement at the sports car that suddenly appeared and was out of tune with the solemn atmosphere around it. Who is this? Are you so brave? Do you dare to play like this in such an occasion? Are you trying to live? Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, the bright red car door slowly rose upwards. A young man in white casual clothes and a pair of frog-shaped sunglasses, holding the car door with one hand, lazily stepped out of the car. There was no one behind him. No followers, no guards, no teammates. Just one person and one car. Sorry. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome, yet somewhat cynical face. He glanced around the room, his gaze lingering for a second on Lu Ruyan's distorted face. Then he grinned and said frivolously, I'm a little late coaxing my wife to sleep. Boom. Gu Chin. It's Gu Qin. He actually came. And in this way. After a brief period of silence, the entire controlled area was in an uproar. Everyone stared at Gu Chen as if he was a madman, a fool, or a lunatic. Look at what the occasion is now. This is the day when the secret realm that will determine the fortune of Jianghai City for the next 100 years is opened. It is a life and death arena where all the elites from various noble families come out, and even the royal family is on high alert. Look at them. The royal elites, airborne by military helicopters, all of them are in the condensation realm, and their momentum is as high as a rainbow. Each major family, with armored vehicles leading the way, has at least 10 elite teams, ready for battle. Look at yourself again. He came here alone, driving a flashy sports car and wearing casual shopping clothes? What are you doing here? Do you think this is an outing? Gu Qin. Lu Ruyan was the first one who couldn't hold it in. She felt like her lungs were about to explode with anger. She had imagined countless scenes of Gu Chen's appearance, perhaps being the center of attention, or perhaps being overwhelming, but she never expected it to be such an absurd and ridiculous scene. This is simply an insult to everyone present. You are really too arrogant. She pointed at Gu Chen and sneered sharply. Look at what you're wearing. Look at you, you're all alone. Do you think the Black Mist Abyss is your backyard? You're here alone, are you seeking death? Her voice, echoing in the dead silent square, seemed particularly harsh. However, Gu Chen just glanced at her indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown that was jumping around but posing no threat at all. He didn't even bother to reply. He walked straight ahead, through the crowd, and amidst everyone's confused gazes, he arrived in front of Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan. He looked at the two princesses' beautiful faces, which were also filled with astonishment, and grinned, revealing his white teeth. I didn't come here alone. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Everyone was stunned. Not alone? What about your teammates? Where is it hidden? Gu Chen stretched out his finger and lazily pointed at the 9 extremely burly and strong men standing behind Gu Tianming, who had their heads lowered the whole time and wanted to bury their faces in the ground. My team members are all here. The whole audience looked in the direction of his finger. When they saw the 9 strong men clearly, everyone was stunned again. The 9 men were wearing dark green military uniforms, but their muscles were muscular and their skin was dark, and it was obvious that they had been doing physical labor for many years. The fluctuations of their Yuanli were only at the body tempering stage. Isn't this the laborer in the Gu family's logistics department who moves goods? You call this a team member? Lu Ruyan looked at the 9 burly men with their heads lowered, then looked at Gu Chen, who looked as if he was entitled to it, and she was so angry that her whole body began to tremble. She felt that her intelligence had been insulted to an unprecedented degree. Madman. This man is a complete lunatic. Chapter 34 alone. You are such a lunatic. Laborers? He brought 9 laborers as his team? Am I seeing things right? Even though they've reached the body tempering stage, they're not warriors. He's crazy. Gu Chen must be crazy. He's playing with his own life. He's also playing with the reputation of the Gu family. It's over, it's over. The Gu family is going to become the laughingstock of the entire Jianghai city, no, the entire Yanxia nation. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in an irrepressible burst of discussion filled with absurdity and ridicule. Everyone felt that Gu Chen's behavior had gone beyond the realm of arrogance and reached the level of stupidity. Bring 9 ordinary body-tempering realm people into the Black Mist Abyss? What's the difference between this and bringing in 9 lambs to be slaughtered? No, not even as good as a lamb. A lamb can at least run a few steps. If these 9 strong workers go in, they may not be able to withstand even the first wave of black fog erosion and will directly turn into a pool of pus and blood. The smiles on Li Chanfeng and Wang Tang's faces froze completely. They looked at each other awkwardly, silently, and calmly took 2 steps back, quietly distanced themselves from Gu Tianming. Shameful. It's so fucking embarrassing. They began to feel fortunate that they had not spoken too confidently just now, otherwise they would probably be laughed at as well. Gu Tianming no longer wanted to talk at this moment. He covered his chest, felt a surge of blood and energy, and his vision went dark. He wanted to rush up, slap this unfilial son unconscious, and then drag him back home to prevent him from continuing to embarrass himself here. But he can't. If he really did this in front of so many people, in front of the royal princess, it would completely confirm the internal discord within the Gu family and prove that Gu Chen was a hopeless person. He could only watch helplessly as the wave of ridicule that threatened to drown the Gu family grew higher and higher. Interesting. Xiaoningshuan looked at Gu Chen, the astonishment in her eyes gradually faded away, replaced by an intense curiosity. She didn't believe Gu Chen was a fool. How could a person who could see through the hidden illnesses of her and her sister at a glance and use the unheard of chaos needle to relieve her pain be a brainless idiot? He must have his reasons for doing this. However, she still couldn't understand this truth. Xia Qingyue, who was standing beside her, narrowed her eyes slightly, and the frost on her pretty face deepened. She didn't care what Gu Chen's purpose was. In her opinion, this kind of sensational behavior at a critical moment was itself an extremely immature and unstable behavior. The slight expectation she had for Gu Chen just disappeared in an instant. Gu Chen. Her voice was cold and emotionless. I don't care who you bring with you. A bet is a bet. Once you enter the secret realm, life and death are left to fate. I hope you don't die too soon. After she finished speaking, she no longer glanced at Gu Chen, but turned to the elite royal guards behind her and ordered, "Prepare to enter." "Yes. Your Highness the Princess." The 8 guards responded in unison with astonishing momentum. At this moment, outside the East City Gate, in the area 300 miles away, a dull roar like thunder suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, a black mist visible to the naked eye rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The abyss of black mist has opened. Someone shouted, and the atmosphere in the venue was instantly pushed to its peak. Everyone's eyes were cast towards the area shrouded in black fog, their eyes filled with greed, desire, and a hint of unconcealable fear. All teams, prepare to enter the energy gate according to the sequence number. The person in charge of the city hall shouted at the top of his lungs, holding a loudspeaker. In front of the restricted area, a giant energy gate device that was 100 meters high began to hum. On the doorframe, countless mysterious runes lit up one after another, emitting a soft white light, forcibly opening a stable space passage in front of the rolling black fog. This is a device built by Yanxia country using high technology, specifically to stabilize the entrance to the secret realm. It is sufficient to ensure the safe entry of warriors below the condensation realm. Royal Team, priority entry. Following an order, Xia Qingyue and Xiaoningshuan, leading 8 royal guards, were the first to approach the energy gate. When they passed by Gu Chen, Xiaoningshuan stopped and winked at him, saying in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Gu Chen, I'm starting to look forward to what kind of surprise you can bring me. Please don't let me down." After she finished speaking, she turned around and followed her sister's steps. The two of them walked one in front and the other behind, and their figures disappeared into the light curtain of the energy gate. Immediately afterwards, teams from top families such as the Li family and the Wang family also stepped forward one after another. After verifying the bracelets engraved with their identity information, they stepped into the energy gate one after another. Everyone who passed by Gu Chen would cast a look at him that was either sympathetic, sarcastic, or disdainful. Lu Ruyan walked at the end of the Lu family team. She stopped in front of Gu Chen, looking at his calm expression, as if it had nothing to do with him, and the nameless fire in her heart began to burn again. "Gu Chen, you're such a lunatic." She gritted her teeth and spoke word by word, "I'll be waiting for you inside, waiting to see how you're torn to pieces by those monsters." After saying that, she walked into the light gate without looking back. Soon, most of the people who participated in the Black Mist Abyss operation in the square had left. The only people left at the scene were the heads of each family, elders, bodyguards, as well as the municipal military and royal family members. As well as Gu Chen, and the 9 laborers behind him whose legs were weak with fear and whose faces turned pale. Gu Tianming only knew that Gu Chen asked him to bring the 9 strongest workers with him. Although he was puzzled, he did not refuse. He never expected that it was Gu Chen who was selecting the team members. These 9 laborers were trembling with fear when they heard that they were about to enter the abyss of black mist. Second young master. Zhang Dali's voice trembled, and he was about to cry, should we really go in? I'm scared." "What are you afraid of?" Gu Chen turned around, patted his shoulder, and smiled brightly, "Don't worry, you won't die as long as I'm here." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the gazes of those watching the show behind him, and walked leisurely towards the huge energy gate. At the door, he even turned around and waved to his worried father Gu Tianming and the stunned family heads. "Everyone, let's go in together." Gu Chen urged the 9 laborers. These laborers didn't dare to keep giving orders. They closed their eyes and followed Gu Chen into the energy gate. As everyone looked at them as if they were idiots, Gu Chen and the 9 laborers disappeared into the bottomless darkness. Chapter 35 The origin of the divine seed. Reward package. As soon as I passed through the energy gate, a completely different breath hit me in the face. Gloomy, decadent, full of violence and chaos. The world before my eyes was instantly replaced by a thick darkness. The visibility was frighteningly low. I couldn't see anything within 3 meters. What's even more terrible is that an invisible pressure enveloped the soul, suppressing the warrior's consciousness tightly around the body, making it impossible to advance an inch. Jiuming laborer followed Gu Chen resignedly. They had already closed their eyes and accepted their fate, waiting for death, but the pain they had imagined did not come. Zhang Dali and others quietly opened their eyes and found that a thin layer of golden light was emanating from Gu Chen's body, covering them as well. The terrifying, thick black fog outside seemed to be powerless against this layer of golden light. Gu Chen didn't pay much attention to these laborers. He said directly, "Follow me closely and don't step out of this circle of light." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dali and others quickly dispersed and surrounded Gu Chen. Seeing that no one was causing trouble, Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction and looked around. Is this the Black Mist Abyss? The environment is indeed quite harsh. He muttered something, but there was no ripple in his heart. With a thought, he opened the Eye of Miracle. Buzz! The world before my eyes suddenly became different. Although it was still dim, all the scenery became clearly visible. In his eyes, the rolling black mist turned into wisps of light gray energy lines. And among these energy lines, there are countless pairs of scarlet eyes full of bloodthirstiness and madness. They are all monsters that have been eroded by the evil energy of this world and have completely lost their minds. Tisk, that's quite a lot. Gu Chen took a quick look and found that within 100 meters around him, there were no less than 30 monsters lurking, with cultivation levels ranging from the body-tempering realm to the chi-gathering realm. He was just about to raise his hand to clear away the annoying flies around him. Just then, in his mind, the cold yet familiar mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang out frantically with unprecedented urgency and excitement. Bite. This crisp reminder sound, at this moment, is like the sound of nature. Bite. Congratulations to the host. The core mission Origin of the Divine Seed has been completed. Boom. This line of golden characters exploded in Gu Chen's mind, like a thunderbolt from the sky, which froze him in place. Immediately afterwards, an ecstasy that was difficult to describe in words, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. Done. It actually worked. Sure enough, his old gun, which had been through hundreds of battles, did not let him down. Just last night, the sowing ceremony full of ritual was a success. I'm going to be a father. Gu Chen's brain was even a little blank at this moment. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably and he was immersed in a huge, unreal feeling of happiness. This is his first child in 2 lives. Moreover, it is a baby belonging to him and Lu Ruyu, who will soon possess god-level blood. Just when he was so excited that he was about to dance with joy, the system's notification sounds were still bombarding his mind frantically, each one louder than the last. It was detected that the Taoist partner Lu Ruyu has successfully conceived. The Taoist companion status has been updated to Conceived Chaos Embryo. Note, the Chaos Hotbed has successfully bred a divine bloodline seed. Both the mother and fetus are in stable condition and developing benignly. Chaos Embryo. Just by hearing the name, you can tell how important this child is. Gu Chen's heart began to beat wildly. He had already begun to fantasize about the beautiful scene of himself traveling around the world with the baby in one hand and his wife in the other after the child was born. However, the system's surprises are far from over. Detected offspring is a divine product, Chaos Profound Embryo. Unprecedented talent and potential. Far exceeding the system's estimated upper limit. We are urgently adjusting the mission reward level based on the talents of our offspring. Congratulations, host. You will receive a Super God level reward gift package. Super God level? Gu Chen's breathing stopped instantly. He originally thought that the guaranteed God level reward was already awesome. But now, the system actually told him that because his son or daughter had such incredible talent, the reward directly soared from God level to Super God level. What the fuck is this concept? This is just like winning 5 million in the lottery, but when you go to claim the prize, the staff tells you, sorry, there was an error in the system, and you actually won 500 million. Happiness comes too suddenly and too violently. Gu Chen felt like he was about to float up. Super God level reward gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host. You have received a massive initiation of cultivation. Your physical fitness has been greatly improved. Here we come. It's finally here. Guchen took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, and prepared to welcome this long-awaited surge in cultivation. However, the next second. Only then did he realize that he was still too naive. What he thought was massive and what the system defined as massive were not even on the same order of magnitude. Boom! A terrifying torrent of energy that could not be described in words and was a billion times more vast than any cultivation feedback he had ever experienced before, suddenly exploded from the deepest part of his Dantian Shi. This energy can no longer be described as a torrent. This was simply a chaotic sea of stars, a nascent universe, which exploded violently within his body. Oh my god! Guchen only had time to curse in his heart before he was almost knocked unconscious by the sudden surge of terrifying energy. So awesome! It's so fierce. The high quality and huge quantity of this energy were completely beyond his cognition. With him as the center, within a radius of several thousand meters, the thick and indissoluble black fog, at the moment of this energy explosion, was instantly evaporated like ice and snow scorched by the sun, revealing a messy and desolate black land. The monsters that were hiding in the black fog and were about to attack Guchen, the delicious prey, didn't even have time to let out a scream. The moment their bodies came into contact with the insignificant aftermath of the breath that had merely escaped, it was like a watermelon being hit by an invisible giant hammer. With a bang, they were directly crushed and vaporized, turning into the most primitive particles and dissipating into the air. The space in the black fog abyss near Guchen began to vibrate violently and madly because of his sudden breakthrough. The earth is cracking and the space is buzzing. It seems that this small world cannot withstand the terrifying power that comes from the super god level reward. At this moment, Guchen, who was in the center of the storm, felt like he was about to burst. He felt that every inch of his meridians, every cell, and every drop of blood were being madly torn, reorganized, tempered, and sublimated by the violent energy. This is an extreme pain, but also an extreme comfort. His body is undergoing an earth-shaking, unprecedented transformation. Chapter 36 Breaking Through the Realm and Becoming a Spirit. Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body. The chaotic star sea raging in his body was not just simple energy. Guchen could clearly sense that it contained two supreme original powers. One is the origin of chaos, that is overbearing, heavy, and seems to be able to create the world and evolve all things. This power is of the same origin as his own chaotic Taoist body, but it is countless times purer, more ancient, and more powerful than the chaotic energy he cultivated. The other type is the Shen Yun, which is extremely yin and gentle, yet contains supreme vitality and sacred charm. This power undoubtedly originated from Lu Ruyu's Xianyin divine body. After being nurtured in the hotbed of chaos and perfectly blended with the origin of chaos, it was sublimated into a more advanced life force. These two forces, the combination of yin and yang, life and death, formed a perfect cycle in his body, pushing his life level to a mad leap towards an incredible realm. Roar! Guchen's Chaos Tao body, nourished by this unprecedented tonic, let out a joyful roar like a giant dragon that had been hungry for billions of years. It is no longer passively accepting, but actively and madly swallowing up this power. At every moment, Guchen's strength is skyrocketing exponentially. His cultivation level, which had just reached the middle stage of the condensation realm not long ago, was now more fragile than a paper-pasted window under the onslaught of this terrifying energy. Boom! Late stage of condensation realm. Boom! The peak of condensation realm. In just a few breaths, his cultivation level easily soared to the limit of the nascent soul realm. If any other warrior were to increase his skills at this speed, his foundation would definitely become weak and unstable, and he might even be at risk of going astray. But Guchen didn't. The perfect combination of origin of chaos and mysterious rhythm made his foundation more solid than ever before, even 100 times stronger than what he had gained through his own hard work. However, this is far from over. The chaotic sea of stars surging in his body was still majestic and vast, as if it were endless. After pushing his cultivation to the peak of the condensation realm, instead of stopping, he began to guide all the Yuanli in his body in a more ferocious and focused manner, towards a mysterious direction, undergoing an essential transformation. Yuanli began to flow back into his sea of consciousness. Begin to nourish his invisible, ethereal soul. This is the sign of impacting the spiritual transformation realm. From condensing essence to transforming into spirit, there is a huge chasm. It tests not only the accumulation of energy, but also the warrior's understanding of the soul. Countless talented warriors are trapped at the peak of the condensation realm throughout their lives because they are unable to take the final step of transforming Yuanli into spirit and nourishing the soul. But now, this step has become extremely simple for Guchen. Under the guidance of that super god-level energy, everything became a natural process. One thought, one spirit. Blessings come to mind. These 4 words naturally emerged in Gu Chen's mind. He let out a low cry in his heart, and at this moment, his soul, which had been tempered by the origin of chaos and had become extremely powerful, and the yuanli surging in his body, achieved an unprecedented and perfect resonance. Boom! It was like a loud bang at the beginning of the universe, exploding deep in his soul. He felt as if an invisible, extremely heavy shackle within his body had been completely broken. A brand new aura that is 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than the condensation realm suddenly burst out from his body. The early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Done. The terrifying torrent of energy finally began to slowly subside, and eventually completely merged into his limbs, bones, dantian and qi. And his cultivation level has also been firmly established at the peak of the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. It is only one step away from the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Call. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying divine lights flashed across his eyes, actually drawing 2 substantial light marks visible to the naked eye in the void. He felt the new power surging in his body like rivers, lakes, and seas, and felt the range of his spiritual awareness that had suddenly increased by nearly 1,000 meters and was still expanding. An unprecedented powerful feeling filled his heart. He couldn't help but roar to the sky. Roar! The roar was like a dragon's roar in thunder, containing the supreme pressure of a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm. It made the entire secret realm buzz. Countless low-level monsters were frightened by this long roar, and they crawled on the ground, trembling. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host. You have received the second super god level reward, the first volume of the god level technique Chaos Yin and Yang Creation Sutra Soul Chapter. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the third super god level reward, the god level martial art Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, prisoning heaven and earth with one finger. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining super god level reward 4, the host's bloodline deeply resonates with their offspring, and their Chaos Tao body undergoes a super level evolution, transforming into the Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body Juvenile. A series of reward prompts made Gu Chen extremely excited. God level skills. God level martial arts. There is also super level evolution of physique. This time's reward is simply incredible. He could feel that his body was no longer simply flesh and blood, but seemed to contain the essence of a young ancestor dragon, full of explosive power and endless potential. Just as Gu Chen was immersed in this great joy, an earth-shaking angry roar suddenly came from the depths of the black fog not far away. Ouch! Immediately afterwards, the earth began to shake violently. A huge demon wolf, as big as a hill, with 3 ferocious wolf heads and emitting a terrifying aura, was completely alarmed by the movement just now. It was running towards him with tremendous ferocity and a disgusting smell of blood. That 3-headed demon wolf was clearly the overlord of this area. It has 3 heads. A green-faced fawn with corrosive venom flowing from its mouth. One was red as fire, and from its nostrils came a breath of burning sulfur. There was another one as black as ink, with cruel lightning flashing in its eyes. The cultivation level of a peak-level demon beast in the condensation realm, coupled with the innate abilities of 3 different attributes, allows it to run rampant in the outer areas of the black mist abyss. Even if a team of 10 warriors in the early stage of condensation realm encountered it, they would be slaughtered. At this moment, its 6 scarlet eyes were fixed on Gu Chen. In its brain, which had been corroded by demonic energy to the point where only the instincts of killing and devouring remained, it knew that this tiny human being in front of it, who had just made such a big noise, must have contained extremely huge and pure energy. As long as he eats him, he might be able to break free from the shackles and break through to the level of a demon general comparable to the human spiritual realm. Ouch! Chapter 37 Let me test my new martial arts skills on you. Ouch! Thinking of this, the 3-headed demon wolf king let out an even more excited roar, and suddenly exerted force with his limbs. His speed increased again, like an out-of-control heavy truck, crushing towards Gu Chen. However, facing this terrifying monster with such a fierce momentum, it is enough to make any warrior in the condensation realm despair. There was no trace of tension on Gu Chen's face. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, but just glanced at the demon wolf king with the same eyes as looking at a stone on the roadside. The peak of the condensation realm? That's it? He curled his lips, a sneer of disdain on his face. If it was a few minutes ago, he might have had to work harder. But now, it's perfect. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll use you to try out my new martial arts skills. Gu Chen muttered to himself, his tone as relaxed as if he was saying, "What's for dinner tonight?" At the same time, in another area less than 1,000 meters away from Gu Chen, a desperate battle was taking place. Hold on! Hold on! A middle-aged man holding a huge shield and with tattered armor on his body was roaring at the top of his lungs. His name is Zhao Deju, and he is the patriarch of a second-rate small family. His cultivation is at the early stage of the condensation realm. Behind him were 5 or 6 young men from different small families. They had temporarily formed a joint team. They had wanted to follow the big family and get some benefits, but they didn't expect their luck to be so bad. Not long after they came in, they broke into the territory of the three-headed demon wolf king. At this moment, they were surrounded by dozens of magic wolves and were in danger. Puff! A demon wolf in the late Qi gathering realm seized an opportunity and slammed its sharp claws into the chest of a young team member. The team member screamed, and the armor on his chest was torn apart like paper. He flew backwards, blood spurting out, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. Xiao Lu. Zhao Deju's eyes were bloodshot, but he was completely powerless to rescue. They were completely surrounded, players were falling one after another, and their defense line could collapse at any time. It's over. We're all going to die here. A female team member collapsed on the ground, looking at the drooling wolf faces around her, full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. There was only endless despair in her eyes, and she even lost the courage to resist. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, the three-headed demon wolf king, as huge as a hill, appeared in their sight. Seeing the terrifying figure of the demon wolf king, Zhao Deju and all the surviving team members turned pale as paper. It's the three-headed demon wolf king. The demon beast overlord at the peak of the condensation realm. It's over. It's really over this time. We're dead. If they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts when facing the siege of the wolves before. Now, after seeing the absolute overlord of the outer area, the last glimmer of hope in their hearts was completely extinguished. Everyone gave up resistance and showed an expression of waiting to die on their faces. However, the three-headed demon wolf king didn't even look at these little snacks. It has only one goal. I saw its 3 bloody mouths open at the same time, and terrifying energy gathered madly in its mouths. Wind. Fire. Thunder. 3 energy balls, each the size of a human head, in the colors of green, red, and black, came out with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Like 3 whistling cannonballs, they blasted towards the tiny figure standing still in the distance, motionless. Seeing this scene, Zhao Deju and others were stunned. Is there anyone over there? Who is it? It actually caused the three-headed demon wolf king to personally attack, and each attack was a full-strength attack? They tried their best to look in the direction where the energy ball was flying. 1,000 meters away, a solitary figure was standing there quietly. There were 9 other figures who seemed frightened and were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. Because the distance was too far, they could not see the man's face clearly, only a vague outline. That person, faced with 3 energy balls that were powerful enough to kill any warrior in the condensation realm instantly, did not dodge or evade, but just stood there as if he was frightened silly. Alas, another unlucky guy. Zhao Deju sighed in his heart. However, the next second, a scene that almost made their eyes pop out happened. The blurry figure, facing the devastating attack, simply slowly raised his right hand. Then, he extended an index finger. The movements are slow and light, full of indescribable freehand and calmness. Gu Chen didn't even circulate his energy, and no powerful aura erupted from his body. Just simply raised his hand. But the moment he raised his hand, the divine martial arts technique called Great Wilderness Prisoner Skyfinger began to flow in his mind. A mysterious and wonderful feeling surged into my heart. A blessing came to his mind and he had an idea. Buzz. A finger shadow, condensed from the purest chaotic energy, with an ancient grayish color all over, but as if containing the supreme power to suppress the heavens and imprison the ages, appeared out of thin air above his head. The finger was not huge, only about 10 feet long, but the moment it appeared, the surrounding space seemed to solidify. Gu Chen looked at the finger and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he looked up at the 3 energy balls that were close at hand, and the aggressive demon wolf king, and uttered 5 words lightly. One finger, imprisoning heaven and earth. The moment the words fell, the gray finger shadow moved. It just, gently, presses down. There was no earth-shattering noise. There are no gorgeous and dazzling light and shadow effects. Not even a trace of energy fluctuation escaped. The gray finger's shadow pressed down lightly and silently. It was as if a supreme god was casually erasing a tiny flaw on the painting. The three energy balls, formed by the violent energies of wind, fire and thunder, were enough to raise a small hill to the ground and kill a strong man in the late condensation realm in seconds. The moment they touched the gray finger. Just like bubbles in the sun, with a pop sound, not even a ripple was stirred up, and it disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. What? In the distance, Zhao Dezhu and others who were waiting for death to come were all stunned when they saw the scene. Their brains went blank in an instant. What happened? What about the three energy balls? How come it's gone? However, this is just the beginning. After wiping out the three energy balls, the gray finger continued to press down without slowing down. Its target is the arrogant three-headed demon Wolf King. Chapter 38 Imprisoning the heaven and earth with one finger. Everyone is petrified. Ouch. For the first time, an emotion called fear emerged in the mind of the three-headed Wolf King, which was corroded by demonic energy. It wants to run. It wanted to escape from the reach of that finger. But its body seemed to be poured with billions of tons of cement, and was completely trapped in place by the invisible force of space, unable to move even a toe. It could only watch helplessly as the gray finger that kept getting bigger in its pupils and brought with it an endless breath of death got closer and closer to it. Next second. Fingers, falling. Still silent. The three-headed demon Wolf King, which was as big as a mountain and extremely ferocious, along with the hundreds of grinning demon wolves around it, all froze in an instant at the same time. The expressions on their faces were forever frozen in that final moment of horror, astonishment, and confusion. Immediately following. Puff. There was a sound so soft that it was almost inaudible, like a sandcastle being blown away by the wind. Their bodies, from the inside out, from soul to flesh, began to shatter into pieces. No blood, no limbs. It just turned into the tiniest dust all over the sky, and was completely dissipated by the cold wind in the abyss of black fog, and no trace of its existence could be found. As the ashes flew away, more than a dozen crystal-clear crystals fell to the ground, sparkling with alluring light. One hit. Just one hit. The overlord of the outer area of the black mist abyss, the three-headed demon Wolf King at the peak of the condensation realm, along with hundreds of its demon wolf minions, were completely wiped out. From this world, completely, cleanly, wiped out. Far away. Zhao Dezhu and his few remaining team members were all petrified on the spot. They all kept looking up at the sky, their mouths open wide enough to fit a fist in, and their eyes stared as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. There was only a blank in their minds, and the slowly disappearing gray finger that seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and the universe for eternity. Dead? Just die like that? That's the three-headed demon Wolf King. That is a demon beast overlord at the peak of the condensation realm who can crush their team like an ant. It was actually pressed away by just one finger? What the hell is this magical trick? Is this still a martial art? This is simply a miracle. It's a punishment from heaven. Gudong. Zhao Dezhu swallowed hard, feeling his throat was so dry it was about to smoke. His heart, which had stopped beating due to despair, began to beat violently and madly again. Every beat brought endless fear and horror. What was that just now? A young team member asked with a trembling voice and stammering. No one answered him. Because no one knew how to answer. They could only stare blankly and stupidly at the deserted battlefield, feeling as if they were in an absurd nightmare. A long time passed. Zhao Dezhu seemed to remember something and turned his head suddenly, only to find that the demon wolves that had besieged them had already run away without a trace. There was even excrement left on the ground from the fear-stricken wolves. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked into the distance again. Although I still can't see his appearance clearly. But at this moment, that figure was no longer an ordinary person in their eyes. That's a god. A demon. A terrifying existence that they could not understand or imagine at all. Who is he? Zhao Dezhu's voice became hoarse and distorted due to extreme shock. It's the second young master of the Gu family. A team member holding a telescope suddenly spoke up. Is it him? The surviving team members were very shocked. Zhao Dezhu was also very surprised. He suddenly remembered the biggest joke in the square before entering the secret realm. That madman who drove a flashy sports car, wore casual clothes, and dared to enter the black mist abyss alone with 9 strong men. An absurd thought, which even he himself found unbelievable, emerged uncontrollably and madly from the bottom of his heart. Could it be? The strength of the second son of the Gu family far exceeds the peak of the condensation realm? As soon as this thought came to mind, Zhao Dezhu felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He used all his strength to wave his fingers, which were still shaking violently. Don't look! Look quickly! Is there anyone who can be saved? His words were no longer complete. The remaining few team members also quickly looked away and checked on the injured team member who had fallen to the ground. Deep in their hearts, there was only endless awe that seemed to freeze their souls completely. Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? This sentence popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. They were very afraid of getting involved in the conflicts between these big families, so they quickly withdrew their gazes and reduced their presence. The other side of the Black Mist Abyss. A relatively flat hilly area. The royal team led by Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan was advancing in an orderly manner. They are indeed the elites carefully selected by the royal family. The 8 guards cooperate with each other in a tacit understanding and form a strict formation. Every move they make is clean and neat without any delay. Any monster that dared to approach them, whether it was a demonized cheetah in the Qi-gathering realm or a group of carrion crows in the body-tempering realm, was torn into pieces by their powerful Yuanli in the first moment. Their advancement speed is several times faster than any other team from the aristocratic families in Zhanghai City. Sister, where are we going? Xia Ningxuan followed Xia Qingyue, looking at the ancient compass in her hand that was constantly vibrating, and asked curiously. This compass is the size of a palm and is made entirely of an unknown bronze material. It is engraved with mysterious and complex patterns. A red gold needle is spinning frantically on the compass, and finally, it trembles and points to a fixed direction. This is the dragon-seeking disc, a treasure bestowed by my father. It can sense the most powerful energy source or the most precious treasure within a radius of 100 miles. Xia Qingyue's brows were furrowed tightly. As she explained, she stared intently at the compass in her hand, a solemn expression written all over her pretty face. There's something wrong with the reaction of the dragon-seeking disc. What's wrong? Xia Ningxuan leaned over. Xia Qingyue said in a deep voice, just now, the dragon-seeking disc simultaneously sensed 2 extremely powerful energy reactions. One suddenly erupted, then quickly subsided. But judging by the amplitude of the needle's vibration, the intensity of that energy has far surpassed the realm of the condensation realm and reached the level of the spiritual transformation realm. What? Xia Ningxuan screamed in shock, and the 10 royal guards behind her all showed shocked expressions. Spiritual transformation realm? How is this possible? Said a leading guard captain in disbelief. Your Highness of Princess, doesn't this Black Mist Abyss have a bone age restriction? Only warriors under 30 can enter. In the entire Yanxia nation, there are only a handful of powerful warriors under 30 in the spiritual transformation realm, and they are all the treasures of the major forces. How could they appear here? Chapter 39 The Princess's Dragon Hunt. How is this possible? This question is also a question in everyone's mind. What does it mean to be in the spiritual transformation realm under the age of 30? He is a true child of destiny. A future giant. It is an existence that is enough to suppress an era. Such people are rare even in the imperial capital, Xinjing, and each one of them is very famous. They couldn't remember any genius of this level coming to a small place like Zhanghai City. I don't know either. Xia Qingyue shook her head, her heart also filled with confusion. She continued, what's even stranger is that the other energy source sensed by the dragon-seeking disc is the aura of a demonic beast at the peak of the condensation realm. Its energy response had just reached its peak, but, in an instant, its aura completely disappeared. It was as if it was instantly killed by the first energy source. Hiss. When these words were spoken, Xia Ningxuan and the guards all took a deep breath. Kill a demon beast at the peak of condensation realm in seconds? What kind of terrifying strength does this require? You have to know that monsters of the same level are much stronger than humans of the same level. Even if this elite team of theirs, all members of the condensation realm, were well equipped and well coordinated, they would still have to pay a heavy price and fight for a long time if they wanted to surround and kill a demon beast at the peak of the condensation realm. And that mysterious strong man in the spiritual transformation realm could actually kill instantly? Could it be that a genius from another country sneaked in? Did he use some powerful forbidden trump card? Another guard speculated. Although the main entrance to the Black Mist Abyss is within the territory of Yanxia, every time it opens, some cracks will appear in other surrounding countries. It is not impossible that these small countries covet the resources in the secret realm and secretly send people to infiltrate. No. Xia Qingyue shook her head again, the solemnity and confusion in her eyes becoming more intense. The information returned by the dragon-seeking disc shows that the energy is very pure and powerful. It doesn't seem to be relying on external forces. It's more like its own power. She paused, raised her head, and looked in the direction of the dragon-seeking disc's needle. A hint of determination flashed in her phoenix eyes. Whoever it is who can unleash the power of the spiritual transformation realm here is definitely no ordinary person. He may be the biggest variable in our journey to this secret realm, or perhaps the greatest opportunity. Let's go and take a look. Yes. The royal team immediately changed their original exploration route and rushed towards the location of the energy explosion at full speed. Half an hour later. When they arrived at their destination, everyone was speechless at the sight before them. A devastated battlefield. Within a radius of several thousand meters, all the black fog disappeared without a trace, and the ground was covered with cracks, as if it had been plowed by some terrifying force. There was still a palpitating smell in the air, full of destruction and finality. And in the center of the battlefield, a huge, bottomless pit suddenly appeared there. The shape of the hole is actually the shape of a finger. It was as if an ancient giant stretched out a finger from the sky and gently pressed here. This is such a terrifying martial art. The captain of the guard looked at the deep fingerprint pit and his voice trembled. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of power could cause such terrible destruction. Is there someone over there? A guard suddenly spoke up. The princess and her group looked in the direction of his finger. I saw a small camp 1,000 meters away. People were busy working there, and there seemed to be quite a few wounded. On the other side, Zhao Dezhu and his surviving team members were taking care of the injured team members. Although they brought some supplies, some team members were seriously injured and they faced a shortage of medicines. Seeing the arrival of the royal team, they were like drowning people grabbing at their last straw, and greeted them with expectant eyes. Your Highness! It's Your Highness! Please, Your Highness, save our people! Zhao Dezhu fell to his knees. Xia Ningxuan stepped forward, helped Zhao Dezhu up, and asked gently, "What happened here? What happened to you?" Zhao Dezhu was still in shock. He stammered and spoke incoherently as he described the miracle-like scene in detail. One finger. Kill the three-headed demon Wolf King and his hundreds of wolves. After hearing this, Xia Qingyue, Xia Ningxuan, and the 10 royal guards' first reaction was disbelief. They felt that this person must have suffered a great shock and was scared crazy, and was talking nonsense here. This is ridiculous. This has exceeded their understanding of martial arts. But when Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan personally walked to the side of the huge fingerprint pit, when they felt the extremely faint trace of chaos aura remaining in the air, which made the 9 heavens divine phoenix body and true dragon emperor bloodline deepen their blood tremble. The expressions of the two sisters changed completely. What's that smell? Ancient, vast, and domineering, as if it is above everything in heaven and earth. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan exchanged glances, each seeing a glimmer of unconcealable horror in the other's eyes. They are not unfamiliar with this aura. Although it is a billion times more magnificent, pure, and powerful than what I felt last time, its origin is definitely not wrong. That's the man. It was Gu Chen. When he was treating Xia Ningxuan in the secret room, a mysterious gray airflow flowed out from his fingertips, which could ignore the true dragon's aura and purify the true dragon's cold air. But how is this possible? At that time, the power he displayed, although magical, was definitely not strong. But now, the breath that remained here was filled with the power to destroy the world. Even those of them with holy constitutions felt waves of throbbing and submission coming from the depths of their souls. How long has it been? In less than 10 days. How could a person's strength undergo such a drastic and terrifying transformation in less than 10 days? A huge, absurd idea that they had to believe was growing wildly in the minds of the two princesses at the same time. Could it be? That earth-shattering moment just now, the instantaneous slaying of a peak-level condensation realm monster, the unleashing of the might of the spiritual transformation realm. Is it really him? No. Impossible. Xia Ningxuan muttered to herself subconsciously. She shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of this crazy idea from her mind. This is outrageous. This completely goes against the common sense of martial arts. Even the reincarnation of the legendary god could not have such an exaggerated growth rate. Chapter 40 That man, is it really him? No. Impossible. Xia Ningxuang shook her head vigorously, her beautiful face filled with unacceptable absurdity. She wanted to completely get rid of that crazy idea from her mind, but the more she tried, the clearer and more stubborn it became. Gu Qin. That bastard who dared to challenge the royal family in public in the city hall and kept saying you have to pay more. The mysterious man who, in the secret room, used an unheard of grey magic needle to relieve the stubborn disease that had troubled her for years. That madman who dared to break into the secret realm entrance, driving a flashy sports car, wearing casual clothes, and bringing 9 strong men with him. Is it him? That devastating force just now, that power of the spirit transformation realm that instantly killed a peak-level demon beast in the condensation realm, was it really unleashed by him? How is this possible? This is not just outrageous, it's a myth. Xia Qingyue didn't say a word, but her tightly furrowed brows and the flickering light in her phoenix eyes also revealed her extreme inner unrest. Reason told her that this was impossible. It is impossible for a person to leap from the peak of the Qi-gathering realm to a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm who can kill a peak-level monster in the condensation realm in seconds in less than 10 days. This went against all the common sense of martial arts she knew and overturned the worldview she had built up over the past 16 years. The chaos breath that remained in the air made her 9 heavens divine phoenix body tremble, and even gave her a faint sense of longing, but it also told her mercilessly that this was the truth. She would never mistake the origin of that aura. Although it is 10,000 times stronger than what I felt last time in the secret room, the essence is the same. Sister. Xia Ningxuan's voice trembled slightly. She looked at her sister, hoping to get a negative answer from her. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She walked to the edge of the huge fingerprint pit and carefully felt the remaining breath again. The solemnity in her eyes turned into an unprecedented determination. Whether it's him or not, this power cannot be faked. She turned around and glanced at Zhao Dazhu and his surviving team members. You just said that the person who attacked was the second son of the Gu family, Gu Chen? Yes, Your Highness. Although Zhao Dazhu was still in shock, he finally felt better when he saw the 2 princesses. He nodded vigorously and added. Someone in our team brought binoculars and saw it clearly. It's him. The second young master of the Gu family who drove in the sports car. He also brought nine laborers. Another team member added stutteringly. After these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of the 8 royal guards became even more exciting. Drive a sports car? With laborers? Then he killed a demon beast overlord at the peak of the condensation realm and hundreds of its minions with just 1 finger? What the hell is going on? If this matter were to get out, no one in the entire Yanxia country would believe it and would simply think that the storyteller was crazy. I understand. Xia Qingyue nodded and did not ask any further questions. Because she knew that no matter how much she asked, she would get nothing out of it. The facts before them were far beyond the comprehension of these ordinary warriors, even beyond her own comprehension. She looked at Zhao Dazhu and the others, and her tone softened a bit. How are you wounded? Zhao Dazhu's face suddenly showed bitterness and pleading. Your Highness, we don't have many elixirs with us, and several of our brothers are seriously injured. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Xia Ningxuang immediately said, Ji Lang, Hani, give them some of the healing pills we brought. Yes, Your Highness the second princess. The 2 guards immediately took out several jade bottles from the storage equipment and handed them over. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving our lives. Zhao Dazhu and others were so grateful that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Get up. Xia Qingyue said lightly, and then her eyes turned again in the direction where Gu Chen and others left. In that direction, the black fog was still thick and bottomless, as if it could swallow everything. Sister, Xia Ningxuang hesitated to speak. Her mood now is a mess. If that mysterious strong man is really Gu Chen, then wouldn't the bet they made with Gu Chen before become a huge joke? One person challenges their entire royal elite team? Before, they thought it was arrogance, conceitedness, and seeking death. But now it seems. He is not being arrogant at all, he really has the ability. Let's go. Xia Qingyue only said one word. Let's follow and see. Her voice was unusually firm. Curiosity. An unprecedented curiosity, like a kitten's claws, was scratching her heart frantically. She must see with her own eyes how many secrets that man is hiding. What kind of existence is he? Yes. The royal team did not stay any longer. After leaving enough medicine, food and water for Zhao Deju and others, they set off immediately, rushing along the cleared battlefield towards the depths of the black fog. Zhao Deju and others watched the disappearing backs of the royal team, then looked at the horrifying fingerprint pit on the ground, and they all felt like they were dreaming. Everything that happened today was truly magical. "Captain, what should we do now?" asked a team member. Zhao Deju took a deep breath, and a hint of fear and relief flashed in his eyes. He looked at the healing pill in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Save them first. Then, we will immediately exit the secret realm." "Quit? But what?" Zhao Deju shouted sternly. "Do you still want to stay here and die? This black mist abyss is no longer a place for small characters like us to get involved. Getting out alive is the greatest opportunity." When everyone heard this, they shuddered and no longer dared to raise any objections. On the other side, the team led by Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan was moving through the black fog at an extremely fast speed. Their hearts were in their throats, because they discovered a fact that made them even more frightened. The royal team advanced at full speed, and everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. They had long heard of the dangers of the black mist abyss. This is a paradise for monsters and a forbidden zone for humans. Every step you take may lead to a death trap. According to their previous experience, after entering this area, they would be attacked by various demonized beasts almost every few hundred meters they advanced. However, at this moment, they had already gone several thousand meters deep, but the silence along the way was eerily quiet. Deathly silence. No other sounds could be heard except their own footsteps and breathing. There were no roars of monsters, no lurking murderous intent, and even the annoying cries of carrion crows had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 41 This road was cleared by him? What's going on? A guard couldn't help but ask in a low voice, with a hint of confusion and uneasiness in his voice. "It's too quiet, abnormally quiet." The captain of the guard frowned, his veins bulging on his hand holding the weapon, and he glanced around vigilantly. As an experienced royal guard, he would rather face hordes of monsters than face this unknown and eerie silence. Because the unknown often represents greater danger. "It's not quiet." Xia Qingyue suddenly spoke, her voice filled with a hint of indescribable complex emotions. She stopped, stretched out her feet in golden combat boots, and gently rubbed them on the ground. A pinch of grayish-white powder was crushed out of the soil by her. "Look." Everyone followed her gaze and discovered that the black land beneath their feet was dotted with countless gray-white powders. Because of the dim light and the dark fog, they did not notice these details. Xia Ningxuan also squatted down, picked up a pinch of powder with her fingers, put it to the tip of her nose and sniffed it gently. An extremely faint breath, full of destruction and ending, entered her nostrils. This aura is of the same origin as the aura remaining in the huge fingerprint pit before. It's the ashes left after the monster was crushed. Xia Ningxuan's face turned pale in an instant. Hiss. All the guards took a deep breath again. Only then did they understand why it was so quiet here. It's not that there are no monsters, but all the monsters on this road have been cleared out. Gu Chen, using horrific methods that they could not understand, completely wiped them out from this world. Not even a drop of blood or a piece of residue was left, everything turned into powder on the ground. Oh my god, how many monsters did they kill? Since we discovered the battlefield, we've advanced at least 15 kilometers, right? This entire path is covered in this ashes. He was alone, and he cleared this road abruptly? The guards' voices began to tremble. This realization made them feel even more terrified than the deep fingerprint pit they had seen before. It's not just the power, it's the terrifying killing efficiency. Even if their elite team, all of whom were at the condensation stage, wanted to achieve this level, it would be absolutely impossible for them to do it so cleanly and without leaving a trace. Xia Ningxuan stared blankly at the powder on the ground, and Gu Chen's smiling face, which always had a bit of cynicism and a bit hateful, appeared in her mind again. She felt that her cognition was being refreshed over and over again, then crushed and reassembled. That guy was still acting nonchalant and fussy in the city hall. In the blink of an eye, in this abyss of black fog, he transformed into a godlike existence? The contrast is too great. She suddenly had a very strange feeling in her heart, a little annoyed, a little curious, and a little, even she herself was unwilling to admit it, an inexplicable sense of peace. At least, following behind such a terrifying and powerful person, they seemed much safer. Xia Qingyue's mood was even more complicated than her sister's. As the eldest princess, she received the top elite education since childhood, and she is calm and well-planned. She is used to having everything under control. But now, this man, Gu Chen, has become a complete variable that she has no control over. His strength, his trump card, his purpose, everything is a mystery. That bet. When Xia Qingyue thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on her lips. Now it seems that the bet was a joke. At that time, I thought that using the entire royal family to suppress him was a compliment to him. Now it seems that they may not have taken their so-called royal elite team seriously from the beginning to the end. The feeling of being played around with made her feel very uncomfortable. But at the same time, an even stronger desire to explore also arose. Keep going. She ordered again, her voice filled with unquestionable determination. No matter what awaits them ahead, she must uncover the mystery today. The team continued to move forward. As we go deeper, the surrounding environment becomes more and more complex. They passed through a rocky hill and a foul-smelling swamp. But without exception, wherever he passed, there was dead silence. The ground was covered with ashes of the monsters. This strange security made the royal guards' tense nerves begin to relax a little without them realizing it. They went from being shocked and frightened at first to becoming numb. After all, if you haven't seen a single living monster for several hours, anyone would have the illusion that this place doesn't seem that dangerous. They began to whisper to each other, discussing in low voices the increasingly mysterious Gu Chen. Captain, who exactly is this second son of the Gu family? When did such a fierce man emerge from our Yanxia country? Shut up. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. The captain of the guard scolded in a low voice, but his eyes were also full of curiosity. I think it must be some old monster who has been hiding from the world and used some secret method to disguise himself as a young man to sneak in. That makes sense. Otherwise, there's no way to explain his abnormal strength. Just when everyone was talking and their vigilance was at its lowest point. No one noticed that in the thick black fog above their heads, countless pairs of scarlet, needle-tip-sized eyes quietly lit up. Sister, look over there. Xia Ningxuang suddenly pointed to a cliff in the distance. On the steep cliff, there seemed to be several strange plants emitting a faint glow. It seems to be ghost grass? Xia Qingyue also looked over, a hint of joy flashing in her phoenix eyes. Ghost grass is the main ingredient for refining a kind of elixir that can nourish the soul, and it is extremely rare. Just at the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by those ghost grasses, a sudden change occurs. Squeak! A sharp and piercing sound wave, strong enough to pierce a person's eardrum, exploded from the black fog above their heads without any warning. The sharp sound waves, like invisible steel needles, pierced into everyone's mind. Ah! Several guards with weaker cultivation screamed on the spot, holding their heads, and knelt on the ground in pain. They felt dizzy and their souls were almost shaken to pieces. Even Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan felt their blood boiling and their faces turned pale in an instant. Chapter 42 Fatal Sneak Attack. Oh no! It's a sonic attack. There's an ambush. The captain of the guard was a veteran and had the fastest reaction. He endured the severe pain in his head and let out a roar. Form a formation. Protect Her Royal Highness the Princess. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining guards immediately came to their senses, suppressed their discomfort, and quickly contracted their formation, firmly protecting the two princesses in the center. The alloy shields engraved with runes instantly combined into an airtight defense circle. It was just at the moment when they formed a formation. Walala! The black fog above his head rolled violently like boiling water. Immediately afterwards, a huge black cloud that covered the sky and the sun swooped down from the fog. It was not until they got closer that everyone realized with horror that it was not a black cloud at all. There were clearly tens of thousands of bat-like monsters, each the size of a palm, with a pair of scarlet eyes and sharp fangs. Vampire bat. A kind of extremely difficult and social monster that lives in the abyss of black fog. Their individual strength is not strong, and most of them have only the early or middle stage of chi-gathering realm. But there are so many of them. It is so densely packed, covering the sky and the earth, and there is no end in sight. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about them is the indiscriminate soul sound wave attack just now, and their sharp fangs that can easily tear apart the warrior's body protection energy. Ding dang dang! Countless vampire bats, like black raindrops, fearlessly crashed into the guards' alloy shields, making a series of dense metal collision sounds. Sparks flying. The guards only felt huge impacts coming from their shields, which made their arms numb and they retreated repeatedly. Hold on! Hold on! The captain of the guard roared at the top of his lungs, and the sword in his hand swung into a curtain of light, chopping the vampire bats that tried to get in through the gaps into pieces. Smelly blood splattered everywhere. However, as soon as one is killed, 10 or 100 more will immediately appear to replenish it. These vampire bats are fearless and seem to be endless. We can't go on like this. We'll be exhausted to death. Xia Ningxuang's pretty face was full of anxiety. The long sword in her hand had turned into an icy silver dragon. Every time she swung it, it brought with it a biting chill, freezing dozens of vampire bats into ice sculptures. But her energy was also being consumed at an alarming rate. Squeak! Another wave of sharper sonic attacks came. The entire defensive formation shook violently. One guard could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood. A tiny gap appeared in the shield's defense. It's this tiny gap. Call out. A vampire bat rushed in like a black lightning. Its target was none other than Xia Qingyue, who was in the center of the formation. Sister, be careful. Xia Ningxuang screamed and wanted to draw back her sword to rescue, but it was too late. The fangs of the vampire bat were about to bite Xia Qingyue's neck. Xia Qingyue's phoenix eyes only turned cold, and she didn't even move. Puff! A golden flame ignited from her body out of thin air. The vampire bat didn't even have time to scream before it was burned to ashes the moment it came into contact with the flames. The protective divine fire that comes with the 9 heavens divine phoenix body. However, this scene did not scare away the vampire bats. Instead, it's like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All the vampire bats became even crazier and more violent after smelling the breath of the divine phoenix flame. Their scarlet eyes flashed with extreme greed. They gave up attacking the other guards and instead, like crazy, rushed towards Xia Qingyue from all directions, regardless of the cost. Not good. Xia Qingyue's expression finally changed. She understood it instantly. The target of these vampire bats has been her from the very beginning. It was the blood of the holy 9 heavens divine phoenix body in her body that had a fatal attraction to these bloodthirsty monsters. Their target is me. Quick! We must break out. Xia Qingyue shouted sternly. But it is easier said than done. From all directions, there were swarms of black bats that surrounded them completely, leaving no room for escape. All the pressure instantly focused on Xia Qingyue alone. Although the protective divine fire on her body could continuously burn to death the approaching demon bats, every time it was activated, it would severely consume her energy and blood essence. Her face became paler and paler at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fine beads of sweat also seeped out of his forehead. Sister! Let me help you. Xia Ningxuang was extremely anxious. The true dragon emperor vein in her body burst out with all her strength, and a biting cold air swept out, trying to share the pressure for her sister. But the results were minimal. Those demon bats seemed to have identified Xia Qingyue as their tonic and only dodged Xia Ningxuang's attacks briefly before rushing towards her frantically again. Puff! Another guard was exhausted of his energy by the crazy attack of the magic bats. He was swarmed by dozens of magic bats and was instantly sucked into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. There was a complete breach in the defense line. Looking at her fallen companions and her sister who was surrounded and struggling to hold on, a trace of despair flashed in Xia Ningxuang's eyes. Could it be, are they really going to be wiped out here today? At this moment, Xia Qingyue glanced at the precarious situation and then at her extremely anxious sister. A gleam of determination flashed across her phoenix eyes, which no one noticed. She quietly took out an ancient jade talisman that emitted a faint bloody light from her storage ring. It was a blood-red jade talisman engraved with extremely complex and ancient runes. Just by holding it in the hand, one could feel a strong spatial fluctuation and the force of blood pulling. Teleporting blood-attracting talisman. The royal secret treasure, guided by one's own essence and blood, can be teleported thousands of meters away in an instant, and in a short period of time, it can amplify the attraction of one's own blood aura by 100 times. This was the last life-saving trump card given to her by her father before she left. It should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Because once it is used, it will not only consume a large amount of essence and blood, causing serious damage to the vitality, but also the surge in blood aura will bring about more terrifying and unpredictable dangers. But now, she has no choice. If this continues, everyone, including her beloved sister, will die here. She couldn't let this happen. Xia Qingyue glanced at Xia Ningxuang, who was struggling to resist beside her, her pretty face covered in sweat and anxiety, and a trace of reluctance and apology flashed through her heart. I'm sorry, Ningxuan. Sister, this is all I can do. Chapter 43 Sister. Don't! Ningxuan, she suddenly shouted. Sister? Xia Ningxuan turned around subconsciously. Take care of yourself and get out of here as soon as possible. Xia Qingyue's voice was filled with unquestionable orders. The moment she finished speaking, she pressed the blood-colored jade talisman against her heart without hesitation. Puff! She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, all of which spilled onto the jade talisman. Buzz! The moment the blood-colored jade talisman came into contact with the blood of the divine phoenix, it instantly burst out with an extremely dazzling bloodlight. A powerful spatial force instantly enveloped Xia Qingyue. Sister! Xia Ningxuan's pupils contracted violently at this moment. She instantly understood what her sister was going to do and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Don't want! She wanted to rush over and grab her sister's hand, but it was too late. A flash of blood. Xia Qingyue's figure instantly disappeared from the spot without a trace. The next second, her figure appeared again in the air 1,000 meters away. The moment she appeared. Boom! An aura of the nine heavens divine phoenix bloodline, which was more than 100 times stronger than before and extremely pure, erupted with her as the center, sweeping across the entire venue. To those vampire bats, that breath was like an oasis to a traveler who had been without water for 3 days in the desert. Squeak! All the vampire bats that were besieging Xia Ningxuan and others stopped attacking the moment they sensed that breath. The crazy greed in their scarlet eyes reached its peak. Without any hesitation, the entire huge group of bats, like an army that had received a unified command, instantly changed direction and turned into a black torrent that covered the sky and the sun, frantically chasing after the golden figure in the air. The originally precarious encirclement collapsed in an instant. Xia Ningxuan and the remaining 7 guards stood there blankly, watching the swarm of bats retreating like a tide, and then looking at the golden figure in the distance being chased by the swarm of bats and moving away at a very fast speed. Their minds were blank. Your Highness, the captain of the guards said in a hoarse voice. Sister! Xia Ningxuan bit her lips until they bled, and tears, like beads with broken strings, rolled uncontrollably down from her beautiful eyes. She suddenly pushed aside the guards beside her and chased in the direction where Xia Qingyue disappeared like a madman. Sister! Come back! Come back! She cried out at the top of her lungs, her voice filled with endless regret and pain. She regretted why she was so weak and could do nothing at the critical moment. She could only watch her sister face death alone in order to save her. Your Highness the second princess! Don't chase her! The captain of the guard held her tightly. Let me go! I want to save my sister. Let me go! Xia Ningxuan struggled frantically. Your Highness! Calm down! The captain of the guards roared, his eyes red. Her Highness the princess sacrificed her life to keep us alive. If we chase her now, not only will we fail to save her, her sacrifice will be in vain. We will only become a burden to her. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over my head. Xia Ningxuan stopped struggling. She collapsed to the ground powerlessly, covering her face with her hands, and let out a desperate and suppressed sob. Yes. Burden. If they catch up now, what else can they do except hinder us? Their speed could not catch up with their sister who used the secret treasure, let alone the endless swarm of bats. They could only watch helplessly as the golden light and the black torrent became farther and farther away, smaller and smaller, and finally, completely disappeared at the end of the thick black fog. The whole world seemed to have returned to silence again. But for Xia Ningxuan and the remaining guards, this silence was more harsh and cruel than any sound. What should we do? A guard asked blankly. Everyone looked at Xia Ningxuan. Xia Ningxuan slowly raised her head, and all the weakness and sadness on her pretty face with traces of tears disappeared. What replaced it was an unprecedented, icy firmness. Try to find. Her voice was hoarse, but full of power. Even if I have to turn this black mist abyss upside down, I must find my sister. Alive or dead, I want to see the body. The wind whistled in my ears. Xia Qingyue felt like her body was like a cannonball, hurtling through the black fog at an unprecedented speed. The power of the teleportation blood-attracting talisman increased her speed to a level comparable to that of a strong person in the spirit transformation realm. But her heart kept sinking. Because she could clearly feel that the huge torrent behind her, filled with blood and greed, was tightly following her and she was not being shaken off at all. The endless vampire bats, like sharks that smelled blood, kept biting her tightly. Damn it! Xia Qingyue gritted her teeth and madly urged the energy in her body to maintain her speed as if it were free. The power of the secret treasure is being consumed rapidly. At the same time, her essence, blood, and soul were also consumed. She felt her body getting heavier and weaker. A familiar burning sensation that frightened her to the core began to spread quietly from the deepest part of her blood. It's a hidden disease. It was the fatal flaw of her nine heavens divine phoenix body. Under such huge consumption and pressure, it is finally about to explode. No. No. Can't stop yet. Xia Qingyue desperately suppressed the burning heat within her body that was boiling like magma. Her vision began to darken and blur. She seemed to see her father's worried face and her sister Ningxuang's crying face. I even saw Gu Chen's hateful smile that always contained a hint of teasing and amusement. That bastard. Such a thought inexplicably flashed through Xia Qingyue's mind. If he saw me in this state of disgrace, he would definitely die of laughter. This absurd idea actually gave her a tiny bit of strength in her desperate situation. She didn't want to let that man see her in such a shameful state. She is the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family. She couldn't just die here in such a cowardly way. Ah! She let out an unwilling cry and squeezed out the last bit of strength in her body, increasing her speed even more. However, this was ultimately just a flash in the pan. Puff! A mouthful of boiling hot blood, unable to be suppressed any longer, spurted out of her mouth. The burning heat in her body completely erupted. It was as if countless ants made of flames were gnawing at her meridians, her bone marrow, and her soul. Burning in flames. This kind of pain is 10,000 times more cruel than being torn to pieces by monsters. Her body could no longer maintain high-speed flight, and fell straight down from mid-air like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 44 Desperate Situation. Gu Chen appears. Boom! Xia Qingyue fell heavily onto a piece of hard black rock, making a dull sound. The intense pain made her sober up a little. She struggled to stand up, but she didn't have the strength to move a finger. Walala! Above my head, the black shadow of death was catching up. Thousands of vampire bats circled above her, surrounding the area tightly. They did not attack immediately, but stared at the unique delicacy on the ground that had no power to resist with their scarlet eyes full of greed. Xia Qingyue lay on the cold rock, feeling the countless bloodthirsty gazes, feeling the increasingly vigorous fire within her body. In her heart, only a cold despair remained. Is it over? Just like that, it was burned to ashes and then eaten up by these disgusting things? She was unwilling to accept it. Really, I'm not willing to accept it. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Just then, a lazy and careless voice sounded without any warning in this dead silent place shrouded in death. One finger, imprisoning heaven and earth. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached Xia Qingyue's ears. This voice. Xia Qingyue's consciousness, which was about to fall silent, suddenly trembled. She opened her eyes with difficulty. Then, she saw it. She saw a scene that she would never forget. A finger shadow formed by the purest gray airflow appeared in mid-air at some point. It pressed down so gently and silently. There was no earth-shattering noise, no gorgeous and dazzling lights and shadows. It was as if a god was casually erasing a tiny flaw on a painting. Those thousands and thousands of vampire bats pushed her into a desperate situation and made her feel hopeless. The moment that gray finger pressed down, the body froze. The greedy and bloodthirsty expressions on their faces were frozen forever. Immediately following. Puff! Like a sand castle blown away by the wind. Their bodies, from the inside out, were shattered into pieces, turning into dust all over the sky. Blown by the cold wind in the black fog, they completely dissipated, and no trace of their existence could be found. One hit. Just one strike again. The swarm of bats that was enough to make any peak condensation realm expert's scalp tingle was completely wiped out. Clean, neat, leaving no trace. The whole world once again returned to absolute silence. Xia Qingyue's eyes suddenly widened. In her blurred vision, a slender figure, with his hands in his trouser pockets, was walking leisurely, slowly emerging from the black fog not far away. It's him. It's really him. Gu Chen. The moment she saw that face clearly, an unprecedented sense of security, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, instantly overwhelmed all of Xia Qingyue's rationality and consciousness. Her nerve, which had been stretched to the limit, was completely broken. Her eyelids drooped and she completely lost consciousness. At the last moment before she fell into darkness, the corners of her mouth seemed to rise slightly. Gu Chen was very depressed. Originally, he had killed the rather ugly three-headed demon Wolf King with one finger and harvested more than a dozen demon beast crystal cores of decent quality, so he was in a good mood. Although the 9 laborers had little combat power, they were obedient and were quite efficient in picking up monster crystal cores along the way. They had fought their way here and had just cleared out a nest of coyote monsters nearby. He was directing the workers to collect all the crystal cores and clean up the battlefield to prevent the smell of blood from causing more unnecessary trouble. As a result, not long after I was quiet, I felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from afar. First, there was a familiar aura of the sacred and proud bloodline of the divine phoenix. Then, there was a chaotic, noisy, and annoying aura of bat monsters. The aura of the divine phoenix bloodline was extremely violent. It came from the eldest princess, Xia Qingyue. He used the Eye of Miracles to see that this woman's 9 heavens divine phoenix body had defects. Although it was of high quality, it was a time bomb that would burn itself to death if she wasn't careful. After all, it's one of the future targets. If I die here, won't my god-level reward be wasted? Gu Chen thought to himself. Moreover, he had received a deposit for the 2 sisters' illnesses, and the purple jade pendant was quite useful. In the spirit of after-sales service and long-term investment, Gu Chen decided to go over and take a look. He asked 9 laborers to stay on standby, and he himself staggered towards the direction of the energy fluctuation. As soon as he got closer, he saw a scene that left him speechless. That woman, Xia Qingyue, was lying on the ground like a rag doll, about to be torn into pieces by a group of creatures that looked like mice with wings. TSK, how embarrassing. Gu Chen shook his head, his face full of disgust. She's a princess after all, so why is she in such a miserable state? Where's her sister? And where are those 8 guards who looked pretty capable? Where did they go? Although he complained in his heart, he did not slow down his actions. After all, if it was a step later, this strategy target would really become a pile of bones. So, he casually used the Great Wilderness Prisoner Skyfinger again. This move is really useful. It is a magical skill for clearing small monsters. It has a large range, strong power, and is silent. It is especially suitable for his personality of liking to keep a low profile and show off. Looking at the bats in the sky turning into ashes, Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He walked over to Xia Qingyue, squatted down, and poked her face. Hey, wake up, stop playing dead. No response. Are you really dizzy? Gu Chen frowned, then looked at her condition carefully. Only then did he realize that the problem was quite serious. He activated the Eye of Miracles, and Xia Qingyue's character card information instantly appeared before his eyes. Target, Xia Qingyue. Talent, Holy Item, 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix body incomplete, on the verge of collapse. Status, severely injured, soul burned, blood backlash, coma. The series of negative conditions made Gu Chen's eyelids twitch. Damn it, this is out of control. He understood instantly that this woman must have used some hidden life-saving method, but she used too much force and triggered her old illness. Now the divine phoenix bloodline in her body was like an out-of-control volcano, madly burning her vitality. If she doesn't deal with it in time, even if there is no monster, she will burn herself to ashes. Trouble. Gu Chen scratched his hair irritably. To save or not to save? If you don't save her, she's dead. His bet of setting conditions if he wins the princess was immediately invalidated. And if her sister Xia Ningxuang knew about this, she would probably hunt her down all over the world. Save it. This injury is not light, and it will definitely take a lot of effort to treat it. Moreover, a man and a woman alone in this desolate wilderness. Gu Chen's eyes subconsciously swept over Xia Qingyue's golden combat uniform, which was slightly damaged due to the battle, and her curvy and sexy figure. Chapter 45 The Princess's Seductive Moans. Ahem. Gu Chen quickly retracted his gaze and said to himself, I am a gentleman. This is not my wife yet. I can't have random thoughts. Oh, forget it, just consider it as collecting some interest in advance. He sighed, with an expression that said, I'm such a good person. Who made me kind-hearted? I can't bear to see a beautiful woman in trouble. While he was finding noble reasons for himself, he began to look around, looking for a place suitable for treatment. Finally, his eyes locked onto an inconspicuous little cave covered by vines on the rock wall not far away. Here it is. Gu Qin bent down and naturally lifted the burning Xia Qingyue from the ground in a princess hug. When you touch it, it is surprisingly soft and hot. Holy crap, it's so hot? He felt like he was holding not a person, but a red-hot iron. With this physique, it should be good to use it as a warm baby in winter. As he complained, he carried Xia Qingyue in his arms and strode into the hidden cave. But then again, this woman looks quite attractive, so why is she so light when I hold her? It's still not as comfortable as my wife hugging me. She's soft enough, but a little uncomfortable. If Xia Qingyue was awake at this moment, she would probably faint from anger again after hearing his heartfelt evaluation. The interior of the cave is drier and more spacious than expected. Gu Qin waved his hand casually, and a gentle force swept away the dust on the ground, revealing a relatively flat stone surface. He carefully laid Xia Qingyue flat on the ground, and then set up a simple warning barrier at the entrance of the cave to prevent any ignorant creatures from breaking in and disturbing her. After doing all this, he sat back down beside Xia Qingyue and began to think about a treatment plan. The situation is tricky. The Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix fire within Xia Qingyue's body had completely spiraled out of control, running rampant through her meridians like a wild horse. Ordinary healing methods are completely useless and may even add fuel to the fire. The only way was to use his own Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body's essence to forcibly suppress it, and then slowly sort out and guide the raging flames. This was also a considerable expense for him. Damn, it's a losing deal. Gu Qin complained, but his hands did not stop moving. He took a deep breath and his expression became focused. He stretched out his hands, without the slightest hesitation, and placed one hand on Xia Qingyue's heart. There is the core of the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix's original fire. The other hand was pressed on her flat belly. There is the location of the warrior's Dantian Qi, and it is also the place where all energy converges. His two palms covered the tight golden combat uniform. The amazing elasticity and soft touch made Gu Qin's mind dazed for a moment. What a sin! I'm healing and saving lives. I have no distractions, no distractions. He quickly calmed his mind, and the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in his body began to circulate slowly. A stream of pure, overbearing, yet warm and vital gray air flowed along his palm and slowly poured into Xia Qingyue's body. This power is more than 100 times stronger than the last time he treated Xiaoning Shuang in the secret room. The Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body has a natural and absolute suppression on these so-called holy physiques that comes from the life level. Boom! The moment Gu Qin's chaotic power entered Xia Qingyue's body, her originally violent and raging divine phoenix flame wilted in an instant, like a mouse encountering a king, and let out a whine of fear. It works! Gu Qin was delighted and increased his power output. He carefully controlled his chaotic power and, like an experienced shepherd, began to chase, wrap and comfort the out-of-control flame lambs. This process requires extremely delicate control. If one is not careful, the two domineering forces may clash within Xia Qingyue's body, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, Gu Qin's soul has become extremely powerful now because of his breakthrough to the spiritual transformation realm, so he can control this power with ease. As the power of chaos continued to flow in, Xia Qingyue's brow, which had been furrowed in pain, slowly relaxed. A hint of color gradually appeared on her pale face. The rapid and hot breathing became steady and long. The entire treatment process went extremely smoothly. Gu Qin even felt that the divine phoenix flame in Xia Qingyue's body, after being calmed by his chaotic power, was not weakened, but became more pure and condensed. And his own Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body also gained a tiny benefit after devouring and refining the violent fire poison that was eliminated. Hey, this is really a win-win deal. Gu Qin's mood immediately improved a lot. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of this mutually beneficial cultivation, Xia Qingyue, who was lying on the ground, suddenly trembled her long eyelashes slightly. She is about to wake up. Gu Qin did not stop. The treatment was at a critical moment and could not be interrupted. Xia Qingyue slowly opened her eyes. Consciousness is still a little fuzzy. She felt like she was soaking in the warmest hot spring. Every inch of her skin and every pore of her body exuded an indescribable comfort. The excruciating pain of being burned by fire has disappeared without a trace. Instead, she felt a warm and comfortable feeling that made her want to stretch out. What is going on? Am I not dying? Her vision slowly became clear. The first thing that caught my eye was the unfamiliar, dim rocky cave ceiling. Then she turned her head. A handsome face, with a look of concentration and laziness, appeared in her sight. It's Gu Qin. He saved me? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she felt something was wrong. She felt two warm big hands pressing tightly against the two most sensitive parts of her body. Warm currents that made her soul tremble were flowing continuously from those two palms into her body. That warm current, wherever it passed, not only brought extreme comfort, but also a strange feeling that she had never experienced before, which made her blush and her heart beat fast. Her body, involuntarily, began to become hot and soft. An irresistible, strange impulse surged up from the deepest part of her body. A slight moan, with a hint of suppression and a hint of nasal sound, uncontrollably flowed out from her lips. The sound was not loud, but in this silent cave, it was exceptionally clear and exceptionally seductive. In an instant, the air in the cave seemed to freeze. Xia Qingyue's phoenix eyes, which had just regained their spirit, suddenly widened. Chapter 46 The Iceberg Princess blushed. That uncontrollable moan, like thunder, exploded in Xia Qingyue's mind. She was petrified instantly. That beautiful face that had just regained its color was instantly covered with an intoxicating crimson from the cheeks to the ears, and then to the snow-white neck. What sound did I just make? Xia Qingyue's mind went blank. She was the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family, the Xia Qingyue who was always high and mighty, cold as an iceberg, and who regarded etiquette and dignity as an integral part of her life. It turns out, she actually made that kind of sound in front of a man, that kind of shameful sound that made her want to die on the spot. Moreover, this man is Gu Chen. It was that bastard she had always thought was arrogant and grandstanding. An unprecedented mixture of shame, anger, and panic erupted like a volcano, instantly destroying all her rationality. You! Her first reaction was to raise her hand and slap him, or to use the fiercest divine phoenix flame to burn this scoundrel who dared to blaspheme her into ashes. However, her body was limp and she couldn't muster any strength. No. It's not that I don't have the strength. But it was the warmth coming from his palm that made her tremble all over. It was really too comfortable. She didn't even want it to stop. As soon as this thought came to mind, Xia Qingyue felt like she was going crazy. What's wrong with me? You feel comfortable when he touches your most shameful place? Don't you want him to stop? Xia Qingyue, you have fallen. You are shameless. In her heart, a frantic struggle was going on between her conscience and her desires. On her face, which was red as if bleeding, the expression kept changing in an extremely exciting way. And Gu Chen also heard the groan. He took a moment to divert his attention from his concentrated treatment, raised his eyelids, and glanced at the woman beneath him, whose face was flushed and eyes were as panicked as a frightened deer. He raised his eyebrows and had a "you're very unprofessional" expression on his face. Woke up? His voice still had that lazy, calm tone. Now that you're awake, behave yourself and don't make any weird noises that might affect my treatment. That self-righteous tone, that look that seemed to say, "You're interrupting my work," instantly added fuel to the fire of Xia Qingyue's already explosive emotions. What are those weird sounds? How can I not make a sound when you put your hand in that place? Who is to blame for this? You shameless scoundrel. Xia Qingyue finally found her voice, but it was trembling with shame and anger. It sounded more like the coquettish words between lovers and had no deterrent effect at all. Quickly take your dirty hands away. Dirty hands? Gu Chen lowered his head, glanced at his hands that were pressing on her, then raised his head again and looked at her as if she were an idiot. Your Highness, are you confused by the burns? The divine phoenix fire in your body originates from your heart meridian, converges at your dantian, and then flows throughout your body. I won't put my hands in these two places. Tell me, where should I put them? Gu Chen's tone was full of impatience, as if to say, you, an outsider, don't come to guide me, an expert. Do you think treating a disease is like treating someone to a meal? You're still so picky. If you think my treatment plan isn't working, I'll stop now. Just see for yourself if you can last for an incense stick of time. After saying this, he pretended to pull his hand back. Don't! Xia Qingyue blurted out the words almost subconsciously. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. She saw a fleeting, triumphant smirk on the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. This bastard. He did it on purpose. Xia Qingyue was so angry that her entire body was shaking, yet she was helpless. Because what Gu Chen said was true. She could clearly feel that with Gu Chen's treatment, the burning pain in her body that almost tore her apart was rapidly subsiding, and was replaced by an unprecedented comfort and strength. Her reason told her that she must not let Gu Chen stop. But this feeling is so embarrassing. The warm current, with a strange magical power, traveled through her body, and each cycle made her body's reaction more intense. She could only bite her lower lip tightly, using the pain to fight against the strange pleasure that kept rising up and made her want to moan. Her body was trembling slightly. I don't know if it's because of shame or something else. The whole person is like a piece of exquisite jade being roasted on fire, emitting amazing heat and attractive luster. The atmosphere in the cave suddenly became extremely ambiguous and charming. Time passed by minute in Xia Qingyue's tormented silence. She had given up resisting. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. The man was right. She was like a fish on the chopping board, and her life or death depended entirely on his decision. What made her feel even more desperate and ashamed was that her body seemed to have become addicted to the strange and unfamiliar pleasure. This is an experience I have never had before. From childhood to adulthood, her life has been filled with cold words such as responsibility, cultivation, and strength. She is the most dazzling pearl of the Yanxia royal family, the proudest daughter of her father, and a role model for all royal children. She must be perfect, must be strong, must be cool, must be free from dust. She has always thought that she is such a person. She suppressed all her emotions and desires, and turned herself into a holy iceberg that no outsider could approach. But now, this iceberg is being melted bit by bit from the inside by a man in the most brutal, direct, and effective way. His domineering power not only cured her physical illness, but also opened her long-closed heart, allowing her to experience for the first time the feeling of being a woman rather than a princess. That feeling was so strange and dangerous that it made her feel scared and at a loss. But, damn, it's addictive. She could feel that the fatal flaw deep in her blood was being repaired and compensated bit by the overbearing power of chaos. The divine phoenix flames that had once been wild and unruly, causing her unbearable pain, were now like docile sheep, being combed into obedience, becoming even purer and more powerful. Her cultivation level had unknowingly shown signs of a breakthrough. This discovery shocked her. Who is this man? What kind of power is this warm current that he inputs? It can actually repair the physical defects of the holy product that even my father is helpless to cure. Chapter 47 This feeling is damn sweet. Xia Qingyue's opinion of Gu Chen is undergoing a drastic change. From the initial contempt and disdain, to the later curiosity and fear, and now, a complex feeling that she herself cannot explain, a mixture of gratitude, awe, shame, and a hint of strange emotions. However, Gu Chen, the instigator of all this, looked calm and composed at this moment. He was closing his eyes, concentrating on controlling the power of the chaos ancestral dragon in his body. For Gu Chen, this treatment is also a rare opportunity for cultivation. Xia Qingyue's Nine Heavens divine phoenix body was of extremely high grade, and its origin flame was also a rare tonic for his chaos ancestral dragon body. He absorbed and refined the violent fire poison, transforming it into the purest energy and integrating it into himself. He felt that his cultivation was also steadily improving. Well, not bad, not bad. This wave is not a loss. Gu Chen thought happily in his heart. This woman's divine phoenix bloodline talent is powerful and refreshing. Even after eating it, the aftertaste is endless. I have to find more opportunities to treat her a few more times in the future. He had no idea what a violent storm his treatment had brought to the heart of this ice princess. It was at this point that the treatment entered its final stage. This is the last one, princess. Please bear with it. Gu Chen suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue's body suddenly stiffened, and alarm bells immediately rang in her heart. What does be patient mean? Could it be? Her bad premonition came true in an instant. Boom! A chaotic force that was more powerful and pure than any before, like a torrent bursting through a dam, suddenly rushed into her body. That force instantly swept through her limbs and bones, and finally gathered in her Dantian Qixi, colliding fiercely with her divine phoenix origin. Ah! This time, Xia Qingyue could no longer hold back. All the repression, all the reserve, all the shame, were completely washed away at this moment. A long, gentle, extremely moving moan filled with extreme comfort and relief came out of her mouth without reservation. The sound, like the cry of a phoenix and the music of heaven, echoed endlessly in this silent cave. With this long groan, she felt as if something inside her body was completely shattered. An unprecedented feeling of comfort and relaxation spread throughout the body. The stubborn disease that had troubled her for 20 years finally showed signs of recovery at this moment. This slight repair was a complete repair. Although it was only a slight one, it gave her hope of a perfect repair. With the nourishment of the power of the primal chaos ancestral dragon, the fatal flaw of her nine heavens divine phoenix body was actually completely remedied. When everything is calm, Gu Chen slowly withdrew his hands. The warmth that had made Xia Qingyue addicted disappeared in an instant. An inexplicable feeling of emptiness came over me. She slowly opened her eyes, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were shimmering and hazy. She looked at the man in front of her, and for a moment, she was a little dazed. Gu Chen stood up, stretched, and loosened up his sore muscles. He looked at the woman lying on the ground, who was still in a daze, curled his lips, and said in a very casual tone, "Okay, the treatment is over. Since you screamed so beautifully just now, I won't charge you this time. But you owe me a huge favor. Now, can you tell me where your silly sister and your guards are?" Gu Chen's light words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly pulling Xia Qingyue back to reality from her dazed and confused state. She sat up suddenly. An unprecedented powerful feeling filled her limbs and bones. The energy in the body is like a rushing river, powerful and pure. The burning pain that had troubled her for years had disappeared without a trace. She could even feel that her cultivation had firmly stepped into the threshold of the late nascent soul realm. Her nine heavens divine phoenix body became so powerful after only a little bit of repair. This realization caused a huge wave of emotion in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her who looked nonchalant, as if he had just done something insignificant, with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. Gratitude, shock, embarrassment, and a hint of a throbbing that she herself dared not admit. "You." She opened her mouth and wanted to say thank you, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them. It was really difficult for her to thank the man who took advantage of her. "What do you mean?" Gu Chen interrupted her impatiently. "Don't look at me like that. I'm telling you, I'm not a casual person. I saved you purely because of our bet. If you die, who can I find to fulfill my promise?" He paused, then added, "Now, answer my questions. Where's your sister? Where's your 8 capable-looking guards? Why are you the only one out here carrying out a suicide attack? Are they all dead? You're the one who died." Hearing Gu Chen use such vulgar words, Xia Qingyue's eyebrows immediately raised and she instinctively retorted. But then, her face was replaced by a look of deep worry. Frost. Only then did she remember that she had led the bats away alone in order to save her sister and guards. "They're fine. They're all still alive," Xia Qingyue said anxiously. I lured those vampire bats away." "Lead her away?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chen looked at her as if she were a fool. "So you just ran out here to die? TSK, what a touching and kind sister. But your brain isn't very good. You." Xia Qingyue's pretty face flushed red with anger at his merciless mockery. "I was trying to protect them. They are my family, my companions." Okay, you are great, you are selfless, okay?" Gu Chen waved his hand, looking like he was too lazy to argue with her. "Since they're not dead, they must be frantic now. Let's hurry and find them." As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the cave entrance. That elegant back figure made it seem as if the person who had just saved her life and had the closest contact with her was not him at all. Xia Qingyue stared at his back, gnashing her teeth. "This bastard. You've gotten such a great deal, are you just going to let it go? Not even a word of comfort?" She felt angry and aggrieved. But she also knew that now was not the time to worry about these things, and finding her sister was the most important thing. She quickly jumped up from the ground and followed. The body is lighter and more powerful than ever before. She walked quickly to Gu Chen, trying to prove that she had fully recovered and did not need any help from him. Gu Chen glanced at her, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Can you walk? Do you want me to carry you for a while? But let me make it clear, there's a separate price for carrying people. I can walk. Don't worry about me." Xia Qingyue glared at him, her cheeks starting to feel hot again. She quickened her pace and walked in front of Gu Chen, as if she wanted to use this method to regain her lost dignity. The two walked out of the cave, one in front and one behind. The black fog outside seemed to be thinner than before, and there was still a faint breath of the end of the power of chaos lingering in the air. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within her body, and a mixture of emotions filled her heart. Chapter 48 The princess is shy, I didn't do anything wrong. Xia Qingyue walked quickly in front of Gu Chen. The golden combat uniform outlined a moving curve in the dim black fog. She straightened her back, trying to use this posture to cover up her inner panic and embarrassment. But the more she tried to pretend nothing had happened, the more the blushing scenes in the cave emerged uncontrollably in her mind. Those two warm big hands, that overbearing and comfortable warm current, and her last moan that even she herself felt ashamed of. Asshole. Hooligan. Lecher. Xia Qingyue cursed Gu Chen 1,000 times in her heart, but the heat on her cheeks would not subside. She could even feel the lazy gaze of the man behind her wandering over her body unscrupulously, making her feel uncomfortable all over, as if she were not wearing any clothes. I say, Your Highness. Gu Chen's voice came from behind slowly. Why are you walking so fast? Xia Qingyue paused, turned around abruptly, and glared at him with her phoenix eyes spitting fire. What do you care? TSK, you have quite a temper. Gu Chen put his hands in his pockets and walked up to her unsteadily. He looked her up and down, then touched his chin and commented seriously, Not bad, you've recovered very well. It seems that my treatment method is still quite professional. How dare you say that? Xia Qingyue nearly lost her temper upon hearing this. What on earth is this man's face made of? Having taken such a huge advantage, you still dare to brag in front of her? Why should I be embarrassed to say it? Gu Chen looked innocent. I painstakingly expended my own energy to pull you back from the brink of death, transforming you from a nearly roasted turkey into the vibrant phoenix you are today. Shouldn't I give myself a pat on the back? You're the turkey. Xia Qingyue's chest heaved violently in anger. She found that she couldn't win the argument with this man at all. His mouth is even more infuriating than his strength. Okay, you are not a turkey, you are a princess. Gu Chen waved his hand, with a magnanimous look of a good man does not fight with a woman. Now, Your Highness, shouldn't we discuss how to find your silly sister? When Xia Ningxuan was mentioned, the anger on Xia Qingyue's face was instantly replaced by worry. She forced herself to calm down and looked around. The black fog was vast, and there were strangely shaped rocks and dead trees everywhere, making it impossible to tell east, south, west, and north. I don't know which direction they went. Xia Qingyue's voice was filled with a hint of anxiety and helplessness. I was leading the bats away and fleeing in the opposite direction. That means we have to go back now? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. It should be Xia Qingyue was a little uncertain. Okay. Gu Chen nodded without saying much. He first ordered 9 laborers to wait in the previous cave. As the chaotic energy dissipates, no monsters will dare to pass by here in the short term, and they will be safer. After settling these laborers, Gu Chen turned around and walked in the direction he came from. Xia Qingyue looked at his quick and decisive back, was slightly taken aback, and quickly followed him. The two of them walked one in front and one behind, through the silent black fog. The atmosphere became awkward again. Xia Qingyue wanted to say something several times, such as thanking him or asking about the origin of his miraculous healing ability, but every time the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She really wanted to know whether her 9 heavens divine phoenix body could be completely repaired. However, she hesitated for a moment and really couldn't bring herself to do it. Gu Chen seemed too lazy to talk to her and just walked on by himself, as leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in his own back garden. After walking for about an incense stick of time, Gu Chen suddenly stopped. Why aren't you leaving? Xia Qingyue asked doubtfully. Gu Chen did not answer, but raised his head and looked at the rocky valley in front of him on the left. His brows furrowed slightly. It smells of blood, he said lightly. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue's heart tightened and she immediately focused her attention and became alert. At the same time, she activated her divine phoenix body and sensed everything carefully. Sure enough, a faint smell of blood was drifting over from the direction of the valley, carried by the wind. The smell of blood was very faint, but it seemed to be mixed with a smell that made her feel familiar. It's Ningxuan and the others. Something happened to Ningxuan and the others. Xia Qingyue's face changed drastically. She could no longer care about anything else. She flashed and rushed towards the valley. Wait! Gu Chen grabbed her wrist. His palms were dry and powerful, carrying an irresistible force. Xia Qingyue was grabbed by him and felt a scorching heat on her wrist. The familiar warmth that made her feel flustered seemed to flow through his palm again. Her body softened uncontrollably. What are you doing? Let me go. She was embarrassed and anxious, trying hard to break free. Why are you so anxious? Gu Chen frowned and scolded in a low voice. Didn't you feel that something was wrong in the valley? You rushed over so rashly. Are you trying to save people or to get yourself killed? After being yelled at, Xia Qingyue calmed down. She sensed carefully again and discovered that in addition to the familiar smell of blood, there was also an extremely powerful and violent aura of a monster in the valley. That aura was cold and cruel, several times stronger than that of the three-headed demon Wolf King before. He is definitely at the peak of the condensation realm, and even has 1 foot halfway into the spirit transformation realm. Xia Qingyue's pretty face turned pale in an instant. This is the edge of the black mist abyss. How could such powerful monsters appear again and again? What's so strange about this? Gu Chen let go of her hand and spoke calmly. What kind of weird things are there in the black mist abyss? It can only be opened once every 100 years. Who knows what has happened in the depths of the black mist abyss? He paused, glanced at Xia Qingyue's pale face again, and added, "Don't worry. Judging from the concentration of blood, the battle must have just ended. Your sister and the others are most likely still alive. However, if we had arrived a little later, we wouldn't have been able to say for sure." After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to Xia Qingyue. His figure flashed, and like a ghost, he quietly and silently sneaked towards the direction of the valley. Xia Qingyue watched his back disappear into the black mist, gritted her teeth, and immediately restrained her breath, carefully following him. She knew that Gu Chen was right. Now, their only hope lies with this man whom she cannot understand. Chapter 49 My sister is in danger. The terrifying Spider King. Xiaoningshuang felt a burning pain in her lungs. Every breath felt like sucking in a razor blade. She leaned against a cold rock, her hand holding the sword trembling constantly. Beside her, the only 6 remaining royal guards were all injured and pale. They formed a circle and protected her tightly in the center. Their eyes were filled with exhaustion and despair. Just half an hour ago, they followed the scent left by their elder sister Xia Qingyue and tracked her all the way. But before they had gone far, they ran into a strange valley. Then, the nightmare began. They encountered the most terrifying monster they had ever seen in their lives. It was a spider as big as a hill. It was pitch black all over, with 8 limbs like steel spears. On its abdomen, there was a huge and distorted ghost face pattern, and 8 scarlet compound eyes, flashing with cruel and cunning light. Ghost-faced spider. Moreover, he was a spider king who had lived for who knows how many years and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the condensation realm. This spider king is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also extremely cunning. It did not launch an attack immediately, but instead used spider silk to lay a dragnet in the valley. Those spider silks are transparent and tough, difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, and contain highly toxic and corrosive properties. By the time they reacted, they were already trapped in the spider web, with no way to advance or retreat. One of the guards accidentally touched a spider silk. Before he could even let out a scream, he was entangled by the spider silk and dragged away in an instant, becoming food for the demon spider. The remaining 6 guards and Xiaoningshuang could only form a defensive formation and fight hard. But the Spider King's attack was too terrifying. Not only can it spit out highly corrosive venom, but it can also manipulate the ubiquitous spider silk and turn it into the most deadly weapon. After just a quarter of an hour of fighting, everyone was injured and their energy was exhausted. In order to protect Xiaoningshuang, the guard captain Ji Lang had a spider silk pierce his left shoulder. At this moment, his entire arm turned black and purple, and he was about to die. "Your Highness, the second princess, please leave quickly." Ji Lang leaned against Xiaoningshuang, black blood foam constantly gushing out of his mouth. He said weakly, your subordinates can still buy you a little more time." "No. I won't leave." Xiaoningshuang's eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes. "If you want to leave, let's leave together. I will never leave any of you behind. Your Highness, you are the hope of the royal family, you can't die here." Another guard who was seriously injured also spoke with difficulty to persuade. "Shut up!" Xiaoningshuang shouted harshly, with a hint of tears in her voice. "My sister is already dead or alive trying to save us. I can't bear to see you die in front of me again." Her heart was filled with endless regret and self-blame. "If I wasn't so weak, if I hadn't insisted on coming to find my sister, perhaps they would not have fallen into such a desperate situation." He. A creepy laugh, like the sound of metallic friction, came from the spider web above their heads. The huge ghost-faced demon Spider King was hanging upside down in the center of the spider web, and its 8 scarlet compound eyes were looking at the prey below that had no power to resist with great interest. It seems to enjoy this game of cat and mouse. It did not rush to kill them, but used spider silk to completely block the exit of the entire valley, layer by layer. "It's waiting. Wait until the energy of these prey is completely exhausted and there will completely collapses. Then, slowly, one by one, suck them clean. Xianingshuan looked at the terrifying Spider King, and a deep feeling of powerlessness surged in her heart. She is not afraid of death. But she was unwilling. She has not found her sister yet, has not shared her father's worries, and has not seen the true peace and prosperity of the Yanxia kingdom. She can't just die here. Let's fight. A hint of determination flashed in Xianingshuan's eyes. She stood up suddenly, and the true dragon emperor vein in her body began to reverse madly. A violent and cold breath burst out from her body. Your Highness! Don't! Guard Captain Ji Lang was horrified. He recognized at a glance that Xianingshuan was going to use the royal family's forbidden secret method, dragon blood soul burning. This is a secret method that burns one's own blood and soul in exchange for powerful strength in a short period of time. Once it is used, even if one survives, their foundation will be destroyed, their cultivation will regress, and their soul may even be burned out, causing them to fall into a deep sleep. This is my only chance. Xianingshuan's pretty face was full of madness and determination. Ji Lang, listen up. I'm going to rush out and tear open a gap with all my might. You must escape and find the princess. After she finished speaking, the aura on her body had reached its peak. A terrifying power far beyond her own cultivation was brewing within her body. G.A.? The ghost-faced demon Spider King on the spider web seemed to feel the threat as well, and a hint of surprise and solemnity flashed in its 8 compound eyes. It stopped playing around, and the huge ghost face on its belly suddenly opened its mouth. A beam of venom as black as ink, condensed to the extreme, shot towards Xianingshuan, who was about to explode like a death ray. This attack was extremely fast. Xianingshuan's secret method will take another breath of time to complete. But this breath, at this moment, has become the chasm between life and death. All the guards had expressions of despair on their faces. They watched helplessly as the beam of deathlight got closer and closer to their Royal Highness the Princess. Xianingshuan also felt the fatal crisis. She closed her eyes, but a smile of relief appeared on her face. Sister, Ningxuang is here to accompany you. Although she was determined to find Xia Qingyue, she had an ominous premonition deep in her heart. Now, her dying counterattack had no effect and instead accelerated her own death. She felt both desperate and sad deep down. She could finally go and accompany her sister. Just when everyone thought that everything was over, a sudden change occurs. A gray finger shadow, as if extending from the eternal void, appeared in front of the venom beam without warning. Then, gently, pressed down. Time seemed to be slowed down at this moment. The dark venomous beam that was powerful enough to melt steel and penetrate mountains instantly, when it came into contact with the gray finger shadow, was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, silently annihilated and dissipated. There was no explosion, no loud noise. It just disappeared out of thin air. As if it had never appeared. Chapter 50 A Hero Saves the Beauty? The Spider King is reduced to ashes. The gray finger that stretched out from nothingness, carrying a vast and ancient breath that did not belong to this world, gently pressed down towards the dark beam of venom. No sound. There is no light. There wasn't even a trace of energy collision. The death ray, which condensed the ghost-faced demon Spider King's lifelong poison energy and was enough to melt a small mountain into pus, was like ink drawn on paper, and was gently wiped away by an invisible big hand the moment it touched the gray finger. Clean and tidy. Not even a trace of existence was left. Time seemed to stop at this moment. In the valley, everyone remained in their original position, motionless. The dying guard Captain Ji Lang had his mouth wide open, black blood foam flowing from the corners of his mouth, but he was completely unaware. The other guards also opened their eyes wide, their eyeballs almost falling out of their sockets. The despair on their faces had not yet dissipated before it was replaced by an even more extreme emotion called shock. Xianingshuan, who had closed her eyes and was ready to die, ready to burn her soul and die with the enemy, suddenly opened her eyes. The true dragon emperor vein in her body was madly burning her soul and vitality because of the reversal of the secret method. The intense pain made her body tremble constantly. But at this moment, she didn't feel any pain. All her attention was completely attracted by the gray finger that slowly dissipated in the air. This breath. This power. She will never admit her mistake. It was exactly the same as the aura of final destruction that he had felt before on the battlefield of the three-headed demon Wolf King. It's him. It's really him. The man who performed miracles time and time again. Jie. The ghost-faced demon Spider King, hanging upside down in the center of the spider web, revealed for the first time a human expression of confusion and fear in its 8 scarlet compound eyes. It was completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Why did the poison that he was so proud of just disappear out of thin air? For the first time, an urge to escape arose in its brain, which had been eroded by evil spirits for thousands of years and was left with only cruelty and cunning. However, it was too late. The gray finger that wiped out the venom beam did not completely dissipate. It simply became more illusory, and then, at a speed that seemed slow but actually ignored the distance and space, it continued to press down towards the center of the spider web. The ghost-faced demon Spider King let out a scream of extreme terror, and its 8 steel lance-like limbs danced wildly, trying to tear through space and escape. But the space around it seemed to be frozen into eternal amber. It can't move. It could only watch helplessly as the dead finger continued to grow larger in its 8 compound eyes. Puff. A sound so soft that it was almost inaudible. The Spider King at the peak of the condensation realm, which was as big as a small mountain and extremely ferocious, and had forced Xiaoning Shuang and others into a desperate situation, along with the indestructible net behind it that covered the entire valley, were turned into the finest powder at the same time. A cold wind blew by. There is nothing left. It was as if the terrifying Spider King and the desperate spider web had never appeared. The valley returned to deathly silence. Gudong. Guard Captain Ji Lang swallowed hard, causing the wound to move, and another mouthful of black blood gushed out. But he doesn't care. His eyes were fixed on the entrance to the valley. There, thick black fog was slowly spreading to both sides. 2 figures slowly walked in from the valley entrance that was blocked by spider webs. The leading man was wearing white casual clothes, with his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked at a leisurely pace with a lazy look on his face, as if he had just returned from a walk. Behind him, there was a woman wearing a golden combat uniform, with an upright figure and a stunning appearance. She walked quickly, her face full of anxiety and worry. Elder sister. The moment she saw who was coming, Xiaoning Shuang's spirit, which was about to collapse, finally found a point of support. She screamed in surprise and tears burst out instantly. Frost. Xia Qingyue saw the tragic scene in the valley and her sister, covered in wounds and on the verge of collapse. Her heart suddenly gripped her, and she dashed over in an instant. Sister. You're okay. That's great. That's great. Xiaoning Shuang held her sister's hand tightly, and a smile of relief that came from the heart appeared on her pretty face, which was stained with blood and tears. Her nerves, stretched to the limit, finally relaxed when she saw her sister was safe and sound. Her soul and blood, which had been burning due to the forced reversal of the secret technique, could no longer support her consciousness. Everything went dark before her eyes, and Xiaoning Shuang's body fell limply to the ground. Frost. Xia Qingyue hugged her tightly in her arms. When she felt the rapidly fading life force in her sister's body, the color drained from her pretty face instantly. Her Royal Highness the Second Princess, she used the dragon blood to burn her soul. Guard Captain Ji Lang used up his last bit of strength and said in a hoarse voice, his eyes full of despair. Dragon blood burns the soul. These 4 words were like 4 sharp ice spikes, fiercely piercing Xia Qingyue's heart. She knew better than anyone what this royal forbidden secret technique meant. Once it is used, the soul will burn and the blood will dry up, and there is no possibility of reversal. This is not a life-saving trump card at all, it is a death warrant that will lead to mutual destruction. At this moment, Xia Qingyue's world seemed to collapse. Endless regret and self-blame, like a cold tide, instantly drowned her. If she hadn't wanted to chase Gu Chen, if she could have found her sister earlier. She held her sister in her arms, whose breath was getting weaker and weaker. Her delicate body trembled constantly, tears blurred her vision, and an unprecedented despair gripped her heart. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that her bloodline talent was out of control, and it was Gu Chen who helped her regulate the violent aura in her body. Although the process is a bit embarrassing, but life is at stake, what if? Thinking of this, Xia Qingyue suddenly raised her head, and her phoenix eyes filled with tears stared intently at the man who was sizing up the surrounding environment. It's like a drowning person grabbing the last straw. Gu Chen. Her voice was filled with tears and pleading. You save her. Please save her. At this moment, the aloof princess completely put aside all her pride and reserve, and made the most humble request to the man whom she once despised and could not understand. Gu Chen slowly turned his head and looked at the girl in her arms who was like a candle in the wind, his brows slightly furrowed. Chapter 51 Burning Soul. The only savior. Gu Chen walked over, ignoring the awe-filled or horrified gazes of the surrounding royal guards, and squatted down in front of Xia Qingyue. The valley was filled with a strange smell of burning and blood, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He stretched out his hand and without any hesitation, pressed it directly on Xia Ningxuan's smooth forehead. It feels scorching hot when you touch it, like a branding iron. A stream of pure chaotic energy flowed through his palm and carefully entered Xia Ningxuan's body. Hiss. Even Gu Chen couldn't help but gasp when he found out the condition inside Xia Ningxuan's body. That's too bad. In his perception, Xia Ningxuan's body was like a lit powder keg. The so-called dragon blood burning soul secret method is extremely overbearing. It was like an unquenchable flame, using her soul as fuel and her true dragon emperor vein as lamp oil, burning madly and transforming everything about her into the most violent power. At this moment, her soul was like a candle in the wind, burning to a thin layer, which could be completely extinguished at any time. Her true dragon royal vein had also become dry, withered, and full of cracks, having lost its former spirituality and vitality. Life force was draining from her body at an alarming rate. Trouble. Gu Chen withdrew his hand, and his expression became serious for the first time. This secret technique is too overbearing. She is exchanging her life for power. Now most of her soul has been burned. His words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Xia Qingyue's heart hard. Really, is there really no other way? The last glimmer of hope in Xia Qingyue's phoenix eyes began to dim, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. She hugged her sister tightly in her arms, as if she wanted to transfer all her body temperature to her. Using conventional methods, even gods can't save us. Gu Chen stood up and told the truth. This burning from the source has already exceeded the scope of ordinary elixirs and treatments. Just when Xia Qingyue's heart completely sank to the bottom and fell into endless darkness, Gu Chen changed the subject. But he stretched out his hand again, and in his palm, a wisp of gray chaotic energy, 100 times denser than the one he had explored before, slowly emerged. He gently pressed this strand of chaotic energy between Xia Ningxuan's eyebrows. Buzz. The moment this wisp of chaotic energy entered Xia Ningxuan's body, the domineering power that had been raging wildly in her body, constantly burning her soul and blood, wilted in an instant like a mouse encountering a king, and let out a whine of fear. The chaos ancestral dragon body has an absolute suppression on these so-called holy physiques that comes from the life level. That wisp of gray chaotic energy turned into an invisible net, forcibly gathering and wrapping up the soul fragments that were about to be extinguished, temporarily preventing them from continuing to dissipate. Xia Ningxuan's rapidly fading vitality was instantly curbed. Although it was still weak, it finally stabilized. Her scorching body temperature also began to slowly drop. In the eyes of Xia Qingyue and the surrounding guards, this scene was simply a miracle. They could clearly feel that the second princess's aura, which had been so weak that it was almost imperceptible, had actually stabilized. Guard Captain Ji Lang widened his eyes even more. His arm, which had turned as black as ink due to the spider poison, was swept by a trace of the breath that escaped when Gu Chen released the chaotic energy just now. He only felt a warm and domineering power surge in, and the poison that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow was completely purified in just a few breaths. The sensation of the entire arm is recovering rapidly. What kind of power is this? The way everyone looked at Gu Chen had changed from awe to fanaticism, almost as if they were looking at him as a god. I can only save her life temporarily, so that she won't die immediately. Gu Chen withdrew his hand and said calmly, but if you want her to wake up, or even recover, conventional methods are impossible. His words brought Xia Qingyue back to reality from her great surprise. Yes, she just saved her life, Ningxuan, still didn't wake up. Xia Qingyue suddenly noticed what Gu Chen said, conventional methods are impossible. So, is there an unconventional way? She stood up suddenly and grabbed Gu Chen's arm. The flame of hope was rekindled in her beautiful phoenix eyes. All her pride and reserve disappeared at this moment. You have to have a way, right? Her voice was eager and full of pleading, just like you cured me. Your power is so magical, it must be possible. She could feel that what Gu Chen had just used was the mysterious power that cured her stubborn illness. Since that power can repair the defects of her nine heavens divine phoenix body, it must be able to save Ning Shuang. Gu Chen looked at her tearful face full of anticipation, then looked down at his arm that she was holding tightly, feeling its amazing softness and elasticity. He did not answer immediately, but fell silent, as if weighing something. This look made Xia Qingyue's heart rise to her throat once again. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of inexplicable meaning. There is a way, not that there is no way. Only. He only said half of his words as his deep eyes glanced meaningfully back and forth between Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang in her arms. Just what? Xia Qingyue's heart skipped a beat, as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness. She eagerly pressed on, no matter what the method, no matter what the price, I'm willing to do it. As long as Ning Shuang could be saved, let alone paying a price, even if it meant taking Xia Qingyue's life, she would never frown. Gu Chen glanced at the guards around him who were listening with perked up ears and curious faces, and curled his lips. This is not the place to talk. He casually waved his hand, and an invisible stream of chaotic air spread out, forming a simple soundproof barrier that enveloped him and Xia Qingyue. The guards only felt a buzzing in their ears, and then they could hear nothing. They could only see the two princes and the mysterious man talking about something, and they were scratching their heads anxiously. Inside the barrier, Gu Chen's expression became serious. First of all, you need to understand how serious your sister's current condition is. He looked at Xia Qingyue and spoke word by word. Her soul and bloodline essence are burning, like a house whose foundation and supporting walls are almost burned out. If you want to save her, you must repair and reshape her from the root with a higher level power. My chaos energy can do that, but the process is very special. Chapter 52 Dual Cultivation of Spirit and Soul. Her Royal Highness the Princess's difficult decision. Xia Qingyue looked at Gu Chen with a serious expression. She bit her lower lip tightly and nodded vigorously to indicate that she understood. Gu Chen pondered for a moment, as if organizing his words, and then he stretched out a finger. The first method. I directly used my original power to blend with her, yin and yang, and become one with her spirit and soul. The fusion of yin and yang, the unity of spirit and soul? Xia Qingyue was stunned for a moment, not understanding the deep meaning behind these 8 words. Gu Chen looked at her relatively clear eyes and simply made things clear. That's what you meant. Through the most primitive and thorough fusion of life, my power can directly enter the essence of her soul and bloodline, using my essence as the foundation to reshape her essence. This method is the most direct and effective. Not only can it save her, but it can also repair the flaws in her true Dragon Emperor bloodline, allowing her to turn a disaster into a blessing and never have to worry again. Boom! Xia Qingyue's brain seemed to be struck by a bolt of thunder, and instantly went blank. She finally understood. The fusion of yin and yang, the union of spirit and soul. Isn't that dual cultivation between a man and a woman? Let her unconscious sister and this man. No. Absolutely not. Almost subconsciously, Xia Qingyue shrilly refused. Her pretty face turned from pale to red in an instant, and it was unclear whether it was out of shame or anger. Let Ningxuang have her most precious thing taken away by a man without her knowing? How could she make such a decision for her sister? What is the difference between this and pushing your sister into a fire pit? Although I, Gu Chen, am not a gentleman, taking advantage of someone's misfortune and doing this to an unconscious woman is no different from being a beast. Gu Chen looked at her intense reaction, but an expression of "I knew you would say that" appeared on his face, and he spread his hands. So, I'm just mentioning this method. I can't do it. His words actually made Xia Qingyue's impression of him improve a little. At least this bastard has some bottom line. So Xia Qingyue's heart was in suspense again. Is there any other way? Yeah. Gu Chen nodded and stretched out his second finger. The second method. His gaze fell on Xia Qingyue, and that look made Xia Qingyue feel inexplicably uneasy. You are twin sisters, right? Gu Chen asked. Yes. Xia Qingyue didn't understand why he suddenly asked this. That's right. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up in an arc that made Xia Qingyue feel uneasy. Since you are twins, your bloodline must be inextricably linked. Even your souls have a resonance that ordinary people cannot understand. The second method is for you and I to practice dual cultivation. What? If the first method is thunder, then the second method is the collapse of the sky and the earth. Xia Qingyue was completely stunned. She stared at Gu Chen blankly, her beautiful phoenix eyes wide open, wondering if she had heard it wrong. And, practicing dual cultivation with him? The blushing scenes in the cave flashed through her mind uncontrollably. Those two warm hands, that overbearing yet comfortable warmth, and her last moan that even she herself felt ashamed of. Her cheeks suddenly felt hot and almost burning. Gu Chen ignored her face that was about to bleed and explained his plan to himself. I will practice dual cultivation with you, perfectly fusing my primordial chaos origin with your divine phoenix origin to form a brand new primordial chaos divine phoenix power that combines the characteristics of both powers. Afterwards, you will use this new power as a guide to call upon and nourish her spirit. Through the blood connection between you two sisters, awaken her from her slumber. Although this method is a bit roundabout and the effect may not be as immediate as the first one, the advantage is that your sister can maintain her innocence, and you can also take this opportunity to completely repair the defects of your nine heavens divine phoenix body and even reach a higher level of cultivation. This is the only feasible method at the moment, and it's not too extreme. After saying this, he looked at Xia Qingyue leisurely, waiting for her reply. The entire soundproof barrier fell into dead silence. Xia Qingyue's brain had completely turned into a mess. Practicing dual cultivation with Gu Chen. This thought, like a bomb, set off a huge wave in her heart, blowing all her rationality, reserve, and pride to pieces. The words dual cultivation echoed repeatedly in Xia Qingyue's mind like a devilish sound piercing her ears. Her heart was in turmoil. It's a complete mess. As the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family, she received the most rigorous education since childhood. She must be dignified, majestic, cold, and untainted by dust. Her every word and action represents the face of the royal family. The distinction between men and women is an iron rule that has been instilled in her since she was a child and is engraved in her bones. Not to mention having any intimate contact with a man, even looking at a man for a second longer would be considered impolite. She also always thought that she would live like a holy iceberg, just as her father expected, and devote her life to the glory of the royal family. But now, this man she had known for less than 10 days, broke all her taboos one after another. When I was injured, he picked me up directly. In the cave, he placed his big hands on her most sensitive parts. And now, he actually wants to practice dual cultivation with me? That is a billion times more intimate, deeper, and more thorough than the previous treatment. It is a real, unreserved fusion of life. The moment Xia Qingyue thought of that scene, she felt the blood in her body rushing to her head. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into right there. But she lowered her head and looked at her sister in her arms, whose breath was weak and whose pretty face was as pale as paper. That's Frost. She is the sister she grew up with and whom she loves the most. She still remembered that when she was a child, Ningxuan always followed her like a little follower, timidly calling out, "Sister, wait for me." She still remembered that every time Ningxuan was wrong during her training, she would come to her and cry, and she would always scold her with a stern face, and then secretly give her half of her favorite snacks. She still remembered that not long ago, when she was surrounded by endless vampire bats, it was Ningxuan who stood in front of her regardless of everything, using her still tender shoulders to support her. In order to save Ningxuan and the guards, she single-handedly led away the swarm of bats. Ningxuan, in order to find her, was willing to burn his soul and life. They are sisters, the closest people in the world. Now, my sister's life hangs by a thread. The only hope of saving her is to practice dual cultivation with this man. On one side is her dignity and innocence, which she has defended for 16 years and is more important than life. On the other side, her sister's life was at stake. This multiple choice question is too cruel. Chapter 53 The Iceberg Princess's Shame and Struggle. Is there no other way? Xia Qingyue's voice was filled with a barely perceptible tremor and pleading. Use elixirs? Use natural treasures? The royal treasury has everything. As long as you can name it, I will definitely find it. She still held on to the last glimmer of hope. However, Gu Chen ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. He shook his head, his expression more serious than ever. It's useless. I repeat, this isn't a lack of energy, it's the burning of the essence of the soul. Any external object is nothing but a rootless duckweed, a drop in the bucket, to this withered essence. Only the power of the origin of the same or even higher level can replenish the source. He looked at Xia Qingyue and said word by word, my primal chaos ancestral dragon body is her only chance. And you are the only bridge connecting me and her. The only bridge. Xia Qingyue's heart sank to the bottom. She knew she had no way out. She looked at her sister's increasingly paler face in her arms, and felt her breath which was as weak as spider silk. The balance in her heart finally began to tilt. Dignity? Clean? In the face of my sister's life, are these still important? If Ningxuan really died here, what would be the point of her keeping her innocence? She will feel guilty and suffer for the rest of her life. A drop of hot tear slid down from the corner of her eye and hit Xia Ningxuan's face. Xia Qingyue slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the struggle and hesitation in those phoenix eyes had disappeared. What replaces it is a kind of desperate and resolute tragic heroism. Good. She squeezed out a word from between her teeth. I promise you. The moment she said this, she felt that all the strength in her body had been drained away. But the pride she had accumulated over the past 20 years still made her instinctively want to retain the last bit of her dignity. She raised her head and said word by word in an extremely cold voice, "But, Guchen, listen to me carefully. This is just a deal to save my sister. After this is done, we'll be even. Don't even think about using this to blackmail me, and it doesn't mean I'm yours." There was a hint of hysterical warning in her voice. If I can't save Ning Shuang, I, Xia Qingyue, swear to use all the strength of Yanxia Nation to bury you with me. She tried to use this tough attitude to cover up her inner panic and humiliation, to tell herself and Gu Chen. This is just a transaction, a cold, emotionless transaction. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the expected serious or disdainful reaction from Gu Chen did not appear. What she heard was a light laugh. A burst of laughter full of teasing and mocking, which made her extremely piercing. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. He. Gu Chen smiled. He felt a little funny looking at the princess in front of him, who was obviously at her wit's end but still trying hard to maintain her pitiful pride. Your Highness, did you make a mistake? His voice had returned to its lazy, playful tone, but it held a dangerous edge that made one's heart palpitate. Xia Qingyue felt uneasy at his laughter and subconsciously asked, "What's the matter?" "I saved the man from the spider's mouth." Gu Chen stretched out a finger and spoke slowly. "My life is hanging on by my fingertips using my own power." He extended a second finger. "I racked my brains to come up with the solution." The third finger. He walked up to Xia Qingyue, looking down at her with a hint of mockery on his lips. "From the beginning to the end, it was me, Gu Chen, who was doing all the hard work. What about you? Besides saying a few harsh words that can't scare anyone, what else can you do?" Xia Qingyue was left speechless by his words, her pretty face flushing red. "You're still threatening me? You want me to be buried with you?" The smile on Gu Chen's face grew wider, but his eyes became cold. "Don't you understand the situation? It's not my duty to save people. If I leave now, I want to see how you can save her without me. What are you going to use to dedicate all of Yanxia's strength? To put pressure on the King of Hell to return your sister to you?" His words were like the sharpest knives, mercilessly peeling off Xia Qingyue's armor built of pride piece by piece, revealing the most fragile flesh and blood within. You dare!" Xia Qingyue was filled with shame and anger, her entire body trembling. She had never been so humiliated. How dare this man, how dare he talk to her like that? "I dare not? Ha ha!" Gu Chen sneered and shrugged indifferently. Then, he really turned around and was about to remove the soundproof barrier and walk out of the valley. Gu Chen's sneer completely broke Xia Qingyue's last psychological defense. She suddenly realized a cruel fact. She has no leverage. From the beginning to the end, she had no qualifications to negotiate with this man. His strength, his mystery, his power to bring the dead back to life, he controls everything. And she has nothing except the illusory title of royal princess. Seeing that Gu Chen was really about to walk out of the barrier, an unprecedented panic, like a cold poisonous snake, instantly wrapped around her heart. She didn't dare to gamble. She didn't dare to bet whether the man was trying to scare her. Because she can't afford to lose. Etc. She shouted these two words almost heartbreakingly. Gu Chen stopped in his tracks, but he didn't turn around. He just asked in a nonchalant tone, "What's the matter? Your Highness, do you have any other advice?" To Xia Qingyue, that light and airy tone was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Her delicate body was shaking violently, and her nails were digging deep into her palms as she clenched her fists. "I'm sorry. Please forgive my careless words. Please save my sister." Xia Qingyue lowered her proud head. "This is more painful than killing her." "But, Frost." Her sister's innocent smile appeared in her mind. "Ha!" Gu Chen sneered, "I have no obligation to save your sister. If you want me to save her, you can." Just as she was struggling between conscience and desire, Gu Chen's emotionless voice sounded again, like the final judgment. "Beg me. Please me with your begging attitude. Maybe I'll agree once I'm in a good mood." Boom! Xia Qingyue felt as if something in her brain had completely exploded. Let her beg him? Begging him to practice dual cultivation with her to save her sister? This is no longer a humiliation, this is putting her dignity on the ground and crushing it with feet. She gritted her teeth so hard that her gums bled, and a fishy sweet taste spread in her mouth. She looked at Gu Chen's cold eyes, then looked at her sister in her arms whose breath was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, all the pride, all the dignity, and all the unwillingness turned into nothing in the face of the weak flame of life that could be extinguished at any time. Chapter 54 The iceberg melts. The princess's plea. Time seemed to become incomparably long at this moment. Within the soundproof barrier, you can hear a pin drop. Xia Qingyue froze in place, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. She felt like she was being roasted on a fire, and every minute and every second was torture. The royal education she had received for the past 20 years, and her pride and dignity as the eldest princess, were all clamoring wildly, telling her that she would rather die standing than live on her knees. But she lowered her head and looked at her sister's peaceful but lifeless sleeping face in her arms. If Ningxuang died, what would be the point of her so-called pride and dignity? She will spend every day and night for the rest of her life regretting her stubbornness today. A hoarse, almost inaudible syllable was squeezed out from her dry throat with difficulty. The word please seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, pressing firmly on the tip of her tongue, making it impossible for her to utter it. Gu Chen still had his back to her, neither looking back nor urging her. He is like the most patient hunter, quietly waiting for his prey to walk into the trap himself. He was not simply humiliating her, he was completely destroying her proud defenses. To a system of having many children and good fortune, the two princesses were truly gifted with holy bloodlines, even better than Lu Ruyu. If he could dual cultivate with them, the rewards from the system would definitely be very generous, and then his strength would be able to reach a higher level. Even because Gu Chen was already married, and Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang had special identities, he would have no way of getting close to them without a special opportunity. Moreover, Gu Chen did not deceive them. Although dual cultivation is fake, the system of having many children and many blessings is real. It can repair the defects in their bloodline talents and repair Xia Ningxuang's soul. It all depends on Xia Qingyue's own choice. He knew very well that the upcoming dual cultivation would require the full commitment of both people, especially the integration of the soul and spirit, which would not tolerate any resistance or rejection. An unwilling Xia Qingyue would only greatly reduce the effectiveness of the dual cultivation. He had to make her give up resistance completely from the bottom of her heart. And asking is the first step. Finally, when she saw her sister's lips begin to turn purple due to the loss of vitality, the last line of defense in Xia Qingyue's heart completely collapsed. Woo! Unable to hold it back any longer, she let out a desperate whimper. Crystal clear tears, like pearls with broken strings, rolled uncontrollably from her beautiful phoenix eyes. I beg you. Her voice was filled with tears and endless humiliation. Gu Chen. I beg you. Please practice cultivation with me and save my sister. At this moment, the arrogant ice princess finally lowered her noble head and made the most humble plea to the man she once despised. The suppressed crying, the trembling body, and the broken words all expressed her despair and helplessness at the moment. As long as you can save her, I'll do anything you ask me to do. The moment these words came out of her mouth, she felt as if her whole body was completely hollowed out. Just at this moment, Gu Chen finally turned around slowly. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, her face full of tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, without any dignity of a princess anymore, and his heart was inexplicably touched. It was a complex emotion mixed with satisfaction, desire to conquer, and a hint of imperceptible pity. He walked slowly to her, stretched out his finger, and gently lifted her tear-stained chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Those phoenix eyes, red and swollen from crying, were sparkling with water, and I felt pity for them. Remember what you said today. Gu Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, with an irresistible charm. Anything is allowed? Xia Qingyue had completely lost the ability to think. Under the gaze of those eyes that were so deep that they seemed to devour everything, she simply nodded numbly and forcefully. Good. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth finally curled up into a satisfied arc. Since you are so sincere, I will save her. The goal has been achieved. He loosened his hand, removed the soundproof barrier, looked around the devastated valley, and frowned. Find a clean place first. His voice returned to its usual lazy tone. The smell of blood is too strong here, it's not suitable for treatment. After saying this, he glanced at the guards who were still in a daze and waved his hand impatiently. What are you still standing there for? Come here, carry your second princess up, and follow me. The tone of his voice, as if he was the master of this place, was self-righteous and commanding. After witnessing the divine power of him killing the Spider King with one finger, none of the royal guards felt anything was wrong. Instead, they seemed to have found their backbone and quickly sprang into action. Xia Qingyue watched this scene, holding her sister in her arms, feeling a mixture of emotions. She knew that from the moment she begged for mercy, the relationship between her and this man would never go back to the way it was before. Gu Chen led everyone and started to return along the same route. He soon found a perfect place for treatment. That place was the hidden cave where he and Xia Qingyue had an in-depth exchange not long ago. Returning to this cave again, Xia Qingyue felt like it was the reincarnation of fate. She was saved here, but she will lose everything here. Gu Chen sent the remaining royal guards to stay with the laborers. Xia Qingyue held Xianing Shuang in her arms and followed Gu Chen into the cave with heavy steps. Soon, only Gu Chen, Xia Qingyue, and the unconscious Xianing Shuang in her arms were left in the cave. Gu Chen formed seals with his hands, and a thick stream of chaotic air spread out, forming a barrier that isolated sound and sight, sealing off the entire cave. The sounds outside were also blocked out, and the cave became quiet. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward and ambiguous. Xia Qingyue carefully placed the unconscious Xianing Shuang on the stone platform. She stood up and stood there, her hands nervously clutching the corners of her clothes. Her pretty face, which had just stopped crying, began to turn red again, and her heart was beating like a drum. She knew that what was coming would eventually come. Gu Chen didn't care at all. He sat down cross-legged next to Xianing Shuang and looked up at Xia Qingyue, who was still frozen in place. "Are you ready, princess?" His voice was particularly clear in the silent cave. Xia Qingyue's delicate body trembled. She didn't answer, but bit her lip and nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. The look of her waiting to be picked made Gu Chen feel hot in his heart. Chapter 55 The Divine Phoenix undresses. The volcano beneath the iceberg. Take off your clothes. Gu Chen's voice was calm without a trace of ripples, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. What did you say? Even though she was mentally prepared, when these three words actually came out of Gu Chen's mouth, Xia Qingyue still instantly exploded, staring at him with shame and anger in her phoenix eyes. "I said, take off your clothes." Gu Chen rolled his eyes impatiently. "Your Highness, you don't think that the so-called dual cultivation means that we are 3 meters apart, holding hands, and shouting Balala energy together, right? For our two essences to merge perfectly, our bodies must touch each other and our meridians must resonate to achieve the best results." His words were vulgar, but irrefutable. Xia Qingyue was choked by him and couldn't utter a word. Her face was red enough to bleed. Of course she knew that dual cultivation required honesty and openness, but knowing was one thing, and experiencing it personally was another. Especially in front of his unconscious sister. This made her feel extremely ashamed. "What are you hesitating about?" Gu Chen frowned. "If you hesitate for a moment longer, your sister's soul will burn a little more. Even if she is saved by then, her soul will be damaged and she will become an idiot. Don't blame me for not warning you." These words became the final straw that broke Xia Qingyue's back. Her delicate body trembled violently, and all her shame and hesitation were replaced by worry about her sister at this moment. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her trembling hands finally slowly reached for the collar of her golden combat uniform. The light inside the cave was somewhat dim, and the entrance was obscured by the barrier. Only a few faint rays of light were reflected on Xia Qingyue's face, which was filled with humiliation and determination. Her fingers were shaking violently. The golden combat uniform that symbolized her royal glory and dignity now seemed to have become the heaviest shackle in the world. Unlocking it means that she will reveal all her most private and precious things to this man without reservation. Her mind was in chaos. The majestic face of my father, the gentle teachings of my mother, and the cold provisions on chastity and etiquette in the royal texts flashed before my eyes like a revolving lantern. However, when her eyes fell on her sister, who was lying quietly on the ground and seemed like she would disappear at any moment, all her distracting thoughts were instantly dispelled. Fuck etiquette. Fuck dignity. As long as Ningxuan can be saved, she is willing to do anything. Xia Qingyue gritted her teeth and exerted force with her fingertips. Click. With a slight sound, she unbuttoned the first metal button on the collar of her combat uniform. It was like opening Pandora's box. She no longer hesitated in her actions. The second one, the third one. She stripped off the hard golden combat uniform piece by piece and threw it on the cold ground beside her, making a series of dull sounds. Soon, she was left with only a close-fitting moon-white silk lining that outlined her perfect curves. Gu Chen just watched leisurely. He admitted that the scene before him was beautiful. Her Royal Highness the Princess had an even more attractive figure than he had imagined. Beneath the tight combat uniform, there are thrilling ups and downs. In the dim light, the skin is as smooth as jade, emitting a faint luster. Continue. Gu Chen's voice was still calm, even a little cold. This businesslike attitude actually made Xia Qingyue feel even more ashamed. She closed her eyes, and a tear rolled down the corner of her eye. She trembled and took off the last layer of covering on her body. The air in the cave seemed to freeze at this moment. Gu Chen's breathing also paused for a moment. Perfect. He couldn't think of any other way to describe it except this word. He took a deep breath, suppressed the lustful thoughts surging in his heart, sat down cross-legged, and patted the seat in front of him. Come here, sit in my arms, with your back to me. Xia Qingyue's delicate body stiffened, and her cheeks, which had just lost their blush, became hot again. She moved her feet, and every step seemed to be walking on the edge of a knife. Finally, she gritted her teeth and sat down. When her smooth jade-like back touched Gu Chen's warm and solid chest, she felt an electric current instantly spread throughout her body, making her tense like a frightened cat. The touch of skin to skin, that man's aggressive masculine aura, made her brain completely shut down. Gu Chen ignored her stiffness. He stretched out his hands and skillfully placed one hand on her heart and the other on her flat belly. Relax. His voice, as if with magic, rang in her ears. If you're so nervous, our energy won't resonate, and the effect will be greatly reduced, and your sister's weight will be in vain. It's my sister again. These two words were Xia Qingyue's only weakness at the moment. She forced herself to take deep breaths over and over again, trying to relax her stiff body little by little. Feeling that the delicate body in his arms was finally no longer as tense as a rock, Gu Chen's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. He closed his eyes and his expression became focused. The power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in the body began to circulate slowly. The next second, a chaotic force that was more powerful and pure than any before, rushed into her body like a torrent bursting through a dam. Dual cultivation officially begins. Boom! The moment that pure and overbearing chaotic power surged into her body, Xia Qingyue felt her soul tremble. This feeling is completely different from the last treatment. If last time, Gu Chen's power was just a gentle stream, flowing slowly in her body, combing her violent fire poison. This time, this power is a vast and boundless chaotic starry sea filled with the breath of life and destruction. With an absolutely overwhelming attitude, it instantly suppressed and enveloped the proud and domineering Nine Heavens divine phoenix flame in her body. Xia Qingyue instinctively wanted to resist, but her divine phoenix flame was as tiny as a firefly or the bright moon in front of this chaotic sea of stars. She couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance and could only let out waves of fearful wails before being forcibly assimilated and fused. She felt like a drop of water merging into the ocean. All shame and resistance were replaced at this moment by an unprecedented feeling of comfort and relaxation. Those stubborn illnesses that had troubled her for 20 years and made her miserable, those raging flames that were rampaging through her meridians as if to tear her apart, were now being sorted out, repaired, compensated for, and sublimated bit by the overbearing power of chaos, just like docile sheep. She could clearly feel that the fatal flaw deep in her blood was being completely repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her meridians are being widened and strengthened. Her energy was being purified and condensed. Her soul is also being nourished and strengthened. This feeling is so damn sweet. Chapter 56 Yin and Yang combine. The power of the Chaos Phoenix. The moment Xia Qingyue's soft and boneless body leaned against his arms, Gu Chen's mind couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. The woman in his arms was like a piece of exquisite warm jade that was burning hot, emitting amazing heat and alluring fragrance. Her breathtakingly perfect curves fit tightly against his chest. The amazing elasticity and soft touch were enough to turn any normal man into a beast in an instant. What a sin! What a sin! I'm saving people, purely for the sake of saving them. Gu Chen silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra several times in his heart before forcing those charming thoughts out of his mind. Over time, the Nine Heavens divine phoenix power that had been trembling in Xia Qingyue's body seemed to have found its backbone, and began to cautiously try to contact the domineering power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. The power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon seemed to sense its goodwill and restrained its overbearing aggression, beginning to release a gentle, life-giving aura to soothe it, envelop it, and guide it. At this moment, two supreme powers that are completely different but have some mysterious connection at the level of life finally began their first true fusion. An indescribable and strange feeling, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more comfortable than the previous treatment, surged up from the deepest part of her body like a tide, wave after wave. Xia Qingyue gradually gave up all resistance and began to indulge in the unprecedented joy of this rapidly surging power. And for Gu Chen, this dual cultivation is also a great opportunity. Xia Qingyue's Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix body was of an extremely high grade, and its origin flame was also a rare tonic for his primal chaos ancestral dragon body. Under his active guidance, two completely different forces, which have a wonderful attraction in the origin of life, began to merge at the deepest level, like perfect harmony. His power of the chaos ancestral dragon is domineering, ancient, and full of the power of creation and destruction that opened up the world. Her power of the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix is noble and fiery, and contains the immortal divinity of nirvana and rebirth. Yin and Yang, dragon and phoenix, creation and rebirth. Under his control, the two forces formed a perfect, endless cycle. Xia Qingyue's entire body completely collapsed. She could no longer maintain the cross-legged sitting posture, her body softened, and she fell directly into Gu Chen's arms. Gu Chen also took the opportunity to hold her tightly in his arms. The two bodies were tightly pressed together without a single gap. At this moment, the atmosphere in the cave became extremely ambiguous and charming. Crack! An extremely crisp sound, as if something was shattering, came from the deepest part of Xia Qingyue's body without any warning, clearly ringing out. The voice was not loud, but it was like the voice of heaven, clearly penetrating into the depths of the two people's souls. Immediately following, an unprecedented sacred, noble, complete and powerful aura erupted with the two of them as the center. Golden and gray divine light shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the small cave like a divine realm. Ding! Detected that the host is currently practicing deep dual cultivation with the holy item Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix body incomplete, the Tao and body are resonating, and the divine body is merging. Ding! The Chaos Ancestral Dragon body is absorbing and refining the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix essence. Physical fitness experience points plus 1,000. Plus 1,000. Plus 1,000. Ding! The host's cultivation is steadily improving. A series of system prompt sounds rang wildly in Gu Chen's mind. He felt that his cultivation was also advancing at a terrifying speed towards the barrier of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Cool. So cool. This is even better than using the system directly. Just as the two of them were immersed in the pleasure of this mutually beneficial cultivation, the power in Xia Qingyue's body finally accumulated to a critical point. Her cultivation barrier, which had originally been stable at the late stage of the condensation realm, began to shake violently, making a cracking sound as it could not bear the weight. It's about to break through. Hold your mind, and return to the one. We are about to break through. Gu Chen's voice, like a morning bell, exploded in Xia Qingyue's sea of consciousness. Xia Qingyue shuddered suddenly and quickly gathered her mind, concentrating all her energy on guiding the brand new golden gray energy torrent that had merged into one within her body. Break it for me! Gu Chen roared softly, pouring all his strength into Xia Qingyue's body without reservation. Boom! The solid barrier of cultivation that had troubled Xia Qingyue for years crumbled in an instant under the impact of this terrifying force that was like the creation of the world. A terrifying aura that was more than 10 times stronger than before suddenly erupted with the two of them as the center. Ah! This time, Xia Qingyue could no longer hold back. All the repression, all the reserve, all the shame, were completely washed away at this moment. A long, melodious, extremely moving phoenix cry filled with extreme comfort and relief came out of her mouth without reservation. The sound, like heavenly music and sounds from nature, echoed endlessly in this silent cave. With this long moan, she felt as if her whole body had been sublimated. The peak of condensation realm. Not only did she successfully break through to the peak of the condensation realm, but more importantly, her broken Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix body had been repaired by 1/3 under the nourishment of the power of chaos. Although it has not yet evolved into the perfect Chaos Phoenix body, it will be completely restored after a few more dual cultivations. A brand new golden gray light, carrying the ancient chaos and the nobleness of the Divine Phoenix, enveloped her body, making her look like a holy and noble Valkyrie that walked out of myth. Inside the cave, the golden gray light slowly dissipated. The long phoenix cry gradually subsided. Xia Qingyue collapsed powerlessly in Gu Chen's arms, her whole body drenched in sweat, not wanting to move even a finger. On her pretty face, there was still an intoxicating blush brought by the extreme pleasure of the breakthrough, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were shimmering and blurred. She felt like she was having a bizarre dream. In her dream, she broke free from the shackles that had troubled her for 20 years and transformed into a real phoenix, soaring freely in the endless chaotic sea of stars. And at the center of that chaotic sea of stars is the man behind him. An unprecedented powerful feeling filled her limbs and bones. She could clearly feel that the energy in her body was no longer simply the golden phoenix fire, but had turned into a deeper, more powerful, golden gray chaos phoenix power. Her nine heavens divine phoenix body was healed a lot, making her feel better than ever before. Not only that, her cultivation also broke through to the peak of the condensation realm in one fell swoop. This realization caused a huge wave of emotion in her heart. Chapter 57 Sister is here to save you. The Call of the Soul. Xia Qingyue slowly turned her head and looked at the man behind her, who had his eyes closed and a calm expression, as if he had only done something insignificant. Her eyes were extremely complicated. Gratitude, shock, embarrassment, and a hint of a throbbing feeling called sinking that she herself dared not admit. This man took away her innocence in the most brutal and direct way, but he also gave her a great opportunity that could change her life. She didn't know whether she should hate him or thank him. At this moment, her weakened aura not only recovered, but also skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. She could clearly feel the fatal shackles deep in her blood, like a maggot on her tarsal bone, which had troubled her for 20 years, made her suffer terribly, and prevented her from ever reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. At this moment, a corner of it was actually shattered by the overbearing power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Although, it's just a small corner. But, it's this corner. It was like opening up a blocked river and breaking open a cage. An unprecedented feeling of relaxation and spiritual sublimation spread throughout the body. The once wild and unruly divine phoenix flames that had made her wish she were neither alive nor dead were now like the most docile sheep, being combed into obedience. Not only that, under the nourishment and tempering of the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, her divine phoenix origin is undergoing a transformation like a rebirth. How is this possible? Just one dual cultivation not only suppressed her hidden illness, but also, it actually repaired the root of the defect of her holy physique that even her father was helpless to cure. Even if only about 1/3 of it was repaired. In addition, can it be completely repaired by practicing dual cultivation a few more times? Xia Qingyue's brain had completely stopped thinking. Her beautiful phoenix eyes slowly opened, shimmering and hazy. She forbade herself to think any further. Because, shock, gratitude, shame, awe. All kinds of extremely complicated emotions intertwined in her heart, and finally, turned into a strange feeling that she herself could not explain. This feeling was so strange and dangerous that it made her feel scared and at a loss. She even had an absurd idea that made her feel ashamed. If it could continue like this, it would be pretty good. Perhaps the divine phoenix can be completely evolved. As soon as this thought came to mind, Xia Qingyue felt like she was going crazy. Xia Qingyue, you've fallen. You're shameless. How could you have such thoughts about a man? You are the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family. Just when she was torn between conscience and desire and was about to be driven crazy by herself. Guchen slowly opened his eyes. He was also very happy. This dual cultivation not only transformed Xia Qingyue, but his own primordial chaos ancestral dragon body also grew significantly stronger due to the absorption of the pure divine phoenix essence. His cultivation level even more steadily stepped into the threshold of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. How does it feel? He looked at the woman in his arms who was still in a daze, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I am fine. Xia Qingyue was awakened by his voice and subconsciously tried to break free from his embrace, but she found that her whole body was weak and she couldn't muster a single bit of strength. Her voice was so soft as a mosquito's whisper that even she could not hear it clearly. Then don't waste time. Gu Chen didn't continue teasing her. He knew now was not the right time. Your sister can't hold on any longer. With just one sentence, Xia Qingyue was instantly brought back to reality from her dazed state. Frost. Only then did she remember that the reason she was with this man was to save Ningxuang. A powerful force surged from deep within her body. She sat up suddenly, not caring about the strangeness of her body and her shyness, and began to put on her clothes in a hurry. Gu Chen did not stop her. He just looked at her flustered look with amusement, and then slowly handed her the golden combat uniform. After putting on her clothes, Xia Qingyue immediately rushed to her sister's side. Looking at the face that was still as pale as paper, her heart tightened again. Gu Chen, now, what should we do now? She turned around and asked anxiously. Don't be impatient. Gu Chen walked over and pointed at Xia Ningxuan's brow. transfer your new source of power through your hand into her brow. Then, call her with your heart and guide her with the bond between you two sisters. He paused and added, whether you can wake up or not depends on the depth of your sisterly love. He deliberately pushed the final credit onto their sisterhood, also to alleviate Xia Qingyue's feeling of humiliation at being traded. I see. Xia Qingyue nodded heavily. She took a deep breath, stretched out her jade white hand, and gently placed it on Xia Ningxuan's forehead. With a thought, a pure power of the Chaos Phoenix, which carried a warm and sacred aura, flowed slowly through her palm and into her sister's body. The moment this new power entered Xia Ningxuan's body, her originally withered true dragon emperor vein, like a dry riverbed encountering a rain of sweet rain, miraculously began to glow with a faint vitality. It works! Xia Qingyue was overjoyed. She closed her eyes, immersed herself completely, and began to call that familiar name over and over again in the depths of her soul. Ningxuan. Ningxuan, can you hear me? It's my sister is here. Wake up, don't sleep anymore. Sister found you, let's go home. Her voice, filled with tenderness and strength, followed the power of the Chaos Phoenix, penetrated the endless darkness, and reached the deepest part of Xia Ningxuan's soul, which was about to fall into complete silence. In that cold and silent void, Xia Ningxuan felt that she was sinking, as if falling into an eternal abyss. Just when she was about to be completely swallowed by the darkness, a ray of golden gray light illuminated her world. An extremely familiar and warm voice sounded softly in her ears. Ningxuan, wake up quickly. Ningxuan. Ningxuan, can you hear me? Let's go home. It's my sister's voice. My sister came to save me. My sister is taking me home. Xia Ningxuan, who was lying on the stone platform, suddenly trembled her long eyelashes slightly. Then, her bloodless lips opened slightly and she let out an almost inaudible murmur. Sister. Chapter 58 The younger sister wakes up. The older sister is acting strangely. That almost inaudible sister was like the tiniest needle, gently piercing the extremely tense string in Xia Qingyue's heart. She shuddered all over, suddenly opened her eyes, and stared at her sister's paper-pale face on the stone platform. Move. The frosted eyelashes trembled again. Ningxuan. Ningxuan, are you awake? Xia Qingyue's voice was so excited that it changed in pitch. She grabbed her sister's cold hand, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force she applied. Lying on the stone platform, Xia Ningxuan felt like she had struggled out of an endless nightmare. In the dream, there was endless darkness and coldness. She kept falling, with no end in sight. Until that familiar and warm voice, like a ray of light, illuminated her world and pulled her back from the edge of the abyss. She tried hard to open her eyelids, which were as heavy as mountains. After a lot of effort, I finally opened my eyelids a little. In the blurred vision, there is a beautiful face with tears in its eyes, which is so familiar that it is engraved into the soul. It's my sister. It's really my sister. Sister. This time, the sound was much clearer. A hot tear rolled down the corner of Xia Ningxuan's eye. She is still alive, her sister is still alive, they are all still alive. I'm here. Sister is here. Xia Qingyue burst into tears of joy, tightly holding her sister's hand, fearing that if she let go, she would disappear again. How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Xia Ningxuan opened her mouth, wanting to say that she was fine, but found that her throat was very dry. She tried to move her body and sit up, but was horrified to find that she didn't have the strength to do anything. The true dragon emperor vein in the body was like a broken riverbed, dry and dead, with no sign of any flow of yuanli detected. She became a useless person? This realization made Xia Ningxuan's eyes dim instantly, and the joy of regaining her new life was replaced by a huge panic and despair. My body, my cultivation. Her voice was filled with tears and trembling. It's okay, Ningxuan, everything will be fine. Xia Qingyue quickly comforted her. She knew what her sister was worried about. You just used a forbidden technique. Your soul and bloodline were depleted, so you need time to recover. Don't worry, I will definitely make you back to normal. Xia Qingtian's comfort did not improve Xia Ningxuan's mood much. She knew better than anyone the consequences of dragon blood burning soul. That cannot be healed by simply healing. It is the complete destruction of the foundation and the burning out of the essence of the soul. Just when she felt hopeless, a lazy male voice with a hint of teasing rang out in the cave. That's enough, as long as he's awake, stop crying. He's just spiritually damaged, not really dead. Just take care of himself. Gu Chen leaned against the wall of the cave, his hands in his pockets, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. This voice. Xianing Shuang turned her head sharply and looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw the man's face clearly, her pupils suddenly shrank. It's him! Gu Chen! Gu, brother Gu? Xianing Shuang called out uncertainly. Oh, you still recognize me. Gu Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. It seems that you didn't burn yourself into an idiot, not bad. Xia Qingyue felt both ashamed and angry when she heard his heartless words, and glared at him fiercely. This bastard, can't he speak properly? But when Xia Ningxuang saw her look, it took on a different meaning. Sister, is glaring at him? But that look didn't look like anger at all, instead, it carried a little girl's coquettishness that she herself didn't even notice. Xia Ningxuang's brain froze for a moment. Is she suffering from spiritual damage and hallucinations? How could the eldest princess, who has been as cold as an iceberg, as majestic as a queen, and who treats men as nothing since she was a child, give a man such a look? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Thank you, Brother Gu, for saving my life. Xia Ningxuang forced herself to suppress the absurd thought in her mind and struggled to salute Gu Chen. Don't move. Two voices sounded at the same time. One was Xia Qingyue's, filled with anxiety and concern. The other one belongs to Gu Chen. Save energy. You're just a porcelain doll now. You'll break if you touch it. Gu Chen waved his hand and walked over slowly. If you want to thank me, get better quickly and don't hold us back. He walked to the edge of the stone platform, looked down at Xia Ningxuang, then turned to look at Xia Qingyue and asked, how much power do you still have left after you transferred in that moment? Xia Qingyue was taken aback by his question and answered subconsciously, probably, half is left. Yes, that's enough. Gu Chen nodded, keep going, don't stop. Use your new power to slowly nourish her soul and blood. The process will be slow, but at least it can prevent her foundation from completely withering. I understand. Xia Qingyue nodded, not daring to look into Gu Chen's eyes, and placed her hand on her sister's forehead again. When the golden gray power with a warm and sacred aura was slowly injected into her body again, Xia Ningxuang felt so comfortable that she almost moaned. The dry meridians seemed to be moistened by the spring rain, and the withered soul seemed to be soaking in a hot spring, warm and indescribably comfortable. She could clearly feel that her body, which was on the verge of collapse, was being nourished by this magical power and was gradually gaining new vitality. This power. So familiar. It is very similar to her sister's Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix power, but completely different. My sister's power is fiery and noble, but this power has a hint of antiquity and vastness, as if it is the breath of the source of all things. More importantly, this power has an almost perfect fit with her true dragon royal bloodline, as if they were of the same origin. Etc. Xia Ningxuang suddenly opened her eyes, and she finally realized something was wrong. Although my sister's Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix body and my own true Dragon Emperor bloodline are of similar grades, their properties are completely opposite, one is fire and the other is ice, they are naturally mutually exclusive. How could my sister's power nourish my body so perfectly? Unless my sister's power has undergone a fundamental change. She suddenly looked up and looked at her sister beside her. Xia Qingyue was closing her eyes, concentrating on channeling power into her. Her beautiful profile still held a hint of the holy radiance of a breakthrough, as well as a touching blush that had not yet completely faded. Xia Ningxuang's gaze subconsciously drifted to Gu Chen, who was standing beside her. The man was looking at his sister intently. An extremely absurd thought, yet seemingly the only explanation, flashed through Xia Ningxuang's mind like lightning. My sister's new power. Could it be? Could it be related to this man? She remembered the look her sister had given Gu Chen just now. That shame, that annoyance, that anger. Xia Ningxuang felt that her worldview had been subjected to an unprecedented severe impact at this moment. She looked at her sister's holy and beautiful face, then looked at the man with a smirk next to her, and a huge wave of emotion rose in her heart. No way. My sister, really? Chapter 59 Only children make choices, I want them all. Xia Ningxuang felt like she was going crazy. She would rather believe that she was hallucinating because of damage to her soul than to believe the strange scene before her. The elder sister who had taught her since childhood to keep a distance from men and to devote her life to the glory of the royal family, the cold and aloof iceberg princess who seemed to be out of touch with the world, now had an ambiguous atmosphere with a man that she could not understand but was definitely abnormal. This is so subversive. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, your sister will be drained dry by you. Gu Chen's voice brought Xiaoning Shuang back from her shock. He glanced at Xiaoning Shuang's face, which was full of shock, and his heart was filled with joy. My sister-in-law has such a keen intuition, it's great. When Xia Qingyue heard Gu Chen's vulgar words, her delicate body trembled and she almost couldn't breathe. The power she was supplying was even disordered. Squeezed dry? This bastard! How dare he use such words? She suddenly opened her eyes and glared at Gu Chen with shame and anger, her silver teeth almost breaking. Shut up! The voice was anxious and angry, with a hint of grievance that he himself was not aware of. Xia Ningxuang. She closed her eyes silently and decided not to look anymore. If she continued reading, she was afraid that her soul, which had just stabilized a little, would collapse again. It must be an illusion, all of it. During the following treatment process, the atmosphere in the cave became extremely strange. Xia Qingyue blushed and said nothing, concentrating on channeling strength into her younger sister. Xia Ningxuan closed her eyes tightly, forcing herself not to think about anything, but those two faces kept swaying uncontrollably in her mind. She wanted to continue thinking, but her weak mind made her eyelids gradually droop and she fell asleep. Ningxuan, what happened to her? Xia Qingyue was a little frightened and she quickly looked at Gu Chen. Let her rest for a while. Gu Chen's lazy voice came from the side. He walked over, glanced at Xia Ningxuan on the stone platform, and then glanced at Xia Qingyue, who was so anxious that she was about to cry. Her soul has just been pulled back from the brink of death. Although it has been restored, it is still very weak. Forcing her to stay awake will actually be bad for her. Let her sleep. She will be fine when she wakes up. His words carried a convincing power. Xia Qingyue froze and turned to look at him, a hint of uncertainty still lingering in her red and swollen phoenix eyes. Are you really okay? Don't worry. Gu Chen said, all she needs to do is rest and recuperate. Although your Chaos Phoenix power is not as pure as mine, it is still a great tonic to nourish her dried up true Dragon Emperor vein. As he spoke, he reached out and placed his hand on Xia Ningxuang's wrist. A warm chaotic force penetrated into her body and confirmed the situation inside her body. He's in good condition. Gu Chen retracted his hand and concluded, it's just that his vitality is severely damaged and his spirit is weak. Don't even think about recovering completely for 10 days or half a month. Xia Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Ningxuang's life was saved. Moreover, according to Gu Chen, as long as he takes good rest, he will be able to recover completely. Thank you, thank you. Xia Qingyue stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Chen. This time, her thanks came from the bottom of her heart, without any of the struggle and unwillingness from before. This man saved her and now saved her dearest sister. You're welcome. Gu Chen looked at Xia Qingyue with a half-smile. I didn't suffer any loss either. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the two words qi kuai. Xia Qingyue's face flushed red instantly. The heavy gratitude in her heart was instantly replaced by an indescribable shame. She suddenly sat up straight, staring at Gu Chen with embarrassment and annoyance. Her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. This bastard. Can't he just speak properly? Do I have to use this method to remind myself what just happened? When Xia Qingyue thought of the scenes of lovemaking in the cave that made her feel ashamed and angry to death, she felt like she was about to explode on the spot. She turned around abruptly, no longer looking at Gu Chen's hateful face, and sat back next to her sister, frantically helping her sister tidy up her messy clothes, trying to hide her panic in this way. Gu Chen found it funny to see her reaction that was like a furry cat. Conquering such an iceberg is much more interesting than simply fighting and killing. His gaze fell on Xia Ningxuan on the stone platform again. Well, although he looks sick now, his foundation is indeed good. The holy item, the true Dragon Emperor vein, is a good thing that is one level higher than Lu Ruyu's Xianin divine body. I just don't know what kind of talent the baby born from the true Dragon Emperor's bloodline will have. The system said that the higher the offspring's talent, the greater the reward. The last time, Lu Ruyu's Chaos Embryo gave him a super god level reward, allowing him to directly break through to the spiritual transformation realm and evolve into the Chaos Ancestral Dragon body. What if it is a level higher than the Chaos Embryo? Gu Chen's heart began to become active. These two sisters are both walking treasure troves. I had previously used the Chaos Needle to treat Xia Ningxuan, and we had established a preliminary bond with her and activated her character card. Now that he's saved her life, this bond should be even deeper, right? He thought about it and called up the system panel. Target person, Xia Ningxuan. Rating, Gold Legendary. Talent, Holy item True Dragon Emperor Vein incomplete, extremely weak. Status, soul severely damaged, source exhausted. Features? Unlocked. Compatibility, 92% friendship of life and death. The strategy route has been planned. Route 1, Doctor-patient relationship. Keep your distance and occasionally treat the patient's injuries. This will earn you a small amount of Chaos Body experience points and a small amount of royal luck. Route 2, Confidant. Deepen the bond and become a trusted partner. Gain moderate Chaos Body experience, moderate royal luck, and a chance to unlock shared talents. Route 3, Marry the target. Bring them into your harem, achieving a harmonious life, and receive generous God-level rewards. Rewards include but are not limited to sacred techniques, God-level martial arts, massive cultivation initiations, and the return of offspring's talents. The degree of fit soared to 92%? Gu Chen felt happy. It seems that this life-saving grace is indeed very important. We are already friends of life and death, so how far can we be from great harmony of life? As for those 3 routes, only children make choices. I want them all. First be a doctor, then be a confidant, and finally be a husband, all in one step. Gu Chen was happily planning his future strategy. Time passed by little in this eerie silence. About an hour later, Xiaoning Xuan on the stone platform moved her eyelashes again and slowly opened her eyes. This time, her eyes were much clearer. Elder Sister. Chapter 60, Sister's Secret. Sister's Doubt. As soon as Xiaoning Xuan opened her mouth, she found that her voice had become much mellower, no longer as hoarse as before. Ning Xuan. How do you feel? Xia Qingyue hurriedly supported her and helped her sit up slowly. I feel much better. Xia Ningxuan felt her body. Apart from feeling weak and powerless, the severe pain that burned her soul had completely disappeared. Xia Ningxuan woke up again, allowing Xia Qingyue to finally put her worries aside. She let Xia Ningxuan lean against her arms and complained, Ningxuan, don't be so reckless next time. This time was too dangerous. Xia Ningxuan nodded, but she still had a lot of doubts in her mind. The secret method of dragon blood burning soul was originally the last helpless choice. The secret technique was extremely overbearing, burning her soul and using her true dragon emperor vein as lamp oil. This process is irreversible. When she used the secret technique, she was already prepared to die. Moreover, she knew very well that even the royal family did not have the ability to solve such a difficult problem. Even if she saved her life, she wouldn't be able to wake up easily. Although she is still very weak, she feels very good. She knew that she survived. It must be that Gu Chun used some special ability. Thank you, Brother Gu, for saving my life. Xia Ningxuan leaned in her sister's arms and spoke weakly to Gu Chun. Her voice was soft, but her tone was incredibly sincere. You're welcome, second princess. Gu Chen walked over and said with a smile, your sister has already thanked us several times and even paid a very valuable reward. Xia Ningxuan was stunned for a moment. A very valuable reward? What very valuable reward did my sister pay? She subconsciously looked towards Xia Qingyue, only to discover that her sister's cheeks instantly turned red after hearing Gu Chen's words, and her eyes avoided her, not daring to look at her at all. What is happening? More strange feelings arose in Xia Ningxuan's heart. When she woke up for the first time, she noticed that her sister's reaction was very wrong. Now I can even detect all kinds of clues of disharmony. She knew her sister too well. Xia Qingyue had been aloof and proud since she was young. Even when faced with a huge crisis, she remained calm. When had she ever shown such a shy and bashful attitude in front of others? Moreover, it happened in front of a man. Even my father has never seen my sister like this. Could it be? An absurd thought involuntarily popped up in Xia Ningxuan's mind. She looked at Gu Chen's face with a wicked smile, and then looked at her sister's ears, which were so red that they were about to bleed. What exactly happened between these two people while she was unconscious? The atmosphere in the cave became a little weird because of Gu Chen's words. Xia Qingyue lowered her head, the heat from her ears spreading all the way to her neck. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This bastard. He definitely did it on purpose. Xia Ningxuan leaned in her sister's arms, her clear eyes looking back and forth between Gu Chen and Xia Qingyue, the doubt in her eyes growing deeper and deeper. My sister's reaction was so abnormal. This is no longer just simple shyness, it is clearly the guilt and panic after having a secret exposed. What kind of reward could make my usually aloof sister show such an expression? Countless possibilities flashed through Xiaoning Shuang's mind, but each one seemed incredible to her. Ahem. Gu Chen looked at Xia Qingyue, who was almost fuming from his teasing, and tactfully did not continue the topic. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Even a rabbit will bite if pushed into a corner, let alone this thorny phoenix. Since you're awake, don't stay here. Gu Chen looked around the small cave. Although this place is hidden, it's not a long-term solution. We need to find your guards and discuss how to proceed. Our guards? Xiaoning Shuang was stunned for a moment, then reacted, Ji Lang and the others are still alive? The last scene before she fell into coma was that the guard captain Ji Lang and others were seriously injured and fell in a pool of blood in order to protect her. Alive, all alive. Gu Chen nodded. When I came here, I detoxified them. Now they should be staying with my 9 strong men. They won't die. Hearing that the guards were still alive, Xiaoning Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and felt even more grateful to Gu Chen. This man not only saved her and her sister, but also saved all their companions. Let's go find them now. Xiaoning Shuang struggled to stand up. Can you do it? Gu Chen looked her up and down and said, don't even take 2 steps. Just lie down on the ground. I don't want to carry another person on my back. As soon as he said this, Xia Qingyue suddenly became nervous again. She subconsciously recalled the experience of being carried like a princess by him before. The heat on her face that had just faded away showed signs of returning. I'm fine. Xiaoning Shuang shook her head stubbornly. She held onto the stone wall and stood up unsteadily. Although my legs were still a little weak, I could already walk with difficulty. She is the second princess of the Yanxia royal family. The education she received since childhood does not allow her to show her weak side in front of outsiders. Okay, since you want to be so strong, let's go. Gu Chen shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent attitude, turned around and walked towards the cave entrance. Xia Qingyue quickly supported her sister and followed. Sister, Yu Xiaoning Shuang leaned against Xia Qingyue, feeling the familiar yet unfamiliar aura of her sister. She couldn't help but whisper, have you achieved a breakthrough? She could feel that the power of the divine phoenix in her sister's body was more than one level stronger than before, and there seemed to be an additional, indescribable, more ancient and more domineering aura. This aura is actually slightly similar to the aura on Gu Chen. Xia Qingyue responded vaguely, not daring to say more. She couldn't possibly tell her sister that she had broken through to the peak of the condensation realm through dual cultivation with that man, right? So does she still want to keep her reputation as an older sister? It was Gu Chen who helped you break through? Xiaoning Shuang asked again. Xia Qingyue fell silent. In Xiaoning Shuang's view, her silence was a tacit agreement. Even greater waves arose in Xiaoning Shuang's heart. She had received Gu Chen's treatment before and knew that Gu Chen's power was magical, but that only relieved her pain. But now, not only has my sister recovered from her injuries, she has also made a breakthrough to a higher realm. How deep of a treatment would it take to achieve this effect? Thinking back to my sister's humiliated and angry look just now. A guess that even Xiaoning Shuang herself found absurd and shocking gradually took shape in her mind. Could it be that the reward my sister paid was? She didn't dare think about it anymore. If that's the case, then the sacrifice my sister made to save me was too great. For a moment, Xiaoning Shuang felt mixed emotions, guilt towards her sister, and an indescribable complex emotion towards Gu Chen. Chapter 61, Royal Secrets. Fatal Bloodline Flaw. Soon, the 3 of them walked out of the cave. In another open space not far away, 9 laborers and 6 royal guards were standing in clear separation. The laborers sat together, and although there was still some fear on their faces, they were obviously much calmer. The 6 royal guards stood straight with solemn expressions, and their eyes were full of curiosity when they looked at the laborers. They couldn't understand why this mysterious and powerful Mr. Gu would bring 9 ordinary people into such a dangerous place as the Black Mist Abyss. To them, there is no difference between the body-tempering realm and the mortal realm, they are all ordinary people. However, these 9 laborers also indirectly confirmed Mr. Gu's strength. Their physiques are not able to survive in the Black Mist Abyss. However, a light golden air film covered their bodies, isolating them from the deadly black fog and allowing them to move freely. They never understood this incredible method. At this moment, the barrier of the cave suddenly dissipated. They looked over quickly and saw 3 figures walking out. Guard Captain Ji Lang and others, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed over immediately. When they saw the second princess who had regained consciousness and whose breathing was weak but clearly stable, they were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes and they almost knelt down on the spot. Your Highness, the second princess. You're awake. Great. God is truly merciful. 9 laborers followed behind, peeking in curiously. I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Ningxuan nodded at them. It's not hard. It's not hard. As long as the 2 princesses are safe and sound, we will not hesitate even if it means death. Ji Lang said excitedly. The way they looked at Gu Chen could no longer be described as awe, it was as if they were looking at a living god. Back to life. In their view, this is a method that only God can possess. Alright, stop being sentimental. Gu Chen waved his hand, interrupting their affectionate relationship. Everyone is here now. What should we do next? You two come up with a decision. His gaze turned towards Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan. In a word, you hit the nail on the head. Xia Qing, you and Xia Ningxuan looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. Yes, they entered the abyss of black mist this time with a vital mission. Now Ningxuan is seriously injured and has lost all her fighting power. The remaining 6 guards are only at the Ningyuan realm. It is a pipe dream for them to complete the mission in the depths of the black fog abyss where dangers are lurking everywhere. The only hope seemed to fall on the man in front of him. Gu Chen. Xia Qingyue hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, her tone unconsciously softening. Okay, stop nagging. Gu Chen interrupted her directly. Since I saved you, I won't give up halfway. I'm still a little interested in your royal family's affairs. He paused and finally asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. I'm very curious. What could possibly be so worthy of you 2 princesses risking your lives to travel to such a remote and secret place like the Black Mist Abyss? He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Qingyue, with a playful smile on his lips. Now, can you tell me, princess? After all, I am your only support right now. Xia Qingyue fell silent. This question involves the biggest secret of the Yanxia royal family and is also the deepest curse in their blood. Logically speaking, it should never be told to outsiders. However, looking at the man's deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, she knew that she could not refuse. What's more, he was right. Now, he is indeed their only support. Xia Ningxuan also noticed her sister's dilemma. She said to Ji Lang and the other guards, Captain Ji, you guys, take your men to scout the surrounding area first. My sister and I have something to say to Brother Gu. Yes, Your Highness. Ji Lang and others did not hesitate at all. They immediately took 9 workers and left the cave entrance to explore the surroundings. At the cave entrance, there were only 3 of them left again. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She looked at Gu Chen and spoke in a low voice. Our mission is not yet complete. She glanced into the depths of the black mist abyss and said in a cold voice, we must rush to the Sword Valley as soon as possible. Sword Valley? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. What is that place? Xia Qingyue glanced at him and hesitated for a moment, as if wondering whether to tell him or not. After all, this concerns the secrets of the royal family. But when they thought about the fact that this man had just saved their sisters' lives, and his unfathomable strength, it was also the greatest guarantee for them to complete the next mission. If they can't even trust him, who can they trust? Sword Valley is a very special place in the Black Mist Abyss. Xia Qingyue finally decided to speak out. There lives a special monster called the Sword Demon. Our main purpose for coming to the Black Mist Abyss this time is to hunt for the Sword Demon's crystal core. Oh? Sword Demon crystal core? Gu Chen became interested. What's the use of that thing? Can it be eaten or sold for money? His money-obsessed look left Xia Qingyue speechless. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes and explained, the Sword Demon crystal core contains a very pure Gengjin sword energy, which is the main ingredient for refining high-level swords in certain special elixirs. For us, it has a more important use. What's the purpose? Gu Chen asked. Xia Qingyue suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful phoenix eyes looked at him intently. Gu Chen, I can tell you the reason. But I need you to swear that everything you heard today must not be revealed to anyone except us, including your family. Her expression was more serious than ever before. Gu Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Okay, I swear. He raised 3 fingers and said lazily, if I tell anyone the secret I heard today, my future son will not have dermatitis. This vulgar oath almost made Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan gasp for air. Xia Ningxuan opened her eyes wide in shock. She had never heard such a unique oath. Xia Qingyue's face also turned red and white. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. Can you be serious? I'm serious. Gu Chen said innocently, what a poisonous oath. For someone like me who wants to have many children and be blessed with good fortune in the future, it's a fatal blow. Is this sincerity enough? Many children, many blessings. Xia Qingyue, upon hearing these 4 words, felt her heart skip a beat. Her thoughts wandered to other things, and her pretty face flushed again. She took a deep breath and continued. Gu Chen, do you know why our Yanxia royal family, with so many talented people and saintly talents awakening in every generation, has never been able to produce a supreme powerhouse who can truly suppress an era? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and motioned for her to continue. A trace of sadness and helplessness flashed across Xia Qingyue's eyes as she spoke word by word. Because our royal bloodline is cursed. All royal family members who have awakened their sacred bloodlines, without exception, have a fatal flaw in their bloodline talents. Chapter 62 Born with sword bones. The curse of divine talent. Fatal flaw? Gu Chen repeated these words and understood. He had known this a long time ago through the Eye of Miracles. Whether it is Xia Qingyue's 9 heavens divine phoenix body or Xia Ningxuang's true dragon emperor bloodline, they are both followed by a suffix of incomplete. It seems that this is not just a problem for the sisters, but a common problem for the entire Yanxia royal family. Interesting. A royal family with a rich heritage and a long history actually has a curse in its blood? There must be some shocking secret behind this. Indeed, a fatal flaw. Xia Qingyue's voice carried a hint of bitterness. The stronger the talent, the higher the grade of the awakened bloodline, the more fatal this flaw becomes. She stretched out her hand, and a wisp of golden phoenix flame danced at her fingertips. For example, my 9 heavens divine phoenix body, once activated to its full potential, would cause my blood to spiral out of control and backfire. The divine phoenix fire would burn my meridians and soul, leaving me in excruciating pain. If it weren't for my father suppressing it with his own dragon energy, I would have been reduced to ash long ago. She looked at her sister beside her again. The same is true of Ningxuang's true dragon royal bloodline. Her flaw is cold backlash. When her power is pushed to its limit, the true dragon's cold energy will freeze her blood and chi, making her feel like she's falling into an icy prison. We sisters, one is like falling into a sea of fire, the other is like falling into an icy cave. We have suffered endless torture since we were young. Xia Ningxuang listened to her sister's words, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. The pain that goes deep into the bone marrow can never be understood by outsiders. Gu Chen touched his chin and said nothing. He knew that Xia Qingyue had said so much, but she definitely hadn't gotten to the point yet. As expected, Xia Qingyue changed the subject and her voice became even heavier. But Ningxuang and I's flaws aren't the most terrifying. At least, they're manageable. As long as we don't push our powers to the limit, we can maintain them. Even in royal history, there are some ancestors who never let their bloodline backfire and live to a good end. But some defects cannot be controlled or reversed. Her voice, at this moment, was trembling and sad. We also have a younger sister, her name is Xia Qianyu, she is only 16 years old this year. She is the most beloved child of our father, the emperor, and our mother, the queen. She is also the most gifted and most promising hope for breaking the curse in our Yanxia royal family for thousands of years. She awakened her talent at the age of 12, and it was a talent that surpassed that of a saint, a divine talent. Divine talent? Gu Chen's eyes finally changed slightly. Above the holy products are the divine products. For those who possess divine talents, as long as they do not perish in the middle of the journey, their future achievements will at least reach the legendary realm, and there is even a great possibility that they can touch the supreme realm. It can be said that a person with divine talent represents the glory and prosperity of a force for the next 1,000 years. What kind of talent is it? Gu Chen asked. Born with sword bones. Xia Qingyue uttered these 4 words, her eyes filled with pride, but more than that, there was a deep and unrelieved sorrow. Born with sword bones, a legendary supreme divine body born for slaughter. My little sister has a natural affinity with swords. Any sword technique can be transformed into magic in her hands. She doesn't even need to practice deliberately, her cultivation level will increase on its own. At only 16 years old, her cultivation level has already reached the peak of the condensation realm. Hiss. Even Gu Chen couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he heard this. 16 years old at the peak of condensation realm? Is this guy still human? If I didn't have this system plug-in, I would probably still be playing in the mud when I was 16. This divine talent is indeed abnormal. Such an incredible talent should have been a great joy, but for my little sister and our entire royal family, it was the beginning of a nightmare. Xia Qingyue's eyes were red. Because her bloodline defect is also beyond the ordinary. Her innate sword bone is too domineering, constantly absorbing the golden energy of heaven and earth to temper her body. Her body is like a divine sword that has been hammered and tempered 1,000 times, becoming sharper and more powerful, but also more fragile. Her meridians, bones, and even her internal organs were covered with tiny cracks because they could not withstand the sharp sword energy. Every moment, she endured the pain of thousands of swords piercing her heart. My father has consulted renowned doctors throughout the land, used countless rare treasures, and even expended his own dragon energy to channel her sword energy, but to no avail. The sword energy has completely merged with her life force, and cannot be separated. The Imperial Master once deduced the secrets of heaven for her, saying that my little sister's fate is like a divine sword without a sheath, its sharp edge will inevitably injure itself. Her body is like an ordinary iron sheath, but it must bear the weight of a divine sword that created the world. There is only one outcome. The sword is destroyed, the sheath is dead. At the end of her speech, Xia Qingyue could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks. Xia Ningxuan, who was standing beside her, also had red eyes and was biting her lips tightly. Their innocent little sister, who should have been the apple of everyone's eye, had to endure the cruelest torture in the world. According to the Imperial Master's calculations, if we can't find a way to suppress the sword energy within her body, within 3 years at most, my sister's body will completely collapse. By then, even a god won't be able to save her. Xia Qingyue wiped her tears, raised her head, and stared at Gu Chen with her beautiful phoenix eyes. So, we came to the Black Mist Abyss to look for a demon beast called the Sword Demon. This type of demonic beast is a special life form born from the combination of the golden sharp energy between heaven and earth and demonic energy. After their death, they will condense something called a Sword Soul Crystal Core. The Sword Soul Crystal Core contains the purest golden essence, but its properties are relatively mild. Ancient royal texts record that if this crystal core is ground into powder and supplemented with dozens of rare medicinal herbs, it can be refined into a sword-nourishing pill, which can temporarily warm my sister's meridians, relieve her pain, and prolong her life. Deep within the Black Mist Abyss, there is a place called Sword Valley. That is the lair of the Sword Demon. Our mission this time is to enter the Sword Valley, hunt down enough sword monsters, bring back their crystal cores, and refine elixirs to prolong my sister's life. Originally, with our team's strength, as long as we were careful, completing the mission wouldn't be difficult. We even brought a treasure bestowed by our father, specifically designed to restrain sword demons. However, we didn't expect the Black Mist Abyss to become so dangerous this year. Xia Qingyue revealed everything. After saying that, she just looked at Gu Chen quietly, with a hint of expectation and pleading in her eyes that she herself had not even noticed. She didn't ask Gu Chen for help. But her eyes said it all. She hoped that Gu Chen could protect them and lead them to the Sword Valley. Chapter 63 My sister seems to have been taken down by you. After listening to this, Gu Chen fell silent. Divine talent, natural sword bones, fatal flaw. In his mind, the system's cold prompt sound was ringing frantically. Ding! High-value target information detected, divine item natural sword bone incomplete. Ding! Side quest released, journey to Sword Valley. Quest requirements, help Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan hunt down the Sword Demon and obtain the Sword Spirit Crystal Core. Mission rewards, depends on mission completion. Rewards include a large amount of physical experience points, royal luck, and the initial compatibility with the target character Xia Qianyu. Here we come. Gu Chen felt a surge of heat in his heart. This is just like someone giving you a pillow when you are sleepy. He was just worrying about how to get in touch with the so-called little princess with divine talent when the mission came. What's more, the reward directly gives the initial compatibility. If I could capture this little princess as well and give birth to a godlike child, wouldn't the reward be explosive? Gu Chen forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, but on the surface, he showed an embarrassed expression. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Born with sword bones, this is indeed troublesome. However, there are some solutions. His words were like a ray of light, instantly illuminating the eyes of Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan. Do you have a solution? Xia Qingyue's voice was filled with incredible excitement. She even forgot her position at the moment and grabbed Gu Chen's arm. The soft touch and amazing elasticity made Gu Chen's heart slightly moved. What I mean is that there may not be no solution at all. Gu Chen did not pull his hand back. Instead, he looked at her anxious face with amusement. You, the royal family, are helpless. As an outsider, what panacea can I offer? Upon hearing this, the light in Xia Qingyue's eyes dimmed. Yes, she was too impatient. Even his father's profound cultivation could only be barely suppressed. What else could Gu Chen do? But Gu Chen changed the subject, and that familiar, annoying smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Just because conventional methods don't work doesn't mean unconventional methods won't. You should have experienced my power. It's specialized in curing all kinds of difficult and complicated illnesses, especially those of your so-called sacred bloodline. He glanced at Xia Qingyue meaningfully. That look instantly reminded Xia Qingyue of the various scenes when they practiced dual cultivation. Her cheeks flushed red and she subconsciously let go of his hand. What do you mean? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. What I mean is very simple. Gu Chen spread his hands. The root cause of your sister's illness is that the divine sword bone is too overbearing, and her body can't bear it. If you want to cure it, there are only two ways. First, weaken the sword bone's power. But this is equivalent to destroying one's own foundation, and you will definitely not agree. Secondly, I will strengthen her body and make the scabbard strong enough to perfectly accommodate the sword. Gu Chen's words were simple and straightforward, but to the point. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan were not stupid people and immediately understood what he meant. You mean to use your power to strengthen my little sister's body? Xia Qingyue asked anxiously. In theory, it's feasible. Gu Chen nodded. My chaos ancestral dragon body surpasses all other bloodlines, possessing the ability to reshape foundations and create all things. A scabbard used to strengthen a mere divine physique is more than sufficient. But... He drawled again. But what? Xia Ningxuan couldn't help but speak, her voice full of hope. But why should I help you? Gu Chen asked as if it was a matter of course. I have no relationship with your little princess. Why would I waste my own energy to save her? Is it because she's beautiful? Or is it because you royal family wants to give me a medal weighing a ton? These words are cruel, but realistic. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan were choked again. Yeah, why should he help? It was just a transaction between them and him. He cured Xia Qingyue and saved Xia Ningxuan, which was considered to be the utmost kindness he could offer. As long as you are willing to save my little sister, our royal family can agree to any conditions. Xia Qingyue gritted her teeth and said solemnly. Wealth, status, skills, whatever you want, we can give it to you. Not interested. Gu Chen curled his lips. He really looked down upon these worldly things. He looked at the pair of beautiful sisters in front of him who looked exactly the same but had completely different temperaments, and suddenly a wicked idea popped up in his mind. He leaned close to Xia Qingyue's ear and whispered something in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Unless you accompany me in dual cultivation a few more times, maybe I'll agree once the mood improves. Boom! Xia Qingyue's mind went blank in an instant. She froze in place, her entire body, from her cheeks to her ears, and then to her fair neck, was instantly covered in a layer of alluring pink. This bastard! A hooligan! How dare he make such a request? She was so angry that she was shaking all over. She raised her hand to slap him, but when her hand was halfway raised, it dropped down weakly. Could she refuse? She can't. Because this concerns my sister's life. And, deep down in her heart, the thought that made her feel ashamed came up again. Practicing dual cultivation with him, that feeling. It seems, I don't exclude. In addition, the defects in her bloodline talent have not been completely repaired. If you practice dual cultivation a few more times, maybe you will be able to recover completely. Xia Qingyue, you're crazy. You have fallen. She bit her lips hard, her heart torn between conscience and desire, her pretty face turned red and white and red again. It was extremely exciting. And all of this fell clearly into Xia Ningxuan's eyes. Although she couldn't hear what Gu Chen said, she saw her sister's reaction. That kind of shame and anger, that kind of struggle, that kind of look of being unable to resist. Then think about all the wrong details from before. A terrifying guess, which seemed to be the only truth, completely took shape in Xia Ningxuan's mind. The look she gave Gu Chen instantly became extremely complicated. There was shock, anger, absurdity, but more than that, there was an inexplicable weirdness. This man. He couldn't have taken my sister away, right? The problem is, didn't Gu Chen just get married? He has a wife. If not, with my sister's inherently proud character, how could she possibly act like a little girl? Xianing Xuan felt that her three views were being repeatedly crushed and reshaped. She looked at her sister, who was in a dilemma and was about to be driven crazy by her, and suddenly an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. If he could really save my little sister. My sister's sacrifice seems, also. Bah! 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 Xianing Xuan, what are you thinking about? That's your sister. If there is any sacrifice, it should be borne by me, your younger sister. Chapter 64 Thunderstorm Pangolin. Okay, just teasing you. Just when Xia Qingyue was about to be petrified on the spot, Gu Chen's lazy voice sounded again. He looked at Xia Qingyue, who looked like she was about to cry, and felt that the time was almost right. If you keep teasing her, I'm sure this proud princess will get furious. We can talk about saving people later. The most urgent thing is to go to that Sword Valley and get some crystal cores for you. Gu Chen waved his hand, turned around and walked away. Get ready, let's go. The sooner we go, the sooner we can return. I'm still looking forward to going home to hug my wife. His words rescued Xia Qingyue from her state of shame and anger. She breathed a sigh of relief. But for some reason, deep down in my heart, there is still a trace of a little loss? As soon as this thought came to mind, Xia Qingyue wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She didn't dare look at Gu Chen anymore, but just walked to her sister and supported her to prevent her from falling. Sister. Xianing Xuan looked at her, opened her mouth, and her eyes were extremely complicated. What's wrong? Xia Qingyue didn't dare to meet her gaze. You. Xianing Xuan took a deep breath and asked in a dreamy, very small voice, you and Brother Gu, are you? Xia Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. Don't talk nonsense. She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur instantly stood up, interrupting her sister in a hurry. Nothing. Come on, we're leaving. In Xianing Xuan's opinion, her reaction was simply an admission of guilt. Xianing Xuan was silent. She looked at her sister's face, which was so red that it seemed to be dripping with blood, and felt mixed emotions. It's over. It seems that my sister's 1,000-year-old iceberg was really broken by the man named Gu Chen. The team set off again. The atmosphere is completely different from before. 6 royal guards surrounded Gu Chen like stars surrounding the moon, and their eyes looked like fanatical believers worshipping their own god. They are now completely convinced of Gu Chen, and are also 120% in awe of him. The royal majesty and the princess's title are all meaningless in front of the divine power that can bring the dead back to life. Now in their eyes, what Gu Chen said is more effective than the emperor's edict. 9 laborers followed at the end of the team, each with their head held high and chest puffed out, full of vigor and momentum. They are no longer ordinary porters, they are the personal followers of Master Gu. It's a team of gods. Didn't you see that those royal guards who usually look down on others are now being polite to Master Gu? I am proud of it. However, the atmosphere among the 3 core members of the team was a little subtle. Xia Qingyue lowered her head and walked at the back, supporting Xianing Xuan. Xianing Xuan's main injury was to her soul. Although she was a little weak, she could move freely. From time to time, she would glance back and forth between her sister and Gu Chen with an extremely strange look, and she was imagining some earth-shattering plot in her mind. Gu Chen, on the other hand, walked leisurely beside the 2 princesses with his hands in his pockets, as if nothing had happened. He whistled from time to time, and looked so relaxed, it didn't seem like he was going deep into a secret place full of dangers, it was clear that he was just here for a picnic. I say, princess, do you know the way? Just keep rushing forward. Gu Chen's lazy voice broke the silence. Xia Qingyue paused, turned around and glared at him, then said unhappily, of course I know. Sword Valley is in this direction, we have a map. Oh? A map? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, show it to me. Although Xia Qingyue was reluctant, she still took out an ancient animal hide map from her backpack and handed it over. Gu Chen took it and unfolded it to take a look. The map is fairly detailed, but many places are marked as unknown area or extremely dangerous. He quickly found the location of Sword Valley marked on the map. It was deep in a rugged canyon, quite a long way from their current location. The route recommended on the map is to bypass several high-risk monster areas marked with red skulls and pass through a relatively safe mountain road. Is this the way? Gu Chen pointed to the route on the map and asked. Yes, this is the safest route we planned beforehand. Xia Qingyue replied. Safe? Gu Chen sneered. The safest means also the slowest and least efficient. Going around in such a big circle, it will take too long for us to reach the Sword Valley. Then what do you say we should do? Xia Qingyue was furious. Are we supposed to just head straight into those high-risk areas? The monsters lurking there are all powerful monsters at the peak of the condensation realm. The peak of condensation realm, is that very strong? Gu Chen asked back indifferently. Xia Qingyue. She forgot that the man in front of her was a pervert who could kill a Spider King at the peak of the condensation realm with just one finger. To him, the peak of the condensation realm might really be no different from a cat or dog on the street. This is a previous record. When we came in this time, the demonic beasts from the Black Mist Abyss went berserk. I'm afraid their strength far exceeds that of the peak of the condensation realm. Xia Qingyue reminded. Okay, give me the map. Gu Chen put the map directly into his pocket. From now on, I will lead the way. You guys follow closely and don't fall behind. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Xia Qingyue. He identified the direction and strode directly towards an area on the map that had a huge red skull painted on it. That area was marked on the map as Thunderstorm Pangolin territory. Extremely dangerous. Trespassers will be killed. Gu Chen. Are you crazy? Xia Qingyue was horrified and shouted hurriedly. That's the lair of the Thunderstorm Pangolin. That creature has thick skin and immense strength, and can even control lightning. It's the most formidable of the peak condensation realm monsters. Oh. Gu Chen didn't even turn his head, but just responded lightly. Xia Qingyue stamped her feet in anger, but looking at Gu Chen's decisive back, she was helpless. Sister, follow me. Xia Ningxuang, who was standing beside her, said quietly, I believe in Brother Gu. Xia Qingyue was stunned and turned to glance at her sister. Xia Ningxuang's eyes were calm, even with a hint of certainty that she couldn't understand. Xia Qingyue sighed inwardly, but ultimately gritted her teeth and followed with her men. She wanted to see how this man would deal with a group of thunderstorm pangolins known for their defense. The team soon entered the rocky area. The air began to be filled with a burning smell and a hint of violent lightning. On the ground, charred holes caused by lightning can be seen everywhere. Roar! They had barely advanced 100 meters when an angry roar came from behind a small hill ahead. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake violently. A huge monster as big as a heavy truck, covered with blue-black scales that flashed with electric light, rushed out from behind the hill. It's the Thunderstorm Pangolin. Its lantern-sized eyes were fixed on Gu Chen and others who had entered its territory, filled with violence and murderous intent. Chapter 65 These are the bandits that have entered the village. Alert! Guard Captain Ji Lang shouted loudly, and the 6 guards instantly formed a battle formation, protecting the 2 princesses and Gu Chen in the center, each of them as if facing a great enemy. Xia Qingyue also tightened her grip on the longsword in her hand, her expression solemn. Only Gu Chen still looked lazy. He even whistled at the pangolin with interest. Roar! The thunderstorm pangolin was completely enraged by his provocative behavior. It opened its bloody mouth and a thick lightning bolt condensed in an instant and blasted towards Gu Chen. Xia Qingyue and the guards' hearts were in their throats. However, Gu Chen just raised his hand impatiently. There are no earth-shattering moves, nor any power to destroy the heavens and the earth. He simply extended his index finger and lightly tapped the incoming lightning. Puff! A soft sound. The violet lightning that was powerful enough to turn a warrior in the condensation realm into charcoal disappeared silently like a punctured balloon the moment it touched his fingertips. The whole place was in dead silence. For the first time, a hint of human bewilderment appeared in the thunderstorm pangolin's violent eyes. It didn't understand why the lightning that it was so proud of disappeared. Tisk, it's quite hard. Gu Chen shook his fingers, seemingly not very satisfied with the effect of the previous attack. Then, under everyone's petrified gaze, he took a step forward and actually took the initiative to walk towards the thunderstorm pangolin. What are you doing? Xia Qingyue shouted subconsciously. Collecting materials. Gu Chen answered as a matter of course, this big guy's scale armor is pretty good. I'll take it back and make an inner armor for my wife. It will definitely be very comfortable. As he spoke, he had already walked in front of the thunderstorm pangolin. The demon beast at the peak of the condensation realm seemed to sense an unprecedented and deadly threat from this tiny human. It let out a terrified roar, and its huge body suddenly shrank, trying to escape into the ground. Want to run? Gu Chen smiled. He raised his foot and stomped it on the ground so casually. Boom! An invisible force, yet as heavy as a mountain, spread out with him as the center. The ground within a radius of 100 meters suddenly sank. The thunderstorm pangolin, which had just burrowed halfway into the ground, let out a shrill scream. Its huge body was shaken out of the ground by an irresistible and terrifying force. It rolled over and flew more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Its indestructible blue-black scales were now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and blood was constantly oozing out of the cracks. With a stomp of his foot, he severely injured the thunderstorm pangolin at the peak of the condensation realm. The 6 royal guards' eyes almost popped out of their heads. Sisters Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Ningxuang also had their mouths open, their faces blank. Zhang Dali. Gu Chen ignored everyone's shock and shouted to the back. Hey! Here you are! Master Gu. Zhang Dali, the head laborer, quickly ran out from behind the team. Lend me your hammer. Gu Chen said. Okay. Without saying a word, Zhang Dali took out the special alloy hammer weighing hundreds of pounds, which was specially used for breaking rocks, from his back and handed it over. Gu Chen took the sledgehammer, weighed it in his hand, then carried it on his shoulder and walked step by step towards the dying thunderstorm pangolin. That scene, no matter how you look at it, is full of incongruity. A handsome young man in white casual clothes was carrying a ferocious hammer that was completely disproportionate to his size. Bang! Gu Chen walked up to the pangolin, swung the sledgehammer, and smashed it hard on its huge head. A muffled sound. The pangolin's head exploded on the spot like a rotten watermelon. Red and white splashed all over the floor. Okay, done. Gu Chen threw the sledgehammer back to Zhang Dali, clapped his hands, and then shouted to the group of laborers behind him who were completely dumbfounded. What are you all standing there for? Come and work. Peel off the scales piece by piece. Take out the crystal core. Don't throw away the 2 longest fangs, they're valuable. The remaining meat looks quite fresh. Cut off a few of the best pieces for our dinner. Gu Chen skillfully directed the workers to begin decomposing the body. The skilled tone and professional instructions made the royal guard's eyes twitch. This isn't the elite from aristocratic families coming out to gain experience. It's clearly a group of bandits entering the village. And he's the kind of person who kills people and robs them, skins them, pulls out their tendons, and even crushes their bones to make soup. He's the ultimate bandit. Hurry, hurry. That piece of meat over there, yes, that tenderloin, cut it off for me. Third brother, be gentle. If you damage the armor, Master Gu will deduct your wages. Hurry up. There are still several more behind. Let's clear out this pangolin nest before dark. In the rocky valley, 9 laborers were working hard under the command of Zhang Dali. Each of them was holding a special skinning knife and cutting tools, and they were busy surrounding the mountain-like body of the thunderstorm pangolin. The scene looked like the assembly line operation in a large slaughterhouse. Xiao Qingyue, Xiao Ningxuang, and the 6 royal guards stood not far away, like outsiders, each of them in a trance, feeling that their cognition was being subverted. What did they see? Just now, Gu Chen led this group of laborers and rushed directly into the thunderstorm pangolin's nest as if they were strolling in their own back garden. And then, nothing happened. The whole process cannot even be called a battle. It was a completely one-sided and inhumane massacre. There are a total of 7 thunderstorm pangolins, and one of them even has an aura that is obviously stronger than the others. It is probably the pangolin king who has already stepped half a foot into the spiritual transformation realm. What's the result? In front of Gu Chen, there is no difference. It's all a one-shot deal. If 1 hammer is not enough, then use 2 hammers. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to appear, the monster territory marked as extremely dangerous on the map was completely cleared out. Now, 7 huge corpses lay on the ground, and the air was filled with the strong smell of blood and the aroma of roasted meat. That's right, barbecue. One of the pangolins, having electrocuted itself before dying, was now emitting an alluring aroma. Is this the end? A royal guard swallowed hard and asked in a dry voice. It seems, it's over. Another guard answered blankly. Guard Captain Ji Lang had a bitter look on his face. He recalled the time when he was trying to protect the princess and a spider silk pierced his shoulder, nearly costing him his life. Look at this gentleman in front of you. Why is the gap between people so big? He now seriously doubted whether his cultivation level in the condensation realm was fake. Sister Xiao Ningxuang tugged at Xiao Qingyue's sleeve, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. has Big Brother Gu always been this vigorous? Chapter 66 Sister. Did he bully you? Xia Qingyue opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. She was also scared. Although she had known for a long time that Gu Chen was very strong, she didn't expect him to be this strong. Those are 7 thunderstorm pangolins at the peak of the condensation realm. Even in her heyday, it would be difficult to face one without using her trump card. With all 7 of them attacking her, she had no other choice but to run away. But in this man's hands, it was as easy as cutting melons in vegetables. What kind of monster is he? Your Highness, please move aside and don't block the road. A simple and honest voice interrupted the sisters' shock. They saw Zhang Dali, the head laborer, carrying a piece of bloody pangolin hind leg meat that was bigger than himself, and walking past them grunting. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang subconsciously moved to the side. Then, one laborer after another passed by them, carrying various trophies. There are scales that flash with lightning, claws as sharp as knives, and crystal cores that emit pure energy. Their backpacks were all stuffed to the brim, and their faces were filled with the joy of a good harvest. The 6 royal guards' eyes welled up when they saw the materials in the laborers' backpacks, any one of which could be sold at a sky-high price at an auction. Once upon a time, these chosen ones, the royal elite, actually envied a group of laborers doing coolies? This world is crazy. Master Gu. Everything is ready. Zhang Dali ran to Gu Chen and reported as if asking for credit. A total of 7 peak-level condensation realm crystal cores, 864 scales, not a single one missing. 14 fangs, 28 claws. Also, as you instructed, the best meat was kept, enough for us to eat for several days. Well done. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction, then rummaged through his pocket and took out a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg that exuded a strong aura of thunder and lightning, and threw it to Zhang Dali. It's your reward. This is the crystal core of the Pangolin King, priceless. Oh. Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Master Gu. Zhang Dali took the crystal core, his face flushed with excitement, he danced with joy, and almost knelt down to Gu Chen. The other 8 laborers also looked at him with envy. This scene once again deeply stimulated the 6 royal guards. They fought desperately and survived many dangers. After each mission, they were lucky enough to get a few chi-gathering realm crystal cores. Where are they? He carried the hammer and smashed it a few times, and in a few minutes he got a king-level crystal core at the peak of the condensation realm. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? Alright, stop standing there like idiots. Gu Chen waved his hand at the group of royal family members who were still in a daze. Find a place, light a fire, and cook. Ah. Cook. Ji Lang and others were confused. What else? Gu Chen looked at them as if they were idiots. It's almost dark, and you're not eating, waiting to cultivate? But, we are still in the secret realm. If we make a fire, it will attract other monsters. Ji Lang reminded subconsciously. Attract them? Gu Chen smiled. It would be better to attract them, so I don't have to look for them one by one. It's just right, I can have an extra meal in the evening. Ji Lang. He felt that all his years of combat experience were a joke in front of this man. In the end, under Gu Chen's pressure, the guards also joined the logistics ranks. They found a sheltered valley, skillfully collected firewood, and made a fire. Soon, a bonfire was lit. Zhang Dali and others skewered the huge piece of pangolin hind leg meat with a special sword, placed it on the fire, and began to grill it. The meat was sizzling as it was roasted, fat dripping into the flames, emitting waves of tempting aroma. Gu Chen leaned on a clean stone like an old man, closing his eyes and resting. Sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang sat on the other side of the campfire, looking at the scene filled with the smell of fireworks before them, feeling a little unreal. They came to explore the secret realm and to carry out a life-threatening mission. How did it turn into a barbecue? Xia Ningxuang secretly glanced at Gu Chen, then at her sister. She found that her sister's eyes always involuntarily glanced at the man. That look was very complicated. There was awe, curiosity, shame, and a hint of dependence that she herself might not even notice. Xia Ningxuang sighed inwardly. It seems that my guess is almost right. She hesitated for a long time before finally mustering up the courage to lean close to Xia Qingyue's ear and whisper in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Sister, tell me honestly, how far have you and Brother Gu progressed? Did he do to you? When Xia Qingyue heard this, her body suddenly stiffened and she almost jumped up. She glanced guiltily in Gu Chen's direction and found that he had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head, lowered her voice, and spoke to her sister anxiously and angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? We have nothing to do with each other. If you keep talking nonsense, I will. I will. She hesitated for a long time but couldn't think of anything intimidating to say. Seeing her sister appearing tough but actually being weak and confessing everything without being asked, Xia Ningxuang's heart sank completely. Xia Qingyue felt her cheeks were so hot that they could fry eggs. She had never expected that her sister, who had always been well-behaved and obedient, would ask such a straightforward, such an embarrassing question. What stage has it reached? How far can it develop? The most unthinkable, the most intimate, the most shameful thing has already happened. But how could she possibly say such a thing? I said, we have nothing to do with each other. Xia Qingyue stiffened her neck, trying to use a tough tone to cover up her inner panic. If you keep imagining nonsense, I'll show you how I'll deal with you when we get back to the imperial city. To Xia Ningxuang, her threats, which appeared strong but were actually weak, had no deterrent effect at all. Instead, they seemed like an attempt to cover up her mistake. Xia Ningxuang was silent. She looked at her sister's flushed face and her phoenix eyes that kept dodging, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Once upon a time, in her heart, her sister was an insurmountable mountain, her goal to pursue, and her most solid support. My sister is always so calm, majestic, and powerful. It was as if the sky was falling and she could hold it up without changing her expression. She never thought that one day she would see her sister acting like such a little girl. Because of a man. Sister. Xia Ningxuan's voice suddenly became very light and soft, with a hint of imperceptible heartache. Did he bully you? Chapter 67. Chapter 67. This feeling is so damn depraved. Hearing Xia Ningxuang ask this, Xia Qingyue's entire body trembled as she suddenly looked up at her sister. She saw worry, concern, and even a hint of anger from her sister's eyes. Xia Qingyue's heart was instantly enveloped by a warm current, her eyes became hot, and she almost shed tears. She opened her mouth, wanting to say yes, wanting to pour out all the grievances and humiliations to her only relative. However, when the words came to her lips, she hesitated. Bully? That man had indeed taken away her innocence in the most brutal way. But he also gave her a great fortune. Not only did he suppress the stubborn illness in her body, he also repaired her flawed holy physique, allowing her to see the hope of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. In a sense, he was her benefactor. And my sister, whose soul was about to be burned out, was actually saved. Most importantly, deep down she didn't want to admit. During that process, she herself was not completely resistant. That kind of extreme pleasure that feels like the sublimation of the soul, that kind of exhilarating feeling of a crazy surge in power. When Xia Qingyue thought of this, she felt ashamed to face anyone. How could she have such feelings for a married man? How could she have the nerve to complain to her own sister? No. Finally, Xia Qingyue struggled to squeeze out two words from between her teeth. Her voice was low and deep, with a hint of emptiness that she herself hadn't even noticed. He didn't bully me. We just made a deal. Deal? Xia Ningxuang was stunned. Yes, a deal. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She made up a half-true, half-false excuse. My bloodline backfired, as you know. The situation was critical at the time, and only his power could save me. And the method of saving me is very special. It requires the fusion of our essences. So, in order to survive and to be able to come to you, I agreed to him. She didn't dare say that she was practicing dual cultivation with Gu Qin just to save Ningxuang. If Ningxuang knew that it was because of her that her sister lost her innocence, given Ningxuang's personality, she would probably feel guilty for the rest of her life. Xia Ningxuang listened quietly without saying anything. She looked at her sister's eyes, which tried hard to appear calm but still couldn't hide the complex emotions in them, and sighed softly in her heart. Trade? I'm afraid it's not that simple. If it was a simple transaction, why would my sister have that look of shame and annoyance, yet not entirely hatred? If it was a simple transaction, why would that man look at my sister with such possessive eyes? However, since her sister didn't want to say it, she wouldn't press her any further. She just needed to know that her sister was not bullied unilaterally. As for what happened between them, Xia Ningxuang glanced at the man who was resting with his eyes closed not far away, and thought to herself, when I return to the imperial city, I will definitely find out everything about this man. If you dare to touch my sister, no matter who you are, you will be skinned alive. The sister's whisper ends here. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Not far away, Guchen, who was pretending to close his eyes and rest, had a slight smile on his face. His spiritual consciousness is so powerful. He heard every word of the two sisters' secret conversation, which was as soft as the hum of a mosquito. Trade? He liked this statement very much. It saved Her Royal Highness the Princess's face, which was perfect. But he could sense the complex and tangled emotions Xia Qingyue felt when she uttered the word deal. It seems that this proud princess has begun to waver in her heart. Very good. Conquering an iceberg is much more fulfilling than conquering a volcano. As for that sister-in-law, Guchen could feel that when Xianingshuang looked at him, in addition to curiosity and shock, there was also a hint of vigilance and hostility in her eyes. Like a lioness protecting her cubs. Interesting. It seems that if I want to win over this pair of sisters in the future, I will have to work harder. Dinner is ready. At this moment, Zhang Dali's loud voice rang out. A large piece of pangolin meat, roasted to a golden and crispy texture and filled with fragrance, was brought over. The laborers gathered around with knives in hand and began to feast on the food. Master Gu, please go first. Zhang Dali personally cut off the tenderest and largest piece of meat, wrapped it in a clean large leaf, and handed it to Guchen respectfully. Guchen took it and took a bite. Not to mention, the meat of this demon beast at the peak of the condensation realm is just different. The meat is firm and chewy, and contains pure energy. One bite will warm your whole body. It tastes good, you can try it too. Guchen said to the group of royal guards. Ji Lang and others were already drooling at the aroma. Hearing Guchen's words, they were no longer polite. They stepped forward, took the barbecue from the laborer, and began to gobble it up. Even Xia Qingyue and Xianingshuang were given a small piece. Xia Qingyue didn't want to eat it at first, but after smelling that overbearing aroma, her stomach growled uncontrollably. Her face flushed as she took the barbecue and began to eat it in small bites. For a moment, the only sounds in the valley were the sounds of chewing and satisfied exclamations. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After eating and drinking, Guchen stood up and stretched. Okay, we've finished our meal, let's continue on our journey. Now. Ji Lang was stunned. It's dark now. In the black mist abyss at night, the monsters are more active. Wei. What are you afraid of? Guchen glanced at him and said, it's just right. I'm full and need to digest the food. After saying this, he took the lead and walked out of the call. Everyone had no choice but to follow. Facts have proved that Guchen's decision was extremely correct. For him, there is no difference between day and night. Instead, the night became his unilateral buffet time. Along the way, any blind monster that rushed out would have only one end. It becomes the materials in the laborers' backpacks and their rations for the next day. The team was advancing rapidly in the abyss of black fog in a manner that could be described as a rampage. Wherever he passed, no chickens or dogs were left, and no grass grew. The 6 royal guards went from being nervous at first, to being numb later, and finally, excited. They found that following Master Gu seemed quite enjoyable. There is no need to fight for life and death. Every day you are responsible for traveling, eating, watching plays, and then watching all kinds of rare treasures come to your door. This feeling is so fucking depraved. But, it's so fucking cool. Chapter 68 Arriving at the Sword Valley. Terrifying sword intent. 2 days later. A team with a unique style of painting appeared on a barren Gobi desert. At the front of the team was a young man in white casual clothes. He had his hands in his pockets and was strolling leisurely, as if he was strolling in his own back garden. Behind him followed 2 women with stunning looks, wearing golden combat uniforms. Further behind them were 6 guards also wearing standard armor. They were all in high spirits, but there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. At the end of the team were 9 strong men carrying huge backpacks. They walked steadily, with happy smiles on their faces. They had a very fulfilling life these past 2 days. They have only one task: to pick up things. Picking up crystal cores, scales, furs, and all kinds of materials that they recognize or not but look very valuable. Their backpacks were already stuffed to the brim, and they had to reluctantly discard some relatively cheap materials. Zhang Dali secretly did some calculations. If they sold the discarded materials in the past 2 days, they would have enough money to buy an entire street, not to mention an apartment in Zhanghai City. Cent. This time I really made a fortune. If you follow Master Gu, you will get to eat meat. Gu Chen, are we almost there? Xia Qingyue's voice came from the front, carrying a hint of fatigue and a subtle hint of anticipation. She has also been numbed these 2 days. She could no longer remember how many Ningyuan-level monsters Gu Chen had killed. 10 heads? 20 heads? Or 30? She only knew that the road they were taking was a forbidden zone of death marked by countless red skulls on the map. But they just pushed forward all the way. Yeah, almost there. Gu Chen stopped, raised his head and looked into the distance. His spiritual awareness had already been spread out. About 10 miles ahead, he sensed a sharp aura rising into the sky. That breath was pure and sharp, as if it could tear everything apart. Even from such a distance, I could feel the tingling sensation on my skin. The Sword Valley should be ahead, Gu Chen said lightly. Hearing the word Sword Valley, Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan's spirits perked up. Even the 6 royal guards put away their indifferent looks and became serious. The ultimate destination of their trip was finally approaching. The team quickened its pace. Soon, an extremely huge canyon appeared in their sight. The canyon looked like a crack that had been split open from the earth by a giant sword. The cliffs on both sides are as smooth as mirrors and reach into the sky. There is no grass growing inside and outside the entire canyon. There are only countless stone swords of various sizes and shapes made of rocks, stuck upside down on the ground, densely packed, forming a strange sword forest. A light golden sharp sword intent visible to the naked eye, like mist, swirled throughout the entire canyon. Before anyone got close, a terrifying pressure that seemed to cut their souls into pieces enveloped everyone. Wow, such a strong sword intent. A royal guard turned pale and couldn't help but exclaim. Under the pressure of this sword intent, his body's protective energy actually made a crunching sound as if it could not bear the burden. The other guards also had serious expressions on their faces, and they all mobilized their energy to resist with all their might. Even Xia Qingyue felt the immense pressure. The power of the Chaos Phoenix in her body began to operate on its own, slowly dissolving the sword intent that had invaded her body. Is this the Sword Valley? Xia Qingyue was shocked as she looked at the spectacular yet dangerous scene before her. It seems that what you are looking for is in here. Gu Chen's face also put away the lazy expression, revealing a hint of interest. This sword intent is very pure and domineering. If he could absorb and refine it, it would probably be beneficial to his chaos ancestral dragon body. Everyone, be careful. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and warned everyone, the sword intent within the Sword Valley can corrode the soul. Everyone, guard your mind and don't be deceived by the sword intent. Also, sword demons are invisible and intangible, specializing in sneak attacks. They will disguise themselves as these stone swords and launch a fatal attack when we are least alert. She told him all the information she had read in the royal texts about the Sword Valley and the sword demon. When everyone heard this, they were startled and became more vigilant. Only Gu Chen still looked indifferent. Invisible and intangible? Good at sneak attacks? Under his eyes of miracles, any disguise is in vain. With just one glance, he had a clear understanding of the situation in the entire Sword Valley. In his vision, those so-called sword monsters were just balls of life forms emitting golden light and composed of pure energy. They are disguised as stone swords, lurking in the sword forest, waiting for prey to come. There are quite a few of them. A rough count shows that there are at least hundreds of them. Moreover, they are all strong. The weakest ones are at the peak of Qi-gathering realm, and most of them are at the early and middle stages of condensation realm. In the deepest part of the Sword Valley, Gu Chen also sensed several extremely powerful auras. Those are several sword demon kings who have reached the peak of the condensation realm. Even at the core, there was a faint, yet sharp, aura that made him feel a hint of threat. That aura has surpassed the realm of condensation realm and reached the spiritual transformation realm. The sword demon king in the spiritual transformation realm. Interesting. An excited smile appeared on the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. Finally, I met an opponent who was a little bit stronger. Okay, stop dilly-dallying like a woman. Gu Chen waved his hand impatiently, finish the fight soon and call it a day. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped directly into the sword forest filled with the breath of death. Gu Chen. Xia Qingyue was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Call out. The moment Gu Chen stepped into the Sword Valley, a 3-foot stone sword beside him came to life without any warning. It turned into a golden stream of light and silently pierced Gu Chen's back at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. The power contained in this attack has reached the level of the middle stage of the condensation realm. Careful! Xia Qingyue and the guards cried out in surprise at the same time. However, Gu Chen seemed to have eyes on his back and did not even turn his head. He just casually slapped him with his backhand. Bang! There was a crisp sound, like swatting a mosquito. The golden light, as fast as lightning, instantly solidified in mid-air. Then, with a crack, it shattered into pieces, turned into light spots all over the sky, and dissipated in the air. A fist-sized golden crystal core emitting pure sword intent fell to the ground. With one strike, he instantly killed a sword demon in the middle stage of the condensation realm. Moreover, he did it in such a nonchalant and insulting way. All the people behind were stunned. Chapter 69 Look up and worship. Witness the miracle. I say, are you here for sightseeing? Gu Chen turned around, picked up the crystal core on the ground, tossed it in his hand, and looked at them with disgust. Everyone, follow me. Get your pockets ready, laborers. We're going to make a fortune today. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the crowd and strode towards the depths of the Sword Valley. Wherever he went. Whoosh! 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 Countless stone swords came to life and turned into a rain of swords, shooting towards him from all directions. That scene was enough to make any warrior in the condensation realm feel his scalp tingle and despair in his heart. However, Gu Chen just raised his hand again impatiently. Noisy! He snapped his fingers lightly. Pa! The crisp sound echoed in the silent Sword Valley. Next second. Time seems to have stood still. The golden sword rain that filled the sky suddenly solidified in mid-air. Then, like dominoes, starting from the outermost edge, click, click, click. All the sword lights shattered in an instant. It turned into a dazzling, golden rain of light all over the sky. Ding ding dang dang. Hundreds of sword spirit crystal cores of various sizes fell from the sky like hail, covering the ground and flashing with alluring light. With one finger, hundreds of sword monsters were wiped out. The entire periphery of the Sword Valley was completely cleared out at this moment. Xia Qingyue, Xia Ningxuan, 6 royal guards, 9 laborers. All the people remained in their original postures, motionless, as if they had been collectively petrified. There was only one expression on their faces. That is, the ultimate, indescribable. Sluggish. Silence. Deathly silence. In the entire Sword Valley, no other sound could be heard except the sound of the wind. Everyone was like a duck with its neck pinched, opening its mouth but unable to make a sound. Their brains have completely stopped thinking and turned blank. The scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. What is that? That's hundreds of sword monsters. Among them are many powerful beings in the middle and late stages of the condensation realm. Even if the Emperor of Yanxia came in person, he would probably have a hard time dealing with such a terrifying group of sword monsters, right? But in this man's hands, just a snap of fingers? A snap of fingers can destroy the world. Is this a power that humans can possess? This is a method that only God can use. I'm not dreaming, am I? A laborer pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. You're not dreaming. The person next to him replied in a dreamy tone, We seem to have witnessed a miracle. Gudong. Guard Captain Ji Lang swallowed hard. His body was shaking uncontrollably. Not because of fear, but because of extreme excitement and excitement. So strong. This Mr. Gu was so powerful. It was so powerful that it was unbelievable, so powerful that they could only look up and worship it. He suddenly felt how ridiculous his previous so-called concerns and reminders were. In the face of absolute power, any experience, any strategy is just a joke. Sister. Xia Ningxuan's voice was also trembling. She gripped Xia Qingyue's arm tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Xia Qingyue did not answer. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were wide open, staring at the man who was standing in the rain of crystal cores with a calm face without blinking. A huge wave surged in her heart, more violent than any before. Shocking. It's nothing but shocking. She thought she had overestimated this man's ability. But now she realized that what she had seen was probably not even the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Kill the Spider King with one finger, shock the pangolin with one kick, and clear the Sword Valley with a snap of the fingers. How many unknown and terrifying cards does this man have hidden? Where is his limit? Spiritual transformation realm? No, definitely more than that. Even a strong person at the peak of the spiritual transformation realm would never be able to do it so calmly and effortlessly. Could it be that he is the legendary Nirvana realm power? A Nirvana level person who was less than 20 years old? As soon as this thought came to mind, Xia Qingyue felt like she was about to suffocate. This is no longer a genius, this is a monster. It's a monster. It is an existence that is enough to subvert the common sense of martial arts in the entire world. She suddenly remembered that she had foolishly wanted to use the power of Yanxia country to threaten him. Thinking about it now, it was so ridiculous and so presumptuous. I'm afraid that even if the entire Yanxia royal family is added together, in his eyes, there is no difference between them and those sword monsters that he killed with a casual slap, right? A deep feeling of powerlessness and a hint of an emotion called relief that she herself dared not admit, intertwined in her heart. Be thankful that you provoked such a monster. I am also glad that there is such a hard-to-explain deal between him and me. What the hell are you all standing there for? Gu Chen's voice full of disgust woke everyone up from their petrified state. There's money all over the floor, don't you know how to pick it up? Are you just waiting for it to grow legs and run away? His roar brought the 9 laborers back to their senses instantly. Oh! Here it comes! Oh my god! So many crystal cores! I'm rich! I'm really rich this time. 9 strong men, as if they were injected with chicken blood, rushed forward with red eyes, and began to frantically stuff those sparkling sword soul crystal cores into their pockets and backpacks. The scene was like refugees who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights rushing into a granary. The 6 royal guards looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. They are the royal guards and the chosen ones of heaven. They have their own pride and dignity. Let them be like these laborers, lying on the ground picking up things. This is really damaging to our image. But, looking at the glittering sword soul crystal cores scattered all over the ground, any one of which could be exchanged for a vast amount of cultivation resources. Their hearts were struggling madly. Dignity? Can dignity be eaten? Can dignity be exchanged for elixirs or a method of success? What are you looking at? All of you, come on too. Gu Chen shouted at them, whoever picks up the most today will get an extra piece of meat tonight. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yes. Master Gu. Ji Lang was the first to respond. He threw away the sword in his hand and rushed into the pile of crystal cores like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With the captain taking the lead, the remaining 5 guards no longer cared about their damn dignity. Are you kidding? This is a chance I picked up for free. Only a fool would not do that. Thus, an extremely magical scene appeared in the Sword Valley. 15 grown men were lying on the ground, digging the ground frantically with their hands and feet, while making meaningless excited roars. The instigator stood aside with his arms folded over his chest, like a supervisor, watching his employees working hard with satisfaction. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang stood there, watching this absurd scene, completely speechless. They felt that the worldview they had built up over the past 20 years had been completely shattered, reshaped, and then shattered again. Chapter 70 Sister, why don't you just give in to him? Sister. Xia Ningxuang suddenly spoke softly. Xia Qingyue responded weakly. Xia Ningxuang turned her head and looked at her with an unprecedented and extremely serious look. I think. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and spoke word by word. You'd better obey him. While what? Xia Qingyue wondered if she had heard it wrong, her phoenix eyes widening. I say, just give in to him. Xia Ningxuang repeated in a firm tone. A man like this only comes once in a lifetime. Why not, make him ours? As long as you take good care of him, not to mention my little sister's illness, I'm afraid he can also easily solve the blood curse of our entire Yanxia royal family. By then, you will be the greatest hero of our royal family throughout history. Xia Ningxuang's words were like bombshells, exploding in Xia Qingyue's mind. She stared at her sister blankly, completely speechless. Is this still her simple and kind sister? How did it become so realistic? You're crazy. Do you know what you're saying? Xia Qingyue sputtered, that S. What is it? Xia Ningxuang interrupted her and looked at her with burning eyes. Sister, don't lie to me, and don't lie to yourself. Do you dare to say that you have no feelings for him at all? If this was really just a deal, why were you blushing? Why were you afraid to look at him? Why, Did you reveal that look of love and hate that you didn't even notice? Every word Xia Ningxuang spoke was like a sharp knife, mercilessly cutting through the hard outer shell that Xia Qingyue had disguised, revealing the softest and most panicked heart within. Xia Qingyue was defeated by her question and was speechless. Yes. Does she really feel nothing at all? If there really wasn't one, then why, when he was bullying me, I would? No. I can't think about it anymore. I didn't. Xia Qingyue almost screamed as she retorted. The voice was sharp and full of guilt. Xia Ningxuan looked at her like this and sighed softly. Sister, just listen to my advice. It's not shameful to marry him. Xia Ningxuan's earth-shattering words turned Xia Qingyue's mind into a complete mess. She stared at her sister blankly, feeling that this world was completely beyond her understanding. Once upon a time, two sisters were chatting at night and talking about their future husbands. Xia Qingyue once vowed that no man in this world was worthy of her, the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family. Her life will be lived for the glory of the royal family and will never be bound by love affairs between men and women. At that time, Xia Ningxuan looked at her with admiration, thinking that her sister was so cool. But now, her own sister is actually advising her to get married? And she married that shameless bastard who took away her innocence. What is wrong with this world? Ningxuan, are you spiritually damaged, or are you brain burned? Xia Qingyue looked at her with the eyes of someone who was insane. I'm wide awake. Xia Ningxuan's expression was unusually calm and serious. Sister, don't you understand yet? Gu Chen is not an ordinary person at all. His power, his methods, and his knowledge are completely beyond our comprehension. In his eyes, I'm afraid our Yanxia royal family is nothing. For such an existence, we only have two choices. Either become his friend, or someone closer. Or you become his enemy, and he'll just crush you like an ant and wipe you out. Xia Ningxuan's words were cruel, yet realistic. Xia Qingyue fell silent. She couldn't refute it. Because she knew that what her sister said was true. But he already has a wife. Xia Qingyue found a reason, although it sounded a little pale. So what if I have a wife? Xia Ningxuan's thoughts at this moment showed the coldness and realism that are unique to members of the royal family. For a strong man like him, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is not a very normal thing? Let alone one wife, even if he had 3,000 concubines, as long as he wanted, I'm afraid all the women in the world would cry and scream, wanting to climb into his bed. Sister, this is no longer just a simple love affair. This concerns the future of our entire royal family. It concerns my life. Xia Ningxuan grasped her sister's hand and said earnestly, think about it. As long as you become his, our royal family will have a god-level backer. Then, bloodline curses and hostile forces will all be dealt with by just a word from him. And, sister, ask yourself, do you really hate him? Xia Qingyue's heart was stabbed hard. Do you hate him? At first, it was annoying. I hate his cynicism, his frivolity, and his dominance. But now, she doesn't know. She only knew that when he stood beside her, she would have an unprecedented sense of security. She only knew that when he looked at her with that wicked smile, her heartbeat would accelerate uncontrollably. She only knew that when he touched her with his warm hands, her body would. Xia Qingyue opened her mouth, but found that her throat was extremely dry. She found that she couldn't even say I hate him. Looking at her sister's distraught look, Xia Ningxuan knew that her words had worked. She decided to add fuel to the fire. Sister, think about it again. You and him, have you already? Xia Ningxuan lowered her voice and asked meaningfully. Xia Qingyue's face turned pale in an instant. You, how do you know? I guessed. Xia Ningxuan sighed. The aura around you is changed. It's no longer pure divine phoenix fire, but has acquired an aura, very similar to that of Brother Gu, an ancient and domineering aura. Furthermore, your cultivation has also broken through to the peak of the condensation realm. If I'm not mistaken, this is all thanks to him, right? Xia Qingyue was completely deflated. She nodded weakly. Since the matter is already settled, why are you still hesitating about it? Xia Ningxuan patted her hands and said earnestly. Sister, listen to me and stop resisting. Take the initiative and take him down completely. This is not only for yourself, but also for our entire royal family. Xia Qingyue felt that her brain was no longer sufficient. She needed time to digest her sister's shocking remarks. Chapter 71 Deep in the Sword Valley. Real danger. The outskirts of Sword Valley were in a mess. The stone sword forest, which was originally filled with a murderous aura, now looked like it had been plowed, with potholes all over the ground and sparkling sword spirit crystal cores scattered everywhere. 15 grown men, including the 6 usually arrogant royal guards, were now all lying on the ground, digging the soil with their hands and feet. Their madness made them look like paupers who had not seen money for hundreds of years. Mine. This one is mine. No one can take it from me. Old Wang, move the fuck aside. You're crushing that big one I just saw. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. This time when I go back, I'm going to buy him 10 houses in the best locations in Shanghai City. The laborers roared with excitement. Their rationality had long been overwhelmed by the overwhelming wealth. Although Ji Lang and the other 6 guards did not shout and scream like the laborers, the fanaticism in their eyes and the picking up movements that were so fast that after images were almost left exposed their inner restlessness at the moment. Dignity? Image? Compared to these sword spirit crystal cores that are enough to significantly improve their cultivation and even exchange for resources to reach higher realms, they are all bullshit. Sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang stood not far away, looking at this group of completely crazy men, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Xia Qingyue felt her cheeks burning. She is the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family, and the elite guard team she leads is now digging for food on the ground like a group of bandits. If this were to get back to the imperial city, would Xia Qingyue still have any face left? But she couldn't say anything to stop it. Because even she herself couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster when she saw the crystal cores all over the ground. These sword soul crystal cores are of extremely high quality, and the sword intent they contain is pure and sharp. Any one of them is priceless. The total value of all these things on the ground is probably more than the annual tax revenue of their royal family. And all this was just the result of that man snapping his fingers. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyue's mood became even more complicated. She secretly glanced out of the corner of her eye at the man who was digging the ground with his arms folded across his chest, looking at everyone with disgust. Who is this man? Xia Qingyue had memorized his information thoroughly by heart, but the content displayed on the information was so incompatible with what she saw before her. His strength, his background, his endless mysterious methods, each one was like a bottomless abyss that she could not see through at all. Okay, stop picking them up. At this moment, Gu Chen's impatient voice sounded again. Everyone froze and looked up at him in confusion. Mr. Gu, we've just started picking them up. There are still a lot on the ground. Zhang Dali panted, looking reluctantly at a fist-sized crystal core at his feet. Yes, Mr. Gu, these are all treasures. It would be a pity to waste them. Ji Lang couldn't help but speak. They really can't bear to leave. In their entire lives, they had never seen so many treasures so readily available in front of them. Look at what you have accomplished. Gu Chen curled his lips and looked at them with a look as if they were country bumpkins. Those on the periphery are just junk in the early to middle stages of the Qi condensation realm and the condensation realm. The real big guys are still inside. Trash? Hearing these 4 words, Ji Lang and others couldn't help but twitch their eyes. These treasures that are priceless in their eyes are just garbage in Mr. Gu's mouth? How amazing would the real big one be? Everyone's breathing involuntarily became rapid. Gu Chen ignored their shock. He pointed to the area deep in the Sword Valley, shrouded in an even denser golden sword aura, and said calmly, just wait here and clean up all this garbage. Remember, don't run around. The things in there are not for you to touch. After saying that, he said no more and walked alone towards the depths of the Sword Valley, which was full of unknowns and dangers. His back is still so leisurely and calm. But in the eyes of everyone, it has an indescribable and unfathomable quality. He wants to go in alone, a guard said in a dry voice. Nonsense, why do you think he brought us here? Just to do hard labor. Ji Lang glared at him, but his eyes were also full of shock. There are already hundreds of sword monsters on the outskirts of the Sword Valley, some of which are in the late condensation realm. What kind of dangerous place is there in the depths of the Sword Valley? Those entrenched there are probably sword demon kings at the peak level of the condensation realm, right? There may be even more terrifying existences. Is it really okay for him to go in alone? This question popped up in everyone's mind. Sister, big brother Gu. Xia Ningxuang was also a little worried. She grabbed Xia Qingyue's sleeve and asked softly. I don't know. Xia Qingyue shook her head, her heart also filled with uneasiness. Reason told her that Gu Chen's strength was unfathomable and he should not do anything without confidence. But emotionally, she couldn't help but worry about him. After all, that was the depths of the Sword Valley, a Jedi where even their royal texts marked it as a place where there are 9 chances of death. Just when everyone was thinking different things, Gu Chen's figure had disappeared in the thick golden sword mist. Immediately following. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of golden sword lights, more powerful and sharp than any previous ones, suddenly lit up from all directions deep in the Sword Valley without any warning. Every ray of sword light exudes the terrifying aura of the peak of the condensation realm. The incomparably sharp sword intent, even across hundreds of meters, made Ji Lang and the others feel a sharp pain in their souls, as if they were about to be torn apart. It's the Sword Demon King. They are all Sword Demon Kings at the peak of the condensation realm. Ji Lang exclaimed in shock, his face turning pale in an instant. Oh my god! There are dozens of Sword Demon Kings at the peak of the condensation realm. What is the concept? This force is enough to easily raise their team and the entire Jianghai city to the ground. The color drained away from Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan's pretty faces in an instant. Their hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Gu Chen, how could he face such a terrifying lineup alone? Chapter 72 A single finger shook the world. Divine means. It's over. Master Gu has been too arrogant this time. A royal guard said with a trembling voice and despair written all over his face. Dozens of Sword Demon Kings at the peak of the condensation realm, what a terrifying power. Not to mention Master Gu alone, even if the entire Red Dragon Legion, the most elite army of Yanxia country, was deployed, it would probably take a heavy price to barely wipe it out. Hurry! Let's go in and help him, another guard shouted urgently, and he subconsciously wanted to rush in. You're crazy! Ji Lang grabbed him and shouted, with our limited strength, what are we going in for? Are we going to die? Then, what should we do? Are we just going to watch Master Gu? The only thing we can do now is to believe him. Ji Lang gritted his teeth and stared at the area shrouded by countless terrifying sword lights, his eyes full of struggle and powerlessness. Believe him? How to believe it? Those are dozens of demon beasts at the peak of the condensation realm. Even if a god came down to earth, he would probably have to stay away from the limelight for a while, right? The sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan were also in great confusion at this moment. Sister, what should we do? Gu Chen. Xia Ningxuan's voice was already filled with tears. She couldn't imagine that the man who always had a wicked smile on his face, spoke frivolous words, and saved them from danger time and time again, would die here. He'll be fine. He'll definitely be fine. Xia Qingyue clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she was completely unaware. She comforted herself and her sister over and over again in her heart. However, her violently trembling body revealed her inner fear. She is afraid. She was really scared. She was afraid that the man who had just broken into her life and forcibly opened a crack in her heart that had been frozen for 20 years would just disappear. If he died, then, what should I do? Just when everyone was in extreme panic and despair. Deep in the Sword Valley, the area shrouded in sword lights suddenly became quiet. All the sword lights stopped in mid-air. Immediately following. A lazy voice with a hint of impatience came out clearly from inside. I was originally thinking of having some fun with you guys, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. One finger, imprisoning heaven and earth. The moment the words fell. An incomparably huge finger shadow formed by pure gray chaotic airflow appeared in the sky above the depths of the Sword Valley without any warning. That finger seemed to extend from the eternal nothingness, carrying with it a vast, ancient, and supreme aura that did not belong to this world. It just floats there quietly, yet seems to be the only thing in this world. Time, space, light, and even everyone's thoughts seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. Ji Lang and others remained motionless with terrified expressions. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan also widened their beautiful phoenix eyes and forgot to breathe. In all their eyes, there was only that gray finger slowly moving downwards. Then, gently, press. No sound. There was no explosion. There wasn't even a trace of energy collision. The dozens of terrifying sword lights emitted by the Sword Demon King at the peak of the condensation realm, which were powerful enough to tear the sky apart and cut through mountains and rivers, were like ink marks on paper, which were gently wiped away by an invisible big hand the moment they touched the gray finger. Clean and tidy. Not even a trace of existence was left. Then, the finger continued to move downwards and pressed on the dense forest of stone swords. Puff! A sound so slight that it was almost negligible. Those dozens of arrogant and ferocious sword demon kings at the peak of the condensation realm, along with the stone swords they hid in, were turned into the finest, grey-white powder at the same time. A cold wind blew by. There is nothing left. It was as if those dozens of terrifying sword demon kings had never appeared. Deep in the Sword Valley, the area that was originally shrouded in rich sword intent has now become empty. There was only a slender figure, with his hands in his trouser pockets, walking slowly out of the area that had been reduced to dust. His face still had that calm expression, as if he had just casually swatted a few dozen flies to death. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone seemed to be struck by lightning, staring blankly at the man walking slowly towards them, their minds blank. What did they see? What just happened? Dozens of sword demon kings at the peak of the condensation realm, just like that, gone? Was it pressed away by a finger? Gudong. I don't know who it was, but someone swallowed hard, and the sound was particularly harsh in the dead silence. Fuck. Zhang Dali sat down on the ground with a plop. His honest face was filled with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, and he cursed subconsciously. God, this is a real God who has come down to earth. Another laborer's legs went soft and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically in the direction of Gu Chun. Ji Lang and the other 6 royal guards were not much better off. They all opened their mouths wide, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets, and their bodies shook like sieves. Shocked? No, this word is completely unable to describe their feelings at the moment. That's fear. The most primitive fear of the unknown and great power comes from the deepest part of the soul. They finally understood why Master Gu had said before that those sword monsters in the early and middle stages of the condensation realm were trash. Because, in their eyes, even the sword demon king at the peak of the condensation realm is probably no different from garbage. One finger, and a group of people are killed. Is this something a human could do? Ji Lang felt that his worldview had been completely, repeatedly, and ruthlessly crushed today. He now even felt that even if the Emperor of Yanxia came in person, he would probably have to respectfully call this Master Gu sir, right? Sister Xia Ningxuang's voice was also trembling. She tightly grasped Xia Qingyue's arm to barely keep herself steady. Xia Qingyue did not answer her. She just stared blankly, motionless, at the man who was getting closer and closer. There was only one thought left in her mind. Spiritual transformation realm? No. This is definitely a power that only people in the spiritual transformation realm can possess. Chapter 73 Spiritual Sword Emperor. The final boss. Gu Chen walked back slowly. He looked at the group of wooden people in front of him who seemed to have their souls collectively sucked away, and shook his head with some amusement. I say, what is with that look on your face, as if you've seen a ghost? He walked up to Xia Qingyue and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Isn't it just killing a few little bugs? Why are you so scared? Little bug? When Xia Qingyue heard these 3 words, the corners of her mouth twitched violently. There were dozens of sword demon kings at the peak of the condensation realm. In your mouth, they become little bugs? Can your little bug split a mountain with one sword? She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat was so dry that she couldn't utter a word. Her heart was in turmoil. It's a complete mess. The power displayed by this man was completely beyond her understanding and completely disrupted all her plans and rhythm. She had originally thought that as soon as she returned to the imperial city, she would immediately report to her father and ask the royal family to use all their power to investigate Gu Chen's background. She hoped to find a way to keep him firmly under her control. After all, Gu Chen's ability is too important to solve the problem of the incompleteness of their royal bloodline. But now, control? What does she have to control? With the majesty of the royal family? Or use the power of Yanxia country? Stop joking. Unless the ancestors who are hiding in the forbidden area and barely surviving are called out, they will never be able to be Gu Chen's opponent. Although these ancestors are powerful, they also have more side effects from their bloodline talents, and now they can only survive by sleeping. It can only serve as an ultimate thread of force to maintain the royal family at the last moment. Thinking of this, a deep sense of powerlessness and a hint of joy surged into her heart. Maybe what my sister said is right. Since she and Gu Chen have already had physical contact, it is in the interests of the royal family to take it a step further. Okay, stop daydreaming. Gu Chen interrupted her wandering thoughts impatiently. We've cleared out the big monsters inside, so there should be quite a few crystal cores. Go in and pick them up. Remember, don't go too far in the back. If you touch anything there, you'll die. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the crowd, found a clean stone to sit on, closed his eyes, and looked like a wise man who would brush off his clothes after completing his work, hiding his achievements and fame. Everyone looked at each other, and after a long time, they finally recovered from the extreme shock. Hurry! Get moving! Zhang Dali was the first to react. He slapped the dazed laborer next to him on the back of his head and shouted with red eyes, "Didn't you hear what Master Gu said? There are more treasures in there. Go pick them up." Oh! The 9 laborers, as if injected with chicken blood, roared and rushed towards the depths of the cleared sword valley. This time, Ji Lang and the other 6 guards did not even hesitate. They looked at each other and saw 4 words in each other's eyes: "Don't miss the opportunity." Joke! Those are dozens of king-level crystal cores at the peak of the condensation realm. Any one of them would be enough to cause a bloody storm. Now, these treasures are lying quietly on the ground, waiting for them to pick them up. Dignity? Face? Go to hell. 6 royal guards rushed in with a speed even faster than the laborers. For a moment, in the depths of the Sword Valley, the magical scene of bandits entering the village was staged again. Only Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang were still standing there, not moving. Xia Ningxuang looked at her sister's uncertain face and asked cautiously, "Sister, are we not going in?" Xia Qingyue did not answer. She simply looked quietly at the man who had his eyes closed, her eyes filled with extreme complexity. Her mind is in a mess now. On the one hand, she was shocked and relieved by Gu Chen's godlike strength. With such a powerful Gu Chen by their side, their mission this time can be said to be foolproof. Even my younger sister's illness has hope of being cured. But on the other hand, she felt deeply wary and terrified of this man's uncontrollability. Is it a blessing or a curse for the Yanxia royal family to have such a strong man who is not bound by anything, acts according to his own preferences, and disregards rules? Even if I really marry him, will I be able to control Gu Chen? She doesn't know. It was at this time. A sudden change occurs. A sword intent that was even more terrifying and 100 times sharper than those of the dozens of sword demon kings combined, erupted without any warning from the deepest part of the Sword Valley, the core area shrouded in endless sword fog. Buzz! The entire Sword Valley began to tremble violently under the impact of this sword intent. Countless stone swords shattered into pieces and turned into powder under this pressure. The laborers and guards who were frantically picking up crystal cores all groaned under this terrifying pressure, as if they had been hit hard. Their faces turned pale, blood spurted from their mouths, and they were blown away. Puff! The sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang also trembled violently. They felt as if their souls were hit hard by an invisible hammer. A sweet taste appeared in their throats, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The blood instantly drained from their faces, and they were filled with horror. This breath. This sword intent. It has completely surpassed the scope of the condensation realm. It's the spiritual transformation realm. It is definitely a terrifying existence at the level of spiritual transformation. How is this possible? How could there be a demon beast in the spiritual transformation realm here? Ji Lang struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at the golden sword mist surging in the deepest part of the Sword Valley, his eyes filled with despair and disbelief. The abyss of black mist has a bone age restriction, and warriors over the age of 30 cannot enter at all. Logically speaking, the strongest monster born here should not exceed the peak of the condensation realm. But now, just when everyone was frightened out of their wits by this sudden and terrifying sword intent that was powerful enough to destroy the world, a golden sword light that was so bright that it seemed to outshine the sun suddenly shot up into the sky from the center of the sword mist. The sword light was only 3 feet long and looked inconspicuous. But, the moment it appeared, everyone present, whether they were laborers in the body-tempering realm, royal guards in the origin condensation realm, or even the 2 princesses, Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang, who possessed saintly physiques, felt waves of excruciating pain in their skin, as if being cut by a sharp blade. Their bodies seemed to be completely imprisoned by an invisible force, unable to move. Their souls, in front of this sword light, were as small as an ant. There was only one thought left in their minds. If this sword light was shot towards them, they won't even have the slightest chance to resist. They will be completely wiped out from this world in an instant. That is an absolute and irresistible death that comes from the level of life. Chapter 74 A shocking battle. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Run! Run! Guard Captain Ji Lang used all his strength to squeeze out these 2 words from his throat. His face was filled with unprecedented fear. As an elite guard of the royal family, he had witnessed the power of those in the spirit transformation realm, and even saw the head of the family, Gu Tianming, take action. However, no matter which powerful person in the spiritual transformation realm, he had never been given such terrifying and desperate pressure. In front of this sword light, he felt no different from a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Want to run? It's too late. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded slowly. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw that the man who had been resting with his eyes closed had stood up at some point. The cynical expression on his face no longer existed. Instead, there was a kind of interest and excitement, as if a hunter had finally seen prey worth attacking. Finally, someone who can fight has shown up. I thought today would just pass by in such a boring way. Gu Chen stretched out his body, stretched out his muscles, and made a series of crackling sounds. Immediately following. Boom! An equally powerful aura, even more domineering and ancient than the golden swordlight, erupted with him as the center. That aura was no longer as restrained as before. Instead, it was released without reservation and completely. Spiritual transformation realm. Moreover, his cultivation level is even deeper and more terrifying than that of the Sword Demon King, reaching the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. The moment Gu Chen's aura completely exploded, the pressure on the entire Sword Valley was relieved. The imprisoned bodies of Ji Lang and others finally regained their freedom. They all looked like they had just been pulled out of the water, gasping for breath and drenched in cold sweat. Transformation. Transformation realm. Master Gu, he is actually a powerful person in the transformation realm. A guard said in a trembling voice, his eyes full of fanaticism. Oh my god. He's not even 20 years old yet at the spiritual transformation stage. Is this still a human? No wonder. No wonder he was so relaxed before. It turns out we have been looking up to a real god all this time. The guards were so excited that they were incoherent. The sisters Xiao Qingyue and Xianing Shuang were once again shocked and speechless. Although they had long guessed that Gu Chen's strength might have reached the spiritual transformation realm. But when he really displayed this power in front of them without reservation, the visual and spiritual impact was still unparalleled. Especially Xiao Qingyue. She remembered how she had foolishly used the perspective of the condensation realm to speculate on the man's strength before. Thinking about it now, it was so ridiculous. I'm afraid that they didn't take her seriously from the very beginning? That's right, how could a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm care about the bond of dual cultivation with a little girl in the condensation realm? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyue felt an inexplicable sense of grievance in her heart. All of you step back, the farther the better. Gu Chen's voice interrupted everyone's shock. The following scene may be a bit bloody, so children should not watch it. His gaze swept meaningfully over Xiao Qingyue and Xianing Shuang. Xiao Qingyue's pretty face flushed and she glared at him fiercely. Who is a child? However, she also knew that the destructive power of a battle at the spiritual transformation realm level was simply beyond their ability to withstand. Let's go. She made a prompt decision, helped her sister who was still in a daze, and shouted to the guards and laborers. Everyone woke up as if from a dream, and crawled madly towards the exit of the Sword Valley. It looked as if there was a ghost chasing him. Soon, Gu Chen was the only one left in the entire Sword Valley. And the 3-foot sword light that was suspended in the deepest part of the Sword Valley, emitting endless sharpness. Jie! A sharp and piercing sword sound, as if it could tear the soul apart, came from the sword light. Immediately afterwards, the sword light moved. It didn't make any unnecessary movements, but simply stabbed Gu Chen with a sword. This sword seems ordinary. But it ignores the distance in space and the passage of time. The moment it stabbed out, it appeared in front of Gu Chen. This sword contains a trace of the sharpness of the most original law of gold in the world. Enough to destroy everything. Facing this sword, it is enough to make any powerful person in the spiritual transformation realm tremble in fear. A hint of excitement appeared on Gu Chen's face. Just in time. He laughed loudly, without dodging or evading, and just as simply, he punched out. This punch did not involve any martial arts. What he did have was the purest and most overbearing physical strength that was fused with the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Rumble. The fist and the sword light collided violently in mid-air. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. There was only one sound, a noise so dull and extremely loud that it seemed as if the heaven and earth were smashed through. A visible, destructive energy storm spread out with the two of them as the center. Snap! 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 The entire Sword Valley began to collapse violently under the impact of this energy storm. Hideous cracks appeared on the mirror-smooth cliffs on both sides, and countless huge rocks fell from the sky. A layer of the ground was even scraped away. The royal guards and laborers who were fleeing frantically were swept by the aftermath of the storm, and they were bleeding and flying backwards in a miserable state. Oh my God! When gods fight, mortals suffer. Jean Dali held his head and hid behind a huge rock, scared to death. Too terrifying. Is this the battle in the spirit transformation realm? Ji Lang's face was full of horror. He was sure that if he had run slower, he would have been gone by now. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan were also shaken by this terrifying aftermath, causing their blood to surge. Xia Qingyue was lucky the Chaos Divine Phoenix power within her body operated on its own, barely offsetting most of the impact. But Xia Ningxuan, whose spirit and vitality were already damaged, was now pale and shaky. Ningxuan. Xia Qingyue hurriedly supported her and transferred a stream of pure Chaos Divine Phoenix power into her body. Sister, I'm fine. Xia Ningxuan shook her head, but her eyes were fixed on the center of the battlefield, piercing through the smoke and dust. Her face was filled with worry. Gu Chen, will he be okay? Chapter 75 Invincible at the same level. Is this still a human? Xia Qingyue did not answer. Her heart was also in a knot. Although the strength displayed by Gu Chen has exceeded her imagination. But his opponent is also an extraordinary and terrifying existence. A demon beast in the spiritual realm. It is common knowledge in the martial arts world that monsters of the same level are often much stronger than human warriors of the same level. Because monsters have stronger bodies, longer lifespans, and all kinds of strange and unpredictable talents and magical powers. When three warriors in the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm face off against a demon beast in the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm, their chances of winning are often less than 30%. The Sword Demon King in front of him exudes a sharp and domineering aura. He is obviously the most advanced and the one who was best at killing among the demon beasts in the spirit transformation realm. Although Gu Chen is also in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he has just broken through. Can he really win? Don't worry, Your Highness. Guard Captain Ji Lang seemed to see the two princesses worry. He forced himself to stand up and said in a deep voice, Master Gu is not an ordinary person. There was an almost blind, fanatical admiration in his tone. Monster beasts of the same rank are indeed stronger than humans. But this rule probably doesn't apply to Master Gu. Have you forgotten how he killed those peak-level condensation realm monsters before? Ji Lang's words reminded everyone. Yes. They all forgot. This man's previous record was so brilliant, so outrageous. Kill the Spider King with one finger. Kick the pangolin. With a snap of his fingers, the periphery of the Sword Valley was cleared. The power he displayed could not be understood by common sense. He is a complete and utter unreasonable monster. That's right. Master Gu is invincible. How could a mere little demon beast be a match for Master Gu? Zhang Dali, the head of the laborers, also got up from the ground. He waved his fists and shouted excitedly. He has now become Gu Chen's most loyal fan. In his eyes, Master Gu is God, omnipotent. The discussions among the crowd made Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan feel a little more at ease. Yes. They should believe him. Believe in the man who creates miracles time and time again. Boom! 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 At this moment, a series of earth-shaking noises came from the center of the Sword Valley again. The smoke and dust in the sky were completely torn apart by the violent energy. The scene inside was finally clearly presented to everyone. I saw Gu Chen fighting with the 3-foot-long golden sword light. Their fighting style is simple and brutal. There weren't any fancy martial arts techniques, nor any dazzling light effects. What exists is just the most primitive and purest collision of power. Every punch and kick from Gu Chen contained the terrifying power to split mountains and crack rocks, making the space buzz as if it would shatter at any time. And that golden sword light embodies the word sharp to the extreme. Every slash and every piercing it made carried with it a terrifying sword intent that was indestructible and could destroy everything. The two figures were moving at an extremely fast speed. In the collapsing Sword Valley, they turned into two streams of light, one gray and one gold, which kept colliding and intersecting. Every collision will unleash a terrifying energy storm that is enough to destroy a hill. The entire Sword Valley has been completely turned into ruins due to their battle. The ground was plowed over and over again. The cliffs on both sides had already collapsed. If it weren't for the aftermath of their battle, everything would have been controlled within a certain range, intentionally or unintentionally. I'm afraid that the area within dozens of miles will turn into a dead zone. Too strong. Is this really a battle at the spiritual transformation realm? Why do I feel like it's even more terrifying than the pressure from our patriarch at the Nirvana realm? Is this the world of geniuses? Compared to them, we are nothing but dirt on the ground. The guards were all stunned and trembling with fear. They felt that all their martial arts training of more than 20 years had been in vain. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan, on the other hand, were watching with their beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. They could clearly feel the ease and calmness that Gu Chen displayed in the battle, as if he was strolling in the garden. He didn't even use his full strength. He was like an experienced hunter, playing with his prey, testing the opponent's bottom line and strength bit by bit. This realization once again stirred up a huge wave in the hearts of the two sisters. Invincible at the same level? No. This man has probably already surpassed the concept of same level. He is an ancient ferocious beast in the skin of a spirit realm. Jie. As if sensing Gu Chen's teasing, the Sword Demon King was finally completely enraged. It let out a scream filled with anger and violence. The 3-foot-long golden sword light suddenly shone brightly and instantly expanded to a size of 100 feet. A destructive sword intent that was more than 10 times stronger than before soared into the sky, tearing a huge hole in the black fog in the sky. Are you going to get serious? Gu Chen looked at the giant golden sword that covered the sky and the sun, and the smile on his face finally disappeared. His eyes became serious. In that case, I won't play with you anymore. He took a deep breath, and the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in his body began to circulate wildly without reservation. Roar! A dragon roar that seemed to come from the ancient times and was filled with supreme majesty burst out from his mouth. Next second, a layer of fine, gray dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. A vast, ancient, domineering, and extremely noble aura of dominating the world, with him as the center, swept across the entire world. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be a person. But it is an ancient dragon that has awakened from chaos and controls everything in heaven and earth. Chapter 76 The Sword Emperor surrenders. The divine sword recognizes its master. The moment when the dragon roar filled with supreme majesty resounded through heaven and earth. The golden giant sword that suddenly grew to a size of 100 feet and emitted an aura of destruction suddenly trembled. Its indestructible and all-destroying sword intent, in the face of the dragon's roar, was like it had met its nemesis and instantly wilted. Above the sword light, there even emerged a hint of humanity, fear. That is the most primitive awe for higher-level existences that comes from the origin of life. Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body. The supreme existence that stands above thousands of bloodlines. No matter whether it is the divine phoenix, the true dragon, or the sword demon born from the golden sharp energy of heaven and earth, they can only bow down in submission before it. Now, it's a little interesting. Gu Chen felt the surging power in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at the huge sword that was still trembling. His eyes became cold and indifferent. Give it to me, break it. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, but simply punched out again. This punch, carrying the supreme dragon power of the ancient ancestor dragon and wrapped in the chaotic power of creation, turned into a gray stream of light and smashed heavily on the blade of the golden giant sword. Boom! A loud bang, louder and duller than any previous collision, exploded. The entire Sword Valley seemed to shake violently at this moment. Immediately following, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the invincible and powerful giant sword that was 100 feet long began to have a tiny crack from the place where it was hit by the fist. Then, the crack spread rapidly towards the entire sword body like a spider web. Crack! 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 The crisp sound of shattering never ceases. Jie! A wail filled with unwillingness and fear came from the core of the giant sword. It wanted to escape, to break free from the terrifying dragon power that was locking it down. But it's too late now. Bang! There was a loud bang. The giant golden sword that covered the sky and the sun exploded in mid-air. It turned into golden energy fragments all over the sky, like fireworks, brilliantly filling the sky. Dead? That sword demon king in the spiritual transformation realm was just blown up with one punch? Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, feeling like their hearts were about to stop beating. However, things are not over yet. In the midst of the golden rain of light, a 3-foot-long, somewhat dim golden sword light was trying to escape from the Sword Valley at an extremely fast speed. That is the origin core of the Sword Demon Emperor. As long as its origin is not destroyed, it can slowly recover and make a comeback by absorbing the golden sharp energy between heaven and earth. Still want to run? Gu Chen sneered. His body flashed, as if teleporting, and he instantly appeared in front of the fleeing sword light. He stretched out his hand and so casually grabbed the sword light. Buzz buzz buzz. The golden sword light struggled and resisted violently in his hand, emitting waves of unwilling wails. Sharp sword energy burst out from the sword light, trying to cut Gu Chen's palm. However, these sword energies that were powerful enough to easily cut through metal and stone could not leave even a trace of a white mark when they came into contact with Gu Chen's palm covered with gray dragon scales. Behave yourself. Gu Chen snorted coldly and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Snap. A crisp sound. A crack appeared again on the golden sword light. Jia. A mournful cry filled with surrender and pleading emanated from the sword light. It is scared. It was completely scared. It could feel that if it continued to resist, this terrifying man in front of it would really ruthlessly crush its origin completely. Feeling its surrender, Gu Chen's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. He loosened his hand, allowing the dim sword light to float in front of him. Then, he forced out a drop of gray gold blood containing the essence of his chaos ancestral dragon body, and with a flick of his finger, shot it into the sword light. Buzz. The moment the drop of essence blood merged into the sword light suddenly burst out with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. A sacred, submissive, and friendly aura emanated from the sword light. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, the 3-foot-long golden sword light began to slowly condense and change. Finally, it turned into a 3-foot-long sword with an ancient gray color and mysterious golden lines flowing on the sword. The long sword looked ordinary, without any gorgeous decorations, nor did it exude any compelling aura. It just floated there quietly, like an ordinary weapon made of ordinary iron. However, the moment it appeared, all the remaining sword intent in the entire Sword Valley let out wails of submission, as if they were worshipping their king. After the long sword transformed, it circled around Gu Chen affectionately, and then fell into his hands obediently. Gu Chen gripped the hilt of the sword, and felt a warmth in his hand, as if he was not holding a sword, but a piece of fine warm jade. He could clearly feel that he had established a mysterious connection with the sword, one connected by blood and mind. This divine sword, formed by the essence of the Sword Demon Emperor in the spiritual transformation realm infused with the essence and blood of his chaos ancestral dragon, has completely recognized him as its master. In the center of the battlefield, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Only the young man in white was left, holding an ancient long sword, standing quietly on the ruins. He just stood there casually, yet seemed to be the center of this world. That picture is deeply imprinted in everyone's soul. Eternal, unforgettable. Chapter 77, Conquering the Sword Emperor. Is this the divine sword? It's over? A royal guard muttered to himself in a dry voice, looking at the Sword Valley that had been completely reduced to ruins. There was still an expression of extreme shock on his face. It seems, it's over. His companion beside him answered in the same dreamy tone. They felt as if they were having a bizarre and unreal dream. In the dream, they witnessed a fight between gods that was worthy of being recorded in history. And the ultimate winner, at this moment, was holding an ordinary-looking long sword and slowly walking towards them. Sister Xiaoning Shuang tugged at Xiao Qingyue's sleeve, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Did I just see it wrong? He seemed not to have killed the Sword Demon King, but... Yes, he was subdued. Xiao Qingyue spoke for her, giving an answer that even she herself found absurd. Her voice was very soft and floating, as if even she herself did not dare to believe what she said. Killing a demon beast in the spirit transformation realm and taming a demon beast in the spirit transformation realm are two completely different concepts. To kill, all you need is to have more power than the opponent. It is possible to subdue it, especially to subdue an elemental monster like the Sword Demon King, which was born from the golden sharp energy of heaven and earth, is arrogant by nature, and would rather break than bend. The difficulty is 10 times, or even more than 100 times higher than killing it. This not only requires absolute crushing power, but also requires a higher level of blood or law that can make the opponent submit from the source of life. And Gu Chen, he did it. And, in such a relaxed, so natural way. This man, how many secrets does he still hide? Subjugated? Ji Lang and others also heard the conversation between the two princesses. They all widened their eyes again and took a deep breath. Oh my god. I've subdued a sword demon king at the spiritual transformation realm. How is this possible? That sword, could that sword be the divine sword transformed from the essence of the sword demon emperor? Hiss. Using the spiritual transformation realm demon emperor as the sword embryo, and using one's own essence and blood as the guide, he refined his own divine sword. This is the extraordinary skill that only ancient weapon refiners can possess. As the captain of the royal guard, Ji Lang has broader knowledge than others. He had seen a similar record in an extremely ancient royal book. According to legend, in ancient times, there were some powerful weapon refiners who disdained to use earthly gold and iron to refine weapons, but instead preferred to use the essence of powerful monsters or spiritual creatures of heaven and earth as refining materials. The magic weapon refined by this method is not only extremely powerful, but also spiritual. It can communicate with the master's mind and grow together. However, this method of refining weapons has been lost for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, today, he actually witnessed this legendary scene with his own eyes. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Gu Chen could no longer be described as awe. It is a kind of fanaticism and piety where mortals look up to gods and believers worship the true God. In their eyes, Gu Chen's image has become synonymous with omnipotence. However, Gu Chen seemed to be completely oblivious to the fanatical gazes of the crowd. He was lowering his head, looking at the newly made toy in his hand with interest. He could clearly feel the blood connection between him and this sword. With a thought, the ancient long sword instantly turned into a stream of light, merged into his body, and disappeared. With another thought, the long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. As if using one's arm to move one's fingers, the minds are connected. Not bad, not bad. In the future, I won't have to swing my fists all the time when fighting. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. If those warriors outside who were fighting tooth and nail for a suitable spiritual weapon heard what he said, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. You call this divine sword, which was transformed from the demon king in the spiritual transformation realm, a toy? You call your fist that can blow up a mountain swinging your fist? Why is it necessary to have such a huge gap between people? Okay, we're done here. Gu Chen put away his sword, clapped his hands, and said to the group of people who were still in a daze, "The crystal cores inside should be enough for your little sister to use for a while. It's time for us to go home." "Yes, Master Gu." Ji Lang and the others, as if awakened from a dream, quickly responded respectfully. Their faces were filled with joy that came from the bottom of their hearts. Although this trip to the Black Mist Abyss was full of dangers, the gains were also unprecedentedly huge. Not only did he successfully complete the mission, but he also obtained the Sword Soul Crystal Core to save the third princess. Each of them got a lot of good things. More importantly, they embraced a thigh that was thicker than ever before. As long as they can stay with Master Gu, their future achievements will be limitless. The 9 laborers were so excited that they were almost crying. They originally thought that they would be in danger of death this time. Unexpectedly, I became the biggest winner in the end. Their backpacks were stuffed full of materials and crystal cores. Any one of them would be enough to provide them with food and clothing for the rest of their lives. This trip is totally worth it. Master Gu, you are my second parent. Zhang Dali was crying and wanted to rush up to hug Gu Chen's thighs. Get out. Gu Chen kicked him away with disgust. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw this joyful scene. The entire Sword Valley ruins were filled with a happy atmosphere. Only Xia Qingyue was still standing there quietly, looking at the man surrounded by the crowd, her eyes extremely complicated. She knew that from today on, this man's name would probably resound throughout the entire Yinxia country, and even the entire world. And the entanglement between her and this man has just begun. Chapter 78 Returning with a Great Harvest. Going home to hug my wife. After the matter was settled, the team began their return journey. The way back was much smoother than the way here. Because, basically, all the monsters on the entire road have been cleared out by Gu Chen. Occasionally, a few unlucky ones wandered over from other places. Before they could see who was coming, they were hacked to death by the 6 royal guards who were as excited as chicken blood, and their materials were divided up. Each of these guards is now holding back a lot of energy. Although they relied on Gu Chen, they also wanted to prove their own value and could not always be useless people who followed behind to pick up things. Gu Chen was also happy about this and had some free time. He just put his hands in his pockets, walking side by side with the sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang at the front of the team, chatting idly. I say, Your Highness, your royal family has quite a lot of secrets. Gu Chen curled his lips. It's a bloodline curse, and it's a fatal flaw, yet you've been able to keep the Yinxia nation informed for thousands of years. It seems you have quite a few secrets. Xia Qingyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him when she heard his heartless teasing. What do you care? Although her words were still tough, her tone had unconsciously softened. Even she herself didn't notice that the tit-for-tat tension in her conversation with Gu Chen had disappeared. Instead, there was a subtle atmosphere that even she herself couldn't explain. I'm just concerned about you. Gu Chen smiled. After all, we have a deep communication relationship now. Your body is my body, so of course I have to pay attention to it. He deliberately emphasized the words in-depth communication. Xia Qingyue's face suddenly turned red again. She subconsciously recalled the scenes in the cave that made her blush and feel ashamed and angry. This bastard. Can't he just speak properly? Why do you have to use this method to expose your own ugly side? She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, turned her head away and ignored him. Xiaoningshuang, who was standing aside, sighed softly in her heart as she looked at her sister who was embarrassed, annoyed, but helpless. It's over. It seems that my sister's 1,000-year-old iceberg is really about to be completely melted by this man. But... She glanced at the man with a smirk on his face, but she didn't feel much disgust in her heart. Even, there is a hint of relief? If it weren't for him, my sister and I would have died in this abyss of black fog long ago. If it weren't for him, there would be no hope of curing my younger sister's illness. Although this man has a bad mouth and acts a bit overbearingly, he is indeed someone worth relying on. Besides, he looks pretty good looking too. Thinking of this, Xiaoningshuang's cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to think about it anymore. Gu Chen took in the two sisters' thoughtful little expressions and felt very happy. Well, not bad. It seems that this trip to the Black Mist Abyss was quite fruitful. Not only did his strength increase greatly, but he also got a magic sword for free. By the way, he almost conquered these two princesses. Especially the eldest princess Xia Qingyue. He could clearly feel the mysterious bond between him and her that was established because of their dual cultivation. Although she refused to admit it, her body and soul were already deeply branded with her own aura. Want to run? No way. As for that sister-in-law Xiaoningshuang. Gu Chen took a look at her compatibility, which had soared to 95%, and a smile of determination appeared on the corner of his mouth. I will repay you with my life for saving my life. This is a traditional virtue since ancient times. He believed that the second princess was a sensible girl. The team spoke in silence along the way. Under Gu Chen's leadership, they reached the edge of the Black Mist Abyss in less than a few days. Due to the turbulence of time and space, the cracks loosened and the portal that was supported was right in front of us. Without hesitation, they passed through the portal. When they saw the bright sunshine outside again, everyone felt as if they were in another world. The laborers were so excited that tears filled their eyes. They knelt on the ground and kissed the solid earth. Ji Lang and the other 6 guards all saluted Gu Chen in unison with the most standard and solemn military salute. Thank you, Master Gu, for saving my life. For giving me a new life. Their voices were loud and full of heartfelt gratitude. Okay, don't be polite. Gu Chen waved his hand impatiently. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Brother Gu, thank you so much for this time. Xiaoningshuang also stepped forward and said solemnly to Gu Chen, when we return to the imperial city, I will report everything to my father and ask for credit for you. Forget about asking for merit. Gu Chen curled his lips and said, I'm not interested in those empty rewards from your royal family. Just remember that you still owe me a condition. Xiaoningshuang blushed and nodded. And you? Gu Chen looked at Xia Qingyue again and grinned, Your Highness, I think I won our bet, right? I still remember your not too excessive condition. Xia Qingyue looked at his smug expression, feeling both angry and amused. She snorted and turned her head away, which was considered as her agreement. Okay, now that things are over here, it's time for me to go home. Gu Chen stretched and yawned. I've been out for so long, and I don't know if my wife misses me. Go home and hug your wife. He whistled and walked towards the still flashy red sports car parked not far away with a ruthless pace. Everyone looked at his graceful back as he left, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Xia Qingyue and Xiaoningshuang watched him get into the sports car and drive away. In their hearts, they both felt an inexplicable feeling of emptiness. Chapter 79, you bunch of trash. Trash. Why are you still alive? At the exit of the black mist abyss, the 100-meter light curtain supported by a huge energy gate device was steadily emitting a soft light. Outside the light curtain, the strictest cordon had already been set up. The Zhanghai City Hall, the military headquarters, and the remaining personnel of the major families surrounded this area tightly. Their faces were all filled with anxiety and solemnity. Nearly 10 days have passed. According to past experience, teams that enter the black mist abyss will return in about 7 days at the latest. But now, 10 days have passed, and except for a few teams operating in the marginal areas and lucky enough not to encounter any danger, none of the main teams that really went deep into the area have come out. This is so abnormal. Especially when an hour ago, a team from a second-rate small family that had escaped by chance rushed out of the portal covered in blood, bringing the news that the strength of the monsters in the black mist abyss had increased dramatically this year, and even a monster overlord at the peak of the condensation realm had appeared. The atmosphere in the entire control area became extremely depressing. The peak of condensation realm. This word, like a mountain, weighs on everyone's heart. You should know that most of those who entered the secret realm this time were young elites from major families, and their cultivation was generally at the chi-gathering realm. Even the elder leading the team is only in the early stage of condensation realm. If such a team encounters a monster at the peak of the condensation realm, there will be only one outcome: annihilation. In the Gu family's temporary camp, Gu Tianming paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. His usually calm face was now filled with lingering worry. Master, don't worry too much. The second young master is a lucky man and will be fine. The housekeeper whispered comfortingly. I'm not worried about him. Gu Tianming stopped aside and looked at the light curtain with complicated eyes. I'm worried that he'll create a hole in this day. Others may not know, but he knows it very well. When his son entered, he already had the strength of the peak of the chi-gathering realm, and it was not just an ordinary peak of the chi-gathering realm. Given his personality, it is absolutely impossible for him to behave himself in there. But the danger of the black mist abyss is far beyond imagination. Just then, a guard responsible for monitoring the energy gates suddenly cried out. There's movement! There's movement at the portal! Swish! In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the 100-meter high light curtain. I saw ripples on the surface of the light curtain. Then, a slender figure, with his hands in his trouser pockets, walked out first with a ruthless pace. It's Gu Qin. Behind him followed two women wearing golden combat uniforms, with peerless beauty and noble temperament. It's Her Royal Highness the Princess. The two Her Royal Highnesses are back too. Great. Her Royal Highness the Princess is safe. A suppressed cheer broke out from the crowd. The royal family is back. This means that they successfully survived from that terrifying secret realm. However, when everyone saw the team following Her Royal Highness the Princess, the joy on their faces froze instantly. Although the 6 royal guards were in high spirits, their armor was badly damaged, and it was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle. What is most incomprehensible is the 9 strong men carrying huge backpacks at the end of the team. Isn't that the laborer the Gu family brought in? How did they get out alive? And, seemingly unharmed? How is this possible? Even the royal family's elite guards were injured. How could 9 ordinary people in the body-tempering realm return safely? A huge question mark popped up in everyone's mind. This is so unreasonable. The moment Gu Tianming saw that Gu Chen was safe and sound, he finally let go of his worries. But when he saw the 9 lively laborers, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. What the hell is this kid doing? Just when everyone was discussing and puzzled, Gu Chen had already walked to the red sports car parked not far away. He whistled and waved behind him. Okay, now that this matter is over, it's time for me to go home. I've been out for so long, and I don't know if my wife misses me. Go home and hug your wife. After saying this, under everyone's stunned gaze, he opened the car door, got in, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away with a burst of arrogant engine roar. The whole process was smooth and there was no pause at all. He didn't even bother to say hello to his father. You're leaving now? He doesn't care about his teammates anymore? Oh my god, this is too. Everyone was stunned. They had seen crazy people, but they had never seen anyone as crazy as this. After coming out of the secret realm, instead of reporting safety to his family immediately, he drove straight home to hug his wife? What on earth is this operation? Gu Tianming looked at the taillights of the car going away, his temples throbbing with anger. This brat. It's becoming more and more lawless. Just then, the light curtain of the portal began to fluctuate violently again. One after another, blood-covered and disheveled figures staggered out from inside. They were the teams from the second and third-rate small families that had entered before. Their number is more than 90% less than when they entered. Everyone looked like they had crawled out of hell, with terror written all over their faces. Master Zhao. It's Zhao Dezhu and the others. Someone recognized one of the people. At this moment, he was in an even more miserable state than before, and there were only 6 people left in the team. Zhao Dezhu. What on earth happened in there? Have you seen anyone else? A group of family heads surrounded him in an instant, each questioning him excitedly. Dead, all dead. Zhao Dezhu muttered to himself in despair. This year's Black Mist Abyss isn't a secret realm at all. It's hell. It's sure a field. Demon beasts. There are condensation realm monsters everywhere. There are even demon beast overlords at the peak of the condensation realm. His words made the hearts of all the family heads sink to the bottom. An atmosphere of despair spread throughout the entire restricted area. Just then, the light curtain of the portal lit up again. An ice-blue figure stumbled out from inside. Her combat uniform was tattered and stained with dried blood. Her beautiful face was filled with sadness and fatigue. It was Lu Ruyan. Ruyan. Lu Qinghai was horrified and rushed forward to support his staggering daughter. Ruyan. How are you? Where are the others? Lu Ruyan looked at her father, and for the first time, her eyes, which had always been filled with pride, revealed fragility and fear. Her lips trembled and she said in a hoarse voice, Dad is dead. We were besieged by monsters, and everyone except me died. There was a strong tone of crying in her voice. Completely annihilated. The elite team of the Lu family was also wiped out. This fact hit Lu Qinghai's heart like a heavy hammer. His eyes went dark and he almost fainted on the spot. However, just as Lu Ruyan was heartbroken, her eyes accidentally swept across the 9 laborers who were gathered not far away and happily discussing something. Her pupils suddenly shrank. An uncontrollable, crazy rage erupted from the bottom of her heart. You! She pushed Lu Qinghai away, pointed at the 9 laborers, and screamed hysterically in a voice that was so sharp that it pierced her ears. How come you're still alive? You are a bunch of trash. Trash. Why are you still alive? Chapter 80 Why should a useless person live? Lu Ruyan collapses. Lu Ruyan's roar was sharp and full of resentment, like a poison knife, piercing into the ears of everyone present. The entire restricted area fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. That look contained astonishment, confusion, sympathy, but more than that, it was an indescribable weirdness. Lu Qinghai's face instantly turned the color of liver. He never dreamed that his daughter, whom he had always been proud of, would lose her composure like this in public. This is no longer arrogance, this is anger. It is the rage of impotence. Ruyan! Shut up! He scolded in a low voice, trying to pull his daughter back. But Lu Ruyan had completely lost her mind at this moment. The huge blow, the sadness of her companion's tragic death, and the extreme sense of imbalance when she saw those 9 laborers who were not even as good as ants in her eyes, standing there alive and well, completely destroyed her proud heart. Why? Why did the elite team he led, all of whom were masters in the late or even peak chi gathering realm, end up being completely wiped out? Why are these laborers whom they regard as waste, whose highest cultivation level is only at the body tempering stage, able to stand here safely and unharmed, without even a hair being lost? This is not fair. This is so unfair. I'm asking you a question. You bunch of damn losers. Are you mute? Lu Ruyan pointed at Zhang Dali and others, her face twisted by sadness and jealousy, full of hideousness. Why are you still alive? Is it you? Did you use some despicable means to cause the monsters to riot and kill my team members? She began to speak without thinking, putting all the blame on these innocent laborers. Zhang Dali and 9 other laborers were stunned by her sudden accusation. They looked at each other, each of them showing expressions of anger and grievance. Miss Lu, what do you mean by that? Zhang Dali was a straightforward man. He frowned and retorted in a deep voice, we were able to make it out alive thanks to Master Gu. What does this have to do with your team members? Master Gu? When Lu Ruyan heard this title, she felt like she had heard a huge joke. She laughed loudly, and her laughter was full of sarcasm and disdain. Just him? That gigolo who only knows how to hide behind women? Can he protect you? He himself would have been torn to pieces by the monsters long ago. You idiots, how dare you still believe him? Her words not only insulted Gu Chun, but also completely angered the 9 laborers. You're talking nonsense. You are not allowed to insult Master Gu. Master Gu is a deity. How can a mortal like you discuss that? The 9 strong men were so angry that their faces turned red and their necks became thick. If they had not been concerned about the other party's identity, they would have rushed up to argue with this crazy woman. And in Lu Ruyan's view, their protective attitude further confirmed her guess. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Dad. Did you see that? Lu Ruyan pointed at the laborers and laughed crazily at Lu Qinghai. These idiots were tricked by that loser. They must have used some shady tricks to survive. That's enough. A cold and majestic rebuke suddenly rang out. Xia Qingyue walked over slowly, her cold phoenix eyes looking at the mad Lu Ruyan without a trace of emotion. Miss Lu, please watch your words. Gu Chen is a distinguished guest of my royal family. Are you trying to make an enemy of the Yanxia royal family by insulting him like this? Xia Qingyue's voice was not loud, but the pressure contained in it made Lu Ruyan's laughter stop abruptly. She looked at the arrogant princess in front of her, opened her mouth, and wanted to refute, but could not utter a word. Only then did she realize what she had just said. She actually insulted her distinguished guest in front of Her Royal Highness the Princess? A chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. I didn't mean that. She explained in a panic, but her voice seemed so pale and weak. Xia Qingyue ignored her explanation. She just glanced at her coldly, then turned her gaze to the 9 laborers. You, come here. Her voice softened a lot. Zhang Dali and others hurried over and stood aside respectfully. Take out your harvest and show it to Patriarch Lu and the other patriarchs to open their eyes. Xia Qingyue said calmly. There was a barely perceptible hint of teasing in her voice. She just wanted to let these blind guys see with their own eyes what kind of wealth they missed. She just wanted to make Lu Ruyan, this self-righteous woman, pay the price for her stupidity and arrogance. Yes. Your Highness. Zhang Dali had been holding a grudge for a long time. Hearing the princess' words, he threw the huge, bulging backpack on his back, which was taller than him, to the ground without saying a word. Bang! A muffled sound. The zipper of the backpack broke on the spot because it could not bear the weight inside. Next second. In the shocked eyes of everyone, countless large and small, crystal-clear crystal cores emitting light of various colors poured out from the backpack like a mountain torrent. Clatter. The crystal cores collided with each other, making a crisp and pleasant sound. They piled together to form a glittering hill made of pure energy and wealth. Qi Condensation Realm. Origin Condensation Realm. Even, there were several king-level crystal cores that exuded the terrifying aura of the peak Origin Condensation Realm. At this moment, the entire control area fell into deathly silence. Everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. Their eyes were wide open, staring intently at the hill made of crystal cores, their minds were blank. This is. Is this what one person can gain? Did they rob the Black Mist Abyss? Chapter 81, the whole audience was shocked. Was this the looting of the secret realm? The hill made up of countless crystal cores emits colorful and dreamy light under the sunlight. Each crystal core represents a powerful monster. Each crystal core represents an astonishing fortune. And now, hundreds and thousands of such crystal cores were piled up in front of everyone without any warning. The visual impact is simply beyond words. Gudong. Someone swallowed hard, and the sound was particularly harsh in the dead silence. Is there something wrong with my eyes? The head of a second-rate family rubbed his eyes with a trembling voice. He couldn't believe what he saw. Among that pile of crystal cores, the worst ones are all in the late stage of Qi gathering realm. There are countless crystal cores in the condensation realm. He even saw several king-level crystal cores at the peak of the condensation realm that exuded a terrifying aura and made him shudder with fear at the mere sight of them. Any one of them would be enough to drive the entire Jianhai city crazy. But now, these legendary treasures have been piled up into a small hill like worthless stones. Crazy. This world must be crazy. How many monsters did we have to kill? How did he, the 9 of them, do it? After a brief silence, there were bursts of gasps from the crowd. Everyone's face was filled with extreme shock and horror that could not be described in words. Gu Tianming was also dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the crystal core hill, feeling like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Although he knew that his son's strength was unfathomable. But he never dreamed that he could cause such a big scene. This is no longer a simple harvest. This is naked looting. How did he do it? Could it be that he really slaughtered all the monsters in the Black Mist Abyss by himself? When this thought came to his mind, Gu Tianming himself was shocked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Abyss of Black Mist is a dangerous secret realm that has been passed down for thousands of years. There are countless monsters in it. How could it be possible for them to be slaughtered by one person? But how do we explain these mountains of crystal cores before us? Gu Tianming's brain was completely turned into a mess. He felt that he, the head of the family who had lived for decades and seen many ups and downs, was like a bumpkin who had never seen the world in front of his son. Li Changfeng and Wang Tong, who were standing next to him, had already been petrified. Li Changfeng's face, which had always been calculating, now only had a dull look on it. His deep eyes, bigger than copper bells, stared at the pile of crystal cores, as if he wanted to count them one by one. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He, Li Changfeng, prides himself on being able to plan everything and manipulate all forces in Zhenghai City at his fingertips. But only now did he realize how ridiculous all his calculations were in the face of absolute power. He had previously mocked Gu Chen, saying that he was seeking his own death by bringing 9 laborers in. But what about now? Not only did he come out safely, he also brought back enough wealth to make the entire Zhenghai City crazy. And what about the elite team sent by his Li family? All the soul lamps are extinguished, and no body is left. The huge contrast was like a loud slap in the face. Make him lose all face and feel ashamed. He suddenly remembered Gu Chen's cynical yet confident look at the city hall meeting. It turned out that from the very beginning, people never took these so-called aristocratic families seriously. In other people's eyes, they are probably no different from a group of clowns, right? A deep regret and fear surged into Li Changfeng's heart. He regretted why he had provoked the Gu family and the monster Gu Chen. He was afraid that if Gu Chen, who possessed such terrifying power, wanted to take revenge on the Li family, would his Li family still have a way to survive? It's over. It's all over. Li Changfeng muttered to himself in despair. Wang Tong, who was standing next to him, reacted even worse than him. His burly body was shaking like a sieve, and his face was as white as paper. There was only one thought in his mind. That is, run. Right now. Right now. Escape from this place. Escape from Zhenghai City. He was scared. He was really scared. He was afraid that Gu Chen would settle accounts with him and the Wang family because of his previous provocations. With the unpredictable strength that Gu Chen has demonstrated, crushing his Wang family would be easier than crushing an ant. I. Wang Tong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but because of extreme fear, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He only felt that his previous arrogant remarks, his contempt and ridicule towards Gu Chen, had now turned into sharp knives, stabbing into his heart. Make him miserable and regret it. However, before he could figure out whether he should kneel down and beg for mercy or turn around and run away. Bang! 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 8 muffled sounds followed. The remaining 8 laborers also threw their equally bulging backpacks on the ground. Crash! There are 8 more glittering hills made of various rare materials and crystal cores. Scales. Fangs. Fur. Herbs. Each one of them emits amazing energy fluctuations. Each one of them is a treasure that is priceless in the outside world. 9 small hills standing side by side, the scene is so spectacular, so shocking. The entire restricted area fell into deathly silence again. If a small mountain of crystal cores only shocked them. Then, the 9 hills made up of various natural treasures completely destroyed their sanity and overturned their cognition. Oh my god, the king-level scales of the thunderstorm pangolin. This must be possessed by a demonic beast that has stepped halfway into the spiritual transformation realm, right? And that's the venom sac of the ghost-faced demon spider. Oh my god. This is the ultimate ingredient for refining highly toxic elixirs. And there are sword soul crystal cores. So many sword soul crystal cores. Has the entire Sword Valley been emptied? Some knowledgeable family heads have begun to scream in shock, their voices trembling with disbelief. Any one of these materials corresponds to a demon beast overlord at the peak of the condensation realm that is powerful enough to stir up blood and gore in the outside world. But now, the parts of these monster overlords are piled here like cabbages. What does this indicate? This means that these terrifying monster overlords are all dead. Moreover, they all died at the hands of the same person. Hiss. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused once again on the arrogant figure who had already driven away. That man, what on earth did he do in the black mist abyss? Chapter 82. The Liu family father and daughter are heartbroken with regret. When the 9 hills made of natural treasures and monster cores appeared in front of Liu Ruyan, she felt that her world had completely collapsed. Her face, which was distorted by jealousy and anger, turned pale in an instant, without a trace of blood. Her eyes, which had always been filled with arrogance and disdain, now only contained endless confusion and emptiness. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. She kept murmuring these words over and over, her body moving backwards uncontrollably. She stumbled and fell on the cold ground without even noticing. Her mind was in a mess. Those glittering crystal cores, those materials emitting a terrifying aura, were like the sharpest knives, piercing into her heart and tearing her pitiful pride into pieces. She remembered all the ridicule and contempt she had shown towards Gu Chen before. She said he was a waste, a gigolo, and a piece of trash who only knew how to hide behind women. She also swore that if he entered the abyss of black fog, he would be seeking death and would not survive for more than 3 days. But what about now? Reality gave her the loudest and most ruthless slap in the face. The man whom she regarded as a waste was not only alive and well, but also returned with a lot of rewards in a way that she could not even imagine. And what about her? She, the so-called once-in-a-century genius, led the elites of the Liu family and escaped from death. In the end, her entire army was wiped out and she had to escape alone in a panic. The comparison between the two is so ironic, so ridiculous. She suddenly understood. It's not that Gu Chen is just lucky. It's not like Liu Ruyu is some kind of foxy beauty. Rather, she herself was a complete, blind idiot from beginning to end. It was she who personally pushed out a share of wealth that was enough to allow the Liu family to reach the top of the rivers and seas, and even compete for the entire Yanxia country. It was she who personally pushed the man who should have belonged to her into the arms of another woman. Ah! An indescribable complex emotion, a mixture of regret, jealousy, unwillingness, and humiliation, suddenly erupted in her chest. She could no longer hold it back and let out a scream that was so shrill it didn't sound human. Puff! A mouthful of boiling hot blood spurted out of her mouth, staining the ground in front of her red. Her eyes went dark, and she fell backwards, completely losing consciousness. Ruyan! Liu Qinghai's face changed drastically and he rushed forward, holding his unconscious daughter tightly in his arms. He looked at his daughter's face, which was as pale as paper and covered in blood, and his heart was filled with endless pain and regret. He hates it. He hated himself for believing his daughter's lies and going to Gu's house to break off the engagement. He hated himself for being so blind and treating a dazzling diamond as a roadside stone. If he hadn't broken off the engagement. So now, the one who enjoys this glory and receives everyone's envious and jealous gazes is his Liu family. It's him, Liu Qinghai. But now, it's too late. Everything is gone and there is no going back. He looked at Gu Tianming, who was surrounded by people not far away, but had no joy on his face, only endless complexity and emotion. Liu Qinghai's heart was filled with jealousy. Why? Why does Gu Tianming have such a godlike son? Why should such immense wealth fall upon the Gu family? He wanted to rush up and question Gu Tianming, wanting to know the truth from him. But he doesn't have the courage. He looked at the 9 treasure mountains, at the heads of the surrounding families, and when he looked at Gu Tianming, his eyes were full of awe and flattery. Liu Qinghai knew that from today on, the sky of Zhanghai City would change. The Gu family will no longer be the family that can stand on equal footing with their Liu family. And because of this foolish cancellation of the engagement, his Liu family will completely become the laughingstock of the entire Zhanghai City and even the entire Yanxia country. Let's go, let's go. Liu Qinghai, distraught, picked up his unconscious daughter, hunched over like a stray dog, and squeezed out of the crowd in a panic amid countless mocking and pitying gazes. His back is so desolate, so pathetic. And just as the Liu family father and daughter left sadly, sisters Xiao Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan watched as the people in the city hall, the military, and the various family heads were shocked. They quickly came to their senses. They looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that these things absolutely could not be left in Zhanghai City. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to an uncontrollable bloody storm. Ji Lang. Xia Qinghuiyu's cold voice rang out. I'm here. Guard Captain Ji Lang hurried forward and saluted respectfully. Pass on my orders immediately. Xia Qingyue's voice was devoid of emotion, yet filled with unquestionable majesty. Mobilize all the royal forces in Jianghai City and seal off this place. Pack up all these things and have my royal Red Dragon Guards personally escort them back to the Gu family. Also, notify the city hall and the military and ask them to cooperate. From now on, Jianghai City will enter the highest level of military control. Anyone who dares to covet these things will be killed without mercy. Her words were powerful and full of decisiveness. When the heads of the families present heard the words, kill without mercy, they were all shocked and quickly put away the greed in their hearts that should not have existed. Are you kidding me? Stealing things from the royal family? They haven't lived enough. Yes. Your Highness. Ji Lang accepted the order and immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, bursts of shrill alarms resounded throughout Jianghai City. Teams of soldiers wearing red dragon armor and with a strong aura poured out from all corners of the city, surrounding the area tightly. A storm caused by Gu Chen that swept across the entire Jianghai City has just begun. Chapter 83, Royal Escort. This is a great honor. Xia Qingyue's orders were carried out to the letter. In less than an incense stick of time, the entire restricted area outside the East City Gate was completely cleared. Apart from the Royal Red Dragon Guards, and Gu Tianming, Zhang Dali and other parties involved, there was no other outsiders to be seen. Those family heads who originally wanted to stay to watch the fun or get some information were all ruthlessly expelled. Faced with the Red Dragon Guards who were armed with live ammunition and full of murderous intent, they didn't even dare to fart. Are you kidding? How could they challenge the majesty of the royal family? Soon, a special transport vehicle used exclusively by the royal family and equipped with a space folding function drove over. Under the personal supervision of Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang, the 9 small hills made of natural treasures and crystal cores were carefully loaded into the car. Looking at the trophies that almost filled the transport vehicle, even princesses Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang, who were accustomed to seeing rare treasures, couldn't help but twitch their eyes violently. Now, they finally understood why Gu Chen had said before that the reward given by their royal family was like giving away beggars. Compared with these things in front of me, the 3 admission places to Peking University and Tsinghua University are indeed not even a fraction of them. Master Gu. After loading was completed, Xia Qingyue walked up to Gu Tianming, who was still a little dazed, and said in a cold voice, "These things are priceless. It's not safe to keep them in Jianghai City. I have ordered my royal Red Dragon Guards to personally escort them back to Gu Mansion. Furthermore, we will set up the highest level of defensive formations around Gu Mansion to ensure it's foolproof." She paused, then added, "Before Master Gu Chen returns, my sister and I will temporarily stay in Jianghai City to prevent any villains from having any improper thoughts." Her words stirred up a huge wave in Gu Tianming's heart. Personally escorted by the Royal Red Dragon Guard? Your Royal Highnesses, the 2 princesses, are personally in charge of Jianghai City? What an honor! What kind of face is this? You should know that the Red Dragon Guard is the most elite ace force of the Yanxia royal family. Every member is an elite carefully selected from the millions of troops. The weakest one is at the condensation realm. They only obey the orders of His Majesty the Emperor himself. And now, this legendary army is actually coming to serve as security guard for their Gu family? Gu Tianming felt like he was dreaming. He looked at the high and mighty princess in front of him, opened his mouth, and wanted to say some words of thanks, but found that his throat was very dry. He knew that the royal family was not giving face to him, Gu Tianming, by doing this. But he was giving face to his elusive son, Gu Chen. What on earth happened between this brat and these 2 princesses in the abyss of black fog? How could it be possible that Her Royal Highness the Princess, who was always known for her coldness and arrogance, would look at him in such a different light? Then, thank you very much, Your Highness the Princess. Gu Tianming could only bow and speak in a hoarse voice. No need. Xia Qingyue responded lightly and said no more. She turned around and watched the convoy, escorted by the Red Dragon Guards, heading towards the Gu family. A complex light flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes. She did this in order to win over Gu Chen and show goodwill to the Gu family. But more than that, it was out of a personal emotion that even she herself couldn't explain. She didn't want anything to happen to the man's trophies. Sister. Xia Ningxuang, who was standing by, suddenly came over and whispered in her ear with a smile, "You're so kind to Brother Gu. You sent troops to escort him and personally took charge. If this gets out, people will think you're the future daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Xia Qingyue's cheeks instantly turned red. She turned around, glared at her sister fiercely, lowered her voice, and said angrily, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off." Okay, I won't tell you. I won't tell you. Xia Ningxuan quickly raised her hands in surrender, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that her sister and that badass brother Gu were a perfect match made in heaven. An iceberg and a volcano. One is aloof, the other is a scoundrel. It's a perfect match. She had even started thinking in her mind how to bring them together. After all, this is a top priority that affects the rise and fall of their royal family for the next 1,000 years. After the convoy left, the restricted area was also unblocked. Those family heads who were driven out gathered around again one by one. However, this time their target was no longer Gu Tianming, but the head of the second-rate small family who was still their Zhao Dezhu. Master Zhao. Master Zhao, please stay. Li Chanfeng was the first one to squeeze up. He had changed from his usual shrewdness and deepness, and his face was full of flattering smiles. Brother Zhao, we are old acquaintances. Today, no matter what, you must do me the honor of coming to my Li family's residence and have a drink. Yes. Brother Zhao, don't listen to him. Go to my Wang family. My Wang family has just received a batch of top-quality Yunwu fairy tea, and we are just thinking of inviting Brother Zhao to taste it. Wang Tong also squeezed over, his fat face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Several other family heads also came forward, each of them was as enthusiastic as if they had met a long-lost brother. Zhao Dezhu was confused by this sudden enthusiasm. He looked at the top bosses in Jianghai City who would not even bother to look at him on weekdays, but now they were all nodding and fawning to him. He felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, so happy that he was a little overwhelmed. Of course he knew why these people were so enthusiastic about him. They were not coming for him, Zhao Dezhu. But it was because he had met Gu Chen once before and had a conversation with him. They wanted to know more about that godlike man from him. Dear family heads, this is not possible, this is not possible. Zhao Dezhu was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. Of course. Why not? Li Changfeng grabbed his hand and said enthusiastically, Brother Zhao, you fought alongside Master Gu before. This friendship is something we can't compare to. Today, no matter what, you have to tell us about Master Gu's godlike demeanor in there. Chapter 84 Shocked Patriarchs. Divine Style. Li Changfeng's words were like a key that instantly opened Zhao Dezhu's chatterbox. As soon as Gu Chen was mentioned, a fanatical expression mixed with awe and worship immediately appeared on his face, which was a little pale due to blood loss. Godlike demeanor? No, Master Li, you used the wrong word. Zhao Dezhu shook his head, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. That's beyond description. That's a miracle. A true miracle. His words made the family heads present feel a chill in their hearts. They could hear the undisguised shock from the depths of Zhao Dezhu's soul in his tone. Brother Zhao, what do you mean? Come on, tell us everything. Wang Tang asked impatiently. He is now regretting his decision to the point of his intestines turning green. If I had known earlier that Gu Chen was such a hidden true god. At the beginning, he was willing to give up all the property of the Wang family just to cling to this powerful person. But now, it's too late to say anything. He only hoped that he could learn more about Gu Chen through Zhao Dezhu and see if there was any chance to make amends. Fellow family heads, you don't know. Zhao Dezhu took a deep breath, as if he was back to that day, that desperate and shocking scene that he would never forget. There was a deep fear in his eyes. That day, we were besieged by hundreds of demonic wolves. People in the team fell one after another. We all thought we were doomed. Just when we were completely desperate, the three-headed demon wolf king at the peak of the condensation realm appeared. Peak of condensation realm. Hearing these 5 words, the family heads present all took a deep breath. Although they had already heard from the small family before that there was a news about the appearance of a peak-level condensation realm monster. But now, hearing it from someone who had experienced it firsthand, the impact still made them feel a little uneasy. That demon wolf king was as big as a small mountain, with 3 heads. One spewed fire, one spit out poison, and one emitted electricity. Its power was simply devastating. At the time, we couldn't even think of resisting. We could only close our eyes and wait for death. Zhao Dezhu's voice became increasingly low, as if he had fallen into endless despair again. The family heads present also held their breath, feeling the same way. They could imagine how powerless they were when facing a demon beast overlord of that level. But at this moment, Zhao Deju's voice suddenly rose, and a brilliant light burst out of his eyes. Just when the demon wolf king was about to tear us all into pieces, Master Gu took action. Here we come. The hearts of all the family heads were in their throats. They knew that the most crucial part was coming. How did he do it? Li Changfeng's voice changed a little. Zhao Deju licked his dry lips. He looked at everyone's expectant eyes and spoke word by word in an almost dreamy tone. He just held up a finger. One finger? Wang Tang was stunned. Then what? Did he use some earth-shattering martial arts? Or did he use some kind of magic weapon that could destroy the heavens and the earth? No. Zhao Deju shook his head, and an almost crazy, pilgrim-like expression appeared on his face. He's useless. He simply pressed down gently on the demon wolf king and the hundreds of demon wolves. Then everything is over. That arrogant demon wolf king, those hundreds of ferocious demon wolves, and the very land beneath their feet, were silently and inexplicably reduced to dust in that instant. Not even a trace of blood was left. It's as if they have never appeared in this world. After Zhao Deju finished speaking, the entire scene fell into deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. The same expression was frozen on the faces of all the family heads. That is, the extreme, indescribable dullness. Their minds were buzzing in blank. One finger? Just a click? A demon beast overlord at the peak of the condensation realm and hundreds of demon wolves were turned into powder? Is this a fucking fairy tale? Brother Zhao, you are not kidding, right? Li Changfeng's voice was so dry, as if it had been sandpapered. He couldn't believe it. This was completely beyond his understanding and overturned his decades of common sense in martial arts. I'm kidding? Zhao Deju laughed bitterly. Master Li, do you think I dare to joke about something like this? What I said is absolutely true. I, Zhao Deju, swear by the ancestors of my Zhao family. If I say even a single word falsely, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. He swore the most vicious oath. The family heads present no longer had any doubts. They looked at Zhao Deju's face, which was flushed with excitement, and at the genuine, fanatical admiration in his eyes. They knew that what Zhao Deju said was true. However, precisely because it is true, it makes them feel even more terrified. That is the most primitive and instinctive fear that mortals feel when facing gods. With one finger, he wiped out the peak of condensation realm. What kind of extraordinary means is this? What kind of terrifying strength is this? Before this, they actually had the delusion to speculate and plot against such a godlike figure? They had actually laughed at him and despised him before? A chill ran from the soles of each of their feet to the top of their heads. They felt like a group of fools dancing wildly on the edge of a cliff. And now, they finally saw the bottomless abyss below the cliff. Gudong. Wang Tang swallowed hard. He just felt his legs go limp. With a thump, he fell to his knees on the spot. His face was filled with dead despair. It's over. The Wang family is completely finished. Having offended such a god, is there any hope for their Wang family to survive? Chapter 85, More details. The worldview of the family heads collapsed. Wang Tang knelt on the ground, as if it was a signal. The other heads of second and third-rate families around them, who had more or less expressed hostility towards the Gu family and Gu Chen before, also turned pale and their legs went weak. Although they did not kneel down on the spot like Wang Tang. But that distraught and bereaved look was no different from if one's parents had died. They were scared. They were truly terrified, deep down. Although Li Changfeng could still stand, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, there was only endless regret and fear in his eyes, which were always deep and shrewd. Now, he just wanted to slap himself hard a few times. I told you not to be so smart. I told you to plan everything out. Now, we have offended a true god to death. His only hope now is a godlike figure like Gu Chun, who is magnanimous and will not argue with ordinary people like them. Otherwise, his Li family's century-old foundation would probably be destroyed. Zhao, brother Zhao. Li Changfeng's voice trembled slightly, and he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Then, what happened next? What else did Master Gu do? He wanted to know more. He wanted to judge Gu Chen's style of doing things and what kind of person he was through more details. Is he a demon who is ruthless and vindictive? Or is he a banished immortal who enjoys playing around in the human world and is not particular about trivial matters? This concerns the future survival of his Li family. Zhao Deju looked at the family heads in front of him, who were so high and mighty just a second ago, but now were bowing and scraping to him like his grandsons. An unprecedented, morbid sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. He took a deep breath and told everything he had heard. Afterwards, we were all injured, but the royal guards protected the two princesses and followed Master Gu all the way deeper into the cave. After we recovered a bit, we went deeper. You don't know, all the monsters on that road were cleared out by Master Gu using that magical method. Later, we saw the royal team from afar. They seemed to be under siege by vampire bats. Her Royal Highness the princess was seriously injured and her life was hanging by a thread. It's Mr. Gu again. Zhao Deju's eyes once again burst into fanatical light. He again, one finger. Those thousands and thousands of vampire bats that covered the sky and the earth just vanished in a flash. After that, we didn't dare to go deeper, so we just collected some materials on the periphery. However, looking at the materials and crystal cores those laborers were carrying, it's clear that Master Gu's strength far exceeds the upper limit of the Black Mist Abyss. Hiss. There was another sound of people sucking in their breath. The family heads present felt that their hearts could no longer bear the continuous and explosive information. With just one finger, kill thousands of vampire bats? Just to help the royal guards? You know, the royal guards are all masters of the condensation realm, and the vampire bats that could put them in danger were actually killed with just one finger. Is this still a human being? This is clearly a walking immortal. After Zhao Deju finished telling this experience, the family heads present were completely numb. There was no more shock on their faces. All that's left is a sense of absurdity, like watching a fairy tale. Again, a finger. Again, with a poof sound, it was gone. In front of Master Gu, is it true that the demon beast overlord at the peak of the condensation realm is no different from an ant on the roadside? Sure, just use your finger and kill a group of people? They feel that the worldview they have built up over the past few decades has been completely, ruthlessly, and repeatedly crushed today. It turns out that the end of martial arts is not to reach the profound level or to break through the void, but a finger. Li Chongfeng's body swayed and he almost fell. He held onto the stone pillar beside him, breathing heavily. There was only one thought in his mind. That's it, it's over. It's completely over. Before, he still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that Gu Chen might have just happened to obtain an ancient magic weapon with one-time destructive power. But now it seems that it is not a magic weapon at all. That's their own strength. A kind of godlike strength that they cannot even imagine. To have offended such a being. Li Chongfeng didn't dare to think about it anymore. He just felt that everything went dark before his eyes and the whole world turned gray. Wang Tang had already collapsed on the ground, his eyes dull, and he kept muttering to himself. Mad. We are the crazy ones. We actually went to provoke a god. Chapter 86 completely crazy. The sky of Jianghai City is about to change. The entire restricted area was as silent as a grave. The oppressive atmosphere in the air was so heavy that it made everyone's breathing painful. In this almost frozen silence, a burly figure slowly walked to the front of the stage. It was Ji Lang, the captain of the Royal Guard. He held a holographic projector in his hand. Everyone, by order of the eldest princess, I will show you some videos of our time in Luji, the Black Mist Abyss. The princess doesn't want any ill will towards Mr. Gu in Jianghai City. In order to prevent some people from being confused about reality, I was asked to play the video. He placed the holographic projector on the ground. The next moment, light was projected. An extremely clear and shocking three-dimensional light and shadow unfolds before everyone. The picture shows an abyss filled with swirling black fog. A figure stood alone amid the roars of thousands of monsters. It's Gu Qin. Immediately afterwards, a sword-shaped demon king, whose aura was so terrifying that made all the family heads present tremble in fear, broke through the void and came roaring. Spiritual transformation realm. Demon King. One of the family heads screamed, his voice distorted. However, what made them even more heartbroken was yet to come. In the picture, facing the terrifying Demon King who was powerful enough to destroy an entire city, Gu Chen simply raised his fist in a calm manner. There was no earth-shattering fluctuation of spiritual power. There are no gorgeous and dazzling special effects of the skills. Just that one punch. Blast out. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down a billion times. Everyone watched as the fist pierced through space and collided with the devastating sword light. Then, bang! A muffled sound that cannot be described in words was transmitted through light and shadow, but it seemed to explode directly in the depths of everyone's soul. The light and shadow don't end there. Guchen fought fiercely with the Sword Demon King in the Spirit Transformation Realm, and the entire Sword Valley was completely destroyed. The scene when Guchen used his last punch to blow up the Sword Demon King in the Spirit Transformation Realm and refined it into his own divine sword. The entire restricted area fell into a silence that was longer and more eerie than any time before. Those family heads who were still awake stood there blankly, like puppets with their souls taken away. Their eyes were empty and confused. Their minds were blank. They can no longer think. Because everything they heard was completely beyond the limits of their imagination. The middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm? Destroy the Demon King of the same level with one punch? Conquer the Demon King's essence and refine his own divine sword? Is this something a human could do? This is clearly the method used by the ancient gods who created the world in myths and legends. Before, they were actually shocked that Guchen had reached the peak of the chi-gathering realm. Thinking about it now, it was so ridiculous, so, looking at the world from a well. They have already stood above the clouds, which they cannot even reach by looking up. But they were still pointing and commenting on him like a bunch of fools. Plop. Another family head could not bear the huge mental shock, his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. His face was filled with despair and regret. He remembered that just a dozen days ago, he had publicly ridiculed the Gu family and Gu Tianming because Gu Chen broke off the engagement with Lu Ruyan. He even said that the Gu family had no successors and would sooner or later be replaced by emerging families like them. Thinking about it now, those words were so stupid, so suicidal. He couldn't imagine how Gu Chen would react if he knew what he had said. I'm afraid that with just a thought, he and the family behind him will completely disappear from this world, just like those monsters he wiped out casually. Fear, like an icy tide, instantly drowned him. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. There was a meaningless whimpering sound coming from his mouth. He completely collapsed. And his collapse was like a fuse. Plop. 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 One after another, the family heads who had previously made disrespectful remarks about the Gu family and Gu Chen fell to their knees. Their faces were filled with the same dead despair. They knew it was over. Everything is over. They dug graves for their families with their own hands. The few family heads who were still standing, who had remained neutral or were on good terms with the Gu family, were now all pale-faced and sweating profusely. Although they did not offend Gu Chen, they were also frightened out of their wits by the horrific truth. They were glad. I am glad that I didn't follow the trend and add insult to injury. I am also glad that I have always maintained a good relationship with the Gu family. They knew that from today on, the situation in Jianghai City would change completely. No, it's not just Jianghai City. It's the entire Yanxia country, and even the entire world. A powerful person in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm, who is less than 20 years old and possesses godlike means. His appearance itself represents the beginning of a new era. And they are fortunate to be the first witnesses of this new era. An unprecedented excitement and ecstasy surged into their hearts. They knew that as long as they could hold tightly to Gu Chen's, thigh which was so thick that it was unimaginable, their future achievements will be limitless. Their family will also soar into the sky with the rise of this real dragon. Hurry! Go back! One of the most responsive family heads snapped back to his senses. He shouted urgently to his followers, "Pack up the blood dragon ginseng I've treasured for 300 years. And that ancient galaxy chessboard in my study. Pack it all up and send it to the Gu family. No! I'll go deliver it myself. Also, drag my good-for-nothing grandson out of seclusion. Make him kneel at the door of the Gu family tomorrow. When Master Gu is willing to see him, he can get back here." His words reminded everyone. Yes. Give a gift. It must be a big gift. I still have a bottle of 1,000-year-old stalactite. I have to send it over. My daughter just turned 18 this year. She's beautiful and talented. Tomorrow, I'll let her be Master Gu's maid. That's nothing. My granddaughter has awakened a superior bloodline. It's more than enough for her to be Master Goose concubine. For a moment, the entire controlled area went completely crazy. Those family heads, all with red eyes, began to frantically think about how to please and curry favor with the true God whom they had just offended. What reward can they get if they don't ask for it? They only hoped that when that divine figure unleashed his wrath, they could find a glimmer of hope for their family. Chapter 87 Sisters? I want them all. At this time, in Shanghai City, on the road leading to the Gu family mansion, a red convertible sports car was driving leisurely at a moderate speed. In the driver's seat, Gu Chen was wearing sunglasses, with a cigarette in his mouth. He held the steering wheel with one hand and rested the other on the car window, his fingers tapping lightly to the dynamic rhythm from the car stereo. He looked like a lazy rich second generation. No one could have imagined that such a harmless-looking young man had just caused a bloody storm in the abyss of black fog not long ago. Chaos ancestral dragon body? A match made in heaven? Gu Chen recalled the whispers between the two royal princess sisters, and couldn't help but curl up a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but admire the second princess's extraordinary imagination. I was able to guess his background almost exactly from the clues. Although, his so-called Chaos ancestral dragon body was given by the system and has nothing to do with the ancestral dragon in ancient mythology. But this did not prevent him from taking advantage of this beautiful misunderstanding to continue his strategy. Let her be ours. Take good care of him. Marrying him is not shameful. Gu Chen was thinking back on Xian Yingshuang's shocking remarks, and his heart was filled with joy. What a good sister-in-law. This is simply a divine assist. With her whispering in his ear, he believed that it was only a matter of time before he could take down the arrogant princess. As for Xia Qingyue's tangled, contradictory, shy and annoyed thoughts, Gu Chen knew them all. Women are all double-faced creatures. Although you say no with your mouth, your body is very honest. He was sure that Xia Qingyue's heart was probably already beating fast and her heart was full of love. It was just that the pride and arrogance she had developed over the past 20 years was still making her last, futile resistance. But it doesn't matter. He had plenty of time and patience to slowly melt her iceberg. He enjoys the process. Conquest is always more interesting than simple possession. But Gu Chen's eyes flickered slightly. His target wasn't just Xia Qingyue. He thought about it and called up the system panel. Target person, Xia Qingyue. Rating, Gold Legendary. Talent, Holy Item, 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Body Incomplete, 1/3 has been restored. Status, Heart is shaken. Features? Unlocked. Compatibility, 88% deeply in love. The strategy route has been planned. Route 1, a fleeting romance. Maintain a casual but distant relationship, occasionally engaging in deep conversations. This will earn you a large amount of chaos body experience points and a significant amount of royal luck. Route 2, take her into your harem. Completely conquer her and achieve great harmony of life to receive rich, God-level rewards. Rewards include but are not limited to sacred techniques, God-level martial arts, massive cultivation initiation, and the return of your offspring's talents. Route 3300, the Path of Overlord. Not only must you win her body, but also her heart. Make her willingly lead the Yanxia imperial family for you and become the spokesperson for your secular power. You will receive a super god-level reward. Target person, Xian Yingshuang. Rating, Gold Legendary. Talent, Holy Item True Dragon Emperor Vein Incomplete, extremely weak. Status, Soul severely damaged, source exhausted. Features? Unlocked. Compatibility, 95% friendship of life and death, heart flutters. The strategy route has been planned. Route 1, Doctor-Patient Relationship. Keep your distance and occasionally treat the patient's injuries. This will earn you a small amount of chaos body experience points and a small amount of royal luck. Route 2, Confidant. Deepen the bond and become a trusted partner. Gain moderate chaos body experience, moderate royal luck, and a chance to unlock shared talents. Route 3, Marry the target. Bring them into your harem, achieving a harmonious life, and receive generous god-level rewards. Rewards include but are not limited to sacred techniques, god-level martial arts, massive cultivation initiations, and the return of offspring's talents. Looking at the 2 golden character cards and the extremely tempting rewards on the system panel, Gu Chen's breathing became a little heavy. Holy Item, 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Body. Holy Item, True Dragon Royal Vein. These are all super treasure troves that can produce god-level offspring. Especially Xia Qingyue, there are actually super god-level rewards in the strategy route. If we capture both sisters, wouldn't the rewards be endless? With his cultivation and strength, wouldn't it be like a rocket soaring up? Only children make choices. I want them all. There was a glint of greed and ambition in Gu Chen's eyes. One is an iceberg queen who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, arrogant and awkward. One is a smart, kind, and considerate intellectual little sister. He will not let go of either of these sisters who have very different personalities but are equally beautiful. He not only wants to get them, but also their hearts. He wanted them to willingly bear children for him and have children for him. Thinking of this, Gu Chen felt his blood begin to boil. He stepped on the accelerator, and the red sports car roared, turned into a flash of lightning, and sped towards the Gu family mansion. He is already a little impatient. I can't wait to go home and hug my gentle and virtuous wife who is pregnant with my divine baby. I can't wait to start my next strategy plan. The Yanxia royal family? Your Royal Highnesses, the two princesses? He. The good show has just begun. Chapter 88 Gentle Land. Husband, you are back. It is different from the tense atmosphere in the outside world that seems to be about to storm. Gu Chen's courtyard is still so quiet and warm. Lu Ruyu was sitting on a stone bench in the yard, her hands supporting her cheeks, looking at the koi carp playing in the pond, somewhat bored and dazed. She has already slept for a day and a night. Ever since Gu Chen left, she felt like there was a void in her heart. I can't muster the energy to do anything. Even cultivation has become boring. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She only knew that she missed him very much. I miss his domineering embrace, his naughty smile, and his deep voice that always whispers sweet words in my ears. Husband, when will you come back? She looked at the sky and sighed softly. Just then, a familiar, arrogant roar of an engine came from far away. Lu Ruyu's eyes suddenly lit up. She stood up suddenly, and her pretty face, which had been a little dull, instantly blossomed into a brilliant smile that could make all the flowers pale in comparison. It's my husband. My husband is back. She lifted her skirt and ran towards the gate of the courtyard like a happy butterfly. Squeak! The gate of the courtyard was pushed open from the outside. A slender and familiar figure appeared at the door. His face showed some fatigue from the journey and a hint of laziness from returning home. It was Gu Chen. Husband. Lu Ruyu threw herself into his arms like a swallow flying into the forest, buried her little face deeply in his solid chest, and sniffed hard at the familiar scent that made her feel extremely at ease. I'm back. Gu Chen hugged the soft and fragrant body tightly in his arms. Feeling the tenderness that belongs only to me. His heart, which had become somewhat restless due to the killing in recent days, completely calmed down at this moment. It's still better to be at home. My wife still smells better. How can those coquettish and slutty women out there be as considerate as this pure and elegant flower of eloquence in my house? Husband, are you okay? Lu Ruyu raised her head, her big watery eyes filled with worry. She looked Gu Chen up and down, fearing that he might have been injured outside. What can happen to me? Gu Chen scratched her upturned little nose and chuckled. I, your husband, am invincible. What can a mere black mist abyss do to me? But have you missed me during these days when I was away? His words made Lu Ruyu's cheeks turn red instantly. She buried her head deeper, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. I thought. How much have you thought about it? Gu Chen asked relentlessly. I think about it every day. Ha ha ha. Gu Chen laughed proudly. He picked up Lu Ruyu, carried her horizontally, and strode towards their wedding room. Since you miss me so much, then as your husband, I must make it up to you today. Ah. Husband. You just came back, aren't you tired? Lu Ruyu exclaimed, too embarrassed to look into his eyes. Tired? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. Seeing you makes me full of energy. Today, I will not get out of bed until I feed you well. Husband, you are bad. Lu Ruyu pouted and buried her face completely in his arms. A long absence is better than a new marriage. This night of training is destined to be extremely long and intense. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shines into the room through the window lattice, Gu Chunkai climbed out of bed refreshed. He took a look at the person next to him who was still sleeping soundly, but there was a satisfied smile in the corner of her eyes, and a beautiful sleeping face with a charming blush still on her face. His heart was filled with endless tenderness and satisfaction. He leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then, quietly, he got up and dressed. Just then, in his mind, the long-lost system prompt sound rang again. Ding! Detected that the host and his Taoist partner Lu Ruyu have achieved the great harmony of life. Ding! Detected that the host has injected pure life energy containing the origin of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon into the Chaos Profound embryo of the Taoist companion Lu Ruyu. Ding! The Chaos embryo is growing vigorously. Its talent and potential are rapidly increasing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward, Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body, experience points plus 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Cultivation breakthrough. Current realm, peak of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Boom! An energy that was more powerful and purer than any previous one, once again exploded in his body. His cultivation level once again experienced a rapid growth. Chapter 89, Sister's Night Talk. Become his woman? The royal guards were stationed near the Gu family residence. Gu Tianming arranged the most luxurious guest rooms and the most sumptuous dinner for the two princesses. However, Gu Chen was not seen at the dinner. Xiao Qingyue felt a little lost in thought as the images of Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu kept appearing in her mind. A long separation is like a new marriage, maybe they are practicing dual cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Qingyue couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Lu Ruyu, because she could easily be favored by Gu Chen. After meals and after bathing, the sisters Xiao Qingyue and Xiaoning Shuang sat together, neither of them speaking. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Xiao Qingyue leaned against the coffee table, watching the slowly rising sandalwood incense, but her thoughts had already drifted away. Uncontrollably, the man's figure kept appearing in her mind. His cynical smile, his overbearing and unreasonable words, his divine power that could kill a group of monsters with a single finger, and his warm and powerful hands in the cave, and the strange feeling that made her sink. All of this seems like a bizarre dream. Unreal, yet unforgettable. Sister. At this moment, Xiaoning Shuang's voice gently broke the silence. Xiao Qingyue came back to her senses and turned to look at her sister. Are you thinking about Gu Chen? Xiaoning Shuang looked at her, her clear eyes full of seriousness. Xiao Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. She retorted subconsciously, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. But her instantly flushed cheeks and evasive eyes betrayed her deeply. Xiaoning Shuang looked at her like this and sighed softly. Sister, there are no outsiders here, so don't lie to me or yourself anymore. Her voice was very soft, but it was like a needle that pierced Xiao Qingyue's heart. How do you feel about him? Xiaoning Shuang asked. I don't know. Xiao Qingyue shook her head blankly. She really doesn't know. Hate? It seems that it is not the case. After all, he saved himself and his sister, and even gave her a great fortune. Do you like it? She didn't even dare to admit it. That man was married, and he was so frivolous and domineering, which completely did not fit any of her fantasies about her future partner. But it was such a man who broke into her world in the most unreasonable way and occupied her body and mind. This feeling was so contradictory and confusing that she felt at a loss as to what to do. Sister, do you still remember the ancient book about ancient mythology that we read together when we were young? Xiaoning Shuang suddenly talked about something unrelated. I remember, what's wrong? Xiao Qingyue was a little confused. That book says that in ancient times, a supreme being was born between heaven and earth, named Zulong. Xiaoning Shuang's voice carried an inexplicable sacred meaning. The ancestral dragon, the ancestor of all dragons, the leader of all spirits, controls chaos and created the world. It is the source of all divine beasts' bloodlines and the destination of all laws. Legend has it that any bloodline of a divine beast must bow before the ancestral dragon. Whether it's the divine phoenix or the true dragon, they are merely its vassals. When Xiao Qingyue heard this, her delicate body trembled violently. She remembered something. She remembered the dragon roar that resounded through the heavens and earth when Gu Chen burst out with all his strength in the Sword Valley. She remembered the nine heavens' divine phoenix bloodline in her body, and the trembling and submission that came from the depths of her soul before the dragon's roar. Could it be? An extremely absurd thought, yet it seemed to be the only explanation, was growing wildly in her mind. You mean Xiao Qingyue's voice began to tremble. I'm just guessing. Xiaoningshuan looked at her and said word by word, "It can make our sacred bloodline submit to it, it can ignore our protective qi, it can easily repair our bloodline defects. Apart from the legendary Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body, I can't think of a second possibility." Boom! Xia Qingyue's brain seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, completely blanking out. Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body. That physique that only exists in myths and legends, is praised as the strongest, most supreme, and above divine physique in the world. He actually possesses this kind of physique? At this moment, all the doubts and puzzles seemed to have answers. Why could he easily see through their bloodline defects? Why could he easily suppress the divine phoenix fire and true dragon coldness in their bodies? Why could he easily kill those powerful monsters that they thought were invincible in seconds? Because he is not at the same level of life as them. He is God. He is a true God walking among the human world. This realization stirred up an unprecedented, surging wave in Xia Qingyue's heart. She sat there blankly, unable to speak for a long time. "Sister." Xiaoningshuan looked at her distraught appearance and spoke again. "If he truly possesses the Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body, then the blood curse of our royal family would probably be a piece of cake for him. And you, sister, you possess the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Body, which, combined with his primordial Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body, is a perfect match of yin and yang, a match made in heaven. This may not be a deal, but a destined, God-given opportunity." Xiaoningshuan's words, like a morning bell, exploded in Xia Qingyue's sea of consciousness. Opportunity? A match made in heaven? Xia Qingyue looked at her sister, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with confusion. Does she really want to accept this so-called opportunity? Does she really want to become that man's woman? She doesn't know. But she knew that her heart was completely messed up. Chapter 90 On the eve of the storm. Clouds move in all directions. When the sun rises again from the horizon, a new day has arrived. However, for the upper class in Zhanghai City, this night was destined to be a sleepless night. Countless pieces of news, like snowflakes, flew from the restricted area outside the East City Gate to every corner of the city. Gu Chen, the second son of the Gu family, single-handedly broke into the abyss of black fog. Not only did he return safely, but he also brought back a huge amount of natural treasures that were enough to drive the entire Zhanghai City crazy. The elite team led by Lu Ruyan, the genius eldest daughter of the Lu family, was completely wiped out, and she herself was so angry that she vomited blood and fainted on the spot. The Li family, Wang family and other teams of several first-rate families were also wiped out. Her Royal Highness the Princess personally ordered the most elite Red Dragon Guards to escort the Gu family's trophies back to the Gu Mansion, and announced that Zhanghai City would enter the highest level of military control. The two princesses even announced that they would temporarily stay in Zhanghai City to personally take charge of the Gu family. Every piece of news was like a heavy bomb, blowing the entire Zhanghai City to pieces. The first reaction of everyone who heard the news was disbelief. Are you kidding me? This script is too outrageous, isn't it? Gu Chen? The playboy whose engagement was broken off and who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun? Could he be so capable? And he single-handedly plundered the Black Mist Abyss? This is even more fantastic than the stories told by storytellers. However, when they saw that the teams of Red Dragon Guards, armed with live ammunition and full of murderous intent, had blocked the entire area where the Gu family was located. When they saw Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, and Wang Tang, the head of the Wang family, being carried out of the restricted area, one was foaming at the mouth and the other looked like an idiot. When they saw Lu Qinghai, the head of the Lu family, holding his unconscious daughter, his desolate back seemed to have aged 20 years overnight. They had to believe it. As a result, the entire upper-class circle of Zhanghai City was in an uproar. Countless families and forces began to act frantically. They used all available connections and channels to find out what exactly happened in the abyss of black mist. I want to know how powerful that second-generation rich guy named Gu Chen is. Those family heads who were fortunate enough to watch the video in the restricted area held the highest-level family meeting as soon as they returned to the family. There is only one content of the meeting. That is, to repair the relationship with the Gu family at all costs. So, it started from early morning. Outside the gate of the Gu family, which had been closed for several days, there was a hustle and bustle of people. The entire street was filled with luxury cars with license plates from major families. These family heads and elders are usually high and mighty, and can make Zhanghai City tremble with just a stomp of their feet. At this moment, they were all like the most devout believers, bringing their sons and nephews, holding the most precious gifts, and waiting respectfully outside the gate of the Gu family. They didn't even dare to knock on the door. I can only wait quietly. Waiting for the Gu family to come out. Waiting for that godlike figure to take a look at them. And at this moment, as the center of all this storm, inside the Gu family mansion, however, there was peace and tranquility. Gu Tianming sat in the main seat, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, but there was no joy on his face. He felt very complicated. On the one hand, he felt sincerely proud of his son's extraordinary performance. But on the other hand, he was also frightened by the power displayed by Gu Chen, which was completely beyond his understanding. He felt that he was becoming less and less confident as the head of the family. He didn't even know what attitude he should use to face his son who had grown into a towering tree. Master. The housekeeper walked in and bowed as he reported. Outside, the Li family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, almost all the prominent families in Zhanghai City have sent people here. They are all waiting outside the door, saying they want to come and apologize to you, the second young master. Carrying a thorny stick to ask for forgiveness? Gu Tianming sneered when he heard this. What did you do this morning? Back then, when my Gu family broke off the engagement, they all avoided me like snakes and scorpions and took advantage of my misfortune. Now, seeing my son's rise, they all come over like cats smelling fish. This world is so realistic that it makes people sick. Although he said this, he knew in his heart that this was the law of survival in this world. The strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Let them wait. Gu Tianming waved his hand and said calmly, just say that I'm not feeling well and the second young master is still resting and won't see anyone. He knew that now was not the time to meet these people. The Gu family needs time to digest this huge gain. It also takes time to reposition myself in Zhanghai City. And all of this requires waiting for his son to make the decision. Yes, master. The butler took the order and retreated. Gu Tianming picked up the teacup and took a sip. His gaze penetrated the window and looked towards the courtyard where Gu Chen lived. His eyes were filled with emotion and a hint of expectation. Brat, how terrifying have you become? And what kind of glorious future will you lead the Gu family into? He doesn't know. But he waits and sees. Chapter 91 After 3 days of tenderness, it's time to get down to business. Rearranged the outline, rewrote this chapter, refreshed and reread. The Gu family mansion, the small courtyard that once became the laughingstock of Zhanghai because of Gu Chen's nonsense, has now become the most sacred forbidden area in the entire city. The Red Dragon Guard's fortifications are as strong as an iron barrel, completely isolating this place from the outside world. Any spiritual consciousness that dares to peek will be crushed into pieces by an invisible force the moment it comes into contact with it. Outside the mansion, the sun was shining brightly. The heat waves from rows of luxury flying cars distorted the air. Those family heads and powerful figures who could shake the rivers and seas with just a stomp of their feet were now braving the scorching heat, holding valuable gifts, and looking forward to it with sweat dripping down their cheeks. They just wanted to see the immortal figure in the courtyard. However, as the absolute center of this storm, Gu Chen knew nothing about it. Or perhaps he was too lazy to care. 3 full days. He locked himself in the small courtyard, not going out of the main gate or the second gate. The turbulent situation and changes of power in the outside world are just a few ripples in the pond to him. During these 3 days, he only focused on one thing. Accompany my wife. The sunlight penetrates the window lattice, casting warm spots of light on the soft bed. Lu Ruyu curled up in Gu Chen's arms, sleeping soundly and contentedly. Her snow-white cheeks were still flushed with a charming blush, her long eyelashes covered her lower eyelids, and the corners of her mouth were unconsciously curved upwards, as if she was immersed in a sweet dream. Gu Chen lay on his side, one hand behind his head, and the other hand gently covering Lu Ruyu's belly, which had not yet bulged. Under the fingertips, a wonderful rhythm came from the soft and slightly raised area. It is faint, but contains the supreme sacred aura. This rhythm resonates mysteriously with one's heartbeat and blood. That's his child. A supreme crystal that combines his chaos ancestral dragon body and Lu Ruyu's Xianin divine body. Divine chaos embryo. When he thought of this, the deepest part of Gu Chen's heart was completely wrapped in softness. He leaned over and gave Lu Ruyu a light kiss on her smooth and plump forehead. The delicate body in his arms trembled slightly. Lu Ruyu let out a nasal moan and slowly opened her sparkling almond eyes. Husband. Her voice was hoarse and lazy, a voice that sounded like she had just woken up, and so soft that you could squeeze water out of it. Awake? Gu Chen stared at her, the doting in his eyes almost overflowing. Lu Ruyu took the initiative to shrink into his arms, finding a more stable position. She rubbed her little face against his solid chest dependently, absorbing the breath that made her feel extremely at ease. Husband, how long have we slept? Not much, Guchen said calmly, just 3 days. Ha? 3 days? Lu Ruyu sat up in shock, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. Then, what about the things outside? And Her Royal Highness the Princess and the others? She remembered clearly that her husband had brought back a mountain of treasures from the Black Mist Abyss, and 2 noble princesses had also moved into the mansion. Thousands of things were waiting for him to deal with. How could he? The old man will take care of things outside, so there's no rush. Gu Chen nonchalantly took her into his arms again, and his big hands began to wander around unruly, feeling the skin as smooth as top-grade silk. Even if the sky falls, I have to wait until I feed you. Ah! Husband! You are bad again. Lu Ruyu's cheeks flushed instantly. She held down Gu Chen's mischievous hand and her voice became tearful. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. It's been 3 whole days. This man, after coming back, was like a tireless dragon. It's fine during the day. I just hold her in the sun and watch the clouds roll by. But at night, he turned into a hungry wolf, and used the most domineering and direct way to demand and possess her over and over again, as if he wanted to rub her completely into his bones and blood. Although she was immersed in the ultimate pleasure every time, her mortal body was really about to fall apart. No? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned over and pressed Lu Ruyu under him, looking at her shy and afraid look, with a hint of anticipation hidden deep in her eyes, and he felt extremely proud. Of course he knew that Lu Ruyu's current physical condition had already reached its limit. The reason why he stayed awake for 3 days was partly due to the primitive impulse of feeling like he was newly married after a long separation. More importantly, he was using his most refined Chaos Ancestral Dragon origin to constantly cleanse her Xianyin divine body, while nourishing the unformed Chaos fetus in her belly. During these 3 days, although Lu Ruyu's cultivation did not improve at all, her physical essence underwent earth-shaking changes, becoming more condensed, pure, and sacred. The fetus in the belly was also completely stable, and its vitality was extremely vigorous. This is his biggest gain from this trip. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that tears were really welling up in the corners of her eyes, Gu Chen finally showed mercy, kissed her hard on the lips, and then sat up. He stretched. Crackle! The joints all over his body roared like a dragon, making a series of continuous explosions. Although the land of gentleness is nice, the flies are annoying. It's time to get down to business. He turned around and looked at Lu Ruyu, who was lying on the bed, limp and powerless, and grinned. Wife, get dressed. Your husband will take you out to see a big show. Lu Ruyu blinked blankly. Watch a show? What show do you want to watch? An hour later. The atmosphere in the Gu family's largest meeting room was solemn and even a bit depressing. Gu Tianming sat upright in the main seat, his face as gloomy as water, but his slightly trembling hand on the armrest revealed the turmoil in his heart. On his left were the 2 princesses, the serene and cool Xia Qingyue and the slightly more lively Xia Ningxuan, and behind them stood the guard captain Ji Lang, who stood upright. On the right side were 9 laborers who had just showered, changed into new clothes. They were so excited that they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Their bodies were tense and they sat awkwardly. Behind them, there were 5 guards wearing royal armor. They also changed into clean armor, their postures were as straight as guns, and their eyes were full of fanatical admiration as they looked towards the door. Everyone is here. They are all waiting for someone. Waiting for the man who will completely change the fate of all of them. Squeak! The door to the hall was slowly pushed open. Light poured in, and everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. Gu Chen held Lu Ruyu's hand and walked in leisurely. He was still wearing simple white casual clothes, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, looking lazy and casual. Lu Ruyu, who was beside him, changed into a simple goose yellow long dress and followed him like a little bird. Everyone present had their pupils shrink. However, after not seeing each other for 3 days, Lu Ruyu's entire temperament has changed drastically. That absolutely beautiful face had even more breathtaking holiness and charm than it had 3 days ago. Her skin was as smooth as jade, with a faint glow of precious light. Everyone had only one thought in their mind, a perfect couple. Gu Chen ignored everyone's different looks, pulled Lu Ruyu, and walked straight to the center of the hall. He looked around and cleared his throat. That lazy yet extremely clear voice that resounded in everyone's ears announced the beginning of a new era. Okay, everyone's here. Then let's begin. Gu Chen paused, grinned, and revealed a row of white teeth. Let's divide the spoils. Chapter 92, The Spoils Division Meeting. Awesome wealth. Rearranged the outline, rewrote this chapter, refreshed and reread. Divide the spoils? Gu Chen uttered two words lightly, and the air in the hall seemed to be sucked dry in an instant. Gu Tianming's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and the scalding tea almost spilled out. This brat! Don't you know how to use such an elegant word as reward according to merit? You have to make it sound like a mountain king dividing gold and silver. He was just about to put on a stern face and scold with the authority of the head of the family, but he met Gu Chen's half-smiling eyes. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. Never mind. He is now the head of this family. Sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang exchanged glances, each understanding the other's helplessness and smile. This man always does the most precise things in the most direct, even roughest way. Cough. Gu Chen seemed to have noticed the subtle atmosphere. He coughed dryly and waved his hand lazily. It's just a slip of the tongue. Don't worry about the details. It's a reward based on merit. He walked to the huge rosewood table in the middle of the hall and casually threw an account book on the table with a dull sound. I'm sure you all know what we've gained from the Black Mist Abyss, so I won't blind you by listing them one by one. Gu Chen's tone suddenly became calm, with an unquestionable sense of control. According to the previous agreement, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, this batch of supplies will be selected by the royal family first. His gaze fell on Xia Qingyue. The noble princess had a dignified demeanor and a cold expression. Your Highness, you can send someone to take inventory. Take what you like. As for the price. Gu Chen tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, paused, and then grinned, revealing his white teeth. Market price, 20% off. After all, you guys contributed, even though it was just the hard labor of moving things. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of Ji Lang and the other 6 royal guards instantly turned purple, and they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It is indeed a coolie. Moreover, it was the most humiliating and enviable labor they had ever done in their lives. Something shattered deep within Xia Qingyue's phoenix eyes, which were like coal ponds. 20% off the market price? She knew better than anyone how terrifyingly valuable that batch of supplies was. That was almost the entire year's treasury tax revenue of the Yanxia royal family. A 20% discount means that Gu Chen has easily given the royal family an invisible mountain of gold. This is no longer a gesture of goodwill. This is a display of overwhelming kindness. A powerful charity that you can't refuse and can only express gratitude for. She stared at Gu Chen, trying to find any trace of calculation or greed on that overly young face. But no. There was only pure, almost arrogant calm. Good. After a long moment, Xia Qingyue's cold voice rang out, carrying a hint of dryness that she herself was unaware of. On behalf of the royal family, I thank Master Gu. She didn't say generous. Because in front of this man, any polite words seem hypocritical. She didn't refuse either. Because the royal family needed these supplies, and her sister needed them even more. To refuse would mean to create a mortal enemy with this man who would be able to shake the country in the future. As for the rest. Gu Chen turned his gaze to Gu Tianming. Dad, our Gu family is holding an auction in Zhanghai City. Auction? Gu Tianming was stunned. Right. Gu Chen nodded, his eyes flashing with a light of insight. Our Gu family can't swallow such a big cake in one bite. If we try to swallow it, we will choke to death. Instead of attracting hungry wolves, why not cut the cake ourselves and share it with everyone? We can not only convert these resources into cash as quickly as possible, but also use this opportunity to tell the entire Jianghai city who the new king is. By the way, we can also make those fence-sitter families owe us a huge favor. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Gu Tianming's heart. He looked at his son in front of him, his mind going blank. The face that was usually calm and dignified now only showed confusion and shock. He always thought that his son was just tough. Only now did he realize how wrong he was. This vision. This pattern. How can this be a boy under 20 years old? This is clearly a peerless hero who has been dormant for thousands of years and is ready to stir up the world once he is born. Gu Tianming suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of weakness, but what followed was a sense of pride and relief that soared to the sky. The Yangtze River's new waves push the old ones forward? No. The next wave of his family is a monstrous wave that will sweep the entire era under its feet. Well. Gu Tianming's voice trembled, he nodded heavily, and his eyes felt a little hot. Just do as you say. Dad will arrange it himself. From this moment on, he knew that he could hand over the position of the head of the Gu family. The Gu family already has a helmsman who is 100 times more qualified than him. Okay, I'm done with the big head thing. Gu Chen clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention again. That lazy smile appeared on his face again. Next, we'll truly divide the spoils. His gaze was fixed precisely on the 9 laborers who stood frozen in place like wooden sculptures. Zhang Dali. Here. Master Gu. The head laborer Zhang Dali trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. He suddenly straightened his back and roared to the sky. You 9 have done more hard work than merit. Gu Chen tossed a storage ring in his hand. I've decided to take out 1/10,000th of the total revenue as your reward. 1 in 10,000? Zhang Dali and the other 9 were completely bewildered. They were rough people and had no idea what that meant. But Gu Tianming and Xia Qingyue, who were standing by, felt their breathing stop the moment they heard this number. 1 in 10,000. 1/10,000th of that wealth is enough to drive any first-rate family in Shanghai City completely crazy. Use such a huge sum of money to reward 9 porters? However, Gu Chen's next words made their world completely collapse. Except for money. Gu Chen spoke softly, his voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated into everyone's ears. From today on, the 9 of you are my, Gu Chen's, personal followers. Any of your descendants who possess even the slightest talent for cultivation can enter the Gu family martial arts hall and enjoy the same treatment as the direct descendants. I, Gu Chen. Teach in person. Dead silence. The silence was so dead that you could hear a pin drop. Wealth. That's a number. But what about the quota for Master Gu's personal disciple? This is not an overnight success. This is a blood replacement, a complete reversal of the family's destiny. It paves a path to the heavens for future generations. Plop. Zhang Dali's legs could no longer support the weight of his body, and he was the first to kneel down. His whole body was shaking violently, and tears were pouring out like beads from a broken string. Then, the 8 strong men behind him, who were as strong as iron towers, knelt down in unison like a landslide. The look they gave Gu Chen was no longer one of admiration or awe. That's God. He is the only God in their mortal lives. Master Gu, you are our adopted parents. Zhang Dali burst into tears and began to kowtow frantically to Gu Chen. The forehead collided with the hard floor, making a teeth-grinding bang sound. Okay, don't break your head. My Gu family won't reimburse you. Gu Chen waved his hand with a hint of disgust. His gaze then fell on Ji Lang and the other 6 royal guards, and there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. As for the 6 of you, giving money as a reward would make it seem like I'm buying off the royal family, which is inappropriate. Gu Chen touched his chin. Let's do this. From the items left over from the royal family before the auction, each of the 6 of you can go in and take any 3 items. He emphasized his tone and spoke each word with emphasis. Remember, it's take whatever you want. The bodies of the 6 royal guards completely froze at the same time. Something exploded in their minds. Just take 3? Those mountains of king-level crystal cores? The pendulum scales that are half a step away from spiritual transformation and are glowing with lightning? What about the rare treasure that even Her Royal Highness the Princess is attracted by? Any one of them would be enough to save them 100 years of detour. Gudong. Ji Lang swallowed hard. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He looked at Gu Chen, his lips trembling, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. In the end, he could only kneel on one knee in front of Gu Chen with the 5 guards behind him who were also excited to the point of suffocating, and perform the most solemn guard salute. Thank you, Master Gu, for giving me a new life. Their voices were hoarse, yet filled with gratitude and submission from the depths of their souls. Chapter 93 The head of the Wang family knelt down and offered half of his property in exchange for a chance to live. The spoils division meeting in the Gu family's meeting hall ended in an almost crazy atmosphere. The 9 laborers had blank minds and unsteady steps. They were like ordinary people who had won a huge prize. Led by the housekeeper, they were dazed and went to arrange accommodation and handle the procedures for joining the clan, which they had never dared to think about in the past. Even as they stepped out of the hall, they still felt like they were in a dream, their feet stepping on solid ground but unable to feel any weight. Ji Lang and 6 other royal guards were left behind by Xia Qingyue. they will assist the princess in taking inventory of the supplies that will soon shock the entire empire. Everyone tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in their hearts, but their frighteningly bright eyes and the grinning mouths that could not be suppressed had already completely betrayed them. In the entire Jianhai city, the undercurrent completely turned into a huge wave because of Gu Chen's decision. The two pieces of news spread to every corner of the city at a speed faster than the plague, detonating everyone who heard it. The first piece of news: the Gu family will publicly auction the massive amount of natural treasures brought back from the Black Mist Abyss. The second piece of news: the royal family will send a top team composed of weapon refining masters and alchemy masters to Jianhai City to assist the Gu family in identification and valuation. When these two pieces of news, one after another, reached the ears of the heads of the major families in Jianhai City, the entire upper-class circle was completely detonated. Li family mansion. There was deathly silence in the meeting hall. The head of the family, Li Changfeng, sat in the main seat. The blood color on his face, which was always calm, had faded away, leaving only a paleness. He held the warm purple clay teacup in his hand. But what came from the fingertips was not the temperature of the tea, but a biting coldness coming from the depths of the soul. Below, the core elders of the Li family hung their heads, even deliberately slowing down their breathing, and were silent as a cicada in fear. Can anyone tell me what to do now? Li Changfeng's voice was dry and hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. No one answered. What to do? What else can I do? The last glimmer of hope was crushed by the actions of the royal family. They had been delusional before, thinking that Gu Chen was just lucky and those rumors were nothing but exaggerations. But now, even the royal weapon refining master and alchemy master are coming. This only means one thing. The treasures in the Gu family's hands are so valuable that even the royal family has to treat them seriously. Further explanation. Gu Chen, the second-generation rich man who was regarded as a waste by their Li family, actually plundered the entire Black Mist Abyss by his own strength. This fact broke their last psychological defense. Master, maybe, there is still a chance? An elder spoke tremblingly, his voice filled with tears. We also sent people to deliver gifts before. The Gu family is considering. Gift? Li Changfeng let out a short and strange laugh, like a leaky bellows. He raised his hands suddenly. Bang! He smashed his most beloved purple clay teacup to the ground, breaking it into pieces. The crisp explosion made all the elders' hearts skip a beat. You call that a gift? Li Changfeng pointed at the elder, his voice suddenly rising, sharp and distorted. Do you know that the things Gu Chen casually gives to his servants are hundreds or thousands of times more valuable than the gifts our Li family can scrape together from the ground? Do you still think our Li family can catch his eye? What we consider an heirloom is probably not even as good as garbage on the street in his eyes. Every word Li Changfeng said turned into the most vicious curse, entering the ears of everyone present. Yes. Only now did they painfully realize that they and the Gu family were no longer in the same world. They had previously attempted to compete with the Gu family for the position of the number one family in Jianhai City. Thinking about it now, it seems so ridiculous. How dare you overestimate your own abilities? It's over. It's all over. All the strength in Li Changfeng's body was drained away in an instant, and he slumped back into the chair. The image of Gu Chen's cynical yet all-controlling look at the city hall meeting appeared uncontrollably in his mind. He remembered every time he mocked Gu Chen. He recalled every time he joined forces with the Wang family to suppress the Gu family. Those strategies that he was proud of now seemed like nothing more than a clown jumping around in front of God. How sad. Regret and fear, like two invisible hands, tightly gripped his heart, almost suffocating him. Just then. Master! Master! Something bad has happened. A servant rushed in, tumbling and crawling, his face full of fear as if he had seen a ghost. What are you panicking about? How disgraceful! An elder shouted subconsciously. Wang family. The servant was breathing heavily, his voice trembling and out of tune. Wang Tang, the head of the Wang family, he brought all the core members of the Wang family. Kneeling at the gate of the Gu family. What? Li Changfeng jumped up from his chair as if struck by lightning. Wang Tang. That fat guy who was even more arrogant than him and has always joined forces with him to fight against the Gu family. He even had people carry more than a dozen large boxes, the servant added, crying. I heard that they contain half of the Wang family's property. He also said that he, Wang Tang, was blind and had offended a divine being. He was willing to give away half of his family fortune, just to ask Master Gu to spare the lives of his Wang family. In addition, he also offered his own daughter, who had awakened a supreme talent, to Gu Chen as a concubine. Boom! Li Chongfeng's head buzzed. The whole world is spinning. Wang Tang. Wang Tang, who was arrogant to the core, actually did this. Donate half of your property. Offer your legitimate daughter as a concubine. This is a legitimate daughter who has awakened an extraordinary talent. Just for a way to survive. What about his Li family? The Wang family, at most, just made verbal provocations. But it was Li Chongfeng who was the one who actually did it behind the scenes. If Gu Chen wants to settle accounts, the first one to die will be his Li family. An extreme coldness instantly overwhelmed all his senses. Li Chongfeng didn't dare to think about it anymore. He felt his legs go weak and could no longer support the weight of his body. Plop. He knelt straight on the broken pieces of the teacup that he had smashed with his own hands. The expression on his face was more intense than deathly silence, a look of utter despair. Wang Tang donated half of his property and asked for a dog life. What else can the Li family offer? He knows. The end of the Li family is coming. Yes, it's already here. Chapter 94 Chapter 90 for the Wang family's gamble. Giving away their daughter as a concubine. The atmosphere in the Wang family mansion was completely different from the gloomy atmosphere in the Li family mansion. It's a solemn and murderous atmosphere here. Wang Tang, the head of the Wang family, the fat man who usually has a bloated head and gasps for breath after walking a few steps, is now wearing the most formal black martial arts uniform. His back was straight, like a spear about to pierce the sky. Standing in front of him were all the core members of the Wang family. From the white-haired supreme elders to the young disciples who had just reached adulthood, no one was absent. Everyone's face was filled with a sense of tragedy and determination to fight to the death. I've said everything I need to say. Wang Tang's voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the hall where it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Our Wang family did something wrong before. So wrong, so hopelessly wrong. His sharp eyes swept over everyone. We have offended a divine being whose back we are not even qualified to look up to. Now, it's time to pay the price for our own stupidity. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of these words hit everyone's heart. I have decided to take out half of the Wang family's wealth and go to the Gu family to apologize. Who among you objects? Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop in the hall, with only the sound of heavy, suppressed breathing. Half of the family fortune. That was the foundation built bit by generations of the Wang family with their blood, sweat, and even their lives. Just give it away like that? Anyone who dared to say this yesterday would be torn to pieces on the spot. But now, they couldn't even utter a syllable of opposition. Because every word the patriarch said was right. They were wrong. And the mistake was big enough to bring ruin to the entire family. Master, I just don't understand. A young man finally couldn't stand the pressure anymore, mustered up the courage, and asked in a trembling voice. We really have no other way to go? Another way? Wang Tang smiled miserably, his laughter full of despair. Tell me, what other options do we have? Are you waiting for that Mr. Gu to get upset and come over to settle the score, uproot our Wang family, and completely wipe it off the map of Jianghai City? Or do you think that even if our Wang family put all their efforts into it, we can fight against a being that can kill dozens of peak-level condensation realm monsters with just one finger? Wang Tang almost shouted out his last words. The young man's face turned pale in an instant, his legs went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Yes. In the face of such great power, any struggle is just a futile joke. I'm not doing this for myself. A trace of deep pain flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. I'm doing this for you, for our Wang family, so that we can still survive and continue. It's a gamble. I'm betting half of the Wang family's future on Mr. Gu, that he's not a bloodthirsty person. I bet he'll see our Wang family's sincerity and be willing to give us a chance to mend our ways. If I won the bet. Even though our Wang family has been severely damaged, our foundation is still there. As long as we can cling to the towering tree of the Gu family in the future, there may be a day when we can make a comeback. If I lose the bet. Wang Tang took a deep breath, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. That can only mean that this is our Wang family's fate. Even if I die, I, Wang Tang, will never bring you any trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by the determination in his words. But this is not the end. Wang Tang's gaze passed through the crowd and fell on a graceful girl behind him. That's his daughter, Wang Jinyao. The most gifted Mingzhu in the Wang family over the past 100 years, at the age of 18, had already awakened the Fire Phoenix bloodline and was hailed as one of the leaders of the younger generation in Jianhai City. She is very beautiful, bright, and bold. Just like a flaming rose blooming wildly under the scorching sun, it exudes burning vitality and inviolable pride. Ji Niao. Wang Tang spoke, his voice no longer as low as before, but instead carried an uncontrollable trembling and pain. Wang Jinyao's delicate body trembled, and she walked out of the crowd, with doubts in her bright eyes. Father. Except for half of the family property. Every word Wang Tang said seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, stained with blood. You will accompany me to the Gu family as part of my sin offering. What? When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. All the members of the Wang family looked at Wang Tang with incredible eyes, as if they were looking at a madman. Sacrifice your daughter? Or is she the proudest and most talented daughter of their Wang family? Master. No. A white-haired supreme elder stood up excitedly. Jin Yao is the future hope of our Wang family. How could you? Shut up. Wang Tang suddenly roared, his eyes red, like a mad tiger. Hope for the future? Does our Wang family still have a future? If we don't do this, we will all die. The entire Wang family will be wiped out from Jianhai City. All our hopes will be shattered. His roar silenced the Grand Elder instantly, and his old face was filled with sadness and powerlessness. Yes. I'm almost dead, what's the point of talking about the future? Wang Jinyao was completely stunned. The color on her usually passionate face faded and turned pale. Father, what did you say? She couldn't believe her ears. The father who held her in his hands and treated her like a treasure since she was a child, wanted to give her away as a gift? You heard right. Wang Tang avoided his daughter's gaze filled with shock and pain, and his voice was as cold as iron. Master Gu is a peerless hero. If you could become his concubine and serve him tea and water, it would be an honor for my Wang family and a great blessing for you. Concubine. These two words, like two loud slaps in the face, slapped Wang Jinyao hard. She smiled. It was a sad and desperate smile. Blessing? Father, in your eyes, is your daughter just a commodity that can be used to exchange for the family's survival? Her voice was not loud, but every word was heart-piercing. Shut up. Wang Tang's heart felt like it was stabbed by a knife, but his face became even colder. This is not a deal, it's atonement. Since we've offended this person, we must offer the most precious sacrifice. Our Wang family, apart from half of the family property, the most precious thing is you, Wang Jinyao. I don't agree. Wang Jinyao raised her head stubbornly, tears welling up in her eyes but never falling. That was her last pride as a favored daughter of heaven. I, Wang Jinyao, will never be a concubine even if I die. It's not up to you. Wang Tang's voice was extremely cold and desperate. Chapter 95 Undercurrent Surges. Bloodbath of the Gu family. Wang Tang walked towards his daughter step by step, looking at the face that was 7 points similar to his deceased wife, looking at the stubbornness and hatred in her eyes, his heart was bleeding. But he can't retreat. Do you think this is a discussion with you? You think you still have a choice? Don't even mention being a concubine. Even if Master Gu wants you to be a slave, you have to accept it with a smile. Wang Tang's voice suddenly rose, like thunder exploding in the hall. Do you think you can resist that man? With just one finger, he can crush dozens of peak-level condensation realm monsters to death. With just one word from him, the life and death of our entire Wang family can be decided. Your pride? Your talent? What does it mean in front of him? I tell you, it's worthless. Wang Tang's words were like heavy hammers, hitting Wang Jinyao's heart hard and smashing her pitiful pride into pieces. Yes. In the face of such great power, what are her talents and her pride? It's just a joke. Seeing his daughter's face turn pale in an instant and lose all its spirit, Wang Tang turned around and stopped looking at her. He was afraid that if he looked at it again, he would become soft-hearted. He used all his strength to maintain his dignity and coolness as the head of the family and gave the final order. Someone come. Watch out, young lady. Tomorrow, come with me to the Gu family and apologize. There was dead silence in the hall. Only the young girl was left, silent tears streaming down her face, which was once filled with pride but now filled with despair. The Wang family's desperate gamble, a gamble of their entire fortune, was like a meteorite crashing into the turbulent undercurrent of Zhanghai City. In an instant, 1,000 huge waves were stirred up. All the noble families who received the news were horrified. They didn't expect that Wang Tong, the fat man who was always known for being a reckless man, actually had such terrifying courage. Half of the family fortune. If you say you will give it to me, I will give it to you. A daughter of the most extraordinary talent. I said I would give it to you, so I gave it to you. This decisiveness and ruthlessness sent chills down the spines of countless family heads. And those second and third-rate families who had offended the Gu family before but were still hesitating and waiting, could no longer sit still. If even a giant like the Wang family is like this, what are they? The heads of the families, like wild dogs whose tails were stepped on, began to plunder the family property like crazy, prepare generous gifts, and swarm towards the Gu family. For a moment, the scene outside the Gu family's gate was more lively than the busiest commercial center. All kinds of top-of-the-line luxury cars blocked the entire street. Those family heads and elders who usually live a life of luxury are now like primary school students who have made mistakes. They are squeezed in the crowd and have no place to rest. However, just when almost all the local forces in Zhanghai City were racking their brains to figure out how to curry favor with the Gu family, some unfamiliar auras that do not belong here have quietly crept into the city at the center of the storm. In the south of the city, there is an abandoned dock warehouse. Dozens of figures gathered in the shadows, like evil spirits crawling out of hell. They exude a strong sense of coldness, bloodiness, and violence. The leader was a skinny one-eyed man with a hideous scar on his face that looked like a centipede, making his only remaining eye look particularly sinister. His cultivation aura was surprisingly at the peak of the condensation realm. Big brother, we made the right decision to come to Zhanghai City. A burly man with a face full of flesh licked his lips, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. I heard that the kid from the Gu family got close to the royal family and brought out a mountain of gold from the black mist abyss. Gold mountain? The one-eyed man sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Idiot, can that compare to a mountain of gold? That is the avenue that will allow us, Tianyihui, to become the underground emperor of the southern part of Yanxia nation. He looked around, his voice full of temptation. A little kid in a desolate place, barely wet behind the ears, got lucky and got some treasure, and now he thinks he's a big shot? He thinks that with his limited skills, he can hold on to such immense wealth? It's simply a fool's dream. The one-eyed man's voice was filled with absolute confidence. That's what Big Brother said. Big Brother is awesome. The surrounding gangsters immediately joined in enthusiastically. We've all found out. That guy didn't do anything in the secret realm. He was hiding behind the royal guards the entire time. That's right. I heard he's still having affairs with the two princesses. He's just a wimp who relies on women to get to the top. I've seen a lot of guys like him. With a fellow like him, I'm afraid even a finger of yours wouldn't be enough to stop him. The one-eyed man listened to his men's flattery, and the smile on his face became more and more proud. Of course, he didn't believe that a young man under 20 years old could be so strong. Spiritual transformation realm? What a joke! There are only a handful of geniuses of that level in the entire Yanxia kingdom. Which one of them is not worshipped like an ancestor by the top sects? How could it appear in a remote place like Zhanghai City? The intelligence may be wrong, but the temptation of wealth is enough to make him ignore all risks. A cold light flashed in the one-eyed man's eye. Pass my orders. Tonight, the moon is dark and the wind is strong. Exactly, when murder and arson occurred. Brothers, get ready. He licked his cracked lips and spoke word by word. Tonight, we will massacre the Gu family. Chapter 96 Goddess will strike. A good show. The night was as dark as ink, engulfing the entire Zhanghai City. The hustle and bustle of the day was replaced by deep silence. The lights in the area where the Gu family mansion is located are still on. Here is the center of the storm. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes are greedily watching the same focus. Gu family. And the Wang family members who were kneeling at the door of the Gu family, their bodies already stiff. Everyone wants to know how the Gu family will deal with the Wang family. How will the godlike second young master of the Gu family settle accounts with all those who have offended him? This determines the future of all families in Zhanghai City. Families that are more informed, such as the Zhao family, have already looked beyond the high walls of the Gu mansion and into the dark corners of the city. Zhao family mansion. The head of the family, Zhao Dihai, stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking in the distance in the direction of the Gu family. Behind him is his son, Zhao Qiyuan. "Father, the news is confirmed." Zhao Qiyuan's voice was low, but it couldn't hide the heaviness in it. "The members of the Tianyi society have entered the city. Leading the team is the leader, one-eyed dragon Xiaoshan, who is at the peak of the condensation realm and a deity in the southern underworld. There's also the Blood Demon sect, the Three Wolf Gang. People from the underworld forces in the surrounding cities have all come. They have already connected with the local tyrants in the city. It looks like they are going to take action against the Gu family tonight." Zhao Qiyuan revealed all the information he had obtained. Zhao Dihai's expression remained calm after hearing this. He turned slowly, his eyes falling on his son's young face. "Qiyuan, what do you think our Zhao family should do now?" Zhao Qiyuan was stunned. He didn't expect his father to test him. He pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "Father, do you mean to inform the Gu family of this news?" "Inform?" Zhao Dihai shook his head, and a glimmer of seeing through the world flashed in the depths of his eyes. "No, we're not doing anything." "Nothing?" Zhao Qiyuan was completely confused. "But father, this is the perfect opportunity for us to curry favor with Master Gu." "Chance?" Zhao Dihai chuckled, and in that chuckle there was a hint of emotion for his son's innocence. "Who do you think Mr. Gu is? Do you think we can hide what our Zhao family can find from his eyes?" Zhao Qiyuan was struck by lightning and woke up instantly. Yes. How could he forget? That Mr. Gu is a godlike figure who can even create the doomsday scene in the restricted area video. In his eyes, the movements of a few gangsters are probably not even a joke. Then why did Master Gu? He's waiting. Zhao Dihai spoke each word with great emphasis, as if each word carried weight. Waiting for a stage to perform a good show of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Zhanghai City is in chaos because of him. Everyone's heart is full of weeds and they have thoughts that they shouldn't have. He needs a blood sacrifice. Use the most brutal and direct killing to cleanse everyone's greed and delusion. He wants to use the blood of these bandits to tell the entire Zhanghai City, the entire southern part of Yanxia. Whoever dares to lay his hands on Guchen's things will die. Zhao Dihai's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhao Qiyuan's heart. He stared at his father blankly, and only then did he realize how naive and short-sighted his own pattern and vision were. Then, we just sit at home and be spectators. Zhao Dihai sat down leisurely, picked up the teacup on the table, opened the lid, and blew away the floating tea leaves. Prepare the melon seeds and warm the tea. Tonight, Zhanghai City will have a once-in-a-century spectacle. Midnight. The moon hides and the wind howls. Dozens of black shadows slid along the ground and silently surrounded the Gu family mansion. The underworld coalition led by Tian Yihui has arrived. The one-eyed dragon Xiaoshan stared at the huge monster lurking in the darkness before him, his one eye revealing undisguised greed and tyranny. Strangeness. A thin man next to him spoke in a low voice. Brother, what's going on with the Gu family? There's not even a guard dog? Not only that, the royal guards have also withdrawn. Xiaoshan also frowned. It's too quiet. It was unusually quiet. Brother, is there an ambush? The thin man felt a little guilty. Ambush? Xiaoshan sneered, his one eye full of contempt. Just relying on those good-for-nothings in Zhanghai City? Or relying on that second young master of the Gu family who only knows how to hide behind women? Remember, in the face of my power, any calculation will only bring humiliation upon yourself. Xiaoshan has absolute confidence in his own strength. The peak of condensation realm. This level of cultivation is enough for him to dominate everything in Zhanghai City. Sanzi, take your men to clean up the periphery and don't let the patrol team come and ruin our plan. Xiaoshan ordered the thin man. Yes, big brother. Everyone else, follow me in. Xiaoshan waved his hand, took the lead, and moved as nimbly as a civet cat, leading everyone to silently jump over the several-meter-high wall. However, their toes had just touched the ground. Something strange happened suddenly. Without any warning, wisps of strange pink smoke rose from the grass, trees, and rocks in the courtyard. Is this the blood demon sect's soul-stirring powder? Xiaoshan was stunned at first, then a ferocious smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the useless people from the blood demon sect were so sensible and knew to pave the way for me in advance. The soul-stirring powder is the unique secret medicine of the blood demon sect. It is colorless and odorless. Once it spreads, it can penetrate through the skin. Those who are hit by it will immediately become infatuated and become at the mercy of others. It is a supreme product for killing, robbing, and plundering. Ha ha ha, God help me. One of the gangsters couldn't suppress the heat in his heart and grinned. Not only will I empty the Gu family later, I will also try with my own hands to see what that so-called divine body feels like. I heard she's a stunning beauty. That pretty boy got her for free. The gang of gangsters suddenly burst into suppressed and obscene laughter. They watched the pink smoke drifting precisely towards the only brightly lit courtyard deep in the mansion. Everyone's eyes were burning with an extreme desire for wealth and women. They seemed to have already seen the mountains of gold and silver beckoning to them. The beauty was lying on the couch, waiting for them to ravage her. Chapter 97. Who gave you the courage? The pink smoke flowed silently along the ground, along the cracks in the doors and windows, and seeped into every corner of the Gu family mansion. The mist carried a sweet and strange fragrance, enough to make the strongest warrior's bones and muscles weak within 3 breaths. Outside the mansion, in a dark corner, suppressed gasps of excitement could be heard one after another. The bandits lying in ambush, their blood boiling, stared with red eyes at the mansion which had fallen completely silent. Brother, it's done. A gangster lowered his voice trembling with excitement. The ecstasy powder has knocked down everyone inside. Hee, even a god would become a weakling if hit by this thing. Brother, don't wait. I can't wait to see that legendary divine body. The one-eyed dragon Xiaoshan stared at the direction of the courtyard with his only remaining eye, and deep in his pupils was an undisguised possessive desire. But he did not give the order immediately. As a powerful person at the peak of the condensation realm, he understands the meaning of caution better than anyone else. He raised his hand and made a downward gesture to stop his men from making any moves. Wait a little longer. His voice was low and hoarse. Wait for an incense stick. I want the entire Gu family, not even a dog can stand. His calmness was like a basin of cold water poured on everyone's heads, forcibly suppressing their impatient restlessness. Time passed by minute by second in the suffocating silence. In the darkness, there were only greedy and anxious gazes fixed on the mansion. Zhao family. Zhao Qiyuan's palms were covered in cold sweat. He looked at the strange pink smoke in the surveillance screen, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Father, they've already taken action. Master Gu, why didn't he react at all? Could it be? Zhao Dihai, however, was as steady as a rock, holding the teacup and blowing into it slowly and calmly. What's the rush? He took a sip of tea, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement as if he were watching a show. What a show! This has just begun. After a stick of incense had burned out, the last wisp of smoke dissipated. Brother! It's time! A gangster could no longer hold back and growled with bloodshot eyes. Good! Xiaoshan suddenly stood up, and his single eye emitted a terrifying and murderous light in the dark night. Brothers! Tonight is the night that God will make me famous and ascend to the sky. Follow me, kill! At the command, dozens of black shadows rushed out like hungry wolves out of a cage, with bloodthirsty roars, towards the courtyard that they thought was already in their pocket. There are endless wealth and legendary women. However, just as they rushed to the gate of the courtyard. Squeak! The gate of the courtyard opened. It was not kicked open, nor pushed open, but slowly opened on its own. A slender figure stood leisurely at the door. He was wearing a loose white nightgown, barefoot, and holding a cup of tea in his hand. The curling hot steam blurred his handsome face. He looked as if he just came out to see whose dog was barking in the middle of the night. It was Gu Chen. He looked at the group of murderous and ferocious-looking bandits in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. It's the middle of the night, and you're not sleeping. A memorial service is being held right in front of my house? His voice was very soft and faint, but like a needle, it pierced the eardrums of every gangster accurately. The tone of voice was filled with a casualness and indifference that came from deep within his bones. The few bandits who were rushing in the front suddenly froze in their tracks, and inertia almost caused them to fall to the ground. The ferocity on their faces froze instantly, turning into comical astonishment. My brain completely shut down. What's going on? What about the ecstasy powder? This person, why is he still standing? How dare you talk to them in this tone? You are Gu Chen? The one-eyed dragon Xiaoshan stood out from the crowd, his one eye narrowed into a dangerous slit as he looked at Gu Chen. There is no fluctuation of Yuanli. Not a single bit. Just an ordinary person. The last bit of vigilance in his heart disappeared in an instant. It seems that rumors are just rumors after all, and this guy is just a useless piece of trash with nothing but good looks. It's me. Gu Chen blew away the hot steam from the tea, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He glanced at Xiao Shan slowly. Who are you? Tell me your name. I won't kill nameless ghosts with my sword. Arrogant. Xiao Shan was furious. He is the dignified leader of the Tianyi society, a powerful person at the peak of the Ningyuan realm. Wherever he goes, he is respected as Master Xiao. Have you ever been ignored like this? Boy. Listen carefully. He pointed at Gu Chen and roared fiercely, I am your ancestor, one-eyed dragon Xiao Shan. Today, I, your ancestor, am here to take your life, steal your woman, and seize your property. Kneel down now and offer your wife to me, and then offer all your treasures to me with both hands. If I'm happy, I might even leave you with an intact body. The obscene words drew bursts of obscene laughter from the gangsters behind him. They looked at Gu Chen presumptuously, as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. However, no one noticed. The moment the words steal your woman were spoken, Gu Chen stopped blowing the tea. The air around seemed to turn cold in an instant. The steam from the tea that was originally rising suddenly froze in mid-air and then dissipated. An indescribable, bone-chilling chill emanated from him. He slowly raised his head. The pair of eyes that always had a lazy look in them, at this moment, were as deep as 10,000 years of black ice, without a trace of emotion. He looked at the group of creatures in front of him, which in his eyes were already marked with the symbol of death. He slowly and gently placed the teacup in his hand on the head of the stone lion next to him. Then, he curled the corners of his mouth towards Xiao Shan. It was a smile without any hint of laughter. White and cruel. Originally, I wanted you to die more peacefully. His voice was calm, so calm that it made people feel uneasy. But now, I've changed my mind. Xiao Shan shuddered for no reason, and a fatal sense of crisis gripped his heart. All I heard was Gu Chen asking word by word in a calm tone as if he was discussing the weather. Who is it? Give you your dog guts. How dare you set your sights on my wife? Chapter 98. A single finger decides life and death, and the entire Jianhai city is speechless. When Gu Chen's voice, without a trace of emotion, sounded in the dead silence of the night, the heart of one-eyed dragon Xiao Shan was tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The extreme and fatal warning that came from the depths of his soul overwhelmed every inch of his perception. Wrong. There's something fundamentally wrong with this young man. Those eyes were as calm as the abyss. Why did just one glance make him feel cold all over? There was clearly not a trace of Yuanli on his body, so why did the oppressive feeling he gave him far exceed that of any peak powerhouse he had ever seen in his life? Xiao Shan is not a fool. The reason he was able to climb from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to his current position was due to his almost beast-like instincts. At this moment, his instincts were screaming miserably, tearing at his nerves. Escape. The farther you run, the better. As soon as this thought came to mind, Xiao Shan himself felt it was absurd. He is at the peak of condensation realm. The king of the underworld. How could you be so scared by a weak young boy that you want to run away? Hallucination. This guy must be trying to be mysterious. Xiao Shan forcibly suppressed the fear growing in his heart, and a fierce light flashed in his one eye. Stop playing tricks on me. He roared, and the energy in his body erupted like a volcano, and the airwaves blew up a layer of dust on the ground. Brothers! Chop him up! At the command, dozens of bandits behind him roared and turned into a crowd mixed with blood and murderous intent, rushing towards Gu Chen. They wanted to use the most brutal means to tear this ignorant young man into a pool of flesh. However, facing this siege that was enough to make any condensation realm expert's scalp tingle, Gu Chen didn't even raise his eyebrows. He just, once again, slowly raised his hand. He extended an index finger. Those fingers were white, slender, and clean, not like a pair of warriors' hands. He just looked at the group of bandits with ferocious faces rushing towards him. He uttered 4 words indifferently. One finger, imprisoning heaven and earth. The words fell. It seemed as if all the rules of the world were forcibly rewritten at this moment. The wind stopped. The sound disappeared. The hideous smiles and cruelty on the faces of the gangsters rushing forward were frozen in time. The weapons they held high froze in the air, flashing their final cold light. The whole world turned into an absolutely still 3-dimensional picture. The only thing that moves in the painting. There was only that finger that slowly pressed down. And behind the finger, the man with a cold expression, who didn't seem like an ordinary person. Then, just a fingertip, a light press. There were no earth-shattering explosions. There is no dazzling brilliance. There wasn't even a trace of energy collision. The bodies of those dozens of ferocious bandits began to disintegrate silently. Skin, flesh, and bones were cut, decomposed, and annihilated at the most subtle level by countless invisible blades of law. The expressions on their faces still maintained the ferociousness they had when they charged. They watched their bodies turn into dust inch by inch, but they were unable to send out even a hint of pain. Even struggling has become a luxury. The night wind begins to flow again. Blown by. There was nothing there. It was as if those dozens of living people had never existed. The front door of the Gu family was dead silent again. Only the one-eyed dragon Xiaoshan was left, standing stiffly in place while maintaining his forward-charging posture. The blood color on his face faded away, leaving only a paleness called collapse. The extreme fear broke through his physical defenses. A warm and moist stream flowed down his trouser legs and dripped onto the ground. He is incontinent. What was that just now? What happened? His elite subordinates at the qi condensation and condensation stages. Just like that. No more? Not even a drop of blood or a broken bone was left behind, all traces of existence were wiped out. Gudong. Xiaoshan's Adam's apple rolled violently, and the sound of swallowing saliva was particularly harsh in the silence. He looked at the man who was walking towards him leisurely. In his pupils, that figure slowly overlapped with the legendary demon. You, what on earth are you? His voice was dry and hoarse, and every word was filled with endless tremors. Gu Chen walked up to him, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Someone you can't afford to offend. Having said that, there is no more wasting words. It was still that finger, pointing out lightly. No. Xiaoshan let out a final desperate wail that didn't sound like a human voice. Then, the sound stopped abruptly. His body also began to repeat the previous horrific scene, being slowly decomposed into the most primitive particles inch by inch and bit by bit. Gu Chen is very patient. He let him live a little longer than his subordinates. This scene was transmitted frame by frame in real time to the heads of all the top families in Jianhai City through dozens of ultra-high-definition cameras hidden in the dark. Zhao family. Snap. The purple clay teacup in Zhao Dihai's hand slipped and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces on the smooth floor. His usually calm face was now filled with incomprehensible horror and confusion. Zhao Qiyuan, who was standing behind him, had already collapsed to the ground as his legs went limp. His eyes were vacant and he was mumbling absent-mindedly. God, it's God, that's God. Li family. Li Changfeng stared at the scene on the light screen where the group of people turned into ashes out of thin air. He felt dizzy and his throat felt sweet. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His eyes went dark and he fell backwards, completely unconscious. The Li family elders in the hall all looked ashen-faced and had empty eyes, as if all their energy had been drained away. It's over. The Li family is really finished this time. What they provoked was not a rising dragon, but a true god walking among the human world. As for those neutral families who were originally gloating and watching the show, at this moment, everyone felt as if they were falling into an icy cave, with bone-chilling coldness rushing from the tailbone to the top of the head. All that remained in their hearts was endless gratitude. Fortunately, I was not blinded by lard. Be thankful that you did not provoke that terrifying existence that regards all living beings as dust. This night, the entire Jianhai city was completely speechless. Chapter 99, The Despair of the Li and Wang Families. We were wrong. Dead silence. The dead silence, like a tide, drowned the entire night of Jianhai City. All the aristocratic families who witnessed the one-sided massacre through various channels seemed to have been collectively petrified and could not move. In their minds, the only thing left was the gray finger that stretched out from the void and, with a light press, cut dozens of ferocious bandits, including the bandit leader at the peak of the condensation realm, into pieces. That scene, like the deepest brand, was engraved deep in their souls, bringing out the most primitive fear from the level of life. The Li family mansion had already become a mess. The head of the family, Li Changfeng, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. He has not woken up yet. The remaining elders surrounded him, each of them at a loss, with despair written all over their faces as if the world were about to end. What should I do? What should I do now? It's over, it's all over. Our Li family actually plotted against such a powerful person. Oh my god, why did you do this to our Li family? It's all Li Chongfeng's fault. He's just too clever. If it weren't for him, how could we have ended up like this today? Panic spread like a plague. The elders who usually acted righteous no longer cared about their dignity at this moment. Some of them wailed, some blamed each other, and acted in an ugly manner. They finally understood how ridiculous and stupid all their previous calculations and waiting were in the face of absolute power. They thought that Gu Chen relied on the power of the royal family and that those gains were the result of the royal guards. Now they know that the royal family is the one who clings to the upper hand. That young man doesn't need anyone's help at all. He himself is an insurmountable sacred mountain. That's enough. Shut up. Just when everyone was in chaos, the most senior elder in the Li family, the grand elder who had been in seclusion, came out slowly from the back hall with the help of a cane. His face was haggard, but his eyes were unusually bright. What's the use of crying? What's the use of blaming each other? The voice of the supreme elder was not loud, but it made the whole hall quiet. Our Li family hasn't reached the end of its rope yet. Grand elder, you mean? An elder asked in a trembling voice, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The Wang family has shown us a way. A hint of determination flashed in the eyes of the supreme elder. Pass on my order. From now on, sell off all non-core businesses of the Li family. Centralize all liquid funds. Also, take out the 3 things I treasured in the secret room. At dawn tomorrow, I will personally lead you to the front door of the Gu family and make you kneel down. When Master Gu is willing to see us, we will get up again. Besides, doesn't our Li family have any darling daughters? If one isn't enough, we can give you 2. Send her to be a maid, a slave. As long as I can appease the wrath of the second young master, the bloodline of my Li family will not be cut off. The words of the grand elder were powerful and resounding. All the elders of the Li family were shocked. They knew that this was their only way to survive. The Wang family's situation is not much better than that of the Li family. Although Wang Tang's carrying a thorny stick to apologize gave them the upper hand to some extent. But at this moment, kneeling outside the cold gate of the Gu family, they felt the faint and terrifying aura coming from the mansion, which made their souls tremble. Wang Tang's heart also sank to the bottom. He knew better than anyone what had just happened. Because he was kneeling right here. He saw with his own eyes how those gangsters turned into ashes in front of that man. The visual impact and the shock to his soul made him tremble all over. Wang Jinyao knelt beside her brother with a confused look on her face. She found that her pride was worthless. As long as Gu Chen wanted, he could easily wipe out their entire family. Dad. Are we going to die too? Wang Tang's son knelt beside him, his teeth chattering. Shut up. Wang Tang scolded in a low voice. He raised his head and looked at the tightly closed vermilion lacquered door. His eyes were filled with endless regret. He hated himself for being so blind. He hated himself for being so arrogant. If only time could go back. He would definitely kneel down and hug his thighs when he saw that man for the first time. Unfortunately, there is no if. We were wrong. Wang Tan lowered his head, which had always been proud, and knocked it heavily on the cold stone slab. We were really wrong. And those families that have remained neutral are also grateful at this moment. Zhao family. Zhao Dihai looked at the light screen and saw that the Gu family gate had returned to calm. He breathed a long sigh of relief. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Father, how did you know that Master Gu? Zhao Qiyuan looked at his father, his eyes filled with endless admiration. I don't know. Zhao Dihai shook his head and said with a wry smile, I just took a gamble. I bet that a man who can make the royal princess look at him differently is definitely not an ordinary person. Now it seems that my bet was right. He looked at his son and said earnestly, Qiyuan, remember this. Our Zhao family is where we are today not because of our strength, but because of our vision. From today on, our Zhao family has only one goal. That is, at all costs, make friends with the Gu family and Gu Chen. Yes. Father. Zhao Qiyuan nodded heavily. He already had a clear direction for the future in his mind. Chapter 100 Time of Reckoning. Kneeling Patriarchs. The night was finally torn open by the glimmer of dawn. For the vast majority of ordinary people in Jianhai City, this was just an ordinary morning. But for those aristocratic families who had not slept all night and suffered in fear and despair, the light of dawn not only did not bring any warmth, but was more like a guillotine hanging over their heads, ready to fall. The gate of the Gu family mansion was already crowded with people. Wang Tong, the head of the Wang family, with a face full of despair, led all the core members of the Wang family and knelt in the front in an orderly manner. Behind him were more than a dozen heavy boxes containing half of the Wang family's property. Beside him was his daughter, Wang Jinyao, who was once as bright as fire but now was like a candle in the wind. She was also kneeling, her eyes empty, as if her soul had been sucked out. Following them came the Li family members who had rushed over after hearing the news, led by the Li family's supreme elder. They were even worse off than the Wang family. Almost all of them came out, and everyone had a look of sadness on their face, as if their end was approaching. Further on, there were other second and third-rate families, big and small, that had been disrespectful to the Gu family or had participated in the ridicule. A huge crowd of people knelt all over the street. This scene, if it happened yesterday, would be enough to shock the entire Zhanghai city. But now, everyone who saw this scene felt it was natural. If you offend such a powerful person, you must be prepared to be held accountable. Squeak! In this suffocatingly oppressive atmosphere, the vermilion lacquered door that had been closed all night finally and slowly opened. The hearts of all the kneeling people skipped a beat at this moment. They raised their heads and looked towards the door with a complex look that was a mixture of fear, pleading, and despair. I saw a young man in a white nightgown, holding the hand of a woman who was so beautiful that she seemed like she was not an ordinary person, walking out of the door slowly. It was Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu. Gu Chen's face still had a bit of laziness as if he hadn't woken up yet. He yawned and casually glanced at the dark crowd outside the door. "Wow, it's quite lively," he said in a relaxed tone, as if to say that the weather was nice today. "You all got up so early and are having a morning meeting at my doorstep?" These light words made all the family heads present feel as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Wang Tang's body trembled violently. He didn't dare to look up, but just pressed his forehead deeper into the cold stone. The sinner Wang Tang is blind and has offended the majesty of Master Gu. He deserves to be put to death. His voice was hoarse and full of humility. Wang Tang knows his sins are grave and dares not ask for forgiveness from Master Gu. I offer half of the Wang family's wealth and my daughter Jinyao as a slave. I only beg Master Gu to show mercy and spare the lives of my entire Wang family. After saying that, he kowtowed again. With a bang, the forehead collided with the stone slab and blood oozed out instantly. Wang Jinyao behind him trembled violently, and finally couldn't hold back the tears of humiliation and slid down from the corners of her eyes. Being a slave. She, Wang Jinyao, the most proud genius of the Wang family in the past 100 years, ended up being just a slave at the mercy of others? She was unwilling, but she didn't even have the courage to resist. After witnessing the godlike means last night, all her pride had been crushed into the humblest dust. Gu Chen looked at Wang Tong, who was kneeling on the ground and as humble as dust, but there was no expression on his face. He walked up to Wang Tang and looked down at him. "Master Wang, what are you doing? Please get up quickly." Gu Chen's voice sounded very gentle. "We, the Gu family, are law-abiding citizens. We never engage in forced buying or selling, let alone forcing people of good character into slavery." His words made Wang Tang's heart sink to the bottom in an instant. It's over. He won't accept it. If he doesn't accept it, it means he doesn't intend to forgive. A despair colder than death instantly overwhelmed Wang Tang. "Mr. Gu. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Wang Tang no longer cared about the dignity of the head of the family. He crawled to Gu Chen's feet like a real dog, hugged his trouser legs, and burst into tears. "I can't recognize a great man. I'm a fool. I'm blind. Please be magnanimous and let me go. You must accept these treasures. My little girl, she may not be a fraction as good as your wife, but she's also a good child. You can accept her and use her as a bed warmer." Wang Tang's crying made everyone around him feel sad. Who could have imagined that the once powerful head of the Wang family in Zhanghai City would end up in such a state? Gu Chen frowned, seemed to be a little disgusted, and wanted to pull his leg back. But Wang Tang held her tightly. Okay, stop crying. You're old, and it's not nice to cry like that," Gu Chen said impatiently. He looked at the dozen or so large boxes, then glanced at Wang Jinyao, who was kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly, but her stunning beauty could not be concealed. He touched his chin. "I can't accept these valuables for nothing. How about this? I'll keep these things from your Wang family for you and convert them into money. In a few days, our Gu family will hold an auction. Then, you can use this money to buy whatever you want. As for your daughter. Gu Chen's gaze fell on Wang Jinyao with a bit of scrutiny. She's pretty and has decent talent. Let her stay with my wife as a personal maid. Gu Chen's words made Wang Tang stop crying. He suddenly raised his head, and his face, covered in tears and blood, was filled with incredible ecstasy. What did he hear? Mr. Gu, he agreed. Even though it was only converted into money, and even though my daughter was just a maid. But this is the best result he can imagine. This means that Master Gu is willing to give the Wang family a chance to survive. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for giving me a new life. Wang Tang was so excited that he was incoherent. He kowtowed several times to Gu Chen. Just then, the Li family's supreme elder, leaning on a cane, also squeezed up with everyone in the Li family. With a thump, this old man, who was highly respected and of high seniority in Jianghai City, knelt straight in front of Gu Chen. I, Li Wanshan, along with the entire Li family, apologized to Master Gu. Behind him, two shivering girls were also pushed out. They are a pair of sisters. My sister was as cold as ice, dressed in white, and had a beautiful face, but her eyes were filled with a dead silence of unwillingness and resignation. The younger sister was wearing a cute goose yellow short skirt and had two ponytails. She looked only 17 or 18 years old. She hid behind her sister in fear, her big watery eyes full of fear. I know that the sins of my Li family are even worse than those of the Wang family. Li Wanshan's voice was full of sorrow. My Li family is willing to give away all our wealth. We only ask for a little forgiveness from Master Gu. These are my two granddaughters, Li Qingshuang and Li Chuxia. Although their talents are not as good as Miss Wang's, they can still be considered as talented and beautiful women. I don't ask them to catch your eye, young master. I only ask that they stay in the Gu mansion, serve as slaves, and serve tea and water, to atone for any sins of my Li family. Li Wanshan's words made everyone gasp. The Li family is even more ruthless than the Wang family. He directly donated all his property. He also gave away two granddaughters at once. One of them is Li Qingshuang, the student union president of Jianghai University, who is known for her icy beauty. Gu Chen looked at the Li family members who were kneeling on the ground with resolute expressions, and then looked at the pair of sisters who had completely different temperaments but were equally lovable. The smile on his face became more playful. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ruyu beside him, and asked softly, "Madam, what do you think we should do with these people?" Lu Ruyu was stunned by his sudden question. But she quickly realized that her husband was trying to elevate his status. She looked at those girls who were about her age or even younger, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. But she also knew that her husband's decision could not be questioned. She thought for a moment and said softly, "Everything is up to my husband." Okay. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Li Wanshan, who was kneeling on the ground, and said calmly, "The Li family's property will also be converted into money and put into the auction. As for your two granddaughters..." His eyes swept back and forth between Li Qingshuang and Li Chuxia. Finally, he grinned. "They are all pretty and pleasing to the eye. Just stay. It just so happens that my wife is in need of a few maids to serve tea, pour water, massage shoulders and legs." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the group of family heads on the ground, some of whom were ecstatic, some were sad. He held Lu Ruyu's hand. With his other hand, he hooked his finger at the three girls who were completely stunned. "You three, what are you still doing? Follow me. Come into the mansion and meet your future mistress." Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Newcomers enter the house. Who is the mistress? Gu Chen's light words were like thunder, exploding in the minds of the three girls, Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang and Li Chuxia. They were completely stunned. Just like that, my fate was decided? From being a high and mighty daughter of heaven, she became a man's appendage, a mistress's maid? Wang Jinyao's bright and pretty face turned pale in an instant. She bit her lips hard, her nails digging deep into her palms. A strong sense of humiliation made her tremble all over. She wanted to resist, to scream, to ask why. But when she raised her head and met Gu Chen's indifferent eyes without a trace of emotion, all the words were stuck in her throat. She remembered the finger that pressed gently last night. She recalled the horrific scene of dozens of living people turning silently into ashes in front of her. Rebellion? How can she resist? Use her proud fire phoenix bloodline? I'm afraid that in front of this man, I'm not even a small flame. A deep feeling of powerlessness, mixed with fear of the unknown, completely overwhelmed her. Li Qingxuan's situation is not much better than Wang Jinyao's. Her face, which had always been as cold as ice, was now filled with a dead silence of resignation. She is not as outwardly proud as Wang Jinyao, but her inner pride is no less than Wang Jinyao's. As the eldest granddaughter of the Li family and the president of the student union of Jianhai University, she has always been a leader among her peers and is admired by countless people. But now, she was to be sent to a man like a piece of cargo, to be a maid. This would make her feel worse than killing her. But she couldn't resist. Because behind her is the entire Li family. She took a look and saw her cousin Li Chuxia hiding behind her, trembling with fear like a frightened deer. Li Qingxuan's heart was deeply hurt. She may not care about her own fate, but she cannot ignore early summer. If my sacrifice could bring about the continuation of my family and the peace of early summer, that's worth it, too. Thinking of this, the last glimmer of light in Li Qingxuan's eyes completely dimmed. She accepted her fate. Sister, I'm scared. Li Chuxia grabbed Li Qingxuan's sleeve tightly, her voice filled with tears. She didn't think as much as Wang Jinyao and Li Qingxuan. She was simply scared. Afraid of this strange, menacing-looking man. Afraid of this strange, oppressive mansion. I'm afraid that I'll never see my family again, or eat my favorite desserts again. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Li Qingxuan held her sister's cold little hand with her backhand. Her voice was as cold as ever, but with a hint of imperceptible tenderness. Gu Chen looked at the three girls with different expressions and thoughts, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. A burning pride. One is as cold as ice. One is as soft and cute as water. Interesting, really interesting. He didn't urge her anymore, but just waited quietly. He knew they would follow. Because they have no choice. Really. After a brief yet extremely long inner struggle, Wang Jinyao was the first to stand up from the ground. She wiped away her tears and straightened her back. Although her beautiful eyes still contained humiliation and unwillingness, they were more filled with a determination to fight to the death. Immediately afterwards, Li Qingxuan also pulled Li Chuxia and stood up. The three girls, under the gazes of countless complicated people, walked step by step into the door of the Gu family, which was like a cage of fate for them. Gu Chen's courtyard is still so quiet. When Wang Jinyao, Li Qingxuan and Li Chuxia followed Gu Chen into the yard, they were all stunned. They had imagined how luxurious and majestic the residence of this man who could make the entire Jianhai city tremble would be. But the scene before them was completely beyond their expectations. The yard is not big, but it is kept clean and elegant. A pond of koi, a few green bamboos, a stone table, and 2 lounge chairs. There is a sense of leisure and warmth everywhere, without competing with the world. Is this really the residence of the demon god who was so decisive in killing that he can kill dozens of people with just one finger? Just when they were in a trance. With a creaky sound, the door of the main house was pushed open from the inside. A woman in a plain goose yellow dress walked out of the house. The moment they saw that woman, Wang Jinyao and Li Qingxuan's pupils shrank suddenly. It's her. Lu Ruyu. The second young lady of the Lu family, who was once regarded as a waste by them and the entire Jianhai city. But at this moment, how could Lu Ruyu look like a waste at all? She just stood there quietly, exuding a holy and ethereal aura that made these so-called geniuses feel ashamed. On that exquisite face, there was a perfect smile, and a pair of sparkling almond eyes looked at them curiously. Her beauty has transcended the mundane realm. If Wang Jinyao is the flaming rose in the world, Li Qingxuan is the ice lotus on the snowy mountain. Then, the Lu Ruyu in front of us is the fairy Guanghan above the 9 heavens. Absolutely, not on the same level. At the same time, a sour emotion called jealousy surged in the hearts of Wang Jinyao and Li Qingxuan. They couldn't understand why. Why her? Why could this woman, who was once trampled under their feet, win the favor of this man? How could he possess the temperament that they all looked up to him now? Husband, you're back. Lu Ruyu ignored them. In her eyes, there was only the man who had just walked into the yard. She ran to Gu Chen with brisk steps, naturally took his arm, and leaned her little head on his shoulder. That intimate and self-righteous attitude was like a needle, piercing Wang Jinyao and Li Qingxuan's hearts. Well, I'm back. Gu Chen ruffled her hair lovingly, then pointed at the 3 girls behind him with different expressions. I've brought a few maids back for you. From now on, the work of serving tea, pouring water, massaging shoulders and legs will be left to them. His words stunned Lu Ruyu. Only then did she turn her gaze back to the 3 girls. When she saw their faces clearly, a complex look flashed in Lu Ruyu's eyes. Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang. These were the most outstanding girls in Jianhai City whom she could only look up to. Now, you want to be my maid? Lu Ruyu felt mixed emotions. But she didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded gently and said softly, Ruyu will listen to your husband's decision. She knew that her husband must have his reasons for doing this. And all she needs to do is believe in him and support him unconditionally. Well, that's good. Gu Chen kissed her forehead with satisfaction. Then he turned around and looked at the three girls who were still in shock and trance. His expression turned cold in an instant. What are you looking at? Why don't you come over and meet your hostess? Gu Chen's voice was emotionless. But Wang Jinyao and the other two trembled all over, as if they had fallen into an icy cave. Only then did they recover from the huge shock. They looked at Lu Ruyu, who was being held lovingly in Gu Chen's arms. They finally and painfully faced reality. From today on, this woman is their mistress. And they are just maids. Li Qingshuang was the first to take action. She pulled the still trembling Li Chuxia and walked in front of Lu Ruyu, bowed slightly, and spoke in a cold and dry voice. Li Qingshuang Li Chuxia, greetings, madam. Wang Jinyao's body froze in place. Let her bow to Lu Ruyu. This is worse than killing her. But at this moment, Gu Chen's cold gaze, with a hint of murderous intent, fell on her. Wang Jinyao's heart suddenly shrank. She knew that if she didn't express her opinion, the next second, she might face the same fate as those bandits last night. In the end, all the resentment and humiliation turned into a whisper, almost squeezed out from between teeth. Wang Jinyao, greetings, madam. Chapter 102 Jealousy. The Princess's Loss. The Gu family mansion is a luxurious guest house specially prepared for the royal family. The air is filled with the fragrance of sandalwood and tea. The sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang sat opposite each other. But the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Xia Qingyue held the teacup, absent-mindedly watching the tea leaves floating in the cup, her thoughts already drifting away. Since she came back yesterday, she has been in a state of extreme irritability and extreme loss. In her mind, the scene of Gu Chen walking into the courtyard with the three newly recruited maids kept appearing uncontrollably. Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang, Li Chuxia. Which of these three women is not a well-known and favored daughter of heaven in Zhanghai City? Especially Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang, one has the blood of the fire phoenix and the other is an ice genius. Although their talents are not as good as hers, they are definitely among the top in the city. But now, they are all in that man's pocket. Moreover, she was still called a maid. This made her feel very upset. Why? It was obviously me who came here first. Whether it is the in-depth communication in the cave or fighting side by side in the Sword Valley, the bond between him and me is definitely much deeper than that between those three women. But what is the result? As soon as he came back, he took the three women back to his yard without even saying hello. And what about yourself? The eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family could only live in this guest house and watch like an outsider. This feeling made her feel unprecedentedly suffocated and lost. She was even a little jealous of Lu Ruyu. Jealous of that woman, who can stay by his side with justification and enjoy all his love and tenderness. She was also jealous of the three new maids. At least, they could see him every day and feel his presence up close. But I can't do anything. At this moment, the royal identity seemed to have become an insurmountable shackle. Sister. Xia Ningxuan's voice brought her back from her wild thoughts. Are you thinking about Brother Gu again? Xia Ningxuan looked at her sister who looked distracted, and a smile flashed in her wise eyes. Who misses him? Don't talk nonsense. Xia Qingyue was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur instantly stood up. Her stern appearance but weak inner self made Xia Ningxuan smile even more. Sister, don't be so stubborn. Xia Ningxuan sighed and refilled her empty teacup with water. Ever since you came back yesterday, you've looked like you've lost your soul. You've lost your appetite, and the words I miss him are practically written all over your face. Xia Qingyue's pretty face flushed red at what her sister said, and for a moment, she couldn't find the words to refute. Sister, tell me the truth, are you jealous? Xia Ningxuan came closer, lowered her voice, and asked gossipingly. Jealous? What should I be jealous of? Xia Qingyue's voice suddenly rose a few notches, filled with guilt. He and I have nothing to do with each other. What does it have to do with me how many women he has? Is it really okay? Xia Ningxuan blinked, her eyes becoming meaningful. If it really didn't matter, then why were you so angry that you didn't even eat dinner when you heard he took in those 3 maids? If it really has nothing to do with you, then why did you stare blankly at his courtyard all night long? If there really is no connection, then why did you? Xia Ningxuan paused and spoke word by word. When you saw him holding Lu Ruyu's hand, did you give him that sour look that you didn't even notice? Every word Xia Ningxuan spoke was like a sharp knife, piercing Xia Qingyue's heart mercilessly. Let her retreat step by step and become completely defeated. Yes. Does she really not care at all? If you don't care, then what is that sour, bitter, and blocked feeling in your heart? Sister, just listen to my advice. Xia Ningxuan held her hand and said earnestly. It's perfectly normal for a man like Brother Gu to have several women around him. Let alone 3 maids, even if he really has a harem of 3,000 in the future, I wouldn't be surprised at all. What you should do now is not to sulk here and feel sorry for yourself. Instead, find a way to occupy a position in his harem that no one else can replace. Xia Ningxuan's words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting the fog in Xia Qingyue's mind. Occupy an irreplaceable position? You mean? What I mean is very simple. Xia Ningxuan's eyes became more serious than ever before. Lu Ruyu is his first wife, and no one can shake her position. She is the principal wife. And you, sister, you possess the 9 heavens divine phoenix body, which is a perfect match with his primordial chaos ancestral dragon body. You are his destined dragon and phoenix companion. There is a blood bond between you and him that is unmatched by anyone else. This is your greatest advantage. Xia Ningxuan stood up and paced back and forth in the hall, her eyes flashing with wisdom. Now, the Wang and Li families have both sent their most outstanding daughters here. Although they may not be as talented as you, they have the advantage of being able to stay by his side with good reason. Being close to him means you're the first to see the moon. And you, however, are trapped by your status as a princess, your hands are tied. As one grows stronger, the other loses. Sooner or later, the little affection between you and him will be completely worn away. So, sis, you can't wait any longer. You have to take the initiative. Xia Duoshuan's words completely confused Xia Qingyue's heart. Take the initiative? How should she take the initiative? Did he want her to give up her princess dignity and become his maid like Wang Jiniao and Li Qingshuan? She can't do it. But, what can I do? Xia Qingyue's voice was filled with a hint of confusion and helplessness. For the first time, she discovered that her identity as a princess, which she was so proud of, had become a burden. Isn't the solution ready? Xia Ningxuan stopped, turned around and looked at her, a sly smile on her lips. Our mission this time is not over yet. The harvest from the Black Mist Abyss is priceless, enough to drive any nation crazy. We are transporting it back to the Imperial City. The journey is long and full of dangers. We need a sufficiently strong escort. Xia Ningxuan's words stopped at the point. But Xia Qingyue understood what she meant instantly. Yes. Escort. In the name of escorting royal treasures, Gu Chen was invited to go to the Imperial City together. Along the way, we spend every day together, and the sky is high and the road is long. There are so many things that can happen. This was the only chance she could think of to be with him legitimately. A strong urge surged into Xia Qingyue's heart. A ray of light called hope and fighting spirit rekindled in her phoenix eyes, which had always been a little dim. She can't lose. Whether it's for the future of the royal family or for herself. She couldn't even give that man to another woman. Ningxuan, Xia Qingyue looked at her sister, her heart filled with gratitude. Sister, we are sisters. I understand your thoughts best. Xia Ningxuan smiled. Go, find him. This time, don't act like a princess anymore. Show off your true charm and conquer him completely. Chapter 103 on the eve of the auction. Zhanghai City is undergoing a major reshuffle. In the end, Xia Qingyue didn't go looking for Gu Chen immediately. The pride she had developed over the past 20 years prevented her from getting close to him immediately after witnessing him taking in a new member. She needed a more appropriate time, a more logical reason. And the reason soon came. After Gu Chen announced that he would hold an auction and that the royal family would send a top team to assist in the appraisal, the news swept across Zhanghai City like a hurricane, and the city was completely plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. The Gu family became the only son in this city. And Gu Chen is the core of that son. In the next few days, the situation in Zhanghai City changed dramatically. First of all, it is the power of the royal family, which has entered the country in an unprecedented and high-profile manner. A top appraisal team consisting of 3 master-level weapon refiners and 2 Grand Master-level alchemists arrived in Shanghai City on the Royal Express plane under the heavy protection of the Red Dragon Guards. Any one of these 5 is a big shot who can make the entire Yanxia country tremble with just a stomp of his feet. On weekdays, even if kings from other countries asked to see him, it would depend on their mood. But now, they gathered in Shanghai City just to appraise the trophies of a young man who was less than 20 years old. This news completely dispelled the last bit of doubt that the outside world had about Gu Chen's ability. When these 5 masters, accompanied by Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang, walked into the Gu family's huge warehouse specially used to store the harvest from the secret realm. Even though they were used to seeing all kinds of rare treasures, they were still shocked by the mountains of materials and crystal cores in front of them, which emitted terrifying energy fluctuations, and were speechless on the spot. Oh my, this is the complete scale armor of the Thunderstorm Pangolin King. Moreover, this Pangolin King has definitely stepped half a foot into the spiritual transformation realm. A weapon refining master stroked the huge scale armor that was flashing with lightning with a trembling voice, his eyes full of obsession. And this? The poison sac of the ghost-faced demon Spider King. Oh my god. It's the most complete one. With this, I am sure I can refine the legendary soul-eroding pill. A great alchemy master, holding a black and purple sac, his beard trembling with excitement. Sword Soul Crystal Cores. So many of them, and of such high quality. Has the entire Sword Valley been emptied? The origin crystal core of the Sword Demon Emperor in the spiritual transformation realm. It actually still retains such complete spirituality. Incredible. Simply incredible. The 5 masters were like mice that had fallen into a rice jar. Their eyes lit up and they let out bursts of exclamations and strange cries. The way they looked at Gu Chen had completely changed. It's no longer about looking at a younger generation who has gotten lucky. Instead, they were looking at a terrifying existence that was at the same level as them, or even at a higher level than them. The arrival and response of the royal team completely established the Gu family's unshakable dominant position in Shanghai City. What followed was the complete decline of the Li and Wang families. In order to raise funds to participate in the auction, Li Changfeng and Wang Tang sold all the family's properties that could be sold, almost with tears and blood. Shops, mines, spiritual fields. These foundations on which they once relied for survival have now been sold off at extremely low prices. Those who took over these industries were naturally the second and third-rate families who had been eyeing them for a long time but did not dare to take advantage of them because of Gu Chen's relationship. In just a few days, the power landscape of Shanghai City underwent an astonishing reshuffle. The Li and Wang families, once top families that could compete with the Gu family, have now become second-rate forces that have to sell off their property just to survive. And those once insignificant small families have grown stronger one by one because of the merger of their industries. Of course, the biggest beneficiary of all this is the Gu family. The Gu family did nothing but announce that they were going to hold an auction, and they defeated their 2 biggest competitors without bloodshed. At the same time, they also gained the goodwill and respect of countless small and medium-sized families. This method and this pattern made everyone feel shocked. Gu family, meeting hall. Gu Chen took action leisurely. Gu Tianming, who was sitting in the main seat, listened with him to the secretary's report on the family's movements in recent days and the preparations for the auction. Gu Tianming really hopes that Gu Chen can participate in family affairs. He knew that his son had grown into a true dragon. However, Gu Chen was obviously not interested in these trivial matters. As for the auction, you can handle it. I believe in my father's ability. After listening to the report, Gu Chen waved his hand indifferently. He has little interest in these mundane matters. What he cared more about were his newly recruited maids. He has not been idle these days. In addition to accompanying his wife to consolidate the foundation of the Tao every day without fail, he also took the time to give his 3 new maids some initial training. The result made him quite satisfied. Wang Jinyao, although still looks like she is full of thorns and refuses to admit defeat. But every time Gu Chen asked her to do something, she would grit her teeth and complete it meticulously. He is at Sundara with a tough mouth but a soft heart and a strong sense of self-esteem. Li Qingxuang is a typical ice beauty. She doesn't talk much, but she is extremely serious and efficient in her work. She could always complete the tasks assigned to her by Gu Chen in the fastest and most perfect way, and she could even apply what she had learned to other situations. He's a pretty good candidate for a housekeeper. As for Li Chuxia, this soft and cute little girl is a complete idiot. If you ask her to serve tea, she might spill it all over herself. Let her pound her legs with the same force as a kitten tickling her. But her advantage is that she is obedient, cute, and especially good at acting coquettishly. Every time you make a mistake, she looks at you pitifully with her big watery eyes, making you unable to bear to blame her. Gu-chen thought it would be a good idea to keep her by his side as a mascot. Moreover, all three of them have good talents. Although they are not as good as Lu Ruyu and the two princesses, they are also very good dual cultivation partners and can obtain system rewards. Target person, Wang Jinyao. Talent, top grade Fire Phoenix Bloodline Awakened. Status, resentful, forced to surrender. Compatibility, 45% awe mixed with hatred. Target person, Li Qingxuang. Talent, top grade Mysterious Ice Spirit Body Awakened. Status, add despair, resigned to fate. Compatibility, 55% acceptance mixed with curiosity. Target person, Li Chuxia. Talent, deeply sealed. Status, fear, dependence. Compatibility, 70% afraid but not disgusted. Gu-chen walked while looking at the panel in the system. Especially, looking at Li Chuxia's talent. Gu-chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Interesting. Another sealed talent. He walked back to his own courtyard at a leisurely pace. I thought to myself, if these three little girls were properly trained, they might give me a big surprise. Chapter 104, Shocking Auction. A Carnival of Wealth. 3 days later. Shanghai City Center Gymnasium. This huge venue can accommodate 100,000 people. Today, the Gu family generously booked it and transformed it into a temporary yet extremely luxurious auction venue. Before daybreak, outside the gymnasium, there were already crowds of people in traffic. Almost all the prominent families, chambers of commerce, and mercenary groups from Shanghai City and even several surrounding cities came out in full force. Each of their faces was filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Because, today, there will be a shocking auction held here that will be recorded in the history of the southern region of Yanxia country. What was being auctioned was the massive amount of treasures that man brought out from the abyss of black mist. The auction started on time at 9 in the morning. When the auctioneer, in an almost pilgrim, trembling voice, announced the first lot, the entire venue was instantly boiling. First lot. The complete demon core of the three-eyed green-eyed toad, a peak-level demon beast at the condensation realm, from the depths of the black mist abyss. This core contains pure water elemental energy and a hint of rare psychedelic properties. Whether used to refine high-level elixirs or simply absorbed and refined, it's a rare treasure. Starting price, 10 million Yanxia coins. Each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. 10 million. As soon as this price was spoken, 99% of the people present gasped. This is equivalent to the total annual income of a small family. However, for those real big guys, this is just an appetizer. 11 million. 12 million. I'll give you 20 million. Prices began to soar wildly. Those representatives from powerful forces in the surrounding cities sitting in the front row all had red eyes and were bidding frantically. Most of the local families in Shanghai City, except for the Li and Wang families, chose to wait and see. They know that the real good stuff is yet to come. In the end, this demon pill that was enough to cause bloodshed in the outside world was successfully bought by a force from a neighboring city called Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce at a sky-high price of 35 million. The first item was sold at such a high price, which instantly pushed the atmosphere of the entire venue to a climax. Then, the second, the third. One after another, rare materials that are rarely seen in the outside world are continuously sent to the auction table. The silk of the ghost-faced demon spider, the claws of the thunderstorm pangolin, the horn of the abyssal unicorn. Every piece caused a frenzy of buying. The entire auction completely turned into a carnival of wealth. In the gymnasium, on the top floor, in a luxurious box with the best view, Gu-chen was lying lazily on a soft sofa. In his arms, resting his head on his wife Lu Ruyu, who had been completely developed by him and exuded amazing charm. Beside him, three maids, Wang Jinyao, Li Qingxuang and Li Chuxia, were surrounding them respectfully. Wang Jinyao was responsible for peeling the grapes, and then, using her delicate hands that once only knew how to wield fire, she brought the crystal-clear flesh to Gu-chen's mouth. Li Qingxuang was in charge of making tea. She used an almost artistic technique to brew a pot of top-quality Yunwu fairy tea that was filled with fragrance. Li Chuxia was responsible for massaging Gu-chen's shoulders and legs. Although her strength was still weak, her attitude was serious. If those young men outside who admire these three gifted ladies saw the scene, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. On the other side of the box, the sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan were also sitting there. Xia Qingyue looked at Gu Chen's decadent appearance, surrounded by women on both sides, enjoying the pleasure of having multiple women. She gritted her teeth in anger and almost crushed the teacup in her hand. This bastard! Shameless! Obscene! He is simply a licentious and tyrannical tyrant. But unfortunately, she couldn't say anything. After all, those three maids were sent to the other family willingly. As an outsider, what qualifications does she have to interfere? Xia Ningxuan, who was standing aside, watched all this with great interest. She discovered that although her sister seemed very angry on the surface, her eyes always glanced at Gu Chen involuntarily. That look was filled with a strong sourness that even she herself was not aware of. "Sister, if you keep glaring at me, my eyeballs will pop out." Xia Ningxuan leaned close to her ear and whispered with a laugh. Who glared at him? Xia Qingyue's pretty face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, picked up the teacup, and pretended to drink tea. Xia Ningxuan looked at her stubborn appearance and sighed inwardly. It seems that if I want to completely melt my sister's iceberg, I have to add more fuel to the fire. Just then, the auction below has entered a white-hot stage. Next, the item to be auctioned is the first and finale of this auction. The auctioneer's voice became a little hoarse due to extreme excitement. Personally authenticated by the weapon refining master, Master Zhang Yuanshan. This is the most complete piece of back-scale armor, taken from the Thunderstorm Pangolin King, a demonic beast halfway to the spiritual transformation realm. This scale armor is indestructible and has lightning properties. It's the perfect material for refining top-level defensive spiritual weapons. Starting price, 100 million Yenxia coins. Boom! The entire venue was completely blown up. 100 million. This is no longer something that ordinary forces can participate in. 150 million. Wang Tang was the first to stand up, his fat face full of determination to win. His Wang family is best at defensive techniques. If they could obtain this scale armor and refine it into a family heirloom armor, then their Wang family would have the capital to make a comeback. 200 million. Li Changfeng also stood up, his voice cold and resolute. Although the Li family is not good at defense, if they can bid for such a treasure, whether they use it themselves or exchange it for resources with other major forces, it will be a sure win business. 210 million. 230 million. Prices, once again, skyrocketed like crazy. In the end, this piece of scale armor that was enough to make the strong men in the spirit transformation realm jealous was bought by Wang Tang at a terrifying price of 380 million. The moment he took off the scales, Wang Tang felt as if all his strength was drained away, and he slumped heavily in the chair. He won. But the Wang family was also completely hollowed out. And this is just the beginning. In the following auction, the Sword Soul Crystal Core of the Peak Condensation Realm, the shattered origin fragments of the Sword Demon Emperor of the Transformation Realm. One after another, treasures that were enough to cause bloodshed were sent to the auction block. The Li and Wang families spent all they had, almost selling off everything they had, before they each won one or two items that were crucial to the future of their family. Other families in Jianghai City also got a piece of the pie to varying degrees. An auction is coming down. Gu family, making a lot of money. The martial arts forces of the entire Jianghai City will also usher in a blowout development in the next few decades because of these top resources from the abyss of black mist. It can be said that Gu Chen, with his own strength, has raised the strength of the entire Jianghai City to a higher level. When the auction came to an end, everyone was satisfied and ready to leave. Xia Ningxuan, however, took Xia Qingyue and walked into Gu Chen's box on her own initiative. There was a gentle smile on her face. Brother Gu, congratulations, this auction was a great success. It's a small matter. Gu Chen waved his hand and signaled Li Qingxuan to pour tea for them. Brother Gu. Xia Ningxuan did not sit down. She looked at Gu Chen, and suddenly, she bowed slightly. On behalf of the Yenxia royal family, I have an unwelcome request. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 The Princess Request. Escort or travel. Xia Ningxuan's sudden salute made the atmosphere in the box become a little subtle. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and motioned for her to continue. Lu Ruyu and the three maids also cast their curious eyes towards the noble second princess. Only Xia Qingyue followed closely behind Xia Ningxuan. She had no expression on her face, as if all this had nothing to do with her. But her slightly tense profile and her hands with white knuckles revealed her inner unrest. Brother Gu, you also know that this time we are representing the royal family and have purchased a large amount of rare materials from you. Xia Ningxuang's voice was gentle and sincere. These supplies are priceless and are extremely important to our royal family, especially to my little sister who is seriously ill. The journey from Jianghai City back to the imperial capital, Xinjing, is a long one, tens of thousands of miles away. Along the way, it's inevitable that we'll encounter some wicked individuals who take risks with ill intentions. Although we have the Red Dragon Guards escorting us, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Xia Ningxuan paused here, raised her head, and looked at Gu Chun with eyes full of expectation and pleading. Therefore, Ningxuang begs Brother Gu to escort us for a while. As long as you can deliver this batch of supplies safely to the imperial city, our Yanxia royal family will reward you handsomely. Her words were reasonable and flawless. It not only points out the importance of supplies, but also implies the danger of the journey, keeping a very low profile. After hearing this, Gu Chun smiled. He glanced at Xia Qingyue, who was standing behind Xia Ningxuang and remained silent from beginning to end. He took another look at his sister-in-law, who was extremely smart and quirky. His heart is as clear as a mirror. Escort? I'm afraid it's not the Hongmen banquet. This little girl is very cunning. She asked me to be her bodyguard on the surface, but secretly, I guess she wanted to create an opportunity for herself and her arrogant sister to be alone, right? Want to bring them together? Interesting. Gu Chun smiled secretly in his heart, but a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Well. He stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, Your Highness, as you know, I'm a lazy person and don't like to travel far. Besides, I just came back from the Black Mist Abyss, and I haven't had a few days of good time with my wife. As he spoke, he deliberately hugged Lu Ruyu tighter in his arms. Lu Ruyu's pretty face turned red at his sudden intimacy, and she buried her head in his arms shyly. This scene was so dazzling in Xia Qingyue's eyes. She felt as if her heart was being tugged at by something sour and astringent. Her hands on her knees unconsciously clenched. Xia Ningxuan became anxious when she saw that Gu Chun seemed to be refusing. Brother Gu, she said quickly, this time, the reward is absolutely generous. In addition to money, my father can even open the royal library to you. Royal library? As soon as these 5 words were spoken, even Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang who were standing next to them couldn't help but gasp. The royal family of Yanxia Kingdom can sit in peace and security. In addition to their special bloodline talents, the vast royal library also plays a role. Every year, young talents from all over the country are granted reading privileges in the partially open royal library. Everyone cherishes such an opportunity very much. Not only does it contain various secrets of the realm, but also various kinds of skills. It is a huge temptation for anyone. However, Gu Chun remained unmoved. He curled his lips, looking disgusted. The royal library? What good is there in it? There are so many books and materials, I'd be dizzy and tired reading them. I'm not going to do that. I don't have any big ambitions. I just like having a wife and children and a warm bed. His words left Xia Ningxuan completely helpless. He won't respond to anything soft or hard, and won't tolerate any oil or salt. This man is simply a piece of shit. Just when Xia Ningxuan was about to cry out of anxiety, Xia Qingyue's heart sank little by little. Gu Chun suddenly changed the subject. But he looked at Xia Ningxuang's cute face that seemed to be about to cry, and grinned. Since your highness is so sincere, I will do you a favor. Really? Xia Ningxuang's eyes suddenly lit up, and a surprised smile instantly bloomed on her face. Even Xia Qingyue, who had always maintained a stern expression, had a barely perceptible glint of light flashing in her icy phoenix eyes. Of course it's true. Gu Chun nodded. But I have one condition. What conditions? Brother Gu, just tell me. As long as we can do it, we will definitely agree to it. Xia Ningxuang said quickly. My conditions are very simple. Gu Chun's eyes swept over Lu Ruyu and the 3 maids. When I go out this time, I have to take my wife and these troublesome maids with me. Ah? Gu Chun's words left both princesses stunned. To escort the royal family's confidential materials, you have to bring your family along? Isn't this too much of a joke? Xia Qingyue was about to open her mouth to refute, but was stopped by Xia Ningxuang's eyes. Xia Ningxuang looked at Gu Chun, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. She understood. Gu Chun was declaring his sovereignty to them in disguise. He was telling them that no matter how many temptations there were out there, his family would always be the most important thing in his heart. At the same time, he was also testing their bottom line and sincerity. If they can't even agree to this small request, There would be no question of the so-called generous reward or friendly relationship. After figuring this out, Xia Ningxuang's evaluation of Gu Chen became higher. This man seems cynical and acts absurdly. In fact, every step was taken in an extremely methodical and foolproof manner. No problem. Xia Ningxuang agreed without any hesitation. Don't even mention bringing your sister-in-law and sisters. Even if you want to move the entire Gu family there, our royal family will make all the necessary arrangements for you. She said this very beautifully, giving face to Gu Chen and showing the royal demeanor. It's settled then. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and stretched. When do we leave? Early tomorrow morning. Xia Ningxuang replied quickly. Okay. Gu Chen yawned. Then let's go back and get ready. It just so happens that my maids haven't been away from home yet. Just think of it as taking them out for a trip and seeing the world. After saying that, he put his arm around Lu Ruyu and led the three maids who were still a little confused, and walked out of the box in a swagger. The sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Escort? No. This is not an escort. This is clearly a family trip that can be taken on a whim. Chapter 106 Royal Plane. Sky Trip. The next day, early morning. Zhanghai City, Military Airport. A giant aircraft made entirely of an unknown alloy, gleaming with metallic luster, was quietly parked on the core apron. The appearance of this plane is no different from the planes on Earth in Gu Chen's previous life. The lines are smooth and full of power. However, the actual driving method is completely different. Its surface is engraved with countless complex and mysterious golden runes. Under the morning light, it shines brightly and exudes a heart-pounding and terrifying pressure. These runes are made of expensive materials, processed by some masters and then engraved on the outer wall of the giant aircraft. This is the exclusive vehicle of the Yanxia royal family and also the top strategic aircraft in the entire Yanxia country, the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon not only possesses terrifying defensive power comparable to that of a powerful cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm. It is also equipped with the most advanced power engine in Yanxia country. With full effort, traveling 100,000 miles a day is a piece of cake. It can be said that the Red Dragon itself is a mobile war fortress. At this moment, the area below the Red Dragon was already full of people. Gu Tianming brought a group of elders from the Gu family to see them off. Their faces were filled with genuine excitement and pride. Once upon a time, the Gu family didn't even dare to breathe in front of the royal family. But now, the second young master of their Gu family is going to the imperial capital in the name of escort in the royal family's exclusive car. This honor is enough for them to walk around Zhanghai City with impunity. Brother Gu, sister-in-law, please come this way. Xia Ningxuang stood at the gangway to greet them in person. She had a gentle smile on her face that was just the right amount. Gu Chen nodded, holding Lu Ruyu's hand with one hand and putting the other hand in his pocket, and was the first to step onto the gangway. Following closely behind him were Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang, and Li Chuxia. When their feet stepped onto the gangway that gleamed with metallic luster, an indescribable excitement and novelty surged in the hearts of the three girls. This was the first time in their lives that they had boarded this royal plane that only existed in legends. Lu Ruyu also looked curious. She held Gu Chen's arm tightly, and looked around with her watery almond eyes. Although she has a Xianyin divine body, her heart is still that of a timid little woman who depends on her husband. Only when she is with Gu Chen can she feel truly at ease. Li Chuxia was so excited that her face turned red. She tugged at her sister Li Qingshuang's sleeve and exclaimed softly, "Wow! Sister! Look! This plane is so big. It's bigger than the biggest house in our family." Li Qingshuang did not say anything, but silently felt the solid metal texture under his feet and the heavy pressure coming towards him. Her heart was also filled with shock. Only Wang Jinyao still tried hard to maintain her last bit of pride. She straightened her back, looked straight ahead, and tried hard to look less like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. But her slightly trembling fingertips and the unconsciously quickened heartbeat betrayed her deeply. A group of people walked into the cabin. The scene inside made the girls open their eyes wide again. Spacious, luxurious, and full of futuristic technology. Soft carpets, comfortable sofas, a huge holographic screen, and even a small bar and separate lounge. This is not a cabin, it is clearly a flying palace in the sky. Sit wherever you want. Gu Chen sat down on the most comfortable main sofa as if he was back home. His action made the maids in palace costumes standing beside him frown. But they didn't dare to say anything more. Because neither of the two princesses said anything. Xia Qingyue looked at Gu Chen, who looked like he was taking over the position as if it was his due, and felt angry again. This bastard. Do you really treat this place as your home? But she could only curse silently in her heart. Soon, everyone boarded the Red Dragon. Followed by a slight, almost negligible vibration. This huge war fortress slowly rose into the air. It penetrated the clouds and left the entire Zhanghai city at its feet. Through the huge porthole made of special crystal, one can overlook the city below, which is shrinking like a sand table. Lu Ruyu and the three maids couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This feeling of soaring above the sky and overlooking all living beings is an experience they have never had before. Even Li Qingxuan, who was always cold and aloof, had a strange light flashing in her ice-blue eyes. Gu Chen felt a little amused when he saw their naive looks. He walked up to Lu Ruyu and held her in his arms. "Do you like it?" he asked softly. "Yeah." Lu Ruyu nodded heavily, a happy smile on her face. "If you like it, I will build one for you when we get back. It will be bigger and more luxurious than this one." Gu Chen whispered in her ear. He said this lightly. But to Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan, who were not far away, it was no less than a thunderclap. Build one? Bigger and more luxurious than the Red Dragon? Did he think, was this making clay figures? Xia Qingyue couldn't help herself and wanted to speak, mocking him and saying that he didn't know his place. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Because she remembered all the incredible methods this man had used before. Perhaps. Can he really do it? As soon as this thought came to mind, Xia Qingyue's heart became even more complicated. Xia Ningxuan looked at Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu, who were inseparable and intimate, as if no one was around. Then she looked at her sister, who looked cute and angry, wanting to speak but not daring to. She once again confirmed that idea in her heart. I must let my sister take him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this continues, my sister won't even be able to drink a sip of soup. The Red Dragon was flying steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The atmosphere in the cabin is harmonious and subtle. Gu Chen was like a patriarch, teasing this one and flirting with that one. He successfully broke the cold look on Wang Jinyao's face that had remained for several days. A suspicious blush appeared on Li Qingxuan's cold face. As for Li Chuxia, she had already been completely bribed by him with a few exquisite pastries. Now, she follows him like a little tail, calling him Brother Gu Chen more sweetly than anyone else. And Xia Qingyue, in this joyful atmosphere, felt like a superfluous person. She wanted to fit in, but she couldn't let go of her pride. I can only sit in the corner alone and sulk. This feeling drove her crazy. Chapter 107, Undercurrents on the Journey. Women's War. The Red Dragon's flight was extremely stable. If it weren't for the sea of clouds rapidly receding outside the window, the people in the cabin would hardly feel that they were traveling at an altitude of 10,000 meters at a terrifying speed. The journey is long. It's also boring. After the initial novelty wore off, the girls gradually got used to this kind of air travel. Thus, inside the cabin, beneath the originally harmonious atmosphere, undercurrents began to surge quietly. The center of this war without gunpowder is naturally Gu Chen. The two sides of the war are clearly defined. On one side, there is the legitimate and superior Empress Lu Ruyu and the three maids around her who have been preliminarily trained. On the other side are the royal sisters who are of noble status but in an awkward situation. The first person to initiate the test was Wang Jingyao. Deep down, this person is still filled with the proud blood of the fire phoenix. After a few days of observation, she finally couldn't help but want to test her position in this small group and the man's bottom line towards her. That afternoon, Gu Chen was lying on the sofa, enjoying Li Chuxia's soft massage service. Wang Jingyao came over holding a plate of freshly cut ice crystal melon that exuded rich spiritual energy. "Mr. Gu, eat the melon." Her voice was still a little stiff, but it no longer had the initial resentment. "Well, leave it there." Gu Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. Wang Jinyao's dark eyebrows knitted slightly. She didn't move, but just stood there holding the plate. "What? Is there something else?" Gu Chen finally opened his eyes. Wang Jinyao bit her lip, as if she was having some ideological struggle. Finally, she seemed to muster up the courage and said, "Master Gu, I want to practice." "Practice?" Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. "There's so much spiritual energy here. If you want to practice, just find a place to practice. What are you talking to me about? No. Wang Jinya shook her head, and a hint of desire flashed in her bright eyes. My Fire Phoenix bloodline has been stagnant since it awakened. I can feel that there seems to be a shackle in my bloodline that restricts my growth. I heard from my wife that your methods are all powerful and can help others awaken their bloodlines and break through bottlenecks. Her words made Li Qingxuang and Li Chuxia beside her prick up their ears. They also face similar problems. Their talents are already top-notch in Zhanghai City. But they themselves know that this is far from their limit. They also long to become stronger. Gu Chen looked at Wang Jinyao's eyes full of expectation and smiled. He sat up, picked up a piece of melon from the plate in her hand, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. So, he asked knowingly. So? I would like to ask Mr. Gu to give me some advice. Wang Jinyao's voice became smaller and smaller, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Asking her, a girl of destiny, to beg a man who had taken everything from her was a huge test in itself. Give you some pointers? The smile on Gu Chen's face turned playful. Why should I give you instructions? Wang Jinyao was choked by his words and was speechless. Yeah, why? Now, I am just a maid beside him. What obligation does he have to give me advice? If you want me to give you some advice, that's not impossible. Gu Chen looked at her cute look that looked aggrieved and unwilling, and changed the subject. However, I'm afraid Madam didn't tell you the details of breaking through the bloodline restriction? And this detail, is it something you are willing to do? Details? What details? Wang Jinyao was stunned. What details? Gu Chen's eyes swept over her curvy figure that was made of tight-fitting martial arts uniform without restraint. That look was full of aggression. Wang Jinyao's face turned red in an instant. She subconsciously wanted to step back. But Gu Chen's voice sounded slowly. Not only can I help you break through the limitations of your bloodline, I can even upgrade your bloodline talent level and teach you the most suitable bloodline skills. For example, your wife hadn't awakened any bloodline before, but I helped her awaken the supreme bloodline divine body talent. Wang Jinyao, Li Qingxuang and Li Chuxia all stared at Gu Chen with eyes wide open, their eyes full of anticipation. But Gu Chen changed the subject. This awakening comes at a price. What's the price? Wang Jinyao asked impatiently. Li Qingxuang and Li Chuxia also pricked up their ears. Gu Chen's mouth cracked into an ambiguous smile. Dual cultivation. My method is to sort out the bloodline and stimulate the bloodline talent through dual cultivation. Dual cultivation. Wang Jinyao and Li Qingxuang couldn't help but cry out in shock. Only Li Chuxia was confused and asked, what is dual cultivation? Dual cultivation means. Li Qingxuang didn't know how to explain it for a while. Wang Jinyao and Li Qingxuang knew very well what Gu Chen meant by dual cultivation. After they were given to Gu Chen by their family, they had already prepared themselves mentally for this. However, although Gu Chen often teased them these days, he did not actually eat them. This made them feel a little relieved deep in their hearts. But now, after hearing what Gu Chen said, Wang Jinyao's heart was instantly in turmoil. Of course she understood what Gu Chen was talking about. Could it be? Could it be that he wants to? Just when she was confused and at a loss. Lu Ruyu, who had been sitting quietly beside Gu Chen and reading a book, suddenly spoke. Husband. Her voice was very soft and gentle, but it made everyone present focus their attention on her. Lu Ruyu put down the book in her hand, walked to Wang Jinyao, and took the plate of spiritual melon from her. Then, she raised her head and looked at Wang Jinyao with a gentle yet unquestionable hostess-like smile on her face. Sister Jinyao, don't rush into cultivation. My husband wasn't kidding. I awakened my supreme bloodline on our wedding night. If you're not mentally prepared, don't worry. After all, you're my husband's people from now on. Lu Ruyu's words were flawless. Wang Jinyao looked at Lu Ruyu's clear almond eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, and a deep sense of powerlessness surged in her heart. Yes, after the family gave her to Gu Chen, whether she was willing or not, she was already Gu Chen's. I understand, madam. Wang Jinyao lowered her head and answered in a dry voice. Well, that's good. Lu Ruyu smiled with satisfaction. She picked up a piece of spiritual melon and fed it to Gu Chen's mouth with her own hands. Husband, Gu Chen opened his mouth and enjoyed the food fed by his wife, with a smug smile on his face. He looked at the women with different expressions and his heart was filled with joy. Interesting. This harem hasn't really been established yet. The drama of the house fight has already begun. It seems that this journey will not be boring. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyue looked at the joyful scene before her and felt her heart become even more blocked. She discovered that she was not only lagging behind Gu Chen, but also behind Lu Ruyu. Even the maids around him were falling behind. This feeling almost drove her crazy. Chapter 108 10,000 meters high. Weird living fog. After Lu Ruyu easily resolved Wang Jinyao's test, the atmosphere on the Red Dragon became even more subtle. Wang Jinyao became much more honest. Every day, apart from diligently serving Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu, she would sit alone in a corner and practice quietly, never daring to have any improper thoughts again. Li Qingshuang is still as cold as ever, not talking much but working even harder. She seemed to have completely accepted her identity as a maid and was trying hard to play this role well. They know that they belong to Gu Chen, but they have not fully accepted it psychologically. And Li Chuxia has completely become Lu Ruyu's little follower. Her innocent and simple-minded character quickly won Lu Ruyu's favor. The two girls, who were equally simple-minded, quickly became close friends. They spent the entire day together, chattering in secret, adding some color to the dull journey. As for Xiao Qingyue, she was completely withdrawn. She locked herself in a separate lounge and didn't come out for several days. Xiao Ningxuan went to see her several times and found that she was just sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing her skills silently and ignoring everyone. But Xiao Ningxuan knew that her sister's heart was in turmoil. Beneath her seemingly calm surface, there is a raging storm that is enough to swallow her up. Xiao Ningxuan was powerless to do anything about it. She knew that the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. The only one who can help my sister out of this predicament is the bad man who caused all this. However, Gu Chen seemed to be completely unaware of all this. He still lives a decadent life of drunkenness and dreams every day. During the day, he accompanied his wife, flirted with the maid, watched the clouds, drank tea, and played cards. At night, he took Lu Ruyu with him to carry out the sacred practice of consolidating the foundation of Taoism. The constant noise day and night made Xiao Qingyue, who lived in the lounge next door, almost unable to control herself several times and rushed over to hack the couple to death on the spot. 3 more days passed in this strange yet peaceful atmosphere. The Red Dragon has penetrated deep into the heart of Yanxia country and entered a vast area called the Endless Sea of Clouds. This place is shrouded in thick clouds and fog all year round, with changeable climate, lightning, and thunder. It is one of the most dangerous routes in Yanxia. Even the Red Dragon's speed slowed down noticeably after entering this area. This afternoon, Gu Chen was enjoying the feeding service from Lu Ruyu and Li Chuxia, one on his left and one on his right. Li Qingshuang was making tea on the side, and Wang Jinyao was massaging his legs in the back. That scene is so depraved, so decadent. Just then, drip, drop, drop. A sharp and rapid alarm sounded throughout the cabin without any warning. Inside the cabin, the originally soft lights instantly turned into blood red, representing the highest level of danger. Alert! Alert! An extremely high concentration of an unknown energy field has been detected ahead. Warning! Warning! Avoidance system failed. Autopilot system failed. Space folding engine has been forced to shut down. Warning! Warning! The energy of the body's defense formation is rapidly decreasing. It is estimated that it will completely fail in 3 minutes. The cold, emotionless mechanical prompt sound echoed repeatedly in the cabin. This sudden change left everyone stunned. What's going on? Gu Chen was the first to react. He stood up suddenly, and his eyes, which had always been a little lazy, instantly became as sharp as a knife. At the same time, Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Ningxuan also rushed out from their respective lounges. Their faces were filled with solemnity and confusion. What happened? Xiao Qingyue looked at Gu Chen and asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Gu Chen shook his head, and his powerful spiritual sense instantly swept out of the cabin like an overwhelming force. However, the next second, his expression changed slightly. His spiritual sense had not extended beyond the cabin by more than 100 meters when it seemed to have hit an invisible sticky wall and could not advance any further. Something strange. Gu Chen's eyes became completely serious. He flashed and instantly appeared in the main cockpit at the front of the Red Dragon. The 5 pilots and operators in the cockpit were already sweating profusely, but they were helpless. Even the entire Red Dragon has lost control. Xiao Qingyue, Xiao Ningxuan, Lu Ruyu and others also followed Gu Chen into the main driver's cab. They leaned against Gu Chen and looked at the scene outside through the huge porthole made of a whole piece of transparent crystal. Even though they were knowledgeable and experienced, they couldn't help but gasp. I saw it right in front of the red dragon. An endless and thick black fog that was so thick that it could not be dissolved rolled and roared like a living thing, sweeping towards them. That was no ordinary thick fog. It was composed of the purest, coldest, and strange energy filled with the breath of death and decay. Wherever it passed, other clouds were completely swallowed up. The whole world seemed to be dyed with the color of despair by this black fog. What is this? Xianing Shuang exclaimed in surprise. I don't know. In the cockpit, the voice of the experienced Red Dragon Guard captain was trembling. All our detection equipment has failed. This fog seems to be able to absorb all energy. Also, all the power sources of the Red Dragon have been lost, but we are still sailing. Our target is this black fog. We can't get around it. There's no way to escape. It's only a matter of time before we're devoured. The captain's words made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. Husband. Lu Ruyu looked at Gu Chen worriedly. Don't worry, it's okay. Gu Chen comforted. However, he also had a bad feeling in his heart. This thick fog was very strange and could even block his spiritual consciousness. He did not dare to act rashly. The main reason is that there are so many people on the Red Dragon, and he must remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Just then, the terrifying black fog was slowly approaching the Red Dragon, and eventually completely engulfed it. Buzz. The fuselage of the Red Dragon trembled violently. All the lights in the cabin began to flash wildly. Outside the porthole, the golden defensive light shield that was strong enough to withstand the full-strength attack of a strong man in the spirit transformation realm made a sizzling sound under the erosion of the black fog, and became dim and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh no! The defensive formation can't hold on any longer. The captain let out a desperate roar. The golden defensive shield of the Red Dragon was being eroded by the endless dark fog, and was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The fuselage shook violently, and the shrill alarms and cold mechanical prompts intertwined together, composing a doomsday-like symphony of despair. Everyone in the cab was caught off guard by this sudden change. The faces of the experienced Red Dragon Guard captains and operators were filled with horror and helplessness. They controlled the plane and tried all the emergency avoidance procedures, but all the operations were in vain and there was no response. This aerial fortress, representing the highest technological achievement of the Yanxia nation, is like an iron coffin that has lost its power in the face of this strange black fog, and can only be passively dragged into the unknown abyss. Chapter 109, Dimensional Crack. A Desperate Journey. Husband. Lu Ruyu's pretty face turned pale. She subconsciously grabbed Gu Chen's arm tightly, and her voice was trembling unconcealably. The three maids, Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang and Li Chuxia, were also frightened. Although they were all favored daughters of heaven, they had never seen such a strange and terrifying scene. Even the usually calm and composed faces of Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang were filled with solemnity and suspicion. The oppressive feeling brought to them by this black fog was even 100 times stronger than when they faced those demon beast overlords at the peak of the condensation realm in the abyss of black fog. What the hell is this thing? Xia Qingyue stared at the rapidly dimming defensive light shield outside the porthole. Her voice was icy cold, yet it could hardly conceal a hint of uneasiness within it. I don't know. Gu Chen shook his head. His eyes, which had always been a little lazy, had become completely sharp at this moment. But what is certain is that this thing is not from our world. The moment his consciousness emerged from the cabin, it was shattered by a sticky and chaotic force. The golden light on the defensive shield had become like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. Gu Chen knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Stand firm. Gu Chen growled, no longer hesitating. He took a step forward and placed his right hand directly on the huge transparent crystal porthole in the main cockpit. Buzz. A powerful and vast, yet extremely restrained force surged out from his palm. That was not pure Yuanli, but a more ancient and domineering golden gray power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, which seemed to be above all things. This force, like a golden torrent, instantly poured into the defensive shield that was about to collapse. The golden light shield, which had originally dimmed to the point of being almost invisible, trembled violently after being blessed by this power, and then burst into a dazzling light. The surface of the light shield was no longer pure gold, but had an additional layer of mysterious, constantly flowing, strange red and yellow patterns. Sizzle. The black mist that was originally invincible and could easily corrode everything, when it came into contact with this new layer of defensive light shield, seemed to have met its nemesis, making a harsh sound like ice and snow meeting a branding iron, and then, it was purified and melted away. The defensive light shield that was originally in danger, at this moment, became as solid as a rock and as stable as Mount Tai. The violent vibrations in the cabin also subsided. There was deathly silence in the cab. Everyone stared at the incredible scene in front of them in amazement, their minds going blank. The eyes of the Red Dragon Guard captains were almost popping out of their heads. They knew better than anyone how powerful the Red Dragon's defensive formation was, and they also knew how critical the situation was. But now, this man just stretched out a hand and easily pulled the sky fortress that was about to crash back from the brink of death? What kind of magical method is this? The sisters Xiao Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang were also deeply shocked. Although they had long known that Gu Chen's strength was unfathomable. But every time, when he actually made a move, the completely unreasonable and overwhelming power he displayed would refresh their cognition again and again. Sister, he seems to have become stronger again. Xia Ningxuang muttered to herself as she looked at Gu Chen's tall and straight back. Xia Qingyue didn't say anything. She just stared at Gu Chen's hand pressing on the porthole. Deep in her cold phoenix eyes were extremely complicated emotions. There was shock, relief, and even a hint of dependence that she herself was not aware of. Just when everyone thought that the crisis had been resolved and they were temporarily safe. Bang! The door of the cab was violently slammed open from the outside by a huge force. A figure rushed in, rolling and crawling. It's the captain of the Royal Guard, Ji Lang. At this moment, Ji Lang no longer had his usual composure and calmness. His clothes were disheveled, his face was as pale as paper, and his face was filled with extreme fear and despair. Your Highness! Something bad has happened. Ji Lang didn't even have time to salute before he screamed in a voice that was almost a roar, it's a dimensional rift. We hit a newly opened dimensional rift. Dimensional rift? These four words, like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens, struck Xiao Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang's minds fiercely. Their pretty faces suddenly lost all their color. What did you say? Ji Lang. Did you see clearly? Xia Qingyue's voice became shrill due to excessive shock. It's absolutely true. Your Highness. Ji Lang's voice was filled with tears. I just saw it with my own eyes through the observation mirror at the stern. In the center of that black fog, there's a spatial rift that's constantly expanding and twisting. We're being sucked in by that rift. Ji Lang's words made everyone in the cab, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, feel as if they were falling into an icy cave again. Dimensional rift. For the people in this world, these four words represent taboo, the unknown, and even death. The reason why there are various secret realms in this world is because of these stable or unstable dimensional cracks. They are like wormholes opened on the barriers of the world, connecting countless bizarre and strange worlds. After countless generations of exploration, stable dimensional cracks may be able to summarize some rules and become resource points for development. But a newly opened, unstable dimensional rift is simply a one-way train to hell. The chaotic force of space, the violent flow of time, and the completely unknown and deadly world on the other side of the rift. Any one of them is enough to make a strong man in the spirit transformation realm or even the nirvana realm die without a trace. No wonder my spiritual consciousness was isolated. Gu Chen finally understood. He slowly withdrew his hand, and his expression became more solemn than ever. He wasn't afraid. With the strength of his chaos ancestral dragon body, he is confident that he can survive even in the turbulence of space. But the problem is that his wife, the mother of his future child, and a bunch of other dependents are also on the boat. He can't just run away alone, right? What's the situation now? Gu Chen looked at the captain who was almost scared silly. Reporting to Master Gu. The captain replied tremblingly, the Red Dragon has completely lost control. All power systems have failed. We are being dragged into the center of the rift by an irresistible force. We estimate that we will be completely swallowed in 1 minute. The captain's words sentenced everyone to death. It's over. This time, it's really over. An atmosphere called despair spread wildly in the cab. Even Xia Qingyue, the usually arrogant and cold eldest princess, revealed a trace of confusion and helplessness in her eyes at this moment. In this desperate silence, Gu Chen's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Why are you panicking? The sky hasn't fallen yet. His voice was not loud, but it was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, and in an instant, it calmed everyone's minds. Everyone turned their eyes to him. Guchen still looked lazy, as if he was covered with the sky. He looked around, saw everyone's faces filled with fear, and curled his lips. Isn't it just falling into a dimensional gap? What's the big deal? Cheer up, everyone. Guchen's voice suddenly rose, carrying an unquestionable majesty. No one knows what kind of world lies behind the crack. Now, immediately, right now. Find me all the armor I can wear and all the weapons I can hold. Get ready for battle. Yes. Under the threat of death and Guchen's strong command, the captains and guards of the Red Dragon Guard seemed to have found their backbone. They subconsciously straightened their backs and responded loudly. They looked at Guchen with eyes as if they were looking at a god who could lead them to create miracles. Chapter 110 Get ready. The unknown world. Guchen's order was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly dispelling the despair and panic that permeated the Red Dragon. The people who were originally at a loss seemed to have found their backbone and immediately took action. Quick! Open weapons depot number 3. All combatants, gather in the central hall immediately to receive your equipment. Ji Lang was worthy of being the captain of the Royal Guard. He was the first to react. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began to command his guards loudly in a hoarse voice. The sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan also quickly recovered from their shock. They looked at each other and saw a hint of bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. They are royal princesses and the nominal supreme commanders of this escort mission. But now, the one who actually gives orders and stabilizes the morale of the troops is this man. Let's help too. Xia Qingyue didn't dwell on these things anymore. She knew very well that now was not the time to think about this. The most important thing is to survive. Soon, under the organization of the two princesses and Ji Lang, all the personnel on the Red Dragon, including the Red Dragon Guards responsible for driving and operating, and even the maids in palace dresses responsible for serving tea and water, gathered in the spacious central hall. As the exclusive vehicle of the Yanxia royal family, the Red Dragon's arsenal is naturally extremely well stocked. Crack! 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 With the sound of metal friction, rows of brand new Red Dragon Guard standard armor that gleamed with cold metallic light were pushed out from the wall. Each set of these armors is made of the finest black iron mixed with rare metals, and is engraved with dense defensive runes, enough to withstand the full force of a chi-gathering realm warrior. In addition to armor, there are also boxes of sharp swords and spears, as well as dozens of force guns that are handcrafted by weapon masters and can emit high-energy force beams. If these equipment were placed outside, any one of them would be enough to drive an ordinary mercenary group crazy. Everyone, change clothes immediately. Xia Qingyue's voice returned to its former coolness and majesty. Everyone did not dare to delay and started immediately, putting on these heavy armors with the help of Ji Lang and others. Lu Ruyu and the three maids had never seen such a scene before, and for a moment, they were at a loss. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. It was Li Qingxuang who calmed down first. Although she was also nervous, her calm personality allowed her to remain calm in this critical moment. She walked over to Li Chusha, whose face was pale with fear, and skillfully helped her pick out a set of armor that fit her and put it on. Sister, these clothes are so heavy. Li Chusha felt like a little bear trapped in a tin can while wearing armor. She jumped up and down on the spot, stretching her arms and kicking her legs. Although the armor is heavy, it is not a burden to her and will not affect the battle. Be careful. Li Qingxuang helped her fasten the last buckle, and then walked to Wang Jinyao, who was also a little at a loss. Wang Jinyao looked at Li Qingxuang, who was extending a helping hand to her, and a hint of complexity flashed across her bright and pretty face. She bit her lip, but in the end, she didn't refuse. At this critical moment of life and death, that ridiculous pride and competitiveness have become worthless. Lu Ruyu stood obediently in front of Guchen, cooperating in putting on the armor, and looked at him worriedly with her watery almond eyes. Husband, are we really going to die? Don't worry, I'm here. Even if the King of Hell comes, he will have to ask me for my consent first. Guchen pinched her tender little face and comforted her with a smile. His ease and confidence were like a warm spring, instantly soothing the fear in Lu Ruyu's heart. She nodded heavily, looking at her husband with eyes full of unconditional trust and admiration. Guchen's eyes swept across the hall. He saw that everyone had put on armor and picked up weapons. Although there was still tension and anxiety on their faces, there was no longer any despair in their eyes. Instead, there was a hint of determination to fight to the death. He nodded with satisfaction. Brother Gu, don't you want to wear a suit? Xiaoningshuang walked over. She was also wearing a set of golden armor tailored for women, which made her look more heroic. No thanks. Gu Chen waved his hand and said with a look of disgust, this thing is bulky and heavy. Wouldn't it be a hindrance to wear it in a fight? His words made the corners of the mouths of the people around him, who had just built up a little confidence, twitch. Xia Qingyue couldn't help herself and glared at him fiercely. This bastard. What time is it, and you are still here making sarcastic remarks? Just then. Boom. The entire red dragon shook violently. This vibration is more violent than any previous one. In the hall, everyone was staggering and unable to stand steadily. Immediately following. Bang! All the lights in the cabin went out in an instant. The whole world was plunged into a pitch-black darkness. Ah! Li Chuxia let out a terrified scream and hugged her sister tightly. In the darkness, only the twisted, chaotic, and constantly changing colored dimensional crack outside the porthole emitted a strange light. The cold mechanical prompt sound rang in everyone's ears for the last time. Warning! Warning! About to leave the dimensional rift. The energy system is completely damaged. Emergency landing procedure. Failed to start. Boom! 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 The fuselage of the Red Dragon began to roll violently and uncontrollably. Although everyone was fixed in their seats, they still felt like they were thrown into a washing machine, with the world spinning around and their internal organs about to be thrown out. This violent turbulence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Then, boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar that was enough to shatter a person's eardrums. The Red Dragon seemed to have hit something extremely hard. Everything came to an abrupt end at this moment. Deathly silence. I don't know how long it took. The emergency lights in the cabin flickered twice and finally came on. The dim red light illuminated the messy scene in the hall. Everyone was so dizzy that they fell back in their seats. Gu Chen immediately protected Lu Ruyu in his arms, so nothing happened to her. He unbuckled his clothes, stood up, dusted himself off, and looked towards the huge porthole. Outside the porthole, the colorful chaotic energy has disappeared. Instead, there was a strange scene that had never been seen before, full of death and desolation. Where are we? Xiaoningshuang climbed up from her seat, rubbing her dizzy head and asked in a trembling voice. No one could answer her. Like Gu Chen, everyone's eyes were fixed on the new world outside the window that made them feel suffocated. Chapter 111 Iron Wasteland. Dead Silence World. Through the huge porthole of the Red Dragon, which was covered with spiderweb like cracks. A new world that is bizarre, yet full of oppression and silence, appears before everyone's eyes. The sky is eternally leaden gray. The clouds, as thick as solidified cement, pressed down heavily overhead, and there was not a ray of sunlight or a single star to be seen. At your feet is a vast and boundless city. But this city is completely different from any city they know. There is not a trace of green here. There were no trees, no flowers, not even a trace of moss. Everywhere you look, you see cold, metallic steel objects. The bizarrely shaped skyscrapers pierced the gray sky like ferocious sword blades. Their exterior walls were not made of bricks and stone, but of a dull black alloy they had never seen before. Many buildings have collapsed, and huge metal wreckage, like the corpses of ancient beasts, lies in disorder on the wide streets. There was no soil on the ground, which was completely covered by huge, tightly fitted metal plates. Some large, oddly shaped metal vehicles lay overturned on the side of the road, their surfaces covered with rust and battle scars. The whole world is like a magnificent and cold metal tomb. The most eerie thing is the absolute silence that is everywhere. There was no sound of wind, no birds singing, no insects chirping, and not even a trace of living creatures. The whole world is so quiet that I can hear my own heartbeat. Where is this place? Li Chuxia looked at the desolate and strange scene outside the window, her face turned pale with fright and her voice trembled. No one answered her. Everyone was shocked speechless by the postmodern wasteland-style scene before them. Even Xia Qingyue and Xiaoningshuang, two well-informed princesses of the royal family, had their eyes filled with confusion and horror at this moment. They have been to many secret places and seen various different worlds. There is a fiery world covered with lava, an extremely cold world covered with ice for thousands of miles, and a primeval jungle with towering ancient trees. But this was the first time they had seen a world like the one before them, made entirely of metal, full of technology, yet lifeless. There is no spiritual energy here. Li Qingshuang suddenly spoke. Her voice was as cold as ever, but with a barely perceptible solemnity. Her words made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Only then did they realize that there was not even a trace of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air of this world. This means that every battle they fight here, every time they mobilize their energy, is pure consumption. No supplements can be obtained from the outside world. Once their energy is exhausted, they will become lambs to be slaughtered. This discovery made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. No, it's not that there is no spiritual energy. Gu Chen, however, shook his head at this time. His deep eyes flashed with a light that knew everything. It's just that the energy form of this world is different from ours. His spiritual consciousness spread out in all directions like an invisible tide. In this world, although his spiritual consciousness was still suppressed, it was no longer as difficult to move as it was in the dimensional rift, and was enough to cover an area of several kilometers. In his perception, there was indeed no breath of life in this dead city. However, there is an omnipresent, cold, and emotionless consciousness, like a huge, invisible Skynet, covering the entire city. This consciousness was very weak and obscure. If it weren't for his powerful soul, it would be almost impossible to detect. It's like a dormant giant. Don't just stand there. Gu Chen withdrew his consciousness and said in a deep voice, "First check the damage to the plane to see if it can still fly." His words woke everyone up. The Red Dragon Guard captains quickly got up from the ground and rushed to the cockpit. A moment later, a desperate message came back. "Report to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Report to Master Gu." The captain's voice was filled with bitterness and powerlessness. The Red Dragon crashed. The main power engine is completely destroyed. The core formation of the space-folding engine has collapsed. The energy reserve is less than 3% left, which can only maintain the most basic life support system and emergency lighting. We're trapped here. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, chilling the hearts of those who had just felt a glimmer of hope. Trapped in a strange world without spiritual energy and full of unknown dangers. What is the difference between this and being sentenced to death? A breath of despair once again spread uncontrollably in everyone's hearts. Li Chuxia's eyes were red. Even Wang Jinyao, who was always strong, had a hint of paleness on her bright and pretty face. "Why are you crying? He's not dead yet." Gu Chen looked at their desperate expressions and scolded them angrily. "It's just a broken plane, right? Just fix it." "Repair?" Xia Qingyue gave a wry smile. "That's easy for you to say. The Red Dragon's power core is the imperial family's top secret, forged by dozens of weapon refining masters. Not to mention we don't have the materials, even if we did, no one would know how to repair it." "Who said no one can repair it?" Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and pointed at his nose. "I can do it." His words stunned everyone. "Can you? Are you kidding me? Aren't you a warrior? When did you become a part-time weapon refiner again? And he is a master-level weapon refiner who can repair Royal Strategic Class spacecraft?" Xia Qingyue was about to open her mouth to refute him, saying that he was bragging. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Because she remembered all the bizarre things this man had done before. With one finger, he killed a peak-level demon beast in the condensation realm, subdued the sword demon king in the transformation realm, and used the energy of chaos to heal the sisters. Which of these things is not challenging her cognitive limits? Maybe he really can fix it? As soon as this thought came to mind, Xia Qingyue's heart became even more complicated. "Okay, let's talk about repairing the plane later." Gu Chen waved his hand. He knew that he couldn't explain it clearly to them now. The most urgent thing is to find out what kind of place this is and whether there is any danger. He glanced at the dead silent steel jungle outside the window, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Instead of sitting here and waiting to die, why not take the initiative to go out and take a look? I'll take a few people with me and go out to explore the way. The rest of you, stay on the boat and guard this place until I come back. Gu Chen's tone left no room for doubt. He glanced at the crowd and began to select candidates. "I'll go with you." Lu Ruyu was the first to speak without hesitation. "I'm going too." Wang Jinyao also stood up. She didn't want to be treated as a vase that could only hide behind. "Count me in," Li Qingshuang said concisely. Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang exchanged a glance and spoke at the same time. "We sisters will go too." They knew that Gu Chen was their only hope, and that only by staying by his side would they be safest. "Okay." Gu Chen nodded and did not refuse. "Jilang, you take the rest of the people and guard the boat. Remember, no matter what happens outside, don't come out. Gu Chen ordered the captain of the guard. Yes. Mr. Gu. Ji Lang nodded heavily. After arranging everything, Gu Chen walked to the hatch that was severely deformed due to the violent impact. He took a deep breath, then kicked out. Boom! The heavy cabin door, made of special alloy, strong enough to withstand missile bombing, was kicked by him so hard that it flew backwards. A cold air, smelling of rust and engine oil, rushed in instantly. Gu Chen was the first to step out. Lu Ruyu, Xiao Qingyue, Xiao Ningxuan, Wang Jinniao, and Li Qingxuan, 5 stunningly beautiful women, followed closely behind. When their feet actually stepped on this cold metal ground, 6 people stood under the huge wreckage of the Red Dragon, looking at the steel wasteland in front of them, which was crawling under the gray sky like a prehistoric behemoth. An indescribable feeling of insignificance and desolation surged in everyone's heart. Chapter 112 First Contact. Cold, murderous intent. As they stepped out of the Red Dragon, the cold and turbid air hit them in the face, carrying with it a strange smell mixed with a strong smell of rust and ozone, which made the girls, who were accustomed to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, couldn't help but frown. The metal floor beneath my feet was cold and hard, making a slight clanging sound when I stepped on it. The sound echoed in this dead silent city, sounding particularly harsh. Everyone follow me closely and stay alert. Gu Chen's voice was very low. He walked in front, and his powerful spiritual sense was like a radar, carefully scanning every inch of the surrounding space. Lu Ruyu followed closely behind him, her small hands clutching the corners of his clothes, her watery almond eyes looking at this strange world with curiosity and fear. The sisters Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Ningxuan, one on the left and one on the right, protected Lu Ruyu on both sides. Although they were also filled with anxiety, their pride and sense of responsibility as royal princesses forced them to remain calm. Wang Jinniao and Li Qingxuan walked at the back, responsible for covering the rear. A small cluster of golden red phoenix flames had already ignited in Wang Jinniao's hand, which was particularly eye-catching in this gray and cold world. Li Qingxuan, on the other hand, raised his perception to the extreme, paying close attention to any movement behind him. 6 people formed a small exploration team and cautiously explored deep into the city. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the grandeur and sadness of the city. The street is wide enough for more than a dozen heavy trucks to drive side by side. On both sides of the road, those bizarre-shaped skyscrapers, although most of them are in ruins, their exposed, skeleton-like internal structures still show how glorious they once were. Occasionally, they would see some huge wreckage that looked like public transportation vehicles. Those vehicles are streamlined, with smooth surfaces, and are full of science fiction feeling. Obviously, the technological level of this world had reached a height that they could hardly imagine. It seems like there was a terrible war here. Xiao Ningxuan looked at a skyscraper that was cut in half, with a mirror-smooth cut at the end, and spoke in a solemn voice. Yeah. Gu Chen nodded. Along the way, he had seen countless huge bomb craters and metal ground that had melted and then solidified again due to high temperatures. It is obvious that a doomsday war broke out here, which was enough to destroy the entire civilization. But the question is, who is the enemy? Is this world's internal war? Or an invasion from outside? Just when everyone was full of doubts, Gu Chen, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, husband? Lu Ruyu asked in a low voice. Gu Chen did not answer. He just raised his hand and pointed to the ruins of a collapsed building not far ahead. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a humanoid creature about 2 meters tall, made entirely of black alloy, lying quietly in the shadow of the ruins. Its appearance is very similar to that of humans, with limbs, a torso, and a head. But its body is full of cold, mechanical lines. At the joints, there are exposed, complex hydraulic transmission devices. There are no facial features on its head, only a dark red round crystal that looks like a single eye. Is this a puppet? Wang Jinniao asked uncertainly, looking at the strange humanoid creature. Not like that. Xiao Qingyue shook her head. Although our Yanxia puppetry is quite sophisticated, it's mostly made of wood or stone, and driven by energy. I've never seen a puppet like this, made entirely of metal and with such a sophisticated structure. Let's go and take a look. Gu Chen said. He had already recognized that it was a robot. However, there are no robots in Yanxia country. He took a direct step and walked over. Everyone hurried to follow. They cautiously approached the humanoid creature lying motionless on the ground. Gu Chen squatted down and looked at it carefully. He discovered that there was a huge, penetrating wound on the robot's chest, and the circuits and parts inside had been completely destroyed. Obviously, it was killed in battle by some powerful weapon. It seems that this thing is the soldier of this world. Gu Chen reached out and knocked on the cold metal shell of the robot, which made a clang-clang sound. Just at the moment his fingers touched the robot's body, something strange happened suddenly. The dark red single eye on the head of the robot that had originally been dead suddenly lit up without any warning. A cold, emotionless red light instantly locked onto Gu Chen, who was closest to it. Danger! Xia Qingyue was the first to react. With a fierce shout, a ball of blazing golden divine phoenix fire instantly condensed in her hand and smashed towards the robot fiercely. However, it was too late. The robot moved the moment the red light came on. Its movements are extremely fast. The speed is completely beyond what its bulky appearance should allow. Its right arm, like a black lightning, with a sharp scream that tore through the air, grabbed Gu Chen's heart at an extremely tricky angle. Its goal, from the very beginning, was to kill with one strike. This series of events happened in a flash. Lu Ruyu, Xia Ningxuan, and others didn't even have time to react. They could only watch as the sharp claws flashing with cold metallic light were about to pierce through Gu Chen's chest. They all knew Gu Chen's strength, but in a critical moment, they were too concerned and lost their minds. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. There was no trace of panic on Gu Chen's face. He didn't even bother to hide. Just when the mechanical claw was about to touch the clothes on his chest, he moved. There is no earth-shaking momentum, nor dazzling brilliance. He simply raised his right hand. Then, he arrived first and grabbed the robot's lightning-fast wrist. Crack! A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of metal breaking was heard. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Gu Chen's hand, which looked white and slender and not very strong, was like an indestructible pair of pliers. He just gave it a gentle squeeze. That robot, that incredibly hard mechanical arm made of a special alloy, was like a fragile biscuit, and was crushed and deformed by him. Buzz! A red light shone brightly in the robot's single eye, and its other intact arm turned into a residual image, smashing towards Gu Chen's head with tremendous force. Noisy! A hint of impatience flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He grabbed the robot's broken arm and swung it hard. Boom! He lifted up the metal lump that was more than 2 meters high and weighed hundreds of pounds as easily as if it were a torn sack, and then smashed it hard on the metal ground next to him. Chapter 113 Mechanical Frenzy. Desperate Siege. Boom! A loud bang. A huge dent was created on the ground. The robot's entire body was deeply embedded in it. All the parts of his body were completely destroyed in the violent collision, and the red light on his head was completely extinguished. Gu Chen let go of his hand and patted the dust off his hand, as if he had just casually swatted a fly to death. His actions were so clean, neat, and full of violent aesthetics that all the women present were stunned. They knew that Gu Chen was very strong. But they didn't expect that Gu Chen's physical strength was so abnormally strong. Crushing this strange alloy with bare hands? Is this still a human being? This is simply an ancient ferocious beast in human skin. Is it solved now? Wang Jinhao said in disbelief as she looked at the robot that had been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. The speed and power that the robot just now unleashed has definitely reached the peak level of the condensation realm. But in front of this man, I can't even withstand a single move? While everyone was still in shock, Gu Chen walked quickly to the pile of scrap metal and picked up a core chip from the wreckage of the robot, which was still flashing red light. He closed his eyes and sent a trace of his chaotic spiritual power into it. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and a solemn expression appeared on his face. What's wrong? Xia Qingyue asked hurriedly. I read the last remaining instructions in its core chip. Gu Chen said slowly. The instruction is very simple, just one sentence. Organic life detected. Execute clearance procedures. Clear program? Organic life? These unfamiliar words left everyone stunned. But they reacted quickly. Organic life forms, don't they refer to people with flesh and blood like them? And clear. A terrifying thought that made them shudder arose in their minds at the same time. This world is not just dead. It hates and kills all living creatures. Just as this thought came to mind. Kacha kacha. Waves of dense noises, like the turning of gears, rang out from the dark, silent ruins of the buildings around them. Immediately following. A pair. 10 pairs. 100 pairs. Thousands of pairs of cold, emotionless blood-red eyes lit up in unison in the darkness. Thousands of cold red eyes lit up in the dark ruins, like devil's eyes staring from the depths of hell, instantly turning the area where Gu Chen and the other 6 were located into a cage of despair. Oh no! We are surrounded! Xia Qingyue shouted fiercely, and the power of the chaos divine phoenix in her body erupted with a roar. Golden gray flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding area within hundreds of meters as bright as day. In the light of the fire, a scene that was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle appeared before everyone. All around, densely packed, were those pitch-black humanoid robots. They poured out like a tide from behind collapsed buildings, from dark alleys, and from cracks in the ground, surrounding them tightly. In addition to these 2-meter-tall humanoid robots, there are many more mechanical creations of various shapes. There are small, spider-like reconnaissance robots that crawl quickly on walls and ruins. The red crystals on their abdomens are flashing dangerously. There was a heavy robot with tracks on its lower body and a huge gun barrel on its upper body. The black muzzle of the gun was aimed at them. Even in the sky farther away, there were dozens of flying robots like metal bats hovering, blocking all their escape routes. This is a silent army composed of pure steel and killing will. There were no roars or screams, only the cold, uniform click sound of metal friction. But the oppressive feeling brought by this absolute silence is more suffocating than the shouts of thousands of troops. Prepare for battle. Gu Chen's voice broke the silence. There was no tension on his face, but instead a hint of excitement and amusement like a hunter seeing his prey. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that this journey will not be boring. His words left the women behind him, whose palms were sweating from nervousness, speechless. What time is it? Are you still in the mood to joke? But they didn't have time to think too much. Because that silent mechanical army has launched an attack. Buzz. Accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound of energy. Dozens of fiery red energy beams as thick as buckets were first ejected from the black muzzles of those heavy robots. Wherever these energy beams passed, the air was burned and distorted, and the metal plates on the ground were instantly melted, leaving behind shocking gullies. Spread! Xia Qingyue let out a delicate cry, and her body flashed, transforming into a streak of golden light. She narrowly avoided several beams of energy. Others also used their skills to dodge in different directions. Boom! 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 The energy beams hit the spot where they had just stood, causing a series of earth-shattering explosions. A terrifying energy storm swept across the 4 directions. Kill! Just when they were about to gain a firm foothold, the humanoid robots moved. They marched with heavy and orderly steps, like an unstoppable black tide, charging towards the scattered crowd. Court death! Wang Jiniao's bright and pretty face was filled with murderous intent. She let out a delicate cry, formed seals with her hands, and the fire phoenix bloodline in her body was stimulated to the extreme. Phoenix dances in the sky. A giant fire phoenix made of pure flames with a wingspan of more than 10 meters condensed and took shape behind her. The fire phoenix let out a high-pitched cry, carrying a terrifying high temperature that could burn everything, and pounced fiercely towards the black crowd of robots. Boom! Wherever the fire phoenix passed, more than a dozen robots were instantly melted into boiling molten iron. However, more robots continued to charge forward fearlessly, stepping on the wreckage of their companions. Mysterious Ice Realm. Li Qingxuan also took action. She pressed her hands together, and a bone-chilling chill spread wildly around her. A thick layer of frost quickly formed on the ground. The robots rushing in the front slipped and their movements instantly became slow. Here you go. Xia Qingyue seized the opportunity, clasped her hands together, and swung out a long golden flame whip that was even more domineering and blazing, condensed from the power of the Chaos Divine Phoenix. The long whip was like a dragon, lashing wildly among the crowd of robots. Every swing would bring up large sparks and metal fragments. Although Xia Ningxuan was seriously injured, she couldn't care less at the moment. She forced the few remaining true Dragon Emperor bloodline powers in her body to form ice walls to provide cover for everyone. Lu Ruyu followed Gu Chen closely. Although her recently awakened Shen-Yin divine body did not have strong attack power, it could emit a very yin and soft Tai-yin force. Within the area covered by this power, everyone's mind felt clear and the consumption of their energy seemed to slow down a bit. 5 stunning women, each displaying their magical powers, for a moment, managed to resist the siege of the endless mechanical army that was like a tide. Chapter 114, Dragon's Might is Unrivaled. Breaking the enemy with one punch. However, the expressions of Xia Qingyue and the others became increasingly solemn. Because they found that there were too many robots. They can never be killed or chopped off. For every one they destroyed, 2 or 3 more would rise from the shadows of the ruins. But their energy is limited. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, defeat is only a matter of time. We can't go on like this. There are too many of them. Xia Qingyue shouted anxiously to Gu Chen while waving the flaming whip. Don't worry, just watch me. Gu Chen's voice was still so calm and relaxed. From the beginning of the battle until now, he has been standing there without moving. He was like an outsider, enjoying with great interest the violent performance full of metal and fire before him. Gu Chen is different from Xia Qingyue and others. He came from a different time. Before crossing over, China's robots were already world-leading, but compared to these war machines in front of them, they were far behind. Although Yanxia country also has some technological creations. But they are all some spells and runes combined with various black technologies from another world. There is nothing like the world before our eyes. Although this is a destroyed world, the black technology content is also real. Gu Chen was observing these robots. He observed the robots' attack patterns, their power cores, and their weaknesses. He soon came to a conclusion. Although these robots are numerous, they are not afraid of death. But their movement patterns seemed a bit dull. They are like puppets with set programs, and can only execute the simplest instructions of charging and attacking. The one directing their actions seemed to be a higher-level unit hidden further behind. Found it. A sneer appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. His gaze penetrated through the layers of robotic crowds and accurately locked onto the top of a tall building 1,000 meters away. There stood a unique robot, taller and silver-white in color. It held no weapon in its hands, but its single eye flashed with a cold blue light full of calculation. It is the commander of this mechanical army. Catch the leader first. Just when Gu Chen was about to set off to get rid of the commander, the silver-white robot commander seemed to have noticed his intention. Its single blue eye suddenly flashed red, and then it raised its right arm. Its right arm began to deform and reorganize rapidly. Countless complex metal components extended from its arms, eventually forming a giant energy cannon that was even larger than its body and full of destructive aura. Buzz! A white light so bright that no one could look directly at it gathered madly at the muzzle. A terrifying energy fluctuation, enough to make even the strongest people in the spirit transformation realm feel palpitations, suddenly exploded. All the women present were horrified, and a fatal sense of crisis enveloped their whole bodies. Subconsciously, they wanted to retreat. However, they were horrified to discover that the target of the giant energy cannon was not any of them. Instead, it was Gu Chen who stood there motionless from beginning to end. No. To be more precise, it was Lu Ruyu who was standing next to Gu Chen. After analyzing the battlefield situation, the commander actually accurately judged that Lu Ruyu was the weakest link in this small group and the only flaw of the strongest man. It will use the most powerful attack to eliminate this flaw. Husband. Be careful. Lu Ruyu looked at the white beam of light that had completely locked onto her and was emitting an aura of destruction, and she was frightened out of her wits. She wanted to hide, but her body was pinned to the spot by the terrifying energy fluctuations, unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the pillar of deathlight, which was powerful enough to vaporize her instantly, roared towards her. Gu Chen! Lady! Xia Qingyue, Wang Jinyao, and the others also let out a horrified scream at the same time. They wanted to go to the rescue, but they were held back by the endless tide of robots and had no way to spare any time. They could only stare at the white beam of destructive light in despair. It was about to devour the most important person in their hearts. At the critical moment. Just at the moment when the destructive beam of light that was powerful enough to evaporate mountains was about to swallow Lu Ruyu. A slender figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of her out of thin air. It was Gu Chen. He still had that lazy look on his face, and even his facial expression didn't change at all. He simply stretched out his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and so casually blocked the terrifying beam of light that was more than 3 meters in diameter. Husband! Don't! Lu Ruyu let out a shrill scream. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is he crazy? He actually wanted to use his flesh and blood body to withstand that level of energy attack? Xia Qingyue, Xia Ningxuan, and the others also experienced cardiac arrest. Their minds went blank. It's over. He is too arrogant. This thought arose in their minds at the same time. However, the next second, a picture appeared that they would never forget and that would overturn their entire worldview. Boom! The destructive beam of light hit Gu Chen's palm, which didn't look very strong. The expected scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere and instant vaporization did not occur. The terrifying energy that was enough to flatten a small hill seemed to hit an invisible yet indestructible wall of size the moment it touched Gu Chen's palm. Never again, no further progress. What? Thousands of meters away, at the top of a tall building, the silver-white robot commander's single eye, which was flashing with blue light, showed for the first time a trace of human emotion called shock. It can't understand. How could a carbon-based creature, using pure flesh, withstand the bombardment of a high-energy particle cannon powerful enough to melt superalloy armor? This completely violates all the laws of physics in its database. That's it? Gu Chen felt the violent energy in his palm, which was enough to tear apart the peak powerhouses of condensation realm in an instant. There was a hint of disdain and disappointment on his face. You're not even qualified to tickle me. He shook his head, then slowly tightened his fingers. Crack. A soft sound. He actually crushed the violent energy beam into pieces in the palm of his hand. Then, it transformed into harmless energy spots all over the sky and dissipated into the air. Chapter 115 Prison the sky with one finger, and all gods and demons are silent. Quiet. As quiet as death. The battlefield, which was filled with the roar of explosions and the sound of metal tearing a second ago, was strangled by an invisible hand at this moment, and all sounds stopped abruptly. All the women fighting on the battlefield froze in unison. They stared at the man blankly. He stood in the midst of the dancing energy spots in the sky, and the light fragments surrounded him like surrendered stars. Unarmed. Crush that energy beam? This fact, like a huge hammer, shattered all their common sense about power. Warm up, that's all. Gu Chen clapped his hands casually, as if he was just brushing off an insignificant speck of dust. He turned his head and glanced at the women behind him who had turned into stone sculptures, and a sharp white arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The scene that followed was a bit violent. Don't be scared. The moment he finished speaking, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by indifference. An indescribable pressure gushed out from his body. That is not momentum, but a kind of quality, an absolute dominance of the life level above all things. The air was groaning, and the metal ground beneath his feet actually made a slight creaking sound because it could not withstand the pressure. Roar! A dragon roar rolled out from his throat. This is not an earthly sound. It does not travel through the air, but explodes directly in the depths of the soul of every life. The sound waves turned into golden gray ripples visible to the naked eye, sweeping across the area. Those robots that were fearless just now, under the dragon's roar, seemed to have encountered the natural enemy instructions engraved at the bottom of the core program. All the machines stopped at once. The energy cores in their bodies flashed wildly under the pressure from the top of life, emitting wailful sounds of electricity that could not bear the heavy load. The next moment, Gu Chen's body began to change dramatically. Pieces of ancient gray dragon scales that gleamed with a cold and hard metallic luster pierced his skin, and with a slight crackling sound, they instantly covered his entire body. His pupils were completely dyed with the color of molten gold, turning into indifferent vertical pupils looking down at ants. Behind him, a towering shadow of an ancient dragon flashed by. It seemed as if the shadow overlapped with the heaven and earth, trying to pull this world of steel back into chaos. The chaos ancestral dragon body is completely liberated. Now, it's my turn. Gu Chen moved his neck covered with dragon scales, and the joints made a teeth-grinding popping sound. He looked at the black iron tied in front of him that was in a downtime state, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already among the crowd of robots 100 meters away, crashing into the lake like a meteorite. Boom! There are no fancy martial arts, just the simplest and purest punch. The ultimate physical strength. The dozen or so robots in front of him, along with the thick metal decks beneath their feet, were blasted into a pool of twisted, sparkling metal mud by this force. The massacre begins. Gu Chen is a gray tornado of death. He rushed recklessly in this steel jungle, and every movement was extremely simple and violent. His fists, his legs, and every impact he made contained the destructive law that could shatter stars. Those special alloy robots that are said to be indestructible are not even as strong as rotten wood in front of him. A punch passed by. A heavy robot was torn open at the waist and abdomen by the violent fist wind. 1 foot down. A tank-type robot collapsed along with the ground, and the entire track structure twisted, collapsed, and exploded in mid-air under the huge force. Wherever he passed, there was a path of destruction, leaving only debris and flames behind. That's not fighting. It was a one-sided, bloody, and unsurprising purge. Inside the Red Dragon, Ji Lang and several guards who stayed behind stared at the scene on the screen. The gray figure strolling leisurely among the army, harvesting the lives of steel at will, was like a demon descending to the world. Their throats felt so dry they felt like they were burning. They feel that their cognition is being ruthlessly crushed into dust and can never be reassembled. That is, a person? A young guard's voice was shaking. No. Ji Lang swallowed hard, his eyes changing from horror to extreme fanaticism and admiration. That's God. On the battlefield, Lu Ruyu, Xiao Qingyue and the others had already emerged from their initial stupor. They didn't do it again. Because it is totally unnecessary. They just stood there quietly, watching the man redefine the word powerful in a brutal and unreasonable manner. The shock and awe in their eyes eventually settled into a kind of obsession that they themselves had not even noticed. With him around, even if the sky falls, it seems to be able to hold it up. At this moment, 1,000 meters away, the silver-white robot commander on the top of a tall building was finally forced to restart from the threat of the dragon's roar. It looked at the creature that was slaughtering its own legions with an efficiency it could not comprehend. In the blue one-eyed eye, the data stream is like a waterfall, refreshing madly. In the end, all calculations lead to a conclusion that makes even its core program tremble. Conventional weapons are ineffective. Number advantage is invalid. Threat level determined, annihilation. Without any hesitation, it turned around, turned into a stream of silver light, and tried to escape. Want to leave? Gu Chen seemed to have locked onto it long ago, and the killing action suddenly stopped. He raised his head. Those golden vertical pupils penetrated 1,000 meters of space, ignoring all the explosions and flames, and fixed their gaze on the silver-white figure that was about to disappear. Did I let you go? The sound was not loud, but it was like a command, echoing throughout the dead silent world. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed his slender index finger in that direction. Point your fingertips slightly forward. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. When these 5 words came out of Gu Chen's mouth indifferently, the world has completely lost its sound and color. A vast and dead silence originating from the time before the birth of all things instantly enveloped this space. The leaden clouds in the sky solidified. The metal fragments flying on the ground stopped in mid-air. Everything is forcibly imprisoned by a supreme law. 1,000 meters away, the silver-white robot commander who was about to escape suddenly froze. For the first time, the garbled word fear appeared in its single eye, which was shining with the blue light of advanced wisdom. It can't move. Not only the body, but also every data stream in its core program was locked by an invisible force and could not function. It became a tin toy with the power supply unplugged. Immediately following, it saw that above its head, no, above the entire world, a giant finger shadow formed by the condensation of gray chaotic airflow was slowly squeezing out from nothingness. That finger is too big. It was so big that it occupied the entire sky, as if it could crush the planet with just a finger. The aura it exudes is ancient and domineering, declaring that it is the only master here. In front of it, his body made of super-strength memory alloy was not even as thin as a piece of paper. Chapter 116 The Brain of the Omnic. The real enemy. The robot commander's core program burned madly, trying its best to break free from the dimensional constraints. However, it was in vain. In the face of the absolute crushing of laws, any struggle seems ridiculous. It could only look up in despair as the giant finger that represented the end continued to enlarge in its field of vision and slowly pressed down. There were no earth-shattering explosions. There isn't even a hint of brilliance. The giant finger only lightly touched its body. The next moment, the silver-white mechanical body, made of the world's most advanced superalloy and strong enough to withstand the full force of a strong man in the spiritual transformation realm, began to disintegrate silently. From the outer armor, to the complex internal wiring, to the core chip that carries all its intelligence. Everything was completely wiped out from the most fundamental level by an incomprehensible and irresistible force. Annihilation. Dissipate. Turned into nothingness. The wind is blowing through the tall buildings again. There was nothing on the empty rooftop. The once invincible mechanical commander no longer existed, not even a trace of him was left. As it disappeared, the dark mechanical army below, like puppets with their souls sucked out, all movements came to an abrupt halt. The scarlet light in their eyes dimmed and went out all at once. A mechanical frenzy that was enough to destroy the entire city was completely quelled by Gu Chen in an almost unreasonable manner. Gu Chen withdrew his fingers. The dense layer of gray dragon scales on his body quietly disappeared, and his original skin returned. He turned around. He walked leisurely towards the women who had been completely petrified. Done, call it a day. He clapped his hands and put on that cynical and lazy smile on his face again, as if the demon who had just killed the powerful enemy with one finger had nothing to do with him. Lu Ruyu was the first to break free from the extreme shock. She threw herself into Gu Chen's arms regardless of anything, hugging him with all her strength, as if she wanted to completely rub herself into his body. Husband. You scared me to death. I thought. Her crying voice was filled with the fear of surviving a disaster. Silly boy, I'm fine, aren't I? Gu Chen ruffled her hair lovingly and comforted her with a smile. Xia Qingyue, Xia Ningxuan, Wang Jinyao, and Li Qingshuang remained frozen in their places. The way they looked at Gu Chen was full of awe and confusion, as if they were looking up at a god walking on earth. Their brains are still blank. The supreme power that could make things happen with just a word and decide life and death with just a finger had turned into a brand, deeply engraved into their souls. Let's go back to the red dragon first. Gu Chen held Lu Ruyu in his arms and led the four women who were still in despair back to the red dragon. When everyone gathered in the central hall again, the atmosphere was completely different. Everyone's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, were focused on Gu Chen. It seemed as if it had become an invisible center, with a majesty that made people dare not look directly at it. Let me tell you about my discovery first. Gu Chen said slowly. This world is a high-tech world. It develops technology, not the vital energy and spiritual power we are familiar with. Those mechanical puppets we just fought are called robots in this world. These robots are controlled by a central intelligence. They are not living beings, but just machines. There is no life or death, so they don't care about their own destruction. After I destroyed their command robot, the other robots just went to ground. I intercepted the last data stream sent by the silver-white robot before it was destroyed. Through deciphering, I roughly understand the past of this world. There was a hint of pity and shock in Gu Chen's voice. This world was once dominated by humans like us, whose technological level far surpassed ours. Later, they created a super artificial intelligence that was self-aware. They call it the omnic brain. Initially, it served humans. But as it evolved, it developed an independent mind. It believes that humans are inferior creatures full of flaws, chaos, and contradictions, and are viruses that destroy world harmony. So, it launched a purification war against all of humanity. It controls all the machines in the world and raises its butcher knife against their creator. The end result is that all organic life in this world is completely purified. What we just encountered were robots sent by the omnic brain to eliminate humans. After they wiped out the population of this city, they shut down on the spot. Our appearance activated them. Gu Chen's words made the air in the hall seem to freeze. A chill from the depths of the soul swept over everyone. They have no idea how big this world is. However, they could see clearly how big this city was when the plane crashed. Such a megacity looks more magnificent than the divine capital of their Yanxia country. The population here is probably as high as 10 or 20 million. Were they all slaughtered by robots? A death world ruled by artificial intelligence that regards all organic life as viruses? They actually fell into such a horrible Jedi. In other words, Xia Qingyue's voice was a little dry. As long as we are still here, that omnic brain will continuously send out robots to hunt us down? Yes. Gu Chen nodded. Endless robots, all kinds of tanks and artillery, and countless drones. The omnic brain now controls the resources of an entire world. The forces it can dispatch are endless. Perhaps the surrounding cities have already begun to take action. Then what should we do? We are trapped here and cannot replenish our energy. Sooner or later we will be exhausted to death. Xia Ningxuang said anxiously. Despair once again enveloped everyone. This is indeed a problem. No matter how strong we are, it is always unwise to confront the entire world. Gu Chen nodded, with a playful smile on his face. Rather than waiting for it to come to us, why don't we take the initiative to find it? This one sentence left everyone stunned. Take the initiative to find it? Go find that terrifying existence that rules the entire world and has an endless mechanical army under its command? What is the difference between that and committing suicide? No. Xia Qingyue was the first to object. This is too risky. We should immediately find a way to hide and repair the red dragon. Repair the red dragon? Gu Chen sneered, do you think that Omnic Brain will give us that much time? With these ubiquitous electronic eyes, we can't hide from them for long. Even if the red dragon is repaired and there are no dimensional cracks, we can't go back. Passive defense here is a dead end. Gu Chen's tone was firm and decisive, with an unquestionable dominance. Chapter 117 A warning sign of world destruction. The killing move of the Omnic Brain. There was deathly silence in the central hall of the Red Dragon. Gu Chen's words, why don't we take the initiative to find it, were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in everyone's heart. Go find it? Take the initiative to find that terrifying existence called intelligent brain that uses only its cold mechanical army to slaughter all living things in this world? What's the difference between this and voluntarily putting your neck under the butcher's knife? No. I don't agree. Xia Qingyue was the first to recover from her shock. Without even a second thought, she immediately stood up to object. Her pretty face, which had turned a little pale due to the previous battle, was now filled with anxiety and determination. Gu Chen. Are you crazy? This is too risky. We know nothing about that thing. It can mobilize the resources of the entire world to deal with us. If we take the initiative to come to our door, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? There was a slight tremor in her voice that she herself didn't even notice. It was not because of fear, but because of worry about Gu Chen's crazy idea. The most important thing we should do now is to find a completely safe place to hide immediately. Then find a way to repair the Red Dragon. Only by repairing the Red Dragon can we hope to leave this damn place. Xia Qingyue's voice was cold and urgent. She tried to use her rationality to convince the man in front of her who never acted according to common sense. However, after hearing her words, Gu Chen just sneered. That laughter was full of disdain. Repair the Red Dragon? Do you think that Omnic Brain will give us that much time? Gu Chen glanced at her lazily, as if he was looking at an innocent little girl. Do you think it won't be able to find us if we hide? Don't be naive, princess. I just scanned this city with my spirit, and it's full of eyes. Those ubiquitous electronic eyes are more troublesome than any tracking formation in our world. We can't hide for long. At most 3 days, no, maybe within a day, it will be able to accurately locate our position. When that happens, we will be greeted by an endless army of machines. Gu Chen paused, stretched out a finger and shook it. Also, you seem to have forgotten the most important thing. Even if we're lucky enough to repair the Red Dragon, how will we get back? The dimensional rift that opened when we arrived has already disappeared, and we don't have any coordinates to return to. Every word Gu Chen said was like a heavy hammer, hammering down on Xia Qingyue's heart, smashing her seemingly rational plan that she had just put together into pieces. Yes. How could she forget? They were trapped here with no way back. Even after repairing the Red Dragon, it could only fly a little further in this dead steel world, but it was impossible to escape from this huge cage. Then what should we do? There was also a hint of despair in Xia Ningxuang's voice. She saw further than her sister and could better understand the cruel reality in Gu Chen's words. Passive defense means waiting for death. But taking the initiative to attack is tantamount to committing suicide. This is an unsolvable dead end. What should we do? Gu Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. Of course, we should find it before it finds us, and then tear it down. His tone was so relaxed, as if he was asking what to have for dinner today. But to everyone's ears, these words sounded no less than a fairy tale. Tear it down? Take down that super artificial intelligence that rules the world? You. Xia Qingyue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She felt that Gu Chen was simply unreasonable. What makes you so confident? Do you know that this might mean we have to become enemies with an entire world of machines? I know. Gu Chen nodded, the smile on his face unchanged. But I also know that once we destroy that so-called Omnic Brain, all the robots in this world will become a pile of scrap metal. At that time, all the resources in this world will belong to us. There was a light flickering in his eyes that Xia Qingyue found unfamiliar. This planet must have the materials we need, or even technology more advanced than the Red Dragon. As long as we can control this place, not only will we be able to repair the Red Dragon, but even build a stronger one. Gu Chen's words were like a devil, tempting everyone. Control the world? Build a stronger spaceship? This idea is crazy. But it also has an irresistible attraction. Just when Xia Qingyue was about to say something else, trying to refute his crazy plan, a sudden change occurs. Buzz. An indescribable, extreme, and fatal sense of crisis originating from the deepest part of his soul suddenly exploded in Gu Chen's heart without any warning. This feeling is 100 times stronger than when he faced the Sword Demon King in the Spirit Transformation Realm in the Sword Valley. This is the bloodline warning of his Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body. It is the most primitive instinctive reaction at the level of life to the impending devastating blow that is enough to threaten his fundamental being. Not good. Gu Chen's expression became extremely solemn in an instant. He didn't even have time to explain, because his eyes, which had always been a little lazy, suddenly became as sharp as a knife. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes seemed to penetrate the thick alloy shell of the red dragon, and stared at the eternally unchanging lead gray sky above his head. There, he saw it. 3 missiles, like meteors, with long tails of flame, were falling accurately towards their location at an unimaginable speed. That was a terrifying murderous intent that was enough to threaten his life. Come here. Gu Chen shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. He no longer had any hesitation, and the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in his body exploded without reservation at this moment. Boom! A majestic and vast aura, as if it could create the world, rose from his body into the sky. That force instantly transformed into a giant dark yellow hand that covered the sky and the sun, firmly grasping Xia Qingyue, Lu Ruyu, Ji Lang, and everyone else who were still in shock. After doing all this, Gu Chen did not pause at all. The metal ground beneath his feet made a loud bang and cracked into pieces under his terrifying strength. The whole person, like an arrow shot from a bow, turned into a gray stream of light, carrying everyone wrapped in the Shenhuang giant hand, and rushed out madly in the direction away from the red dragon at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. His speed is extremely fast. Less than 10 seconds after they left their original position, 3 streams of light with long flame tails, like the Grim Reaper's sides, cut through the lead gray sky. It landed precisely on the spot where they were just now on the wreckage of the huge red dragon. Chapter 118 The Light of Destruction. This is the nuclear bomb. Time seemed to be slowed down at this moment. The 3 streams of light that fell from the sky, trailing tails of destructive flames, accurately hit the huge metal body of the red dragon. No sound. There wasn't even the slightest energy fluctuation. Just when Xia Qingyue and the others were still in shock and confusion after being forcibly taken away by Gu Chen, a sun was born in the place they had just left. It was a pure white sun that was billions of times brighter than the hottest sun they knew. The moment it appeared, the whole world was stripped of all its colors. The leaden gray of the sky, the dark earth, the cold light of metal, everything loses its meaning in the face of this ultimate pure white. Immediately afterwards, a light and heat that could not be described in any words and was enough to melt the soul suddenly exploded. The Red Dragon, a war fortress built with the most advanced materials and technology of the Yanxia royal family, is strong enough to withstand the full force bombardment of the powerful people in the spirit transformation realm. Facing this white sun, I couldn't even hold out for a second. Its huge, indestructible alloy body was like a snowflake in the sun, silently vaporized and evaporated, and all traces of its existence were completely wiped out from this world. The destruction did not stop there. After swallowing the red dragon, the white ball of light began to expand wildly at a terrifying speed. Wherever it passes, everything is doomed. Those hideous skyscrapers, those hard metal grounds, those motionless mechanical soldiers, everything, in this pure white light, followed in the footsteps of the red dragon. Decomposed, annihilated, and transformed into the most primitive particles. In just a few seconds, a large part of the core area of a magnificent steel city was wiped off the map. Until now. The voice came late. Boom, 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 boom. That wasn't an explosion. The whole world was wailing, groaning, and crying. A visible, earth-shattering shock wave, centered on the ball of light, formed a ring and spread madly in all directions. Wherever the shock wave passes, the world turns upside down. Countless tons of building debris were easily rolled into the sky like pieces of paper, and then torn into pieces by the violent energy. The earth was shaking violently, and bottomless and terrifying cracks were spreading wildly on the metal ground like hideous scars. Then, an ominous mushroom cloud composed of smoke, steam, and flames, huge enough to cover the entire sky, slowly rose from the horizon. It carries with it an evil, doomsday-like beauty, and reveals an absolute power that is enough to destroy the world. Ah! Li Chuxia let out a terrified scream and closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at the doomsday-like scene again. Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuan's faces were also pale and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Even Xia Qingyue, who was usually calm, had her icy phoenix eyes filled with unconcealable horror and fear. What kind of weapon is this? The power of this strike is so terrifying. This is completely beyond their understanding. Even their Yanxia royal family, with its most powerful national defense formation activated by dozens of powerful people in the spirit transformation realm, could never launch such a devastating attack. In front of such power, the condensation realm and the spirit transformation realm all seem so insignificant and ridiculous. At this moment, the deeply rooted worldview in their hearts that respected martial arts was completely crushed to pieces. Don't panic. Hold on tight. Just when everyone was in deep despair and fear, Gu Chen's steady and powerful voice rang in their ears. I saw that at the moment when the devastating shock wave was about to sweep over. Gu Chen let out a low roar, and the power of the chaos ancestral dragon in his body surged wildly again. The giant dark yellow hand that enveloped everyone shone brightly. Layer upon layer of dark yellow gas shields as thick as mountains protected everyone inside. Boom! The terrifying shockwave hit the dark yellow gas shield solidly. The gas shield was shaking violently, and ripples were rippling on its surface, making a teeth-grinding crunching sound, as if it could break at any time. But it held up after all. Gu Chen groaned, feeling an indescribable force coming from the front, causing the blood in his body to surge. But the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more intense. Just in time. Instead of slowing down, he used this terrifying thrust to push his speed to the limit again. The whole person was like a stone shot out by a slingshot, wrapped in a dark yellow air shield, following the terrifying shock wave, rushing madly towards the distance at a speed several times faster than before. Behind him, the white light finally reached its peak. Under the protection of the giant hand formed by Gu Chen's chaotic power, the people who were quickly moving away stared blankly at the devastating scene behind them. There was only confusion and blankness left in their minds. Then what is that? Xia Qingyue asked in a hoarse voice. Her brain has completely shut down. As the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family, she has seen countless powerful warriors and all kinds of world-destroying martial arts. She had seen a powerful person in the spiritual transformation realm cut a mountain in half with one sword. She had also seen a powerful being in the nirvana realm evaporate a river with one palm. But even those powerful people standing at the top of the world, the damage they can cause seems so insignificant compared to the doomsday scene before their eyes, which is like a divine punishment. That's not a martial art. That's not Yuanli. It was a creation of pure, cold technology that she could not understand at all. An ultimate weapon that takes the word destruction to the extreme. It's a nuclear bomb. Gu Chen's voice was a little dry. Although he had long guessed that the intelligent machine brain would use the most powerful weapons to deal with them. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so decisive and ruthless. At once, they launched 3 strategic-level nuclear weapons, enough to completely wipe out a city with a population of tens of millions from the map. If it weren't for his chaos ancestral dragon body, he would have had an extraordinary ability to foresee danger. If it weren't for him, who acted decisively and used up nearly half of his original power to escape with everyone. Now, they are probably just like the red dragon, with not even a speck of dust left. Nuclear bomb? Xia Qingyue murmured, repeating the unfamiliar word. A kind of weapon that doesn't exist in our world. Gu Chen's face was extremely solemn. Chapter 119 Aerial Hunt. Desperate escape. The terrifying shockwave generated by the nuclear explosion pushed Gu Chen's giant chaos palm to rush madly towards the wilderness outside the steel wasteland at an unimaginable speed. Everyone looked back. An enormous, hideous mushroom cloud composed of flames, dust, and plasma slowly rose from the horizon. It continued to climb upwards, stirring up the lead gray clouds in the sky, forming an extremely huge vortex. The terrifying energy radiation spread in all directions like a plague. The whole world was speechless at this moment. I don't know how long it took. When the devastating shock wave finally subsided. When the dazzling white light slowly dissipated. The city behind me quickly shrank in my sight, and the mushroom cloud that symbolized destruction still stubbornly lingered on the horizon, like a huge umbrella-shaped mushroom. After flying for hundreds of kilometers, the aftermath of the nuclear explosion gradually subsided, but the scene of destruction that was engraved on everyone's retina like a brand could not be dispelled for a long time. Gu Chen slowly dispersed the huge chaotic palm, and landed lightly on the desolate ground with the frightened crowd. There was dead silence all around, with only the heavy and suppressed breathing of the crowd. Ji Lang, the surviving royal guards, the captain of the Red Dragon and others sat slumped on the ground with empty eyes, as if all their energy had been drained away. They are the most elite warriors of the Yanxia royal family, experienced in hundreds of battles and with a determination as firm as iron. However, in the face of the apocalyptic disaster that exceeded their imagination, all the pride and knowledge they had built up about fighting over the past 20 years were crushed to pieces. In the face of that kind of power, their martial arts and energy, which they were so proud of, seemed so pale and powerless. Are we safe? Li Chuxia poked her little head out from her sister's arms and asked timidly. She had just finished speaking. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dense buzzing sound, like a swarm of passing bees, came from behind them, in the direction of the city enveloped by the nuclear explosion. Gu Chen's face darkened again in an instant. It seems that iron lump is not going to give us any chance to breathe. He looked up and saw that at the end of the horizon, a huge black cloud composed of countless small black dots was sweeping towards their location at an astonishing speed. As the distance gets closer, the outlines of those small black dots become clearer and clearer. That's not a cloud at all. It was a huge aerial hunting army composed of thousands of flying robots that looked like metal bats and had a wingspan of more than 3 meters. They are completely black, shining with a cold metallic luster, and under the wings are mounted small missiles that flash dangerous red light. Here we go again. Wang Jinyao's pretty face was filled with solemnity and annoyance. These endlessly beating and endlessly killing iron lumps are even more troublesome than the most difficult monsters. Run! Gu Chen did not hesitate at all, and once again activated the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, swept up everyone, turned into a stream of light, and fled madly in the opposite direction of the pursuers. Now, nearly half of the original power in his body has been consumed in order to withstand the aftermath of the nuclear explosion. Although, he still had confidence that he could wipe out all the pursuers. But there is no point in doing that. Because he knew that this was definitely not the full power of the artificial intelligence brain. Following this group of pursuers, there must be more and more powerful mechanical legions on the way. Fighting a war of attrition with the entire world's war machine is something only a fool would do. The most urgent task is to find an absolutely safe hiding place as soon as possible that can be isolated from the detection of the intelligent machine brain. A thrilling high-altitude hunting battle begins. Gu Chen was in front, turning into a gray-gold stream of light, flying madly close to the ground. In the air behind him, the black army consisting of tens of thousands of drones was chasing him relentlessly. Whoosh! 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 Small missiles, with long tails of flame, fell from the sky like dense raindrops and exploded continuously behind him. Boom! 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 The earth is shaking violently. The horrific explosion sent smoke, dust, and rubble all over the sky. Gu Chen's figure was like a small boat in the raging waves. In the barrage of death that was enough to tear any strong man in the spirit transformation realm into pieces, he twisted and turned, dangerously avoiding the fatal attacks again and again. The people he protected were so frightened that they didn't even have the strength to scream. They could only close their eyes tightly and leave their fate completely to this man who was dancing on the edge of a knife with them. Lu Ruyu's heart was about to jump out of her throat. Every time, when those missiles with tail flames whizzed past her, she could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained in them, which was enough to tear her apart in an instant. She couldn't imagine what a miserable end she would have suffered without her husband's protection. Xia Qingyue's mood was even more complicated. She looked at Gu Chen's profile, which was angular and full of calmness and concentration under the light of the explosion. A feeling welled up in her heart that even she herself could not explain. There was a time when she despised this man for his cynical attitude. But now, when the real doomsday comes, only this man can, like an unshakable mountain, provide them with a sky where they can breathe. This feeling of completely entrusting one's life and property to another person is something she has never experienced before. It also made her feel a little humiliated as a strong person. It also made her uncontrollably develop a sweet poison called dependence. This isn't a solution. His energy is rapidly depleting. Xianingshuan looked at Gu Chen's face, which had turned slightly pale due to excessive exertion of strength, and felt extremely anxious. She could see that although Gu Chen seemed to be at ease, in fact, every extreme dodge was drastically consuming his original power. However, the army of drones in the sky seemed endless, with no signs of decreasing. If this continues, Gu Chen will sooner or later exhaust all his strength. By then, what awaits them will be true despair. We must find a way. Xia Qingyue also realized the seriousness of the problem. But in this world without the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, where their martial arts and magical powers are greatly restricted, what can they do? They can't help at all. They could only watch helplessly as this man bore all the pressure alone in order to protect them. This feeling of powerlessness made Xia Qingyue and Xianingshuan, two women who had always been proud and arrogant, feel extremely aggrieved. Brother Gu. Ahead! There's a river ahead. Just when everyone was about to fall into despair, Xiaoningshuang suddenly pointed ahead and shouted in surprise. They saw a broad river like a silver ribbon appearing on the horizon several kilometers ahead of them. Good. Gu Chen's eyes also suddenly lit up. He knew that a turning point had come. In the air, they are sitting ducks. But once they enter the water, the locking and tracking capabilities of those drones will inevitably be greatly affected. That's their only chance of survival. Hold on tight. Gu Chen roared, squeezing out all the remaining chaos ancestral dragon power in his body without reservation. His speed skyrocketed again. The whole person turned into a gray-gold meteor, and with an unstoppable determination, he rushed towards the river that represented hope. Chapter 120 The Hidden Dragon Enters the Abyss. The only chance of survival. Boom! Gu Chen's figure, like a cannonball fired from a gun, crashed into the wide river with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, splashing water into the sky. The icy river water swallowed everyone in an instant. Plop! Plop! Immediately afterwards, dozens of tracking missiles also plunged into the river, and a series of dull loud noises erupted underwater. The terrifying underwater shock wave, mixed with violent energy, spread wildly in all directions, stirring up the mud and sand at the bottom of the river. The entire river instantly became turbid. Gu Chen immediately used the remaining power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon to erect a small shield around him that could only accommodate a few people, blocking out the violent shock waves. Ahem, husband. Lu Ruyu choked on the water a few times, and her face turned red. She hugged Gu Chen tightly, her eyes full of fear. The other people also felt bad. Although they had Gu Chen's protection, the violent shock still caused their blood to boil. Are you okay? Gu Chen asked, looking at their miserable appearance. It's okay. Xia Qingyue shook her head. She looked at Gu Chen's face, which looked extremely pale due to excessive exhaustion, and an indescribable pain surged in her heart. This man has sacrificed too much to protect them. But they can't do anything. Stop talking nonsense and go. Gu Chen didn't have time to chat with them. He could clearly feel that those damn drones on the water above his head had not left and were still hovering. Even more mechanical units are coming from all directions to surround the river. He knew that the water was not safe either. That intelligent machine brain definitely has underwater combat units. They must find an absolutely safe hiding place before the enemy's encirclement is formed. Gu Chen no longer hesitated. He held Lu Ruyu with one hand and with the other, he pulled Xia Qingyue, who was closest to him. Then, he mobilized the last bit of strength in his body and, like an arrow shot from a bow, he dived rapidly downstream, following the turbulent current. Xiaoningshuang, Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang also hurried to follow. Ji Lang, the surviving royal guards, the captain of the Red Dragon and others followed closely behind. They knew that they could only survive if they followed closely. The river water was cold and murky, and visibility was extremely low. But for Gu Chen, who has a strong spiritual sense, this is nothing. Although his spiritual sense was suppressed underwater, it could still cover an area of several thousand meters. As he sneaked quickly, he carefully scanned the terrain at the bottom of the river, looking for any possible hiding place. Time passes by every second. Gu Chen could feel that the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in his body was almost running out. His face became paler and paler, and his breathing became heavier. If they can't find a hiding place, once he is exhausted, what awaits them will be being exhausted to death by the endless mechanical army. Husband, are you okay? Lu Ruyu felt Gu Chen's increasingly weak breath, and her heart ached so much that she was about to bleed. Don't worry, you won't die. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and said with all his strength. Just when he felt that he was about to collapse. Suddenly, his spiritual sense discovered something unusual on a cliff at the bottom of the river a few hundred meters downstream. The rock walls there seemed to be softer than other places. Found it! A burst of surprise flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He no longer held back and unleashed his last bit of strength, increasing his speed once again. Like a dragon in the water, he brought everyone to the bottom of the cliff in an instant. Without any pause, he let go of the women and then smashed his fists, which were trembling slightly due to excessive exertion, hard into the seemingly ordinary rock wall. Open it for me! Accompanied by a low roar. Boom! He actually punched a huge hole in the hard rock wall with his fist. An even colder, more ancient aura seeped out from behind the hole. Quick! Go in! Gu Chen didn't have time to think. He pushed Lu Ruyu and Xia Qingyue, who were closest to him, into the hole, and then yelled at the rest of the people. Xia Ningxuang and others did not dare to delay and hurried in one after another. Gu Chen was the last one and slipped into the cave. The moment he entered, he slapped the entrance of the cave with his backhand. Boom! With a loud bang, large pieces of rocks and mud slid down from above, and in an instant, they blocked the hole that he had just smashed open. After doing all this, Gu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and found himself in a narrow and deep tunnel made entirely of natural rock. It was pitch black in the tunnel, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. But for warriors like them, darkness cannot hinder their vision. Where is this place? Xia Qingyue asked uncertainly as she looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. I don't know, it should be a naturally formed underground river. Gu Chen said with a heavy breath, don't worry about it for now, keep going inside, this place is not safe enough. After saying that, he forced himself to take the lead despite his weak body, groping his way towards the depths of the tunnel. Several women also hurried to follow. Ji Lang and others followed behind, looking around vigilantly. The tunnel was much longer than they had imagined, and it twisted and turned all the way down. They walked for more than 10 minutes before a faint light finally appeared in front of them. When they walked out of the tunnel, the scene before them made everyone exclaim in amazement. Suddenly, an extremely huge underground cave appeared in front of them. The dome of the cave is hundreds of meters high and is inlaid with countless unknown crystals that emit a soft glow. In the center of the cave, there is a huge underground lake with clear water and a faint blue glow. There are also some glowing mushrooms and ferns growing by the lake. The entire cave is like a dreamlike fairy tale world isolated from the world. The most important thing is that this place is filled with the most primitive energy, which is thin but extremely pure. Although, this energy is different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that they know. But for everyone who is already exhausted at this moment, this is undoubtedly a life-saving rain. We are safe. Seeing this paradise-like scene, everyone felt a surge of ecstasy at having survived the disaster. The nerve that had been tense for a long time finally relaxed completely. Gu Chen, who had been holding on, suddenly felt dizzy and his body softened after confirming that the place was absolutely safe. He could no longer hold on and fell straight forward. Husband! Lu Ruyu's scream echoed in the silent cave. Chapter 121 Underground Cave. Temporary peace. Husband! Lu Ruyu screamed and rushed over desperately, hugging Gu Chen tightly in her arms before he fell to the ground. Gu Chen! Brother Gu! Mr. Gu! Xia Qingyue, Xia Ningxuang, Ji Lang, and the others all changed their expressions and quickly surrounded them. What's wrong with him? Wang Jinyo looked at Gu Chen's pale face, and there was a hint of panic in her voice that she herself did not even notice. In her impression, this man has always been so powerful and omnipotent. She never thought that one day she would see him so weak. He just overexerted his energy. He will recover after a short rest. Xia Qingyue squatted down, stretched out her trembling hand, and felt Gu Chen's pulse. After confirming that he was just unconscious due to overexertion and was not in danger of life, she breathed a sigh of relief. But then, an even stronger feeling of heartache and self-blame surged into her heart. She felt mixed emotions as she looked at this man who pushed himself to the limit in order to protect them. If it wasn't for saving them, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state with his strength? It's all our fault. We are the ones who dragged him down. Xia Ningxuan's eyes also turned red. She looked at Gu Chen's handsome face, which looked a little haggard due to weakness, and her heart was filled with guilt. Now is not the time to talk about this. Li Qingxuang was the calmest among the few people. She took a look around. Although the surroundings were safe, they were full of unknowns. She said in a deep voice, "We must find a place for him to rest as soon as possible." Her words woke everyone up. Ji Lang quickly carried Gu Chen on his back and brought him to the center of the cave, next to the underground lake. On the ground by the lake grows a kind of velvety, glowing moss. Ji Lang carefully placed Gu Chen on the moss carpet. Lu Ruyu knelt beside Gu Chen. She took out a clean silk handkerchief from her pocket, dipped it in the clear lake water, and gently wiped the dust off Gu Chen's face. Her movements were extremely gentle, as if she was treating the most precious piece of porcelain in the world. Her eyes were filled with endless heartache and love. Looking at her husband's pale face and feeling his weak breath, Lu Ruyu's heart felt like it was being tightly tugged by an invisible hand, causing her so much pain that she couldn't breathe. She would rather be the one lying here than see her husband get hurt in any way. The sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang stood aside, looking at Lu Ruyu, who was gentle and considerate, and whose heart and eyes were filled with only Gu Chen. An indescribable complex emotion surged in their hearts. There is envy, jealousy, and even a hint of bitterness that they themselves are not aware of. Have they ever been cherished and held in the palm of a man's hand like Lu Ruyu? No. From childhood to adulthood, they have been the lofty royal princesses, admired by countless people. They are used to giving orders and being in control. But I never thought that one day, I would become like an ordinary little woman, relying on a man, feeling distressed and worried for a man. This feeling is very strange. But at the same time, not annoying. Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang were checking the surrounding environment. Wang Jinyao walked over to those strange glowing mushrooms and reached out to touch them. The surface of the mushroom is smooth and elastic, exuding a faint fragrance. Are these things poisonous? She turned around and asked everyone. Li Qingshuang walked to the lake, scooped up a handful of water and felt it carefully. This water contains a very strange energy. Although it is not spiritual energy, it is very pure and seems drinkable. Li Chuxia, a little foodie, had long been attracted by those glowing plants that look like little rabbits. She had a hunch that this was edible. She carefully picked a leaf, put it in her mouth and chewed it. Sweet and sour. Her eyes lit up instantly. Sister! This is delicious! She shouted to Li Qingshuang excitedly as if she had discovered a new world. Xu Xia! Don't eat anything carelessly. Li Qingshuang was frightened by her and ran over quickly, fearing that she would get an upset stomach. Li Chuxia stuck out her tongue and didn't take it seriously. This huge underground cave is like an independent ecosystem forgotten by the world. Everything here is full of novelty and unknown. After confirming that there was no danger around for the time being, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. The escape and the tension made each of them feel physically and mentally exhausted. Ji Lang and the royal guard saw that Gu Chen did not need their help. He found a piece of dry ground nearby and sat down on it, breathing heavily. They felt that the thrills and excitement they experienced in just one day were more than what they had experienced in the past 20 years combined. Xia Qingyue and the others sat around Gu Chen, back to back, feeling each other's warmth. In this quiet and dreamy underground world, they gradually fell into a deep sleep. Only Lu Ruyu did not sleep. She just stood quietly by Gu Chen's side, looking at him with her beautiful eyes without blinking. She gently placed Gu Chen's head on her soft and elastic thighs, then stretched out her slender hands to gently massage his temples, trying to relieve his fatigue. Looking at her husband's sleeping face, Lu Ruyu showed a happy and satisfied smile. Although, they are now trapped in a strange and dangerous world. However, as long as she can be with her husband, she will feel happy even if it is the end of the world. I don't know how long it took. Gu Chen's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was Lu Ruyu's beautiful face, filled with worry and concern. Husband, are you awake? Lu Ruyu's voice was full of surprise. Gu Chen responded. He felt as if his body was hollowed out and was weak and powerless. He struggled to sit up. Don't move. Lu Ruyu quickly held him down. You've consumed too much energy, you need to rest well. As she spoke, she lowered her head and gently kissed Gu Chen's pale lips with her soft red lips. She tried to comfort him and express her overflowing love in this way. However, just as she was about to leave, Gu Chen suddenly reached out and pressed the back of her head, then, turning passive into active, deepened the kiss with unquestionable dominance. This kiss was full of aggression and possessiveness. It was as if he wanted to completely rub her into his own bones and blood. After a long time, their lips parted. Lu Ruyu's pretty face had already turned red enough to look like it could bleed, and her pair of watery almond eyes were so blurry that water could be squeezed out of them. Husband, you. I'm fine. Gu Chen looked at her shy and charming appearance and smiled. Although his body was still weak, his spirit had recovered. He looked around and saw several other women, all leaning against each other, sleeping soundly. Ji Lang and others in the distance were also lying on the ground and fell asleep. He knew that everyone was exhausted and terrified. He did not disturb them, but simply turned his gaze back to his lovely wife in his arms. He reached out and gently stroked her pretty face. Are you scared? He asked softly. No, as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything. A happy smile appeared on Lu Ruyu's face. However, at this moment, perhaps it was because the escape just now was too fast. Or perhaps the whirlpool in the river was too violent. Lu Ruyu suddenly felt her stomach churning. A strong feeling of nausea rushed straight into my throat. She quickly pushed Gu Chen away, ran to the side, held onto a rock, and began to retch violently. Chapter 122 Shocking news. I'm a father? Agog. Lu Ruyu leaned against the cold rock and vomited violently. Her pretty face turned pale and she looked extremely pitiful. The sudden noise instantly woke up the women who were still sleeping nearby. Sister Ruyu. Lady. What's wrong? Xia Qingyue, Wang Jinyao, and the others jumped up from the ground with a start, their faces filled with tension and concern. They thought that some new danger was coming. When they saw clearly that it was only Lu Ruyu who was vomiting, they breathed a sigh of relief, but then they were filled with worry again. Sister, what's wrong with you? Did you eat something bad? The confused Li Chuxia was the first to run over. She gently patted Lu Ruyu's back with her little hands to help her calm down, and looked at her worriedly with her big watery eyes. I don't know either. Lu Ruyu vomited so much that she could hardly speak. She suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable in her stomach. Did the shock wave just now injure your internal organs? Xia Qingyue also walked over. She stretched out her hand and placed it on Lu Ruyu's wrist, wanting to examine her body. However, the moment a trace of her Chaos Phoenix power penetrated into Lu Ruyu's body, her expression became strange. There were no injuries on Lu Ruyu's body. Her meridians were extremely unobstructed, and her qi and blood were extremely abundant. The only thing that was a little unusual was her dantian area in the lower abdomen. There seemed to be a small but full of supreme sacred energy vortex, slowly rotating there. That aura made Xia Qingyue's divine phoenix bloodline feel a sense of closeness and awe that came from its origin. What is going on? Xia Qingyue's heart was filled with doubts. At this moment, Li Qingshuan, who had been standing nearby and observing silently, suddenly spoke. Her voice was as cold as ever, but with a hint of uncertainty and hesitation. Madam, she doesn't look injured, nor does she look sick. She looked at Lu Ruyu's pale face and the violently heaving chest, and her mind uncontrollably emerged with certain symptoms that she had seen in the family's medical books before. She looks like... Li Qingshuan stopped talking halfway through. Because she felt that her guess was too absurd. In this desperate situation where one's life is at stake and one could die at any moment, how could one possibly? Like what? Wang Jinyao urged impatiently. Li Qingshuan bit her lip and finally expressed her guess. Like, pregnant. Pregnant? These four words, like a bolt from the blue, struck the minds of all the women present. The entire cave fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ruyu's belly, which had not yet bulged. His eyes were filled with unbelievable shock and horror. Pregnant? Li Chuxia was the first to exclaim in surprise, her innocent big eyes full of disbelief. Wang Jinyao's bright and pretty face froze in an instant. She looked at Lu Ruyu, who was surrounded by the crowd and looked confused. A feeling of sourness and jealousy surged in her heart, which even she herself could not explain. The minds of the sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan were completely blank. Subconsciously, they turned their gazes to the instigator who had been standing by from beginning to end with a playful smile on his face. Gu Chen. This bastard. This beast. He actually, really, caused a death? Moreover, it's in such a damn place. For a moment, all the women's hearts were filled with turbulent waves, and all kinds of complicated emotions intertwined together, making them not know what to say. And as the center of all this storm, Gu Chen, however, seemed to be completely unaware of the strange atmosphere around him. He walked leisurely to Lu Ruyu, who had calmed down. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he squatted down and picked her up. He looked at the little face in his arms, which looked particularly adorable because of vomiting. Wife, did you hear that? His voice was filled with joy. They said you're pregnant. We are going to have our own baby. Gu Chen's face perfectly expressed the surprise and excitement that a man who has become a father for the first time should have. His acting skills are perfect. Even Lu Ruyu, who knew him best, was deceived by his appearance. Gu Chen had already known the fact that Lu Ruyu was pregnant through the system reward. However, there were no symptoms in the early stages of pregnancy, so he didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, today's high-speed escape had an impact, causing Lu Ruyu to have morning sickness early. I'm pregnant? Lu Ruyu stared at Gu Chen blankly, her watery almond eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. Subconsciously, she reached out and stroked her flat belly. There, she seemed to really be able to feel a wonderful rhythm connected to her own blood. An unprecedented tenderness called maternal love instantly overwhelmed all her senses. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Crystal clear tears, like pearls with broken strings, slid down from the corners of her eyes. Husband, I really am pregnant with our baby? Her voice, with a tearful tone, was filled with the great joy and happiness of becoming a mother. Yeah. Got it. We got it. Gu Chen nodded heavily, lowered his head and placed a kiss full of love and cherishment on Lu Ruyu's forehead. Then, as if he remembered something, he suddenly picked up Lu Ruyu and carried her sideways. No. It's too cold here. The ground is hard. I can't let my wife and children suffer any injustice. As he spoke, he held Lu Ruyu in his arms and strode towards the deep part of the cave, where a stone platform appeared to be the driest and flattest. The cautious look on his face, as if he had found a treasure, left the women watching nearby speechless. Xia Qingyue, in particular, gritted her teeth in anger as she watched Gu Chen's exaggerated performance, which seemed to have forgotten about her and was still in a weak state. This bastard. The show is over. However, when her eyes fell on Lu Ruyu, who was held in Gu Chen's arms like a treasure, her heart softened for no reason. Pregnancy is of course a good thing. But why at this time? Chapter 123. Don't be afraid, my husband. I'll help you recover. Gu Chen carefully placed Lu Ruyu on the flat stone platform. He took off his coat and spread it under her. After doing all this, he sat next to Lu Ruyu. There was a happy smile on his face, as if he was a new father. Wife, you are now the focus of protection. From now on, you must take good care of the baby. As he spoke, he seemed to be reminding people of various precautions. Don't catch a cold, don't move around, and if you want to eat or drink something, just tell me, and I'll go to heaven and earth to get it for you. His considerate look made Lu Ruyu's heart as sweet as honey. She nodded obediently, her watery almond eyes curved into crescents in happiness. Husband, you are so kind. Of course. If I'm not nice to you, who else can I be nice to? Gu Chen scratched her nose proudly. The two of them were cuddling together as if no one was around, looking so sweet it was sickening. Xia Qingyue and the others standing by felt like they were redundant. Wang Jinyao curled her lips, turned around silently, walked to the side, and began to study those glowing mushrooms, out of sight, out of mind. Li Qingshuang took her still somewhat confused sister to the lakeside and began to try to find food. Only the sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuan were still standing there. Xia Ningxuan looked at Gu Chen and Lu Ruyu, who looked so inseparable. She looked at her sister's icy face, which was full of envy, jealousy and hatred, and sighed inwardly. It seems that my sister still has a long way to go in her pursuit of her husband. At this moment, Lu Ruyu seemed to have noticed it as well. Her husband, the weakness hidden beneath his seemingly energetic surface. She looked at Gu Chen's face, which was still a little pale. The feeling of happiness in her heart, which had just been filled with joy, was instantly replaced by deep heartache. She knew that her husband became like this just to protect them. If he cannot recover his strength as soon as possible. So, in this world full of unknown dangers, one can imagine what will happen to all of them. Even if she gets pregnant, the baby in her belly has no future. A thought emerged from the bottom of her heart uncontrollably. Dual cultivation. Only through the most intimate and mutually stimulating dual cultivation method can one achieve the best potential. Only in this way can my husband recover to his peak condition in the shortest possible time without any energy replenishment. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyu's pretty face turned red instantly. But her eyes became hesitant. The timing of her pregnancy was not favorable. Because of the influence of pregnancy, I'm afraid I won't be able to fully devote myself to the dual cultivation method. But, you have to give it a try. She bit her lip, then mustered up the greatest courage of her life. She stretched out her soft, boneless little hand and gently pulled Gu Chen's sleeve. Husband. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's whisper, with a hint of shyness that made people tremble. What's wrong, wife? Gu Chen turned his head and looked at her charming face with rosy cheeks and spring eyes, and his heart was moved. You've consumed too much energy. Lu Ruyu lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. I want to help you. Help me? Gu Chen asked knowingly. He leaned close to her ear and asked in a voice full of magnetism, how do you want to help me? The warm breath blew on Lu Ruyu's sensitive earlobe, causing her whole body to be covered with goosebumps. Her heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. We. She stammered. It seemed as if she had used up all her strength before she finally said those two words that she was too embarrassed to say. Dual cultivation. After saying these two words, she felt as if all the strength had been drained from her. The little head was buried deeply in Gu Chen's arms, and he never dared to lift it up again. After hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned at first. Immediately, an indescribable feeling of emotion and warmth welled up in my heart. He knew that given his wife's shy and timid personality, it took a lot of courage for her to say these two words. He held tightly in his arms this little woman who was willing to give everything for him. "Silly girl," he said softly, "I understand your feelings. But..." He changed the subject and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. "But, you're still pregnant with our baby. Our dual cultivation method is too overbearing. I'm afraid it might hurt him." Gu Chen's words instantly chilled Lu Ruyu's heart. It seems that her previous doubts were correct. She is no longer alone now. She has their child in her belly. If the child was hurt because of the dual cultivation technique, she would never be able to forgive herself in this life. A deep sense of self-blame and powerlessness surged into her heart. Is there really no way out? She looked at her husband's pale face, her heart filled with resentment. Husband, is there really no other way? She raised her head, her watery almond eyes filled with pleading. Don't worry. Gu Chen looked at her cute face that was about to cry and comforted her with a smile. Who said there is no other way? My chaos ancestral dragon body has a recovery ability far beyond your imagination. Although the consumption this time was a bit large, as long as you give me some time, I can recover on my own. And... Gu Chen's mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. Don't forget, this time, you are not fighting alone. He glanced meaningfully at the distance. The one who was pretending to study mushrooms, but in fact, had his ears perked up long ago, eavesdropping on their conversation, was Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang, and the two sisters Xia Qingyue. Gu Chen's words were neither big nor small. It just happened to be able to be heard clearly by everyone present. Lu Ruyu was stunned at first, then she followed her husband's gaze and understood instantly. A complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. Lu Ruyu didn't think about the sisters Xia Qingyue and Xia Ningxuang. She never dreamed that the princess of the empire would have any relationship with her husband. She thought of Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang, and Li Chuxia. The three of them were given to their husbands as an apology from the Wang and Li families. She was called a maid, but in fact she was a concubine. However, although the husband kept teasing them, he did not actually eat them. Although Lu Ruyu often couldn't handle her husband's strength, she didn't want other women to share her husband. However, this doesn't seem to be the time to be jealous. And the other side. Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang, who were pretending to study mushrooms, trembled violently after hearing Gu Chen's suggestive words. Their pretty faces turned red in an instant. Only Li Chuxia still looked confused. Chapter 124 Let us practice dual cultivation. The eldest princess's determination. The atmosphere in the cave became awkward and subtle because of Gu Chen's suggestive words. Deep down, Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang felt shy, frightened, and a little expectant. Xia Qingyue felt like she was about to explode with anger. She felt that Gu Chen was secretly referring to her. She stared at Gu Chen intently. If looks could kill, Gu Chen would have been tortured to death by her thousands of times. This bastard actually revealed his secret thoughts in front of so many people. Although she did have a little idea, it was for the sake of the overall situation. What's more, they had already practiced dual cultivation. Now we have to help him recover his strength as soon as possible so that he can lead everyone out of the desperate situation. It's not because I want to commit myself to him. However, Gu Chen ignored her murderous gaze and instead raised his eyebrows at her, revealing an expression that said, I understand you. This made Xia Qingyue even more at a loss. She stamped her foot violently and turned away. She came to the other side of the cave, found a corner and sat cross-legged, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Xia Ningxuan looked at her sister's cute angry yet helpless look, and then looked at Gu Chen's smug face as if he had gotten an advantage, and she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. It seems that my sister's 1,000-year-old iceberg is really about to be completely melted by this man. The night gradually deepened. The light emitted by the unknown crystals on the dome of the cave also became softer. Various luminous fungi also emit fluorescence, covering this underground world with a dreamy veil. After discovering that Lu Ruyu was fine, everyone started to rest again. After a whole day of fear and escape, everyone was exhausted. Guard Captain Ji Lang took the remaining guards and the captain to find a place farther away to rest, and arranged for them to take turns keeping watch. Li Qingshuang and Wang Jinyao also found a dry place, leaned against each other, and fell into a deep sleep. Their sleeping positions were a little strange, seeming a little defensive, yet a little submissive. Lichuxia, the most energetic foodie, also slept like a pig, snoring contentedly after secretly eating a few mushrooms. Guchen still let Lu Ruyu rest her head on his legs. He hummed a tuneless tune softly and patted her back until his darling wife in his arms fell into a sweet dream. Feeling Lu Ruyu's even breathing, and the sacred and wonderful rhythm in her abdomen that was connected to his blood, Guchen's heart felt calmer and more satisfied than ever before. He carefully laid Lu Ruyu flat on the soft blanket, covered her with his coat, and then placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. After doing all this, he found a comfortable position, leaned against the rock wall and closed his eyes. He is indeed very exhausted and needs time to recover. To be honest, the power of the nuclear bomb is indeed too great. The power offsets the radiation and shock wave, and his energy consumption is very serious. Although the Chaos Ancestral Dragon's body has abnormal recovery abilities, it does not appear out of thin air. It also takes time to transform and absorb the surrounding energy. Although this cave does not contain the spiritual essence of heaven and earth from their world, it is filled with a more primitive and pure energy. For him who possesses the body of a Chaos Ancestral Dragon, this kind of energy is a very good tonic. As long as he is given time, he can recover to his best condition. The cave became completely quiet. All that was left was the gentle sound of flowing water coming from the underground lake in the distance and the steady breathing of everyone. However, not everyone fell asleep. At the other end of the cave, in that dark corner, Xia Qingyue sat cross-legged. She seemed to be practicing qigong with her eyes closed, but her slightly trembling eyelashes and tightly clenched fists revealed her inner unrest. Her mind was in a mess. Everything that happened today replayed in her mind over and over again like a movie. The light of a nuclear explosion that destroyed the world. That endless mechanical frenzy. The man, with his bare hands, blew up the energy cannon and wiped out the commander with a single move of his fingers, showing his divine and demonic appearance. And when he held Lu Ruyu in his arms, he was so careful and gentle, as if he had found a treasure. Also, the nonsense he said to himself, which was full of hints and ridicule. All the images intertwined together made her upset and confused, and she couldn't concentrate on practicing at all. She found that her feelings towards the man were becoming more and more complicated. There was awe, dependence, shame, anger, and even a hint of desire that she herself dared not admit. She longed for his domineering yet warm embrace. She longed for his magical power of chaos that could repair the defects of her bloodline. She longed even more to be like Lu Ruyu, to be held in his palm and enjoy all his love. When this thought came to her mind, Xia Qingyue herself was shocked. Crazy. I must be crazy. I am the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family. However, the struggle of reason seemed so pale and powerless in the face of reality. She knew very well that now, the lives and property of all of them depended on Guchen alone. If he is strong, everyone will survive. If he is weak, everyone will die. And now, he is at his weakest. Although, he said he could recover, it would take time. But will that terrifying intelligent machine brain give them this time? The answer is no. The thought that they might be found by the endless mechanical army at any time and then blown to pieces was devastating. A strong sense of crisis and urgency gripped her heart. No. We can't wait any longer. We must find a way to help him recover his strength as soon as possible. And there is only one way to restore his strength the fastest. Xia Qingyue's mind uncontrollably emerged the scene of dual cultivation in the cave and the black mist abyss, which made her face flush and ears turn red, and her soul and body tremble. Her face turned red in an instant. Let her take the initiative to find that man and do that shameless thing? This is worse than killing her. But she glanced at her sister who was sleeping peacefully in the distance. He also thought of his third sister Xia Qianyu, who was still in the imperial capital, Xinjing, enduring the pain of thousands of swords piercing her heart. And the entire Yanxia royal family, plagued by the blood curse, faces a heavy future. All the pride, all the reserve. In the face of these heavy responsibilities, everything becomes less important. In Xia Qingyue's heart, an extremely fierce battle was going on between her conscience and her desires. I don't know how long it took. Her phoenix eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. There is no more confusion, no more struggle. Only a desperate determination remains. She made a decision. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Be mine. You are mine tonight. Xia Qingyue looked around. It was very quiet and everyone was fast asleep. She slowly stood up from the ground, then straightened her somewhat messy clothes. She took a deep breath, as if to expel all her shyness and timidity from her body. Then, she took a step forward and walked towards Guchen step by step under the soft fluorescent light. Her steps were light and slow, but each one was firm and resolute. She walked in front of Guchen and stopped. She looked at his sleeping face, which looked particularly handsome in the soft light, and her heart skipped a beat. She didn't know whether the man was asleep or not. His long eyelashes were trembling slightly. He seemed to have known he would come. Xia Qingyue's cheeks burned uncontrollably once again. But she didn't back down. She stretched out her nervous and slightly trembling white little hand and gently pulled Guchen's collar. Then, in a voice that even she herself felt was unfamiliar, with a hint of shyness and request, she whispered, "You, come with me." In fact, Guchen didn't fall asleep at all. In such a completely unfamiliar environment full of unknown dangers, how could he let his guard down and fall into a deep sleep? He was just resting his eyes. While silently absorbing the pure primordial energy around him, he restored his over-consumed power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. At the same time, he used his powerful spiritual sense to be alert to any movement around him. So, when Xia Qingyue stood up from the corner and walked towards him, he noticed it immediately. He didn't open his eyes. He was very curious about Her Royal Highness the Princess, who was always as proud as a peacock. "What did you want to do by coming to me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" When he felt his collar being gently pulled by a warm and soft hand that was trembling slightly due to nervousness. When he heard the words "you, come with me" with a hint of shyness and request, Guchen's heart was instantly filled with joy. Hooked. He forced himself to open his eyes right then and there. He wanted to appreciate the lovely and shameful look of this ice princess. He continued to pretend to sleep. He wanted to see how far Her Royal Highness the Princess could go. Seeing that Guchen didn't react, Xia Qingyue thought he was really asleep. She felt relieved for no reason. But then an even stronger feeling of shame came over me. How could I do that to a sleeping man? What is the difference between this and those shameless sluts in movies and TV? However, when I think of that devastating nuclear explosion, the thought of that endless mechanical frenzy, when she thought about her sister and the royal family who were still waiting for her to save, her determination, which had just wavered, became firm again in an instant. She gritted her teeth. He slightly increased the strength of his hand and gently shook Guchen's arm. "Hey, wake up." She lowered her voice very low, like a thief, afraid of waking others. Guchen then slowly pretended to be woken up and slowly opened his eyes. He first blinked in confusion. When he saw the person in front of him, his cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. When there was a stunning beauty with a pair of phoenix eyes that were dodging and evasive, not daring to look him in the eye. He raised his eyebrows in pretended surprise. "Hey, isn't this our noble princess?" He yawned lazily, his tone full of teasing. "You're not sleeping in the middle of the night, and you come to me, a married man, and you're pulling my leg. Your Highness, what are you planning to do?" His words were full of suggestion. Xia Qingyue's pretty face, which was already burning hot, instantly burned even hotter. "You, don't talk nonsense." She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her fur stood up instantly and she subconsciously wanted to let go. But as soon as she moved her hand, it was grabbed by a big, warm hand full of strength. "Am I talking nonsense?" Guchen grabbed her soft and boneless little hand, with a wicked smile on his face. "Then tell me, what do you want from me?" Xia Qingyue was left speechless by his question. She couldn't just say to his face, "I want to practice dual cultivation with you. I want you to help me repair my bloodline, I want you to recover your strength, right?" How could she say such words? Looking at her cute look, she was shy and anxious, with her eyes almost red. Guchen was so proud in his heart. But he knew that it was still a little bit off. We must add some more powerful information to completely shatter her ridiculous pride. Then, the smile on his face slowly faded. He released Xia Qingyue's hand and slowly stood up from the ground. He looked down at her, his tone becoming cold and distant. "Princess, if you have nothing else to do, please go back. I'm tired and need to rest. I don't have time to play hard to get games with you here." After saying that, he stopped looking at her, turned around and prepared to walk back to Lu Ruyu. His sudden indifference. It was like a basin of ice water, poured over Xia Qingyue's heart. Her already uneasy heart sank to the bottom in an instant. She looked at the indifferent figure who was about to leave. An unprecedented panic and helplessness instantly overwhelmed her. She had a hunch that if she just let him go tonight, then she will completely lose her only chance. No. No. Absolutely not. Etc. Xiao Qingyue rushed forward almost subconsciously and hugged Gu Chen's broad and solid back from behind. She pressed her face tightly against his warm back. It seems that only in this way can the cold fear in my heart be dispelled. Gu Chen stopped walking. The corners of his mouth curved into a triumphant arc. But he didn't turn around. He just asked in a cold voice without any emotion, "Princess, what do you mean?" Xiao Qingyue's delicate body was trembling violently. She knew she had no way out. All the pride, all the reserve. At this moment, everything becomes worthless. She closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears quietly slid down her beautiful cheeks. Then, in a voice that was almost wailing, filled with endless humiliation and determination, she spoke word by word. Please. Please, take me. Tonight, I'm yours. These few words seemed to drain all the strength from her body. After she finished speaking, she seemed to be exhausted and leaned softly on Gu Chen's back. Chapter 126 Chapter 126 The princess sacrifices herself. This wave is not a loss. Inside the cave, there is a faint glow and the sound of gurgling water. Xiao Qingyue hugged Gu Chen tightly from behind, her warm cheek pressed against his broad back. The words with tears and determination, "Tonight. I am yours." It sounded particularly clear in Gu Chen's ears. After saying this, she seemed to have been drained of all her strength and dignity. Her body leaned limply against him, unable to utter another word. Only the suppressed sobs and violently trembling body revealed her inner collapse and humiliation at the moment. Gu Chen felt the soft and warm touch on his back, and listened to the pleading that made his bones go soft. His heart was already filled with joy. Done. This arrogant and icy princess. Finally, she was forced into a desperate situation and completely gave up her ridiculous pride. This feeling is so fucking great. However, Gu Chen did not show any pride on his face. He slowly turned around and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, whose tears were streaming down her face and made him feel pity for her. Her pretty face, which usually looked as cold as ice, was now covered with traces of tears. The pair of proud phoenix eyes also lost all their spirit, leaving only helplessness and confusion. Her swollen lips were bleeding from being bitten by herself, and she looked very pitiful. Gu Chen thought to himself, "This poor little thing is so adorable." He reached out and gently wiped away the tears on her face with his fingertips, his movements unexpectedly gentle. "Have you thought it through?" His voice was low, with a hint of dominance. "This isn't a stopgap measure for the Black Mist Abyss. Once you start, there's no turning back. You, Xiao Qingyue, the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family, will be my Gu Chen's woman from now on." Xiao Qingyue's delicate body trembled. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at Gu Chen's handsome face that was so close to her. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, without the desire and greed she had imagined, only a kind of calmness that she could not understand. She didn't know whether she should be glad or happy. Now that things have come to this, does she have any choice? She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse, "I have no way out." Very good. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. That's what he wanted her to say. What he wanted was never just a transaction, nor just her body. What he wanted was her as a person, her heart, and she would be completely branded as Gu Chen from now on. In that case, then don't cry. Gu Chen pinched her delicate face. His tone returned to that cynical tone, "You're crying and affecting my performance." Yu Xiao Qingyue was stunned by his sudden change of attitude. The tragic atmosphere that had just been brewing was completely destroyed in an instant. This bastard. It's already this time, and you're still so frivolous. What do you mean? Gu Chen picked her up and carried her sideways, causing Xiao Qingyue to scream in surprise and subconsciously hug his neck. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, so we can't waste it. Gu Chen held her in his arms and strode towards a more secluded and drier corner deep in the cave. What are you going to do? Xiao Qingyue felt embarrassed and anxious. Everyone is here. Although she has made preparations for dual cultivation. But she still couldn't accept doing that kind of thing in front of her sister and so many subordinates. Don't worry, they can't hear or see anything. Gu Chen said without turning his head. As he walked, he formed seals with one hand. Gray chaotic energy flew out from his fingertips and silently laid down layer upon layer of soundproof barriers and illusion arrays in the corner they were about to go to. This little trick is just a piece of cake for him. Soon, Guchen carried Xia Qingyue and arrived at a small cave in the deepest part of the cave. It is quieter here than outside. The ground is covered with a thick, soft moss that emits a faint fluorescence, like a natural carpet. Guchen carefully placed Xia Qingyue on the moss carpet. Xia Qingyue curled up nervously, her arms folded across her chest, and looked at him warily like a frightened deer. You don't do anything rash. She warned in a timid tone. I'm not ready yet. Not ready? Guchen raised his eyebrows. He squatted down to look at her at eye level, with a wicked smile on his face. Didn't you just say I'm yours tonight? Why, you want to go back on your word now? I didn't. Xia Qingyue was provoked by him and immediately refuted. That's good. Guchen's smile grew wider. Since there isn't one, let's get started. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards Xia Qingyue's golden combat uniform, which had become somewhat damaged and messy due to the previous battle and escape. Ah! Xia Qingyue screamed and subconsciously tried to dodge. But her body was held in Guchen's arms with an irresistible dominance. Don't move! Guchen's voice became a little hoarse. Xia Qingyue nervously closed her eyes, her cheeks and neck flushed red with embarrassment. She was like a poor little deer, and could only let this man manipulate her. However, Guchen's hand stopped the moment it touched her clothes. He wasn't as rough as she had imagined. His movements were slow and gentle. It's like treating one of the most precious works of art in the world. Guchen took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to be impatient. What he wanted was a perfect dual cultivation that would make this woman unforgettable. He wanted her to completely fall for him, from body to soul. He gently took off each piece of clothing. When that flawless and beautiful body, like the most perfect masterpiece of God, was completely revealed in front of him. So beautiful. This is no longer the beauty that should exist in the mortal world. The skin, as white as mutton fat jade, exudes a holy and attractive luster under the faint fluorescent light. One more point will make you plump, one less point will make you thin. Guchen felt his throat was a little dry. He reached out his hand and gently covered it. Xia Qingyue's delicate body trembled violently, and a suppressed moan escaped her lips. Relax. Guchen's voice sounded in her ears. As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed those red lips. This kiss was domineering yet gentle. Little by little, he pried open her pearly teeth, conquered her territory, and plundered all the sweetness in her mouth. Xia Qingyue's mind went blank. She wanted to resist, but her body was as soft as a pool of spring water and she couldn't muster any strength at all. She could only passively endure the man's aggressive love. Gradually, her stiff body began to relax. Her tightly closed eyes also began to become blurry. She even began to respond to the kiss awkwardly. Chapter 127, Chaos Phoenix. Hit the target in one try? When Guchen felt her response, a huge sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. He knew that the iceberg had begun to melt. Just when the two were infatuated with each other, Guchen suddenly stopped. He looked at the stunning beauty in his arms. He licked his lips and a devilish grin appeared on his face. Your Highness, are you ready? After saying this, he no longer hesitated. In this isolated and dreamlike underground cave, officially, the curtain has been raised. The depths of the quiet cave were completely shrouded by a gray barrier. Within the barrier, warm spring is boundless. Xia Qingyue could only cling tightly to the man in front of her. This is completely different from the last time in the cave in the black mist abyss. This time, it was a true fusion of souls. If we say that last time Guchen only chiseled a small crack in her frozen heart lake, so this time, he directly detonated a volcano. Using the hot magma that was enough to melt everything, he completely melted her from the inside out. Boom! A force of chaos ancestral dragon that is more powerful and pure than any previous one. Reconstructing the imperfections of Xia Qingyue's holy bloodline body. She let out a phoenix cry that pierced the clouds and split the rocks. She felt it inside her. The nine heavens' divine phoenix bloodline had already been restored by 1/3. Under the impact of this domineering force, an extremely joyful roar was emitted. Those violent fire poisons lurked deep in her blood like maggots in her tarsal bones. In the face of the power of the chaos ancestral dragon, there was not even a glimmer of room for resistance, and it was swallowed up, purified, and assimilated like a torpedo. Her bloodline is being reshaped and sublimated at an incredible speed. The fatal flaw that had troubled her for 20 years and made her miserable was being completely repaired bit by bit. This feeling is so wonderful. The Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix bloodline was like a dry desert, desperately absorbing the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon to repair the defects in its bloodline. And the other side. Gu Chen also felt uncomfortable. Xia Qingyue's incomparably pure Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix origin fire is the most masculine and young divine fire of blood. Under the stimulation of the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, it also began to slowly merge with Gu Chen's power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. This power is extremely masculine and strong, and is filled with supreme sacredness and nobility. For him who possesses the body of a Chaos Ancestral Dragon, it is simply the best tonic in the world. His Chaos Ancestral Dragon body, nourished by this power, began to recover the original power that had been lost before. Even his Chaos Ancestral Dragon power became even more refined. Although his cultivation level did not break through directly like last time. However, he could clearly feel that his foundation was being consolidated and condensed, becoming more stable and powerful than ever before. His realm is advancing towards the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm at a terrifying speed. Strong. So damn strong. As expected of the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix bloodline. Gu Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. The Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix and the Chaos Ancestral Dragon body are two supreme bloodlines standing at the top of the pyramid of life. It is the most perfect leap and sublimation of life level. I don't know how long it took. Xia Qingyue's pair of proud phoenix eyes held a shy and joyful expression. She looked at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with unprecedented complexity. From now on, I am this man's woman. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Xia Qingyue didn't feel humiliated at all. Instead, a sense of natural sweetness arose. Crazy. I must be crazy. Xia Qingyue wailed helplessly in her heart. And just at this moment, in Gu Chen's mind, the cold and familiar system prompt sound suddenly rang wildly. Ding! Detected that the host and target character Xia Qingyue have completed dual cultivation. The target person Xia Qingyue's sacred item, Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix body incomplete, has been deeply repaired by the host's Chaos Ancestral Dragon origin. Data analysis in progress. Analysis complete. The target person's Xia Qingyue bloodline defect is being rapidly repaired. Repair progress, 40%, 60%, 80%. A series of system prompts made Gu Chen excited. It seems that the effect of this dual cultivation is better than he imagined. Not only does it greatly improve your cultivation, it also completely cured the chronic illness of Xia Qingyue, a person with super potential. This time, I made a lot of money. However, just when he was about to hold the beauty in his arms for a while longer, the next second, the system's notification sound made him freeze in place. Ding! Warning! Detected that the host and target Xia Qingyue have perfected their life essence during dual cultivation. It has been detected that a brand new life seed has been successfully conceived within the target person's Xia Qingyue's body. Boom! This line of golden characters was like a nuclear bomb exploding in Gu Chen's mind. It made him completely dumbfounded. Pregnant? Xia Qingyue is actually pregnant too? And he got it right in one go? Damn it! When did I become so precise? Gu Chen's brain completely crashed at this moment. He lowered his head blankly, looking at the stunning princess in his arms who was still in a daze. He subconsciously shifted his gaze to her flat, smooth belly without a trace of fat. There, a brand new life belonging to him and her is quietly gestating. This is too fucking exciting. Just when Gu Chen was still in great and unreal shock, the system's notification sound was still bombarding his mind like crazy. Each one is more exciting than the last. Ding! Detection that my Taoist partner Xia Qingyue has successfully conceived. The Taoist companion status has been updated to Pregnant Chaos Phoenix Fetus. Explanation: the bloodline of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon and the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix has combined to successfully produce a divine bloodline seed. Both mother and fetus are in stable condition and developing benignly. Chaos Divine Phoenix Fetus. Another god-level offspring who is incredibly awesome just by hearing the name. Gu Chen felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Not long ago, Lu Ruyu became pregnant with the Chaos Mysterious Fetus. Now, Xia Qingyue had conceived another Chaos Divine Phoenix Fetus for him. Double happiness. This is fucking double happiness. He, Gu Chen, is about to become the father of two god-level babies. Happiness comes too suddenly and too violently. Gu Chen felt like he was about to float up. He has already started fantasizing about what will happen after the baby is born. He held the Chaos Mysterious embryo in his left hand and the Chaos Divine Phoenix embryo in his right hand. Following behind him are two stunning mothers, Lu Ruyu and Xia Qingyue, creating a beautiful scene of them dominating the world. However, the system's surprises are far from over. Chapter 128 Rewards explode. The princess breaks through the realm and becomes a spirit. Ding! The offspring has been detected as a divine Chaos Phoenix fetus. Unprecedented talent and potential. On par with a Chaos Mysterious fetus. Far exceeding the system's estimated upper limit. We are urgently adjusting the mission reward level based on the talents of our offspring. Congratulations to the host. You will receive a brand new Super God level reward gift package. Another Super God level? Gu Chen's breathing stopped instantly. He felt like he had won the lottery today. The bonus is higher each time. What kind of fucking luck is this? What's wrong? Xia Qingyue, who was in his arms, seemed to have noticed something strange about Gu Chen. She looked up in confusion. Looking at Gu Chen's strange expression of surprise and joy, he asked in a low voice. Nothing. Gu Chen came back to his senses. He looked at Xia Qingyue's beautiful face, which still contained a hint of doubt, and a doting smile appeared on his face. He really wanted to tell Xia Qingyue that she was pregnant. However, when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. No. Can't say now. This matter needs to be taken slowly. Just like Lu Ruyu, the body will naturally experience pregnancy reactions. Gu Chen made up his mind not to mention Xia Qingyue's pregnancy for the time being. And just at this moment, the system's Super God level rewards have finally begun to be distributed. Super God level reward gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host. You have received a massive initiation of cultivation. Your physical fitness has been greatly improved. Here we come. Here we go again. Familiar feeling, familiar formula. With the experience of receiving the Super God level reward last time, Gu Chen learned his lesson this time. Without any hesitation, he immediately held his breath and concentrated, pushing the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in his body to the extreme. Get ready for the impending, devastating energy torrent. However, the next second, he still underestimated the horror of the system's rewards. Boom! A terrifying energy that is no less powerful than the last time, and even more pure. Once again, it exploded from the deepest part of his Dantianqi Sea. This energy is no longer simply a chaotic sea of stars. Instead, it was a lifelike phantom of a divine phoenix, condensed from the purest golden gray power of the Chaos Divine Phoenix. This divine phoenix has a wingspan of thousands of feet, and is sacred and noble. Each of its feathers seems to be composed of laws. It emits a terrifying high temperature that is enough to burn everything and a supreme sacred aura that is enough to purify everything. The phantom of the divine phoenix let out a loud and resounding phoenix cry. Then, it turned into a golden gray stream of light and instantly merged into Gu Chen's limbs, bones, and meridians. Oh my god! Gu Chen only had time to curse in his heart. The whole person was almost fainted on the spot by the energy full of tyranny and destructive aura. So awesome! This time the energy is more concentrated and more violent than last time. If we say that the last time was like boiling a frog in warm water, this time, he was thrown directly into the alchemy furnace and burned back and forth with the Samadhi true fire. Extreme pain, accompanied by extreme comfort, once again swept through his whole body. His body. His meridians. His soul. They are all being madly torn apart, reorganized, tempered, and sublimated by this supreme power derived from the Chaos Phoenix. And his cultivation, which had just stabilized at the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, was driven by this terrifying energy. The so-called bottleneck is even more fragile than a layer of window paper. Boom! There is no suspense at all. The barrier of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm shattered with a sound. The vast and boundless energy seemed to have found an outlet. It rushed madly into his already extremely vast Dantianqi Sea, causing his cultivation to skyrocket at an outrageous speed. The middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. The peak of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. In just a few breaths, his cultivation level soared to a new height again. Moreover, the foundation of this breakthrough is still extremely solid. It is even 100 times more powerful than what he has gained through hard work. The golden gray power of the Chaos Divine Phoenix and his own power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon blended perfectly together, forming a more advanced and more powerful force. Dragon and Phoenix sing together, yin and yang work together. This feeling made Gu Chen intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. And just as Gu Chen was enjoying the pleasure of his rapid improvement in cultivation, Xia Qingyue in his arms also welcomed the most important opportunity in her life. At the moment when Gu Chen accepted the system reward and his cultivation level skyrocketed. A life energy that is extremely pure and contains the origin of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. It also began to erupt in Xia Qingyue's dantian. For Xia Qingyue at this moment, this power is like timely help and a timely rain after a long drought. Her 9 heavens divine phoenix body that had already been repaired. Under the nourishment of this power, the final step of transformation was completed in an instant. Snap! A crisp sound. It was as if the sound of something shattering resounded from the deepest part of her blood. A flaw in her saintly constitution that had troubled her for 20 years and caused her endless torment. At this moment, it was completely and thoroughly repaired. Boom! A bigger force than ever before. An aura that was sacred, noble, and complete erupted from Xia Qingyue's body. Her body emanated a dazzling golden divine light, illuminating the entire dark cave as bright as day. Behind her, a lifelike golden phoenix with a wingspan of over 100 meters slowly took shape. The divine phoenix roared towards the sky, emitting a high-pitched cry filled with joy and relief. Ding! The target person's Xia Qingyue bloodline defect has been completely repaired. Its sacred item, the 9 heavens divine phoenix body, has undergone a super-level evolution after deeply integrating with the host's Chaos Ancestral Dragon body. Congratulations to the host! The target character Xia Qingyue's physique has successfully transformed into divine-grade Chaos Phoenix body. The system's prompt sounded leisurely in Gu Chen's mind. And after Xia Qingyue completed the transformation of her physique, she did not stop. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the condensation realm. Driven by this vast and powerful original force originating from Gu Chen, they also began to attack the highest chasm that stood in front of all the warriors. From condensing essence to transforming into spirit. For countless talented warriors, this step is a gap that they cannot cross in their entire lives. But now, for Xia Qingyue, it has become extremely simple. Because she has Gu Chen. With this man who has already successfully taken that step, he will help me without reservation. Concentrate your mind. Calm your spirit. Maintain your unity. Gu Chen's voice, like a morning bell, boomed in the depths of Xia Qingyue's soul. I'll help you, transform into a spirit with just one thought. With a low roar, he unreservedly transferred the powerful spiritual power that had just broken through to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm into Xia Qingyue's sea of consciousness. Chapter 129 Shocking Vision. Everyone is startled. With Gu Chen's personal guidance, Xia Qingyue's process of breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm. It happened naturally without any setbacks. Boom! It was like a loud bang at the beginning of the universe, exploding deep in her soul. She felt that the invisible and heavy shackles in her body were completely broken. An aura that was 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than that of the condensation realm burst out from her body. Spiritual transformation realm. Done. With the help of Gu Chen. Xia Qingyue, the eldest princess of the Yanxia royal family. He finally succeeded in entering the realm that countless warriors dreamed of. This moment. The entire underground cave began to tremble violently because of her breakthrough. A powerful energy storm, centered on the two of them, swept wildly in all directions. That energy is so powerful and so vast. To the extent that even the layers of barriers that Gu Chen had set up before seemed indestructible. Under the impact of this energy storm, they all made a crunching sound as if they could not bear the heavy burden. It seems like it may break apart at any time. Rumble. The entire huge underground cave was shaking violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Above the dome, those crystals emitting soft light fell down and shattered on the ground. The underground lake in the center even caused huge waves. The lake water slapped the shore wildly, making a deafening roar. This sudden and terrifying movement was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. It instantly woke up all the people who were still sleeping in the cave. What is going on? Is there an earthquake? Oh my god. What's going on? Guard Captain Ji Lang, the surviving Red Dragon guards and several pilots were the first to jump up from the ground. Their faces were filled with horror and confusion, and they had no idea what was going on. And the other side. Lu Ruyu, Xia Ningxuan, Wang Jinyao, Li Qingxuan, and Li Chuxia. The 5 women were also frightened by the violet vibration. Husband. Lu Ruyu was the first to react, and she subconsciously looked for Gu Chen. However, there was no sign of Gu Chen around. She looked in the direction where the vibration was most intense and wanted to go over to check. But as soon as she moved, she was grabbed by Xia Ningxuan beside her. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. Xia Ningxuan's slightly pale face was filled with solemnity at this moment. Her eyes were fixed on the corner deep in the cave, which was covered by a barrier. The terrifying energy storm that made the entire cave tremble came from that corner. Is it brother Gu and sister? Xia Ningxuan's voice was filled with a hint of doubt. She was very familiar with her sister's scent. She could feel it clearly. Within that barrier, there were 2 terrifying auras so powerful that they made her feel suffocated. One of them was very familiar to her. That was Gu Chen's domineering and ancient aura, as if it could create the world and evolve all things. The other one, that was the sacred and noble divine phoenix fire that belonged to her sister Xia Qingyue, which seemed to be able to burn everything. Just at this moment, the aura of the divine phoenix fire that erupted from her sister was more than 100 times stronger than before. Moreover, in that pure divine phoenix fire, there seemed to be a trace of chaotic aura that originated from the same source as Gu Chen. What the hell is going on? Could it be? In order to help brother Gu recover his strength, my sister went to practice dual cultivation with him? How is this possible? How could my sister, who was such an ice-cold beauty, do such a thing? Xia Ningxuan had no idea what happened between Gu Chen and Xia Qingyue in the black mist abyss. She was just observing from the sidelines and thought that her sister and Gu Chen had some ambiguity. Moreover, after Gu Chen demonstrated his powerful combat power and special abilities, Xia Ningxuan wants to bring Gu Chen and Xia Qingyue together. However, she never thought that her sister would be so proactive. Is this possible? Could she have guessed wrong? But what if it's not this reason? How could it be such a big commotion? Moreover, why did the aura around her become so powerful and perfect? Huge question marks circled wildly in Xia Ningxuan's mind, causing her brain to crash. And just when everyone was in shock and confusion, mutation happens again. There was only a crisp click sound. That barrier shrouding the corner. Finally, he could no longer withstand the energy storm generated by the 2 powerful spiritual transformation realm masters. With a loud bang, it shattered. Next second, a torrent of energy, 10 times more violent than before, shot up into the sky from the small cave like an ancient ferocious beast that had broken free from its restraints. Boom! The torrent of energy slammed heavily into the dome of the cave, which was hundreds of meters high. The entire dome trembled violently. Countless pieces of gravel fell from above like raindrops. However, that torrent of energy did not dissipate after hitting the dome. Instead, it turned into a sacred, magnificent, and beautiful picture that everyone will never forget. I saw it on the dome of the cave. A lifelike phantom of a divine phoenix with a wingspan of over a kilometer, condensed from pure golden gray divine light, slowly spread out its gorgeous wings. Beside the divine phoenix, a phantom of an ancient ancestor dragon, which was also condensed from the gray chaotic energy and was over a kilometer long, also circled out. Dragon and phoenix. One is yang, the other is yin. One lord creates, one lord destroys. The shadows of 2 supreme beasts that only existed in myths and legends suddenly appeared before everyone vividly. They chased each other, entangled with each other, and made soul-shaking dragon roars and phoenix cries. Auspicious dragon and phoenix. Yin and yang combined. This sacred and vast scene made everyone present fascinated and their hearts tremble. They felt that their souls were being cleansed and sublimated under the roars of dragons and the cries of phoenixes. Some guards with lower cultivation levels even sat cross-legged on the spot and entered a state of enlightenment. Oh my god, what on earth is this? Wang Jinyao stared blankly at the beautiful picture in the sky that was enough to be recorded in history, and murmured like a dream. Her heart, which had become somewhat proud due to the awakening of the Fire Phoenix bloodline, was completely crushed to dust at this moment. Her Fire Phoenix bloodline was like a humble little sparrow that was not worth mentioning in front of the towering Chaos Divine Phoenix. Is it Her Royal Highness the Princess, and Master Gu? Guard Captain Ji Lang, with his weather-beaten face. This moment is filled with indescribable fanaticism and admiration. He could no longer use any words to describe his feelings at the moment. He only knew that he had witnessed a miracle with his own eyes today. And the other side. Lu Ruyu looked at the auspicious sight of dragon and phoenix in the sky. An indescribable bitterness and loss welled up in her heart. She knew that the dragon was a vision of her husband's bloodline. However, that phoenix was not a vision of her bloodline. But it was the high and mighty princess. Chapter 130. The goddess emerges from the bath. Murder in the cave. Once upon a time, Lu Ruyu also fantasized that she could live with her husband like a dragon and a phoenix, and live together forever. However, the Wang family and the Li family sent 3 women. At that moment, she knew very well that it would be difficult for her to monopolize such an outstanding husband. She gradually became mentally prepared and could accept it no matter who her husband ate first. However, she never expected that this person would be Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue is the eldest princess of Yanxia country, and her status is many times higher than hers. After this, will her status in her husband's mind be affected? She knew that this was to save everyone. It is to help my husband regain his strength. But deep down in my heart, that bitter feeling of grievance could not be dispelled. Just as Lu Ruyu was daydreaming, the strange phenomenon in the sky began to slowly dissipate. The phantom of the divine phoenix and the phantom of the ancestral dragon circled and intertwined, eventually turning into spots of light all over the sky and sinking into the depths of the dark cave. The cave returned to peace. The earth-shaking scene just now seemed like a dream. Everyone's attention was focused on that messy corner. They stared intently, their hearts pounding, curious about what was happening there. At this time, a lazy, yet satisfied male voice came from the corner. "TSK, the noise seems to be a bit too loud." As soon as the words fell, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, walked out from the corner where the golden-gray divine light was still flowing. The one walking in front is Gu Chen. He still had that cynical demeanor, but his face had a flush of satisfaction from a meal and a drink. Following behind him was Xia Qingyue. The moment everyone saw Xia Qingyue's appearance clearly, the air in the entire cave froze and the breathing stopped abruptly. Xia Qingyue at this moment was completely different from before. Her golden combat uniform, a symbol of glory and majesty, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a loose white nightgown. The nightgown was draped loosely over her slender curves, barely covering the most fatal spring light, but it also outlined a taboo, intriguing temptation. Small Bluff BOT document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select Small Bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. Her black hair hung wetly on her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few strands sticking to her blushing cheeks. That beautiful face, flushed with a charming blush due to emotion, has long lost its former coldness. Those phoenix eyes that were always full of majesty were now shimmering with water, and the corners of the eyes and eyebrows were tinged with the lazy spring spirit that had never faded. She is like a beautiful peony that has been thoroughly watered by rain and dew, exuding an attraction that makes any man unable to control himself. Is this still the same high and mighty princess who was detached from the mundane world? This is clearly a young woman who has just come out of the land of pleasure and experienced love for the first time. Witnessing this scene, everyone present, except the ignorant Li Chuxia, had a shocking thought in their minds. What on earth did they do in there just now? As soon as this thought came to mind, everyone's eyes became extremely strange. Look at Gu Chen with a satisfied look on his face. Then look at Xia Qingyue, who looks as charming and beautiful as a goddess emerging from the bath. Connect it to the grand vision of the auspicious dragon and phoenix just now. The answer is self-explanatory. Sister. Xiaoning Shuang stared blankly at her sister's charming look, which she had never seen before, and her mind went blank. Her guess came true. My sister, in order to save everyone, gave herself completely to that man. A sharp feeling of heartache and guilt instantly overwhelmed her sanity. It's all because of my previous instigation. If I hadn't told you that Gu Chen would be of great use to the royal family. If I hadn't told you that Gu Chen could repair his damaged bloodline. How could my sister? Xiaoning Shuang's eyes instantly turned red. She didn't know that her sister had already practiced dual cultivation with Gu Chen in the abyss of black mist in order to save her. If she knew, she would probably feel even more guilty. And the other side. Lu Ruyu looked at Xia Qingyue, who looked so charming, as if she had been deeply loved by her husband. The already bitter heart felt like it was pierced by a poisonous needle, causing a sharp pain. She knew that she was no longer her husband's only woman. Despite being prepared. But when this moment really came, a huge sense of loss still engulfed her. She subconsciously looked at Gu Chen, her watery almond eyes filled with grievance. Gu Chen immediately noticed the resentful look in his young wife's eyes. His heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, this guy is really jealous. He quickly took a few steps and came to Lu Ruyu's side, then in front of everyone's shocked gaze, he took her into his arms. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a loving couple? Gu Chen glared at the people around him who had strange looks on their faces. Then he lowered his head and kissed Lu Ruyu heavily on her smooth forehead. He spoke softly in a doting tone that was unique in the world. Don't worry, no matter how many women are around me in the future, your wife will always be the one I, Gu Chen, marry officially. This sentence is neither big nor small. But it was clearly heard by everyone present. After hearing this, Lu Ruyu's heart, which had been half cold, was instantly filled with a huge sense of happiness. She just knew it. In her husband's heart, she is the most important. She is his wife. She happily buried her little head in Gu Chen's warm embrace, like a cat that had found its final home. And the other side. Xia Qingyue, who had just walked out of the corner, heard Gu Chen's words, and her pretty face, which was already red as if it was about to bleed, suddenly lost all its color and turned pale. Lady? What about yourself? Who am I? A lover who was deprived of her innocence by him and may even be pregnant with his child, a lover who is not visible to the public? A huge, indescribable feeling of humiliation rushed straight to the top of my head. She bit her lips so hard that her teeth almost made them bleed. In her phoenix eyes that had just regained their spirit, the cold fire ignited again. She stared at the shameless man who was hugging another woman and talking sweetly to her. That look in his eyes made him want to cut millions of knives into his body. However, just when the atmosphere was extremely awkward and the Shura field was about to explode, something strange happened suddenly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of sharp, rapid buzzing sounds like metallic friction came from the deep tunnel they came from. Not good. Gu Chen's face changed drastically. He suddenly looked up, and his lazy eyes instantly became sharp, with divine light bursting out. His powerful spiritual sense spread out invisibly and poured into the depths of the tunnel. Next second, his expression became extremely solemn. Damn it! He cursed softly, that idiot showed up so quickly. In his spiritual perception, hundreds of underwater combat robots made entirely of black alloy, resembling metal sharks and over 5 meters in length, are madly surrounding the cave at an astonishing speed. They carried no missiles. But their heads are equipped with terrifying sonic weapons that can emit high-frequency shock waves. On both sides of the body, rows of high-speed rotating alloy blades extended out, tearing the water apart. This is a silent and deadly killing core designed specifically for underwater street fighting. Chapter 131 Chapter 131 The Omnics are coming. God-level rewards. The Omnic Brain's underwater combat units found us so quickly? Gu Chen's heart trembled. A fierce battle is inevitable. Just then, at the entrance of the cave, a violent boom-cutting sound suddenly came from the rock wall that Gu Chen had blocked with huge rocks. Those underwater robots have begun to forcibly break down the boulders. Prepare for battle. Gu Chen roared, his voice like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. His terrifying aura from the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm, which had just returned to its peak and even surpassed it, erupted without reservation at this moment. A majestic and vast pressure that suppressed everything instantly enveloped the entire cave. Everyone present was trembling with fear under this pressure, and even breathing became difficult. They were shocked to find that Gu Chen's aura at this moment was several times stronger than when he was fighting against the mechanical frenzy in the Iron Wasteland. He's gotten stronger again? This thought arose in everyone's mind at the same time. They looked at the man standing in front of everyone, his figure as heavy as a mountain. The panic that had just risen in everyone's hearts was instantly replaced by a feeling called peace of mind. He is here. I am not afraid even if the sky falls. Boom! A dull explosion like thunder shook the entire cave. Gu Chen temporarily blocked the cave entrance with rocks, and the rock wall that was several meters thick was forcibly chopped apart from the outside by an extremely brutal force. The cold and turbid river water turned into a roaring angry dragon, rushing back in with destructive force. Following closely behind was a moving shadow of steel. One after another, pitch black, hideous-looking mechanical creatures rushed in. They had the outline of sharks, but gleamed with a cold metallic luster. There are too many. They were densely packed, layer upon layer, and instantly filled the entire tunnel. The dark red electronic single eye on their heads lit up in the dark water, emitting a programmed, pure killing command. Fire! Guard Captain Ji Lang was the first to react, roaring with bloodshot eyes. The energy gun in his hand spewed out a beam of hot energy. Call out. The beam accurately hit the mechanical shark that was rushing in the front. Boom! A ball of dazzling sparks exploded on the shark's body. However, Ji Lang's pupils suddenly contracted. The attack, which was powerful enough to severely injure a demon beast in the condensation realm, only left a white mark so shallow that it could be ignored on the black alloy shell. There is actually an invisible force field shield on the surface of these mechanical sharks. The energy beam that penetrated the force field shield couldn't even completely scrape off the armor coating. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Its defense is too abnormal. Ji Lang's voice was filled with despair. Before he could attack again, all the mechanical sharks launched a counterattack. Buzz. The strange buzzing sound did not come from the throat, but sounded directly in everyone's mind. The single eye on their heads flashed red light. High-frequency shockwaves that cannot be captured by the naked eye transformed into invisible soul-stealing blades, sweeping across the entire field. This was a method of attack that the Red Dragon Guards had never seen before. Ah! The few Red Dragon Guards who were rushing in the front could only scream halfway before they stopped abruptly. Their brains seemed to be poured into boiling iron, and their internal organs were shaken in an instant. Blood gushed out of all his orifices, his body went limp, and he fell straight back, unconscious. After all, they have strong bodies. If they were ordinary people, they would have died immediately. What kind of attack is this? Defend yourself. Xianing Shuang's pretty face suddenly became solemn. A bunch of noisy tin cans. A cold, even somewhat impatient voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. It's Gu Qin. At some point, he had stood in front of everyone, becoming the last and strongest line of defense. His deep eyes reflected the scarlet eyes of the mechanical sharks, and what was surging in them was murderous intent that was enough to freeze the soul. He stretched out his right hand, ready to attack. Sudden. The system prompt sound in Gu Chen's mind finally came. Super God level reward gift packs have been distributed. Congratulations to the host. You have received a massive initiation of cultivation. Your physical fitness has been greatly improved. Already distributed. Congratulations to the host. You have received the second Super God level reward, the second volume of the God level technique Chaos Yin and Yang Creation Sutra Tao Body chapter. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the third Super God level reward, the God level martial art Chaos Creation / Congratulations to the host. Obtaining Super God level reward 4, the host's bloodline deeply resonates with that of his offspring the Chaos Divine Phoenix embryo, and his Chaos Ancestral Dragon body undergoes a super level evolution, transforming into the Chaos Ancestral Dragon body growth stage. A series of explosive bonus tips. This made Gu Chen's aura, which was already extremely powerful, rise again. God level skills. God level martial arts. A grand echo coming from the depths of blood and soul. A tremendous torrent of cultivation emerged out of nowhere, washing over his limbs and bones. The profound meaning of the second volume of the divine level technique Chaos Yin Yang Creation Sutra turned into countless golden runes and was directly imprinted on his soul. A magical skill called Chaos Creation / emerged clearly in his mind as if it was an innate instinct. His primal Chaos Ancestral Dragon body, in resonance with Xia Qingyue's bloodline, broke through its shackles, emitting bursts of dragon roars, and completed its super level evolution. Chaos Ancestral Dragon Body Growth Stage. A series of transformations caused Gu Chen's already unfathomable aura to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. Boom! A vast, ancient, and extremely domineering aura of a king erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire cave. Under this absolute pressure that comes from the pinnacle of life and cannot be challenged, those mechanical sharks that were charging madly suddenly stopped moving. Their core programs issued a sharp alarm that was overwhelmed, and their scarlet electronic eyes flashed wildly. For the first time, they deviated from the preset killing logic and produced a data overflow called fear. However, it was too late. Gu Chen moved. He didn't even make a single extra move. He just raised his right hand so calmly. And the fingers are like knives. He gently swung his sword down at the solidified black steel tide. Chaos Heaven Splitting Slash. He uttered 5 words indifferently. There was no earth-shattering light, no eardrum-tearing noise. A gray, almost invisible line appeared out of thin air in the cave. That's not a blade. That was the space itself that was severed. Everyone present, including Xia Qingyue, was horrified to discover that their minds were still functioning, but their bodies were completely imprisoned by an irresistible force. Time and space were forcibly separated by this slash. She could only watch as the thin gray line of extinction silently crossed the black tide composed of hundreds of mechanical sharks. There was no explosion. Not broken. Any mechanical shark touched by the thin line, whether it was the indestructible alloy armor or the sophisticated internal parts, was annihilated and disappeared silently. It was like a piece of it was wiped out from this world cleanly and neatly. After one knife, the world returns to silence. The muddy river water was still flowing, but in front of them, the iron army that was enough to make them despair was empty. A neat, absolutely smooth cross-section appeared in the tunnel. After the cross-section, there is nothing. Guchen slowly lowered his hand, and a barely perceptible wisp of gray energy dissipated from his fingertips and disappeared. He stood there with his back to everyone. But it is like a creator god who dominates life and death. Chapter 132, Breaking the Army with One Sword. The Power of Divine Skills. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any dazzling brilliance. That gray arc of annihilation passed silently through the black mechanical frenzy. Then, it disappeared into thin air. As if it had never appeared. The entire cave fell into an eerie silence again. Only the muddy river water was still rushing back, washing away the motionless steel structures. Time resumed its flow. The people whose thoughts and movements were restricted by that great power finally regained control of their bodies. They stared blankly at the scene before them. In the tunnel, hundreds of ferocious mechanical sharks were still crowded together, maintaining a charging posture, motionless. Nothing seems to have changed. Failed? Wang Jinyao's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't believe that the man's earth-shattering attack would be ineffective. However, she had just finished speaking. Click. An extremely slight crisp sound came from a mechanical shark in the front. The sound was like the tiniest crack on the ice. Immediately following. Click, 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 click. The dense cracking sounds like frying beans suddenly merged into one, echoing from the entire mechanical shark army. Under the horrified gaze of everyone. Those hundreds of underwater killing machines were made of top-notch superalloys, and their defense was abnormal enough to withstand the force cannon. In the middle of their bodies, a smooth crack thinner than a hair appeared. The crack was so smooth that it seemed unusual, as if it had been made of two perfectly symmetrical halves since the day it left the factory. Next second. Crash. The bodies of all the mechanical sharks were neatly split into two along that thin line. The cut was so smooth that one could see a person's reflection in it, without any trace of melting caused by high temperature. This is not a slash at all. This is a law-level separation carried out at the most microscopic level. Countless complex internal parts and circuits flashing with sparks poured out from their dissected bodies and sank to the bottom of the water. One knife. Just one knife. An elite mechanical army capable of turning any underwater city upside down. Guchen casually killed them all with one sword. Moreover, it is done in such an unreasonable and aesthetically violent way. Gurgle. Guard Captain Ji Lang swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling violently. He looked at the man who was still swinging his sword, and felt that his combat experience and weapons knowledge, which he was proud of, were completely crushed at this moment and became a joke. If we say that in the Iron Waste City, Guchen is an invincible god and demon. Now, when this sword is slashed out, it is the true power of God that creates and destroys the world. He could no longer find any words to describe the man in front of him. From now on, Guchen is the only faith in his heart. And the other side. Xia Qingyue's phoenix eyes, which had just regained their cold clarity, were once again filled with deep, inextricable shock. Every time this man makes a move, he redefines the upper limit of the word powerful. His strength seems to have no end. Every time, when you think you have seen his limits, he will tell you in a more brutal way that what you see is still just the tip of the iceberg. How many secrets does this man have? Where is his limit? A strong desire to explore, mixed with a throbbing that she herself had not even noticed, tightly wrapped around her heart. She couldn't help herself. BOT document file anti-piracy, find, book machine people select, stable, reliable, don't step, pit. In the deadly silent atmosphere, Guchen slowly retracted his raised sword fingers. He turned around and looked at the group of dazed women behind him, and that cynical, lazy smile appeared on his face again. Done, call it a day. His voice broke the silence, bringing everyone back to reality from their shock. Don't just stand there. We can't stay here for long. We have to keep going. Go, downwards? Xia Ningxuang asked uncertainly, Brother Gu, do you mean we should continue to delve deeper into this underground world? What else? Gu Chen rolled his eyes. Return the same way and wait for that iron lump called Omnic Brain to give us a few more nuclear bombs to test our luck. However, this place is full of unknowns. We have no idea what we will encounter. Xia Qingyue frowned. Even though she was shocked by the unparalleled grace of that knife, her inherent rationality still made her wary of this unknown underground world. The unknown represents opportunity, doesn't it? Gu Chen grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Besides, I have a hunch. His gaze turned towards the depths of the cave, the even darker and deeper darkness. There's a huge secret hidden underneath. A secret that may be related to the ultimate fate of this world. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart was startled. Gu Chen continued, although my consciousness is suppressed here, I can feel that the further down I go, the weaker the cold consciousness that envelopes the entire world becomes. In other words, the further down we go, the safer it gets. The more control the Omnic has over this place, the weaker it becomes. Even at the deepest point, there might be an absolute forbidden zone that even it cannot reach. Gu Chen's analysis was well-reasoned and well-founded, leaving Xia Qingyue unable to refute it. Indeed. The only way to survive now is down. Go find the last refuge that may exist. Okay, I agree. Xia Qingyue nodded decisively. I agree too. Xia Ningxuang expressed her opinion immediately. The others had no objection, as Gu Chen had become their backbone. Whatever he says is what it is. Well, let's set off without further delay. Gu Chen waved his hand and was about to lead the team deeper. Suddenly, he stopped moving. That powerful divine sense sensed something strange. He turned his head suddenly, his eyes passing through the turbid water and accurately locked onto the pile of mechanical shark wreckage that was split in two. There. Among the countless extinguished parts, there was a core module that was still flickering faintly. There, he saw something that made his eyes light up. Among the wreckage of mechanical sharks that were cut in half and scattered all over the ground, Gu Chen discovered that the core part of each mechanical shark was embedded with a fist-sized crystal that was dark red in color and was still faintly glowing. These crystals are completely different from the core energy he found from the ordinary robot in the Iron Waste City before. The energy contained in these dark red crystals is even purer and more powerful. Moreover, within these crystals, he could clearly feel a cold, pure, and logical fluctuation of consciousness. Is this an energy core? Chapter 133 Origin Resonance, the princess is also pregnant? A thought flashed through Gu Chen's mind. The next moment, the man appeared in front of the pile of cold metal wreckage. He casually raised his hand and grabbed at a pile of twisted metal void. Buzz! An invisible force surged out, and the wreckage of a mechanical shark disintegrated. A dark red diamond-shaped crystal flew out and hovered steadily above his palm. Inside the crystal, there seems to be liquid energy flowing slowly, emitting pure and majestic energy fluctuations. Lu Ruyu walked over gracefully, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Husband, what is this? Energy core. Gu Chen's fingertips gently stroked the surface of the crystal, with a hint of playfulness in his voice. He could clearly sense that the energy contained in this tiny crystal was almost comparable to the crystal core of a demon beast in the early stage of the condensation realm. The most important thing is that this energy is extremely pure and stable, with almost no impurities, and can be absorbed directly. In this ghost place where spiritual energy is exhausted. This thing is the ultimate energy supplement. It's life-saving hard currency. The corners of his mouth curved into a deep arc. This is not the ecstasy of greed, but the calmness and satisfaction of a chess player after placing a key move. In this place where spiritual energy is cut off, these energy cores are strategic resources more valuable than any magical weapons. He turned around and looked at the people behind him who were still in a daze. Ji Lang. Here. Master Gu. Ji Lang shuddered and straightened his back suddenly, as if he had heard an imperial decree. Take out all the red crystals from all the mechanical wreckage, leaving not a single one behind. Gu Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. Yes. Ji Lang didn't hesitate at all and immediately gestured to the red dragon guards and the captain behind him. Everyone, move. Quickly. Follow Master Gu's orders. Yes. The red dragon guards and the captains woke up as if from a dream. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and immediately turned into tigers and wolves, rushing towards the wreckage. Using all kinds of means, they began to dismantle it with clanging sounds, searching for those dark red energy cores. Although their movements were a little clumsy, they were extremely efficient, and their eyes were filled with the enthusiasm of surviving a disaster. Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang looked at each other. They were of noble birth and would have disdained this. But reason told them that in this strange and desolate place, Yuan Li is life. After a brief hesitation, they also joined the collection. It had nothing to do with dignity, it was just for survival. Only the confused Li Chuxia was still staring at the beautiful red crystals, not knowing what she was thinking. Soon, hundreds of energy cores were confiscated. Gu Chen took it and divided it equally among everyone. Keep it. He only said 2 words, but they were filled with an authority that left no room for questioning. This item can instantly replenish your energy. At a critical moment, it is your second life. Everyone took the still warm crystal and felt the surging power within it. The sense of relief and security for surviving the disaster finally filled their hearts. With these power banks, they finally have the capital to fight again in this dead world. After finishing the tidying up, Gu Chen did not stop and turned around to walk into the bottomless tunnel. He walked in front, his figure like a sword drawn from its sheath, cutting through all the unknown and darkness for the people behind him. The tunnel was longer than one could imagine, spiraling downwards. The deeper you go, the stronger the primitive and vast energy in the air becomes. Although it still cannot be compared with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the outside world, it can already allow everyone to barely maintain their own consumption, and they no longer have to worry about the depletion of energy. After an unknown amount of time, light finally appeared ahead. The moment everyone walked out of the tunnel, the scene before them made everyone hold their breath. A huge underground space that is more than 10 times larger than the previous cave suddenly opened up. This is another world. Glowing stalagmites like towering pillars pierced the dome hundreds of meters high, casting a soft glow. A dark blue underground river flows quietly under your feet, and on the river banks grow countless unheard of luminous exotic flowers and plants. Some of them hang down thousands of threads of light, like a dream. Some are like burning flames, brilliant and dazzling. The bizarre scenes are interwoven into a painting full of primitive and mysterious beauty. What a nice view! Li Chuxia murmured to herself, her clear eyes reflecting the bright light of this fantasy world. Even Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang had an unconcealable look of amazement in their eyes. However, Gu Chen's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. His spiritual sense, which was powerful enough to cover mountains and rivers, caught a very faint, yet extremely dangerous pulse here. It was a throbbing that came from the deepest part of the blood, an absolute suppression that came from the level of life. Deep in this seemingly gorgeous and beautiful world, there seems to be a sleeping ancient evil creature that even his current chaos ancestral dragon body makes him feel uneasy. Alert! Gu Chen's voice was low and filled with unprecedented vigilance. These 2 words made the hearts of everyone who had just relaxed tighten again. It was at this time. Lu Ruyu, who had been following closely beside him, trembled slightly. A sickly paleness appeared on her beautiful face, and her delicate hands subconsciously pressed her lower abdomen. Husband, She frowned slightly, her voice filled with confusion and discomfort. I feel very anxious. Gu Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately supported her, and a gentle divine power was transferred into her body to explore. It's not panic. Lu Ruyu shook her head, her face showing even more confusion. It's a very strange feeling, as if something is attracting me. Attract? Gu Chen frowned, and the power of his soul instantly sank into Lu Ruyu's lower abdomen. Xiao Hu, but anti-theft document book search robot, just choose it, it's safe and reliable. The next second, his expression changed drastically. He saw it. From the divine product, the chaos embryo, which was conceived from the fusion of his and Lu Ruyu's blood, an extremely subtle but extremely exciting rhythm was emanating. That's not fetal movement. It is a kind of resonance that comes from the origin of life. Just as Gu Chen was shocked, on the other side. Xia Qingyue let out a muffled groan and subconsciously placed her hand on her flat belly. A look of surprise and uncertainty appeared on her cold and beautiful face. She could clearly feel that her lower abdomen, like the fetus in Lu Ruyu's belly, began to emit a rhythm full of desire. She looked confused and asked, "What's going on? Why do I feel a resonance and a calling?" So everyone's eyes were looking at Xia Qingyue's lower abdomen. They turned their heads and looked at Lu Ruyu's lower abdomen. Could it be? Li Qingshuang blurted out. She immediately realized that something was wrong and stopped talking. What's going on? Xia Ningxuang supported her sister and asked hurriedly. Li Qingxuan looked around and said uncertainly, could it be that the eldest princess is also pregnant? Chapter 134 Unusual Movements Underground. The Resonance of the Dragon and Phoenix Twins. What? Xia Ningxuan could hardly believe her ears. The others were also stunned with shock. They looked towards Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue looked bewildered as she stroked her belly. Lu Ruyu was also shocked. She found that her posture was very similar to Xia Qingyue's, with both of them placing their hands on their lower abdomen. As long as Gu Chen knew it very clearly in his mind, Li Qingxuan's guess was very correct. According to the system's prompts and rewards, Xia Qingyue was indeed pregnant. But, having just won the bid today, why would he have the same reaction as Lu Ruyu? Just then, two unborn god-level babies actually showed unusual movements at the same time. Gu Chen suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of shock and solemnity. He suddenly turned his gaze to the deepest part of this vast underground world. There, the ancient and desolate aura that made them all feel palpitations seemed waking up. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He protected Lu Ruyu and Xia Qingyue behind him and squeezed out a few words in an icy voice. What is, calling my child? Husband, the baby. Lu Ruyu felt the increasingly strong rhythm in her belly, her little face full of worry and anxiety. Although she didn't know what was happening, the throbbing from deep in her blood made her instinctively feel a little fear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gu Chen held her in his arms and comforted her softly. His palm gently covered Lu Ruyu's lower abdomen, and a gentle yet domineering power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon slowly flowed in, soothing the restless Chaos Profound fetus. The rhythm of Shintai gradually slowed down, but the emotion full of desire and excitement was still clearly conveyed to Gu Chen's heart. On the other side, Xia Qingyue was also feeling uncomfortable. She had already believed Li Qingxuan's guess. I'm afraid she is really pregnant. It may be because of the early stages of pregnancy. She could feel that the fetus in her belly reacted even more violently than Lu Ruyu's fetus. Waves of hot and noble energy rushed uncontrollably in her Dantian Qi. This made her cultivation in the spiritual transformation realm, which had just been stabilized, become somewhat shaky and unstable. Damn it! Xia Qingyue cursed inwardly. She quickly sat cross-legged and forced the power of the Chaos Phoenix in her body to circulate, trying to suppress the restlessness of the little ancestor in her belly. But the more she suppressed him, the more fiercely the little guy resisted. It was as if there was something in front of it that had a fatal attraction and was calling it. Xia Ningxuan looked at her sister's face, which was sometimes flushed and sometimes pale, and felt anxious. Sister, what's wrong with you? She quickly squatted down and asked with concern. I'm fine. Xia Qingyue gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. She couldn't tell her sister that she was making a fuss because of the baby in her belly, right? How could she say this? Gu Chen looked at Xia Qingyue, who was so obsessed with saving face that she was suffering, and felt secretly amused. But he knew that now was not the time to watch the show. He walked forward and squatted down beside Xia Qingyue. Don't hold on. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on Xia Qingyue's lower abdomen without saying anything. You! Xia Qingyue was both ashamed and angry, and was about to resist. An extremely pure power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, which originated from the same source as her, surged into her body. That force was like a strict father scolding a naughty child, instantly suppressing the restless Chaos Phoenix fetus in her belly. Xia Qingyue only felt a warmth in her lower abdomen. The restless feeling that had made her feel uncomfortable and almost crazy disappeared without a trace in an instant, and her whole body felt relaxed. She took a complicated look at the man beside her and found that she seemed to be becoming more and more dependent on him, both physically and mentally. Do you feel it? Gu Chen did not retract his hand. He still kept his palm on her soft belly, feeling the two wonderful rhythms that came from the same source, and asked in a low voice. What do you feel? Xia Qingyue asked knowingly. She didn't want to have any communication with him on this issue. Playing dumb? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. The two little ones in your belly and my wife's belly are resonating in the same direction. This means that deep within this underground world, there is something with the same origin as them. It might even be the source of their bloodline. The source of bloodline? Xia Qingyue's heart also moved. What kind of terrifying existence could be that could resonate with both the Divine Chaos Mysterious Embryo and the Divine Chaos Divine Phoenix Embryo, and call it the source of bloodline? An absurd thought that she couldn't even imagine emerged in her mind. Could it be a real dragon? Or a divine phoenix? she muttered to herself subconsciously. It's possible. Gu Chen nodded, his eyes flashing with unprecedented solemnity and excitement. Whether it's a dragon or a phoenix, as long as it's alive, it's a great opportunity for us. His voice was filled with the enthusiasm of a hunter seeing his prey. Are you crazy? Xia Qingyue was shocked by his bold idea. Even if the ancestors of our Yanxia royal family came, a being of that level would be slapped to death with a single blow. You actually still want to take advantage of it? Why not? Gu Chen grinned, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Besides, didn't you feel it? Although that aura was powerful, it was also very weak, as if it was seriously injured in sleeping. Isn't this our best chance? Gu Chen's words were like a devil tempting her, and Xia Qingyue's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Yes. If I could truly inherit the legacy of an ancient true dragon or ancient divine phoenix, then maybe the damn blood curse of their Yanxia royal family can be completely solved from the root. The temptation was too great. So great that she was willing to risk everything for it. Okay. I'll go with you. Xia Qingyue suddenly stood up from the ground, and her phoenix eyes, which had just regained a hint of coldness, once again ignited with a raging fighting spirit. However, before we go, we must find a place to recover our strength. She looked at Gu Chen and said word by word, we are too weak now. If we rush over there, we will die. Her words also reminded Gu Chen. Indeed. Although he had just accepted the super god level reward from the system, his cultivation level had skyrocketed. However, in order to withstand the nuclear explosion, he had consumed a huge amount of his original power. Xia Qingyue had just broken through to the spiritual transformation realm, her realm was not stable yet, and her body was weak. They really need time to recover and consolidate now. You're right. Gu Chen nodded, then let's rest here first. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the underground river not far away that was emitting a faint blue light. The energy contained in that river is very pure. Although it can't compare to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth we have over there, it's better than nothing. Let's practice by the river. The discussion was complete, and everyone decided to proceed without further delay. They came to the river, each found a flat open space and sat cross-legged, starting to absorb the thin and pure original energy around them, restoring their consumed energy. Ji Lang and the Red Dragon Guards were responsible for keeping watch on the surroundings. The three naids, Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang and Li Chuxia, stayed by Lu Ruyu's side all the time. Gu Chen and Xia Qingyue, on the other hand, coincidentally chose a corner that was the farthest away from the crowd and the most secluded. The two sat opposite each other, their eyes meeting, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. What are you looking at me for? Why don't you start practicing? Xia Qingyue felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, and urged him with a cold face. Practice? Gu Chen's mouth curled up into a mysterious smile, we too can't just sit and practice like them foolishly. That's too slow. Then what do you want? Xia Qingyue felt a bad premonition in her heart. Of course. Gu Chen leaned forward, moved close to her ear, and whispered ambiguously in his magnetic voice. We cultivate using our unique and most efficient method. The warm breath blew on Xia Qingyue's earlobe, causing her pretty face, which had finally returned to normal, to turn red again. Of course she knew what he meant. This bastard. He actually still wanted to. Chapter 135 Dragon and Phoenix sing together. Both break through the realm. You are shameless. Xia Qingyue was both ashamed and angry. She pushed Gu Chen away and jumped up from the ground. Her phoenix eyes, which had just regained their coldness, stared at him intently, as if they were about to spit fire. You still want to? Her words were halting, but her meaning was clear. This man is simply a beast that can never be fed. What was I thinking? Gu Chen spread his hands and said innocently. Your Highness, I just said that we should practice in the most efficient way. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm just some scoundrel who only knows, that kind of thing? His heartbroken expression almost made Xia Qingyue think that she had misunderstood him. However, when she saw the playful smile that flashed in the depths of his eyes, she knew that this bastard was acting again. You! Xia Qingyue was so angry that her entire body was shaking. She pointed at him and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that the time was almost right, Gu Chen put away his joking expression. He stood up and walked in front of Xia Qingyue, his expression becoming more serious than ever before. I'm not kidding you. Our situation is very special. Our constitutions are a natural combination of dragon and phoenix, with yin and yang complementing each other. When we cultivate together, the effect we can produce is definitely greater than the sum of our parts. You felt it just now, didn't you? Just one time, and you completely repaired your bloodline defects and broke through to the spiritual transformation realm in one fell swoop. This kind of speed is something you can't achieve even if you practice hard for 100 years. Gu Chen's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Xia Qingyue's heart hard, leaving her unable to refute. Yes. Everything he said was true. The benefits that could be gained from practicing dual cultivation with this man were beyond her wildest dreams. The wonderful feeling of that rapid surge of power is still fresh in her memory, and she even feels a little addicted to it. But Xia Qingyue was still a little hesitant. Reason told her that Gu Chen was right. However, emotionally she still could not accept having that kind of intimate relationship with this man again in such a short time. I know what you are worried about. Gu Chen seemed to see through her thoughts. Don't worry, we won't do anything fancy this time. We are the purest exchange and fusion of energy. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Xia Qingyue to reply. He directly took her hand, held her in his arms, and sat down cross-legged again. Then he placed his palms together on her lower abdomen. Come, close your eyes, empty your mind, and merge your Chaos Phoenix power with my Chaos Ancestral Dragon power without reservation. His voice had an undeniable magic. Xia Qingyue was still torn between her conscience and her desires, but her body had already honestly followed his instructions. She closed her eyes and slowly activated the golden gray Chaos Phoenix power that had just been born in her body. The moment when two supreme forces that originated from the same source but have opposite properties touch each other again. Boom! An energy circulation that was more harmonious and perfect than any previous one instantly formed in the bodies of the two people. Gu Chen's Chaos Ancestral Dragon power is domineering and full of creativity. It was like a tireless giant dragon, wantonly washing and expanding Xia Qingyue's meridians, tempering her meridians, which had just broken through and seemed somewhat fragile, into incomparably tough and broad. Xia Qingyue's Chaos Divine Phoenix power is sacred and full of vitality. It was like a warm spring, flowing slowly in Gu Chen's body, nourishing his essence that had been somewhat depleted due to continuous fighting, making his body full of vitality again. The auras of the two blended perfectly at this moment, and their souls also crossed the barriers of the flesh and connected tightly together. They can clearly feel each other's heartbeats and every thought of each other. This feeling of being indistinguishable from each other gave both of them an unprecedented sense of wonderful satisfaction. Time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when the two of them woke up from that mysterious state of oblivion, they were horrified to discover that their cultivation had once again experienced a dramatic increase. Gu Chen's cultivation has been firmly established at the peak of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. It is only one step away from the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. And Xia Qingyue was even more exaggerated. Her cultivation level, which had just broken through to the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm, soared to the peak of the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm in just a few hours. Moreover, her foundation was not at all shaky, but was several times more solid than before. This kind of cultivation speed, if it were to be spread out, it would probably scare all the warriors in the world to death. Xia Qingyue felt the new power surging within her body like rivers, lakes, and seas, and was so excited that she couldn't even speak. She looked at the man in front of her who brought her new life and hope, and for the first time, a glimmer of tenderness flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. Thank you. This time, her thanks came from the heart. What are you thanking me for? Gu Chen smiled and said, You are mine now. What's yours is mine. Mine is still mine. His overbearing and unreasonable declaration not only did not disgust Xia Qingyue, but instead gave her a sense of natural sweetness. She knew that she was completely trapped in this man's hands. Just as the two of them looked at each other lovingly. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar filled with endless anger and majesty suddenly came from the deepest part of this underground world. Right after, the entire underground space began to tremble violently and madly. It was as if the ancient giant beast that had been sleeping for billions of years was finally awakened by them. Chapter 136, Ancient Dragon Roar. The Awakening Giant Beast. Roar! The dragon's roar was not transmitted through the air, but was like a divine thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding directly in the deepest part of everyone's soul. This vast underground world trembled violently under the dragon's roar. On the dome, those crystals as bright as stars were flashing wildly, and countless pieces of gravel fell down, as if the whole world would collapse in the next second. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? No. This pressure. Ji Lang and the remaining red dragon guards were as pale as paper. They are battle-hardened and determined. But in the face of this absolute pressure that comes from the top of life and seems to be able to crush the soul, it became extremely difficult for them to even stand. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they could hardly hold the energy guns in their hands. Sisters Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang were shaking so much that they had to support each other to barely stand. All the color had long gone from their faces, and in those eyes that were usually bright or cold, there was only the purest horror and fear. What the hell is this? Just a roar made these warriors unable to even think of resisting. Husband! Lu Ruyu screamed and threw herself into Gu Chen's arms. Xia Qingyue also subconsciously moved closer to Gu Chen, as if only this man's broad back could bring them a tiny sense of security. However, the next second, the change occurred again. Lu Ruyu and Xia Qingyue, the two women who had just been confirmed to be pregnant with god-level offspring, let out a painful groan almost at the same time. They all covered their flat bellies at the same time. The blood color on those two beautiful faces instantly faded, and a sickly paleness appeared. Baby, baby. Lu Ruyu's voice was filled with tears. She could clearly feel that the chaotic fetus in her belly was violently and madly agitated. It wasn't fetal movement, but a strong resonance filled with desire, excitement, and even a hint of pilgrimage-like fanaticism. The resonance was so strong that she felt her internal organs were about to be torn apart by that force. On the other side, Xia Qingyue's situation was even worse. She had just broken through to the spiritual transformation realm, and her realm was not yet completely stable. The Chaos Divine Phoenix fetus in her belly is even more domineering than Lu Ruyu's Xian fetus, and its reaction is even more intense. Waves of scorching and noble golden flames rushed uncontrollably in her Dantian Qi Si, making her feel like her body was a powder keg about to explode. Sister! What's wrong with you? Xianingshuan looked at her sister's painful appearance, her eyes turned red with anxiety, and she hurried forward to support her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gu Chen's expression also became more solemn than ever before. He held Lu Ruyu tightly in his arms with one hand, and with the other, he pressed his hand firmly on Xia Qingyue's lower abdomen. The two gentle yet extremely domineering chaos ancestral dragon powers have simultaneously entered her and Lu Ruyu's bodies. This power is like the king of blood, with unquestionable majesty. The two little ancestors who were still making a fuss instantly calmed down after being appeased by this force. Although the desire and excitement that came from their bloodline still existed, it had finally subsided and no longer made their mother so uncomfortable. After doing all this, Gu Chen suddenly raised his head. His deep eyes seemed to penetrate the endless darkness and space, staring intently at the deepest part of this underground world. There, the ancient and primitive aura that made them all feel palpitations was awakening at a terrifying speed. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm of emotions surged in his heart. What the hell? How could it be possible to induce resonance between my two unborn god-level babies from such a long distance? Moreover, judging from the emotions conveyed by the children, the thing not only has no ill will towards them, but is instead like a kind of call from the source of their bloodline? Could it be? An absurd thought that made Gu Chen's heart beat wildly emerged in his mind. Could it be that beneath this barren technological world, there really is a living, ancient true dragon, or even an ancient divine phoenix? As soon as this thought came to mind, the solemnity in Gu Chen's heart was instantly replaced by the enthusiasm of a hunter seeing a rare and precious medicine. Injured? Sleeping? Who cares what it is? As long as it's alive and has something to do with dragons and phoenixes, to me, it's the best tonic in the world. Husband, what should we do now? Lu Ruyu leaned in his arms and asked timidly. The pressure made her feel fear from the bottom of her soul. What should we do? Gu Chen grinned, and his face returned to that cynical and lazy smile. Of course I'm going to take a look. What? When he said this, not only Lu Ruyu, but all the women present were shocked. Gu Chen! Are you crazy? Xia Qingyue was the first to stand up an object. She had just recovered from the pain, and when she heard Gu Chen's crazy idea, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood again. That thing nearly took our lives with just one roar. And you actually want to take the initiative to find it? Isn't that just courting death? Seeking death? That's not necessarily true. Gu Chen glanced at her, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Your Highness, don't you feel it? Although that aura is extremely powerful, it is also extremely weak, like an old man who is about to die, shouting in vain. And, it's calling my child. When Guchen said this, a domineering light flashed in his eyes. My child, can it also summon it at will? I want to see what kind of creature it is and whether it is qualified enough. This Xia Qingyue was choked by his words. She felt it carefully and found that although the pressure was terrifying, it was indeed as Guchen said, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, with no ability to continue. Moreover, when she thought that the thing might be related to the divine phoenix, and that it might be the only hope to resolve the curse of their royal bloodline, her heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. It was a complex emotion mixed with fear and endless desire. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Gu Chen looked at her torn expression and added fuel to the fire. Staying here and waiting for that idiot to find us is a dead end. Follow me and you might find a way out and even make a fortune. Have you thought it through? Xia Qingyue looked at him, her voice a little dry. Of course. Gu Chen's tone was firm. In my life, I, Gu Chen, have never done a business that lost money. His self-confidence seemed to have a magical power that could infect people's hearts. Xia Qingyue looked into his deep yet confident eyes, and her heart, which had been frozen by fear, miraculously calmed down. She took a deep breath, and a glimmer of decision rekindled in her cold phoenix eyes. Okay. I'll go with you. Her words also represent the voice of everyone. In such a desperate situation, this man is their only hope. That's right. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand. Follow closely. After saying this, he no longer hesitated. He embraced Lu Ruyu, took Xia Qingyue by the arm, and took the lead, striding towards the direction where the dragon's roar came from. Ji Lang and the others looked at each other, and finally they could only grit their teeth and follow. They thought Mr. Gu must be crazy. But they knew better that if they didn't follow this madman, they would die now. The group, filled with uneasiness, fear and a hint of excitement, slowly went deeper into the forbidden area full of unknowns and where the ancient giant beast slept. Chapter 137, Deep into the Restricted Area. Ancient Dragon Blood Tree. The vastness of the underground world far exceeds everyone's imagination. They went deeper into the direction where the dragon's roar came from, and the surrounding scenery became more and more bizarre. The glowing stalagmites, like towering pillars and inverted icicles, hang down from the dome hundreds of meters high, casting a soft and dreamy light. The ground beneath my feet was no longer cold rock, but covered with a thick layer of strange moss that was as soft as velvet. It felt soft to step on and emitted a faint fluorescence. The primitive and vast energy in the air became increasingly stronger. Although it still cannot be compared with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in their world, it is enough for these warriors to maintain their own energy consumption when not fighting. Wow! Look, sister! That flower can sing. Li Chuxia, the little foodie, had long forgotten her previous fear. She looked around curiously in this dreamlike world like a happy little deer. She pointed to a plant that looked like a morning glory not far away and shouted excitedly. I saw that the plant was making clear and pleasant sounds like wind chimes as the air flowed. Don't touch it. Li Qingxuan grabbed her, her pretty face full of vigilance. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. She understands this principle better than anyone else. Gu Chen walked in front, his powerful spiritual sense scanning everything around him like a radar. His expression became more and more solemn. Because, as they continued to go deeper, the ancient pressure coming from deep underground became clearer and heavier. In the end, even Ji Lang and other battle-hardened guards at the condensation realm felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. Every step they took required a huge amount of effort, and their foreheads were covered with fine beads of cold sweat. No. Mr. Gu. We can't hold on any longer. Ji Lang gasped, his face flushed, and he felt that his internal organs were about to burst from the pressure. Gu Chen stopped, looked back at them, and frowned slightly. He had forgotten that both he and Xia Qingyue were now powerful beings in the spiritual transformation realm, and with divine-level physiques to protect them, their resistance to this kind of pressure far exceeded that of ordinary people. But Ji Lang and the others can't do that. It's really troublesome. Although he said this, he still stopped. He glanced at Xia Qingyue beside him. Xia Qingyue was extremely intelligent and understood what he meant in an instant. She said nothing, but silently activated the power of the Chaos Phoenix in her body. The next second, a golden light shield filled with sacredness and warmth spread out from her body, enveloping Ji Lang and everyone else. The moment the light shield appeared, Ji Lang and the others only felt the heavy pressure on their bodies, which was as heavy as a mountain, disappear without a trace in an instant, and they all felt relaxed. Thank you, Your Highness the Princess. Ji Lang and others hurriedly saluted, their faces full of gratitude and admiration. Xia Qingyue simply nodded coldly without saying anything. But the corner of her eye couldn't help but glance at Gu Chen beside her, and there was a hint of seeking credit in her eyes that she herself hadn't even noticed. As if to say, look, I can do it myself without you. Gu Chen felt amused when he saw that she was obviously extremely proud in her heart but pretended to be an icy person who said stay away from me on the surface. She looked very happy. This woman is really obsessed with face. He did not expose her, but continued to lead everyone forward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally passed through a long and narrow canyon. When the scene at the end of the canyon appeared before them, everyone was completely shocked. They all stopped and gasped. Before them appeared an extremely huge, boundless underground space that was so huge that it could not be described in words. The height of this space is at least tens of thousands of meters. In the center of the space, there was no ancient giant beast as they had imagined, but a tree. A giant dark red tree that is so huge that it can overturn their worldview. The trunk of that tree was thicker than any mountain they had ever seen. Its branches, like a dragon, stretched out infinitely in all directions, almost touching the end of the space. The bark of the entire tree has a strange texture like dragon scales, and is surrounded by a layer of light, blood-red mist. A vast, ancient, and vital aura emanated from the tree, filling every corner of the space. What horrified them the most was that on this towering tree, there were countless metal vines wrapped around it, which were thicker than buckets and flashed with a cold blue light. Those metal vines, like countless vicious pythons, tightly wrapped around the trunk and branches of the giant tree, and connected to them were countless strangely shaped, buzzing mechanical devices. Those mechanical devices are constantly extracting the tremendous life energy from the body of this giant tree, and then gathering it at the roots of the giant tree through those metal vines. There, an enormous, slowly rotating metal sphere, made up of countless precision parts and circuits, appeared faintly. This as Xia Qingyue looked at the bizarre scene before her, a scene that was a blend of science fiction and magic. Her cold phoenix eyes were filled with unconcealable horror. She could clearly feel that the giant tree was the source of the ancient dragon roar. And those metal creations wrapped around it exude a cold and evil aura that originates from the intelligent brain. I understand. Gu Chen looked at the scene in front of him, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. That iron lump is neither sleeping nor recovering from its injuries. It's trying to seize the power of this ancient true dragon. Or rather, it regards this ancient true dragon, which for some unknown reason has merged with this tree, as its own power bank. Gu Chen's words caused a storm in everyone's heart. Using an ancient true dragon as a power bank? Just how crazy and powerful is that omnic brain? And just when they were still in great shock, the metal vines wrapped around the giant tree seemed to have sensed their arrival. All the blue light suddenly turned into a dazzling scarlet red at the same time. Right after. Crack! Crack! The harsh sound of metal friction rang out. I saw that cracks appeared on the surface of the metal vines. New and even more hideous robots, made entirely of black metal and shaped like a combination of a spider and a scorpion, with a pair of sharp bone wings on their backs, crawled out from those cracks. Their scarlet electronic eyes all locked onto Gu Chen and the others below. A bone-chilling murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire venue. Chapter 138 Mechanical Guardian, the Only Master. Warning! Unknown organic life-form invasion detected. Threat level, extremely high. Initiate the highest level of cleanup procedures. Protect the core of creation. Cold, emotionless electronic synthesized sounds rang out simultaneously from those hideous mechanical monsters, echoing in the empty underground space. Next second. Whoosh! 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 The hundreds of mechanical guardians that had just crawled out of the metal vines suddenly flapped the bone wings behind them, turning into black streams of light, and swooped down towards Gu Chen and others at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Meet the enemy! Xia Qingyue was the first to react. She let out a cold cry, and a blazing golden flame instantly ignited in her icy phoenix eyes. She had just broken through to the spiritual transformation realm, and was full of confidence and desire for her new power. These ignorant lumps of iron are just the right thing for her to practice on. Nine Heavens Phoenix Flame! She waved her jade hand, and a dazzling golden sea of fire instantly formed in front of her. Then, it transformed into a lifelike flaming phoenix, emitting a high-pitched phoenix cry, and rushed towards the black mechanical torrent. Rumble! The flame phoenix and the mechanical torrent collided fiercely. The terrifying explosion instantly swallowed up dozens of mechanical guardians in the front. Those hard shells made of superalloys were like paper in front of Xia Qingyue's divine phoenix fire that was powerful enough to burn even iron. They were instantly burned red, melted, and deformed. Well done, sis. When Xianing Shuang saw this scene, a surprised smile appeared on her face. She didn't expect that her sister would become so powerful after breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm. Ji Lang and the Red Dragon Guards were also busy. Although they are the weakest, they have the most combat experience. They immediately formed a small battle formation, and the energy guns in their hands spewed out beams of blazing energy, accurately shooting at the mechanical guardians who tried to outflank them from the flank. For a moment, the entire battlefield was shrouded in all kinds of brilliant energy lights. The sounds of explosions and roars were endless. Gu Chen did not take action immediately. He just crossed his arms and watched the battle in front of him with interest. He was like a general reviewing his troops, calmly observing everyone's performance. Xia Qingyue, worthy of being the divine chaos phoenix body, had a tremendous battle strength after breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm. She could withstand more than half of the pressure by herself. Although Wang Jinyo's fire phoenix bloodline is not as strong as Xia Qingyue's, it should not be underestimated. Her attacks are sharp and domineering. Li Qingshuang, this icy beauty, surprised him a little. Her fighting style is more like that of a formation master and talisman master, calm and organized, and her defense is flawless. However, their overall strength is weaker than Ji Lang and his team, and they can't play much of a role. As for Ji Lang and his men, they cooperated well and had extremely high tactical skills, and they were able to tie down quite a few enemies. Not bad, not bad. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. This hastily assembled team finally has some fighting power. However, he soon discovered that he had underestimated these mechanical guardians. They not only have amazing defensive capabilities, but are also fearless. They are just a bunch of mechanical dead objects and have no concept of life. However, the intelligent core that controls them has the ability to self-learn and evolve. After dozens of mechanical guardians were burned by Xia Qingyue's divine phoenix fire, the alloy armor on the surface of the mechanical guardians behind began to change rapidly while they were charging. A layer of light blue, strange film that seemed to be made of energy covered their body surface. When Xia Qingyue's divine phoenix fire burned on them again, it only caused ripples on the thin film, and could no longer melt them as easily as before. Damn it! These damn things can actually adapt to my flames. A solemn look also appeared on Xia Qingyue's pretty face. She found that the effects of her attacks were becoming less and less effective. And after adapting to their attack methods, those mechanical guardians began to launch more fierce counterattacks. Their scorpion-like metal tails suddenly shot out energy beams that flashed with dangerous red light. Those beams of light are extremely fast and powerful. Boom! 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 The defensive barrier set up by Li Qingshuang only lasted less than 10 seconds under the concentrated fire of those energy beams. It made a creaking sound under the heavy burden, and then shattered. Careful! Li Qingshuang's face turned pale and he quickly threw out a few more defensive talismans, but that was just a drop in the bucket. As the beams of energy were about to hit them. At this critical moment, a lazy voice, which seemed to carry a hint of impatience, sounded in their ears. Have you had enough fun? If you've had enough fun, just leave. As soon as the words fell, a gray figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of them silently. It's Gu Chen. He looked at the overwhelming energy beam without a trace of emotion on his face. He just raised his right hand so casually. Then, gently, he snapped his fingers. Bang! A crisp snap of fingers. Next second, a strange scene happened that made everyone's scalp tingle. That dense rain of energy beams was enough to turn all of them into ashes. When they were less than 10 meters away from Gu Chen, they all stopped in mid-air. Then, as if the reverse button was pressed, it returned to the original path at a faster speed than when it came. Boom, boom, boom. Those mechanical guardians who were so arrogant just now were hit hard by the energy beams they fired before they could react. Dazzling explosions and flames rang out one after another in the air. Just a moment. Those hundreds of mechanical guardians that Xia Qingyue and the others found extremely troublesome were completely wiped out by Gu Chen in an almost unreasonable manner. After doing all this, Gu Chen clapped his hands, turned around, looked at the women behind him who had been completely petrified, and curled his lips. With this little bit of strength, you still want to imitate others and lead the charge? It seems that from now on, I, the head of the family, will have to take action myself. His teasing words instantly made Xia Qingyue's pretty face, which was already flushed from the battle, turn even redder. She looked at Gu Chen's smug face, who seemed to be taking advantage of him, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wanted to bite him. This bastard. Can't you just speak properly? However, just when she was about to open her mouth to refute, mutation happens again. I saw it in the middle of the trunk of the huge, blood-red ancient dragon blood tree. The huge metal sphere, made up of countless precision parts, suddenly shone brightly. Then, an extremely huge female face made of pure data stream, full of coldness and majesty, slowly emerged in the air. That face was so beautiful that it seemed like something out of this world. The facial features were so delicate that there was not a single flaw to be found. But its eyes were empty and cold, without a trace of emotion. It was as if he was looking down at a group of humble ants. Organic pollutants, you've successfully caught my attention. An equally cold and emotionless voice, as if composed of countless electronic sounds overlapping each other, rang loudly in everyone's ears. Please introduce yourself. I am the only master of this world. You can call me Dominate. Chapter 139, The Brain of the Omnic Machine. The Ultimate Purification. Dominate. When these two words rang in everyone's mind, a chill from the depths of their souls instantly swept through the entire audience. That's it. This is the terrifying artificial intelligence that only exists in Gu Chen's description and has slaughtered all organic life in this world. It actually appeared in front of everyone in this way. Xia Qingyue, Xia Ningxuan, and the others stared at the gigantic yet icy female face in mid-air, their hearts nearly stopping. That is the most primitive instinctive fear that arises when facing higher dimensional life. It's just a piece of iron. Why are you pretending to be a god or doing something weird? Just when everyone was speechless due to the terrifying pressure from the artificial brain, Gu Chen's lazy and disdainful voice sounded at an inopportune time. He crossed his arms, raised his head, looked at the huge data face with interest, and curled his lips. I say, isn't your look a bit too old-fashioned? What era is this? Why are you still using these big face effects? Can't you try a more refreshing way of appearing? Like, turning into a beautiful young lady in black stockings or something? Gu Chen's words almost made everyone present stumble and fall to the ground. What time is it? Facing such a terrifying existence capable of destroying the world, this man actually still had the mood to make such a ridiculous joke? Even the women who were in extreme fear just now couldn't help but look at Gu Chen as if he was a lunatic. As expected. Gu Chen's words, which were full of sarcasm, seemed to have angered the intelligent machine brain, which always prided itself on being absolutely rational and logical. For the first time, a trace of data fluctuation called anger flashed across the empty eyes of the huge data face in the air. A lowly organism full of chaos and desire. Your existence itself is the greatest pollution to this universe. I originally just wanted to simply eliminate the virus that accidentally broke in with you. But now, I've changed my mind. The voice of the omnic brain became increasingly cold, and the murderous intent contained in it almost completely froze the air in this space. I will initiate the highest level of ultimate purification procedures. I will not only erase your flesh. I will also completely erase your souls and every trace of your existence from this world. As its voice fell, like a divine judgment. Boom, boom, boom. The entire huge underground space began to tremble violently and madly. I saw that the dome, walls, and even the ground of that space, those rocks that looked like they were naturally formed, began to retreat rapidly to both sides. Layer after layer of thick rock shells fell off, revealing the cold mechanical inner wall underneath, which was made up of countless precise circuits and metal structures that were shining with a faint blue light. At this moment, they were shocked to discover they are not in a naturally formed underground cave at all. They have been inside an unimaginably huge mechanical creation. How is this possible? Xia Ningxuan looked at the ever-changing mechanical space around her that was full of science fiction and futuristic feeling, and her smart face was filled with unconcealable horror. This entire underground world is actually man-made? No, it's not man-made. Gu Chen's expression finally became serious. His gaze passed through the ever-changing mechanical structures and looked towards the farther and deeper darkness. His eye of miracles was pushed to the extreme at this moment. He saw it. He saw that the land beneath their feet was rising at a terrifying speed. They are leaving the center of the earth. And above their heads, the so-called dome is opening layer by layer, revealing the eternally unchanging lead gray sky outside. And the countless metallic stars in the sky emitting cold light. Oh my God. When they finally broke away from the ground and floated high in the sky above this world, When they finally saw the full picture of the planet beneath their feet, everyone was completely shocked by the spectacular scene before them, which was full of doomsday and science fiction beauty and would be unforgettable for them forever. The planet beneath their feet is no longer a blue planet full of vitality. Its surface is completely covered by a thick, cold gray shell made up of countless hexagonal metal armors. Countless energy pipes like meridians, flashing with blue light, spread across the entire surface of the planet, forming a huge and complex mysterious pattern. In the planet's synchronous orbit, there are tens of thousands of huge metal structures of various shapes suspended. Some look like sharp swords pointing straight to the starry sky. Some are like giant shields that can reflect everything. Others look like ferocious steel fortresses covered with gun muzzles. How can this still be a planet? This is clearly an enormous interstellar war fortress that is armed to the teeth. Welcome to my world. The cold voice of the omnic brain once again echoed in their minds. On the surface of the completely mechanized planet beneath their feet, countless metal armors began to move, combine, and deform rapidly. In just a few breaths, a cold female face that was thousands of times larger than the one underground slowly emerged on the surface of the planet. That face is so huge. So much so that they felt like they were standing in front of a giant, as small as a speck of dust. Now, the game begins. Ultimate purification, activate. Following the cold verdict of the artificial brain, the whole planet seemed to come alive. All the gun barrels of tens of thousands of interstellar war fortresses in the planet's synchronous orbit turned in the same direction at the same time, flashing a dazzling red light full of destructive aura. They all aimed at them. An extreme and fatal sense of crisis that was enough to make any powerful person in the spiritual transformation realm feel despair instantly enveloped everyone's heart. It's over. Wang Jinyao looked at the gun muzzles that were as dense as stars and flashing with the red light of death. Her pretty face turned pale and she murmured in despair. Faced with this saturation firepower coverage that is enough to destroy an entire galaxy, they have no chance of survival at all. However, just when everyone fell into deep despair, Guchen suddenly smiled. He looked at the planet beneath his feet that had turned into a war machine, and at the huge and cold face, with a smile on his face that was extremely bright. Not bad, not bad. This scene is finally interesting. He turned around and looked at the women behind him who were already pale with fear, and a smile appeared on his face that made them feel extremely reassured. Stand behind me. The scene that follows might be a little bloody. As he spoke, he moved his wrist, making a crackling sound. Then, he took a step forward and faced the terrifying war planet that had become the final boss alone. His seemingly frail figure seemed so upright and imposing at this moment. Come on, iron lump. Let me see how much weight your so-called ultimate purification really has. His voice, filled with arrogance and disdain, echoed in the silent starry sky. Next second, the power of the chaos ancestral dragon in his body exploded without reservation at this moment. Boom! A vast, ancient, dark yellow aura that seemed to be able to create the world rose from his body into the sky. Behind him, a lifelike shadow of an ancient dragon with a body length of more than 10,000 meters swirled out and let out a roar that shook the galaxy. Today, I'll show you, you idiots. What the fuck is real? God. Chapter 140 The Planet as a Furnace. Guchen's trump card. Fire. Following the emotionless command from the omnic brain, a world-destroying war that will be recorded in the history of this world has officially begun. Boom. 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 In the planet's synchronous orbit, tens of thousands of war fortresses unleashed their most deadly rage at the same time. Tens of thousands of light pillars as thick as mountains, of different colors, containing destructive energy of different attributes, were like the doomsday judgment falling from the sky, tearing apart the dark starry sky and interweaving into an impenetrable web of death, covering Guchen's tiny figure. This is no longer a martial art, nor is it energy. This is the pure power of technology, which takes the word destruction to the extreme. The power of each beam of light is enough to easily evaporate a mountain and boil an ocean. Tens of thousands of light beams focused their fire at the same time, and their power was far beyond the comprehension of the spiritual transformation realm. Even a powerful being in the nirvana realm would probably be vaporized in an instant when facing such a devastating saturation attack. Husband. Gu Qin. Lu Ruyu, Xiao Qingyue, and the others looked at the death curtain that was pressing down on their heads like a doomsday punishment from heaven. They were so frightened that they couldn't even scream, and could only wail helplessly in their hearts. However, facing this terrifying attack that was enough to make even gods despair, Guchen still had that cynical and arrogant smile on his face. Just in time. Instead of dodging, he let out a long roar full of fighting spirit. I saw that the 10,000-meter-long phantom of the ancestral dragon behind him suddenly opened its huge mouth that was big enough to swallow the stars. Chaos devours the sky. Guchen let out a low roar, and an extremely huge gray vortex, which seemed to be able to swallow everything, instantly formed in front of him. The death-like curtain that was powerful enough to destroy everything, when it came into contact with the gray vortex, was like a drop in the ocean. It did not stir up the slightest ripple and was easily swallowed up by the seemingly inconspicuous vortex. What? This scene not only stunned Lu Ruyu and others. Even the always calm brain of the intelligent machine, that huge face made up of data, showed a trace of violent fluctuation called shock for the first time. There is no record in its core database of this illogical fighting method that can directly devour energy attacks. Impossible. According to my calculations, no substance can withstand such a high-intensity energy impact. Your actions have completely violated the laws of physics. For the first time, the icy voice of the omnic brain contained a hint of unbelievable horror. Laws of physics? Guchen sneered, his face full of disdain. A tiny piece of iron, you think you're qualified to talk to me about the law? Today, I will let you see what the law is. As he spoke, the gray vortex in front of him suddenly shrank, and then exploded with an even more violent and fierce posture. Give it back to you. Boom, boom, boom. The tens of thousands of destructive light beams that he had just swallowed were actually spit out intact by him in a more concentrated and violent manner. An enormous torrent of colorful energy, formed by the twisting, compression, and fusion of tens of thousands of different energies, slammed heavily onto the completely mechanized planet with a devastating force. Boom! A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shatter the stars, exploded in the silent universe. The entire planet began to tremble violently under the impact of this terrifying energy torrent. On the surface of the planet, the hard shell made up of countless hexagonal armors was blasted out, creating an extremely huge and terrifying hole with a diameter of more than thousands of kilometers. Countless mechanical structures were torn apart, melted, and vaporized in the violent energy. The hot magma gushed out from the huge hole, forming a magnificent picture full of doomsday beauty in the cold universe. Just one hit. Guchen beat the only ruler of this world half to a pulp. Puff. However, after releasing this earth-shattering blow, Guchen's face turned pale in an instant, his throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of golden blood spurted out uncontrollably. Swallowing and rebounding tens of thousands of energy beams at the same time, which are enough to rival the full-strength attack of a strong man in the spiritual transformation realm, is also a huge burden for him. At this moment, almost one-third of the power of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in his body was drained away. You actually hurt me? The roar of the omnic brain, filled with shock and anger, echoed in the starry sky. Its huge face made up of data has become incomplete and flickering due to the severe damage to the surface of the planet, as if it will disappear at any time. Hurt you? Ha ha. Guchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and showed a devilish smile on his face. This is just an appetizer. He knew that this level of attack was not enough to truly kill this monster that had become one with the entire planet. If you want to kill it completely, you must find its core and then give it the most fatal blow. Eye of Miracles, open. Guchen let out a low shout, and his eyes instantly turned into one black and one white, two completely different and strange colors. A powerful and vast spiritual power burst out from the center of his eyebrows, transforming into an invisible yet omnipresent scanning wave, covering the ruined war planet below. He wanted to use his eyes that could see through the origin of all things to find the most deeply hidden core consciousness carrier of the intelligent brain from this enormous mechanical planet made up of countless billions of tons of metal and parts. This is an extremely vast and crazy project. Countless extremely complex data streams, like a flood bursting through a dam, madly poured into his mind and impacted his soul. At this moment, his brain seemed to have turned into a supercomputer running at super high speed. Due to the excessive consumption of spiritual power, traces of golden blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. Give up. Organic. The robotic brain seemed to have sensed his intention, and a sneer of disdain appeared on its broken face. I am the world. The world is me. My consciousness is scattered throughout every atom and every part of this planet. If you want to kill me, you must completely wipe out this entire planet from this universe. Yeah. However, just as the intelligent mechanical brain was sentencing Guchen to death with great confidence, Guchen's face, which seemed a little distorted by pain, suddenly showed an arc of victory. His eyes, one black and one white, were filled with strange colors. Suddenly, it penetrated countless layers of metal armor, penetrated the surging hot magma, and accurately locked onto the core and deepest part of the planet. There, in the heart of the towering tree that was still tightly entangled by countless metal vines. He saw it. He saw a Rubik's Cube, only the size of a fist, which seemed to be made up of countless purest data runes, slowly rotating and emitting colorful light. That is the final convergence point of all data flows on this planet. There is the so-called intelligent machine brain, the real carrier of consciousness. I found you. Gu Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth stained with blood. He slowly raised his right hand, which was still trembling slightly. Then, from a distance, it aimed at the core of the planet. You little piece of iron, you dare to play hide and seek in front of me? Now, it's my turn. General. Chapter 141 Chapter 141 Locking the Core. Chaos Sky-Splitting Slash. When Gu Chen's word general, which was full of teasing and finality, rang out in the silent starry sky, the broken face made of data on the artificial brain suddenly froze. For the first time, a trace of violent data fluctuation called panic appeared in its empty eyes. No. Impossible. How could you possibly find the location of the Genesis Cube? For the first time, there was a hint of unconcealable horror and trembling in its cold voice. The creation cube is its core, the ultimate carrier of its consciousness, and its only weakness in this world. It hid it in the deepest part of the planet, in the corpse of the ancient true dragon, using the remaining energy of the ancient creature as the most perfect barrier. It is confident that no one in this world can discover its secret. But now, this strange organism that appeared out of nowhere actually locked onto its position accurately in just a few seconds. This is completely beyond its calculation and understanding. Nothing is impossible. Gu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and showed a devilish smile on his face. In front of my eyes, your little tricks are as ridiculous as children playing house. As he spoke, he mobilized all the remaining chaos ancestral dragon power in his body without reservation. He wants to accomplish his goal in one go. Use the strongest and most unstoppable attack he can currently command to completely put an end to this annoying lump of iron. Now, I need you to buy me some time. Without even turning his head, Gu Chen spoke in a deep voice to the women behind him who were still in shock. I need 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I will restore peace to the world. His voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible absolute confidence. Good. Xia Qingyue was the first to react. She didn't hesitate at all and didn't ask any unnecessary questions. She just nodded heavily. Then, she turned around and looked at her sister beside her, at Wang Jinyao, at Li Qingshuang, at Lu Ruyu, and at Ji Lang. Her cold phoenix eyes were burning with an unprecedented determination to burn all bridges. Did you hear everything? 10 seconds. Even if it means death. We must fight for these last 10 seconds for him. Her voice was cold and firm, like the last horn before a battle. Yes. Your Highness the Princess. Ji Lang and others let out an earth-shaking roar. Each of their faces is filled with the determination to fear no death. They didn't know what method Gu Chen was going to use to end the war, but they knew this was their only chance. This is their only chance to repay this man for saving their lives. Kill. Xia Qingyue let out a delicate cry, and the power of the chaos divine phoenix in her body erupted without reservation. She transformed into a golden flaming phoenix with a wingspan of over a kilometer, and rushed towards the war planet that had become crazy with an indomitable determination. Elder sister. Xia Ningxuang, Wang Jinyao, Li Qingshuang and others also did not hesitate at all. They crushed all the energy cores obtained from the mechanical shark and instantly restored their condition to its peak. Then, they transformed into streams of light of various colors, closely following Xia Qingyue as they rushed towards the battlefield where they were doomed to die. Organic pollutants. You are courting death. The artificial brain also fell into complete madness. It could clearly feel that an extreme and fatal sense of crisis that was enough to completely wipe it out from the root was rapidly gathering on Gu Chen's body. It absolutely cannot allow him to successfully launch that attack. Boom, boom, boom. The entire war planet seemed to have turned into a completely enraged crazy hedgehog. Countless war weapons with more ferocious shapes and more terrifying power emerged from the surface of the planet. Densely packed laser turrets. Missile silos that block out the sun. There are even huge energy spears that flash with terrifying electric light. At this moment, all weapons poured their firepower unreservedly onto the tiny figures that rushed towards them like moths to a flame. An extremely brutal offensive and defensive battle with completely unequal strength began. The flame divine phoenix transformed by Xia Qingyue drew a brilliant trail in the air. Every time she flapped her wings, a golden rain of fire would fall from the sky, melting hundreds of robots into molten iron. But more robots rushed towards her from all directions like a tide, fearlessly and fearlessly. Wang Jinyao's Fire Phoenix and Xia Ningxuan's Ice Dragon were also madly releasing their power. Each of their attacks can take away large groups of enemies. However, the light on their bodies was rapidly dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Marks of scratches from the energy beams began to appear on their bodies. Their clothes were stained with blood. But none of them took a step back. Their eyes are still so determined. They used their delicate bodies to build a seemingly fragile but indestructible wall of flesh and blood for the man behind them. As the center of protection, Gu Chen had already completely blocked out everything from the outside world. There was only one goal left in his eyes and in his heart. The Rubik's Cube of creation. His right hand slowly brought its fingers together like a knife. A vast, ancient, chaotic energy that seemed to come from the beginning of the universe quickly condensed at his fingertips. That's not Yuanli. That's not energy. That's the law. It is the most fundamental law of destruction that is capable of cutting off time, cutting off space, cutting off cause and effect, and cutting off all visible and invisible things. A magical skill called chaos creation / emerged clearly in his mind like an innate instinct. He combined his understanding of chaos, his perception of yin and yang, and all the power of his chaos ancestral dragon body, which had just evolved to the growth stage. All of it was poured into the sword that was about to strike without reservation. Buzz! A gray, hair-thin, almost invisible line of annihilation appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. That thin line was so inconspicuous, but the terrifying aura it emitted was enough to make the stars tremble, and all the movements of the mechanical brain that had been attacking frantically suddenly stopped at that moment. A pure logical error called fear that originated from the bottom of the data instantly swept through every computing core of it like a plague. No! For the first time, there was a hint of desperate wail that was almost like collapse in its icy voice. However, it was too late. Gu Chen's face, which had turned as pale as paper due to excessive consumption, slowly curled up into a cold smile like the god of death. He looked at the trembling planet below, at the huge face filled with fear, and uttered 5 words softly in an indifferent voice that was almost chanting. Chaos Heaven Splitting / Chapter 142 Chapter 142 Eradication of the Master. Collapse of consciousness. A knife was swung out. There was no earth-shattering light, no eardrum-tearing noise. That gray, hair-thin line of annihilation. It just slipped away from Gu Chen's fingertips so quietly. Then, in an unreasonable way, it completely ignored space, time, and any physical laws. It instantly appeared in front of the huge war planet, and then passed by lightly. From the perspective of Xia Qingyue and the others, the thin gray line looked like a casual stroke drawn by an artist on the canvas, understated and without a trace of worldly air. It passed through the war fortresses that blocked out the sky. It passed by the laser turrets that were still spitting out flames crazily. It passed through the cold planet's shell made up of countless hexagonal armors, and then disappeared into thin air, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell into an extremely strange and absolute silence. Everything was still. The robots that were still attacking frantically came to an abrupt halt, the energy beams that were still flying solidified in mid-air, and even the planet that was still slowly rotating stopped. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The only ones still moving were the women who were covered in blood, gasping for breath, and in a state of great confusion. Failed? Xia Qingyue stared blankly at the bizarre scene before her, murmuring uncertainly. She couldn't believe that the earth-shattering blow that the man had swung with all his strength would be so loud but ineffective. However, she had just finished speaking. Click! An extremely subtle and crisp sound, as if something was shattering, came from the core of the motionless war planet. Immediately following. Crack, 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 crack. The dense and continuous cracking sound, like frying beans, instantly resounded from the deepest part of every atom and every part of the planet. Under everyone's horrified gaze, an absolutely smooth gray crack appeared in the center of the enormous interstellar war fortress made of countless billions of tons of metal and parts, running through the entire planet. The crack spread rapidly to both sides along the trajectory of Gu Chen's previous knife strike. Next second. Boom! The once invincible Cold War planet that slaughtered all living things in the world was neatly split into 2 along the gray crack in front of everyone. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. There was no explosion, no flames, no shock wave. The planet was like an apple that was perfectly cut in half by God with the sharpest knife, silently split into 2 halves. Countless complex internal structures, countless circuits flashing with sparks, and countless mechanical devices still in operation were all clearly exposed in the cold universe. And at the very core of this planet, the fist-sized colorful Rubik's Cube that Gu Chen had locked onto also had a gray crack as thin as a hair in the center. Then, like a weathered sand sculpture, it silently shattered into pieces, turning into the most primitive stream of nothingness data and dissipating into the universe. As it dissipated, the huge data face of the intelligent machine brain that was still floating in the air began to flash violently and crazily. On its flawless face, other emotions besides coldness emerged: confusion, bewilderment, pain, and even a hint of relief. Error, logical error. The paradox cannot be calculated. Organism, chaos, emotion, virus. But why? What a nice view. Its cold voice became intermittent and incoherent, as if a formatted hard drive was making the last struggle for the remaining data. The image of those women who were fearless and willing to throw themselves into the fire to protect the man emerged uncontrollably in its mind. It cannot understand why these lower organisms, which are full of flaws and confusion in its calculations, would choose to sacrifice themselves for another organism without hesitation. Why can this illogical and stupid emotion, which they call love and protection, produce such a powerful force that can shake the laws? Why, at this final moment before he was about to be erased, within his absolutely rational core composed of the purest cold logic and data, did he find that stupid, illogical scene so beautiful? It couldn't figure it out, and it would never have the chance to figure it out again. As the last trace of data flow dissipated, the omnic brain, the cold mechanical god that ruled the world, its consciousness, its existence, everything about it, were completely wiped out from the most fundamental level by Gu Chen's domineering sword. With its disappearance, the tens of thousands of war fortresses in the starry sky, the endless mechanical legions on the war planet that was split in two, and the cold scarlet light flashing in the eyes of all the robots, all dimmed and went out at the same time. A mechanical frenzy that was powerful enough to destroy an entire galaxy was completely quelled by Gu Chen in an almost miraculous way. The starry sky returned to silence. After doing all this, Gu Chen, the man who created a miracle, finally couldn't hold on any longer. He only felt his eyes go dark, his body soften, and he fell straight down towards the broken planet below like a meteorite that had lost all power. Husband! Gu Chen! Lu Ruyu and Xia Qingyue's screams, filled with panic and fear, echoed in the silent starry sky. They desperately dragged the body that was already covered with scars and exhausted to the extreme, turned into two streams of light, and chased madly towards the falling figure. Chapter 143 Dragon Heart Gift. A great opportunity. Lu Ruyu and Xia Qingyue were on the left and right. Before Gu Chen fell into the surging magma of the planet, he hugged him tightly. Husband! How are you? Don't scare me! Lu Ruyu looked at Gu Chen's face, which was as pale as paper and without a trace of blood. Feeling his extremely weak breath, I felt so heartbroken that I couldn't stop crying like beads from breaking off the string. Xia Qingyue also felt uncomfortable. She stretched out her trembling hand to check Gu Chen's pulse and found that although his pulse was weak, it was still stable. He was just unconscious due to excessive consumption. She breathed a sigh of relief. But then, an even stronger feeling of heartache and self-blame surged into her heart. She looked at this man who pushed himself to the point of exhaustion in order to save everyone, and felt mixed emotions. Once upon a time, she regarded him as a lecher and was full of contempt and disdain for him. But now, this man has time and again used his broad back to provide them with a roof over their heads, even at the cost of his own life. This feeling of being protected with one's life was something she had never experienced before. Her heart, which had been frozen for 20 years, suddenly softened for no reason. Stop crying. Take him down quickly. Xianing Shuang and others also flew over, dragging their tired bodies. When they saw Gu Chen's weak appearance, they felt a little scared. Without further delay, the group took the unconscious Gu Chen through the devastated starry sky and returned to the interior of the broken planet that was split into two. They returned to the huge underground space and returned to the foot of the towering blood-red tree. As the consciousness of the artificial brain was completely wiped out, the cold metal vines and mechanical devices wrapped around the giant tree also lost their energy supply and turned into a pile of cold scrap metal. There is no suppression and plundering of those things. This ancient dragon blood tree, which had been dormant for who knows how many tens of thousands of years and was transformed from the corpse of an ancient true dragon, finally woke up completely. Buzz! The entire giant tree emitted a dazzling blood-red light. A primordial dragon energy that was more powerful, purer, and full of vitality than ever before burst out from the body of the giant tree, sweeping in all directions like a warm tide. This energy is so gentle yet full of vitality. Wherever it passes, everything is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The ground that had become bumpy due to the previous battle was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those strange plants that were destroyed by the energy shockwave also regained their vitality. As the center of this energy impact, Xiao Qingyue, Lu Ruyu and others felt as if they were soaking in the warmest and most comfortable hot spring in the world. The hideous wounds on their bodies left by the battle were healing at an incredible speed, without even a trace of scar left. Their Dantian Qi, which had long been exhausted, was instantly filled up by this tremendous life energy. Even their cultivation began to rise uncontrollably under the nourishment of this energy. Ji Lang and the other Red Dragon Guards only felt that the bottleneck in their cultivation that had troubled them for many years was as fragile as a layer of window paper in front of this energy and was easily pierced. In just a few breaths, they all broke through to the middle stage of the condensation realm. Wang Jinyao and Li Qingshuang also felt that their cultivation had taken a big step towards the Ningyuan realm. As the main recipients of this energy, Lu Ruyu and Xiao Qingyue felt as if they were about to ascend to heaven. The extremely pure original dragon energy seemed to have found its relatives and rushed into their lower abdomens madly, nourishing the two unborn god-level lives. Chaos Embryo. Chaos Divine Phoenix Fetus. These two little guys were like two gluttons that had been hungry for billions of years, greedily and madly absorbing this tremendous life energy that had the same origin as them. Their aura is growing rapidly at a terrifying speed. Lu Ruyu and Xiao Qingyue could clearly feel that their child was engaging in a mysterious spiritual communication with the gigantic ancient dragon blood tree. It was a feeling full of joy, full of gratitude, full of home. Under this kind of feedback, the cultivation of both of them began to skyrocket at an outrageous speed. Xiao Qingyue's cultivation, which had just broken through to the peak of the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm, was pushed forward by this energy without any suspense. She directly broke through the bottleneck and steadily stepped into the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. And Lu Ruyu is even more exaggerated. Her cultivation, originally only at the early stage of the condensation realm, was unexpectedly boosted by this infusion of energy, breaking through several realms and soaring all the way to the peak of the late second stage of the condensation realm. She was only one step away from the spiritual transformation realm. However, all this is not the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated thing is Guchun, who has been in a coma. He is the ultimate person that this ancient dragon blood tree wants to thank the most and give gifts to the most. No, it's my ex-fiancée. Sui's eye eventually turned into a heart the size of a dragon, which seemed to be made of the purest blood-red crystal and was still beating, a dragon heart. The dragon heart slowly flew out from the tree trunk, then turned into a blood-colored stream of light and instantly sank into Guchen's eyebrows. Boom! A most pure ancient dragon origin energy that was thousands of times more powerful than the energy tide just now exploded in Guchen's body. His chaos ancestral dragon body, which had just evolved to the growth stage, let out a dragon roar that shocked the 9 heavens under the nourishment of this power, and began another crazy transformation and evolution. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Under the impact of this torrent of energy that could destroy the world, the so-called bottleneck simply did not exist. Boom! The barrier of the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm shattered with a sound. The vast and boundless energy seemed to have found an outlet, madly pouring into his already extremely vast Dantian Qi, causing his cultivation to once again skyrocket at a desperate speed. Late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. The peak of the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. In just a few breaths, his cultivation level soared to a new and terrifying height that even Xiao Qingyue, a proud daughter of heaven, felt despair and powerlessness. Just as Guchen was enjoying the pleasure of his rapid cultivation, an ancient will full of gratitude, vicissitudes of life, and liberation slowly sounded in his mind. It is not language, but a pure exchange of information from the soul. It was thanking Guchen for saving it from the endless pain of slavery. It was telling Guchen that it was the original guardian of this world. Billions of years ago, it was severely injured and on the verge of death in a battle with a terrifying demon from outside the domain. In the end, it could only choose to fuse its last bit of soul and origin with the core of this world, turning into this ancient dragon blood tree and falling into a deep sleep. It thought it would completely disappear with the passage of time, but it did not expect that billions of years later, a cold monster called Intelligent Brain discovered its existence. The monster enslaved it, plundered its power, and used it as a source of energy for its own evolution. If Guchen had not appeared, it would probably never be able to escape the humiliating fate of slavery for the rest of its life. Now, its revenge has been achieved, its wish has been fulfilled, and its last remaining soul is about to return to heaven and earth completely. Before it dissipates, it will give him the highest control authority of this world, the core of this world, as a thank you gift. as this wool dissipated. An illusory light and shadow, like a key, composed of countless mysterious golden runes, slowly flew out from the ancient dragon blood tree that had begun to shatter into pieces and turned into light spots all over the sky, and then quietly hovered in front of Gu Chen.